What changes will happen in your life if you can directly meet the requirements of your blind date partner? Facing the little fairy Zhang Jiechi who demands a dowry of 300,000 despite having a monthly salary of 2,000. She looked disdainful. In her heart, she thought, if I really had 300,000, would I marry you? Sensing the host's rejection of low women, the wish manifestation system descended. From now on, when blind date partners make various demands, this system will help you fulfill them. But each blind date partner can only manifest once. System. You who often read novels are not unfamiliar with the system. Listening to the system's introduction, you are very excited. The blind date partner makes a request, and you can receive the corresponding reward yourself. Zhang Jiechi in front of you said she wants a dowry of 300,000. So wouldn't you be able to get a reward of 300,000? I only heard the system's voice continue to come. Ding. Detected that the blind date partner requested a dowry of 300,000. The host received a reward of 300,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's bank card. The system reward source is normal. Please rest assured to use it. You just made a guess, and the system rewarded you. So fast. The phone in your pocket vibrated. It should be a text message from the bank about the deposit. I'll ask about the dowry. Please wait. You said intentionally, then took out your phone. Your savings card ending in 4396 received a 300,000 yuan income from a large transaction. Looking at the 300,000 yuan deposit in the bank card, your eyes widened, feeling very happy. In just a short while, I directly received 300,000, which is really exciting. The system limits the reward for each blind date partner to only once, but even so, it is much more humane than some of the nonsense rules at work. Anyway, there are so many blind date women, and during blind dates, the women's demands are not just dowry, but also houses, cars, savings, and so on. Just receiving the reward once already makes one a godly rich person. In the current distorted blind date market, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can achieve a small goal myself. At this moment, you look at the blind date candidate, and a panel appears in front of you. Name, Zhang Jiechi. Age, 27. Looks, 77, without makeup. Health, no infectious diseases. Emotional experience, 5. Looking at Zhang Jiechi's panel, you secretly think, the system is really convenient. Now it's all monsters and ghosts. The system panel is like a demon-revealing mirror. Whether the information is true or false, you can tell at a glance. Looking at Zhang Jiechi's emotional experience, you feel fortunate. She has had academic exchanges with 5 men, and still demands a dowry of 300,000. She really dares to ask for it. However, you are just silently complaining in your heart, while outwardly being friendly to the other party, with a glint of gold in your eyes. At this moment, Zhang Jiechi is just a tool for making money for him. Things like cars, houses, income, and savings are not clearly mentioned. If you want to take advantage, you have to do it thoroughly. You pretend to be sincere. I asked my family. A dowry of 300,000 is also acceptable. So, tell me about your other requirements, and I will work towards that direction in the future. Zhang Jiechi was secretly delighted, not expecting to meet a decent-looking honest man today, who was also very ambitious. Just a bit straightforward and lacking in emotional intelligence. Since we're going to continue chatting, we must chat while eating. I haven't eaten yet, so we can't just chat here. What do you want to eat? Let's find a restaurant and chat while eating. Although you say that, it's impossible for you to eat anything. You'll just take the reward and leave. Trying to get a free meal? Sorry, I won't let you lose big, but I'll make you lose a little. Zhang Jiechi glanced at her phone. Someone was treating, so naturally they had to eat something more expensive. She looked at the menu and muttered quietly, "This wave of dragon looks good, but it's a bit expensive." Her voice was not loud, but enough for you to hear. "It's okay, just order whatever you want." You smiled on your face, but in your heart, you had already figured out how to escape. Zhang Jiechi heard what you said and began to boldly order dishes. After ordering, she started chatting with you. "Actually, my requirements are not high, but excluding the shared area, an 80 square meter house is still too small. The shared area should be at least 120 square meters, convenient for my parents to take care of the children. In the future, we cannot live with your parents. I don't want to have conflicts with my mother-in-law." Well, what are the requirements for buying a house? The high-tech zone is quite good, with many job opportunities, and I will move my future job there. The car doesn't need to be too expensive. Around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan is fine. You don't want to be embarrassed when hanging out with a few good girlfriends, whose husbands are all successful businessmen. You should drive a BYD. You're right, you responded, but deep down you had a different thought. Is 400,000 to 500,000 yuan really enough? You used to think the requirements of blind date partners were unreasonable, but now you just hope that the other party's requirements are more and more unreasonable. What other requirements are there besides a garage? For example, monthly income, savings, etc. After all, having a certain amount of savings can ensure a stable life. You are asking about the requirements that blind date women will mention. Zhang Juqi nodded in agreement with your words. Monthly income should be at least 20,000. And savings should be around 200,000 for now. I will manage the money in the future. After a while, she said with a slightly dry mouth, took a sip of water and continued. I don't have any other requirements. Let's see when we are ready to get married. After Zhang Juqi had no other requirements, you heard a series of sounds coming from the system. The host has received rewards. A suite worth 2.88 million in the high-tech zone has been successfully materialized. A Mercedes-Benz E300 worth 500,000 has been successfully materialized. A deposit of 200,000 and a monthly income of 20,000 have been transferred to the host's bank card. The physical items show no obvious signs of use within 3 days and can be cashed at the original price. At this moment, you are listening to tens or even millions of rewards being announced. Feeling a dreamlike sensation, your phone receives a text message reminder. And when you open the mobile banking app, your balance has increased by another 220,000 in cash. Awesome! A semi-transparent panel appears in front of you, displaying keys to a car and a house. These physical items show no obvious signs of use within 3 days and can be returned at full price. The system is powerful. Unlike those low-quality women who don't even have a trial period. With the system, he looks down on ordinary houses like those in Zhangcheng. When I wake up tomorrow, if today is not a dream and the system is still there, then I will contact my parents. I will find an excuse to tell them that I have money now, and they will be responsible for traveling and resting in their old age. He himself will not stay in Zhangcheng in the future, and will go to the Magic City, the capital, and other such super first-tier cities for blind dates. The more demanding the date, the more generous his rewards. The only good thing about River City is the number of college thieves. Means a lot of schoolgirls. But today's adults aren't as conservative as they used to be. It's hard to find a schoolgirl who's still a chick. Get money from a blind date first. There will always be later. Schoolgirl, royalty, young lady, president. Lu Ming said to the system in his mind, discount the house. The reward for the car, Lu Ming did not discount it for the time being. There were naturally better cars in the future, but Lu Ming had never driven a Mercedes-Benz and planned to give it a try. There's a trial period anyway. 2.88 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. The phone vibrated again and another incoming message popped up. Just so a moment, the original deposit of 40,000 Lu Ming at the moment directly became a deposit of 3.43 million people of modest means. That's a lot of money coming in. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. 2,080,000 a day was still too little. When the time comes to apply for a senior member of JUN, there will be a red maiden to help you contact a blind date, and you can casually get tens of millions of dollars a day. Anyway, Lu Ming is only a matchmaker and not a lover, so he'll move on to the next one after taking the reward. At this time, Zhang Juqi's rewards had already been gleaned. One by one, the waiters began to serve the food. After the food was served, Zhang Juqi started taking pictures. Lu Ming pulled out a cigarette and prepared to light it. With the reward in hand, he's going to start pretending. The waitress on the side hurriedly stepped forward. Hello sir, smoking is not allowed in our restaurant, please understand. You can move outside the store to smoke. Okay. Lu Ming put the lighter away and clamped the cigarette between his ears, then said to the waitress, little pretty girl, you've been standing around. As you can see, I didn't order this dish, I didn't even move my chopsticks, the bill has nothing to do with me. You'd better call security or you might get your paycheck docked if this woman runs away. The waitress is also considered to have seen the world. As soon as she heard Lu Ming said this, she guessed that it should be a blind date did not negotiate well. She hurriedly communicated through her headset, and the rest of the store immediately headed her way. Security was also out in force. Zhang Juqi held a knife and fork in her hand, and had just put the bolognese meat to her mouth when her hand suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped. Her face instantly fell as she questioned Lu Ming, what do you mean? You want to eat here, you ordered all the food, so it makes sense for you to pay, right? Zhang Juqi felt that she was being punked by Lu Ming and immediately raised her voice. Come out on a blind date and you pull this stunt? You can't afford to eat, can you? If you can't afford it, why did you bring me here? She didn't want to pay and was going to show it to the other guests. Men are good at saving face, Lu Ming might pay for face. Why, look at you, you're the one who wanted to come, and besides, it's just a meal, which you can't afford. Lu Ming once again looked at the waitress, please find me an empty table, and serve me all the dishes she ordered. Zhang Jieqi stared resentfully at Lu Ming. A blind date 300,000 dowry cannot afford to pay. Deliberately disgusting. Under the head of the male, really Nima disgusting. Store clerks and security rushed over. With security, Lu Ming was not accustomed to Zhang Jieqi. For a lousy like you who has sex with at least 5 or 6 guys, you still have the nerve to ask for a 300,000 dowry and a 56E? The surrounding people focused their eyes on Zhang Jieqi. A look of contempt could not help but appear on his face. Zhang Jieqi was instantly red-warmed by Lu Ming's public pointing out. She got anxious and got up to make a move on Lu Ming. Who are you calling rotten? Lu Ming was on guard and came behind the security personnel. This lousy is in a hurry because I told her so, and she hasn't paid yet, so you guys don't want to let her get away. Chapter 3 The lower head man fulfills my fantasy of a villain. I'm going to go nigga. Who are you calling lousy? Zhang Jieqi was like a scolding shrew, but she was stopped by the people in the restaurant and couldn't touch Lu Ming at all. Ma'am, you haven't paid, you can't leave yet. I didn't even eat at the Tama. It's done, and if you don't want to pay the bill, we can call the police to deal with it. Hearing this, Lu Ming snorted, TSK, you wouldn't be able to afford it, would you? A lousy bastard who only dabbles in food, what a downer. I'm going to hell with Lu Ming. Who says I can't afford to eat? She spat expletives and pulled out the fruit phone her ex-boyfriend had bought her to pay for. She was bleeding inside as she watched over $3,000 go down the drain. After paying, Zhang Jieqi glared at Lu Ming with a spiteful gaze. Didn't you order a separate table? Don't just talk without doing anything, order. Lu Ming transferred $50,000 to the prestige change. He had just over $40,000 in savings, and at this point $50,000 had successfully arrived. It means that the system's money is available. So assuredly the waitress led herself to an empty seat. Do you have a boyfriend? The waitress shook her head. It's been a long time since we broke up. Do you want to go on a blind date with me? Lu Ming put his right hand in his pocket and mentally moved. Take out the car keys. The Mercedes-Benz key in the system's warehouse appeared in Pocket's hand. He drew his right hand from his pocket and raised it to place the key on the table. Matchmaking is all fake information. I actually have a little bit of money. I just want to find a sincere woman to get married. And anyway, you're on the sidelines ready to serve me. Why don't you sit down and we'll talk? Forget about chatting. I'll pay you more for your services. The waitress felt that Lu Ming was trying to anger that woman. Providing emotional value to her guests, who would also pay her more for her services, she nodded and took a seat opposite Lu Ming. Zhang Jieqi cannot eat rice, just wanted to see Lu Ming also spend more than $3,000. So as to make this 300,000 dowager who can't even afford the dowry hurt a little bit too. If she lost money, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to do well either. Seeing Lu Ming going on a blind date with a waitress and saying something about how he had some money. From his pocket, he pulled out a Mercedes-badged car key. This combo is so silky smooth. Zhang Jieqi thought it was scripted. She looked around and didn't realize that anyone was making a video. So he laughed disdainfully. Oh, getting a fake key and trying to act tough. A lowly man like you fulfills my fantasies of villainy. Why, I told you that the dating site information was fake, and your information was filled out as having dated only one boyfriend, but you've had sex with less than 5 guys like that. In fart. If it wasn't for the security personnel stopping her, she would have rushed up and ed Lu Ming. Look, you're in a hurry again. Since you're not a loser, what's your hurry? Lu Ming opened his cell phone and handed it to the waitress. Fingers tapped the bank app in front of her face. I'm really planning a blind date, so to tell you a little bit about myself, here's a bank card of money. Just ask for whatever you want on your blind date. The waitress looked at the bank card balance and softly read out of her mouth, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000. Million. Her eyes widened. The bank app that Lu Ming tapped on in front of her. It's not necessary to make a little software to pretend to be a pussy. She's just a waitress. Playing hard to get with her, trying to get a date to cheat on a bubble? There's no need for that either. Lu Ming was quite handsome and should have no shortage of women, so how could he look at her? Maybe Lu Ming was trying to get angry at the exasperated woman. Lu Ming smiled faintly. There's no need for me to lie to you, tell me what you're asking for. The waitress honestly told her situation to Lu Ming. Next to her, Zhang Jieqi's eyes widened significantly when she saw the waitress's expression just now. And I think the word million was mentioned at the end. Her brows furrowed together. You don't think so? Did you really miss a rich man? She couldn't help but ask, how much of a balance do you see? This is about Lu Ming's privacy. The waitress looked at Lu Ming and saw that Lu Ming shrugged a casual attitude. She spoke to tell she saw, over $3 million. Hiss. I seem to really miss the rich. The corners of Zhang Jieqi's mouth twitched slightly, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. She didn't know if she had a chance, and hurriedly squeezed out a smile. He himself was even better looking than the waitress in front of Lu Ming. She ruffled the ends of her hair behind her ear and began to burn. Brother Lu Ming, actually, people. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. I'm not interested in lousy people like you. If you don't want me to shake out the information about those 5 people, get the hell away from me. When Zhang Jieqi heard this, she only felt a chill down her spine. This time she was completely convinced that Lu Ming was rich. Previously, when Lu Ming said at least, she thought it was a casual remark, but now she was directly sure that she had had sex with 5 people. Maybe Lu Ming had been secretly investigating himself from the moment he started chatting on Jiyuan. She fled the restaurant in a hurry. She didn't even pack the dishes she had just spent money on without touching a single bite. If her situation was shaken out by Lu Ming, how could she marry an honest man with good conditions in the future? If Lu Ming had information on those 5 people, he would really shake it out. A rotten bastard like Zhang Jieqi. Just don't hook 8 to wreak havoc on normal, honest people. Some people were truly honest, and Lu Ming didn't want such people to be pitched by Zhang Jieqi's stream. Some people were pure turtle men, and such people Lu Ming could only bless. See Zhang Jieqi fleeing the scene in distress. The people around them began to talk. It's still a real mess. You want $300,000 for a dowry? Shame on you. The annoying fly next to it ran away. Lu Ming looked at the waitress with a smile. Let's continue with the blind date. Tell us your requirements. The waitress knew that Lu Ming had money, but she still spoke honestly about her request. Our bride price of about 80,000, I can talk to my parents to bring back. I hope to find a Jiangqing object. The house in the suburbs of the city can be, to buy where I married to live. The family car of about 150,000 is completely enough. How big does the house have to be? 100 square feet or so. What about the other requirements? The waitress shook her head. Not for a while, not really until we get to the point of talking about marriage. Lu Ming nodded. Your request is fairly normal. What's your education? Graduated from vocational high school and came out to work. I'm sorry then, I'm a bit demanding of my education. Mr. Lu is polite. These are normal, no need to apologize. The waitress smiled politely. Although she knew that she couldn't possibly be looked at by Lu Ming, there was still a small loss in her heart after being rejected. After all, it's hard to meet a rich man. If there was a real chance to marry a rich man, she wouldn't miss that opportunity. The waitress stood up. Back to work. Sit down, that lousy bastard's order is still a bit much for you to eat with me. Lu Ming had read her panel information. She was not sick and looked okay. It's boring to eat out alone, and having someone to eat with allows for casual conversation. The blind date with her ended, and the system started handing out rewards. The host receives a reward. Chapter 4 Luxury Hotel, Exclusive Housekeeper. The host receives a reward. The bride price of 80,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. A house worth $880,000, 100 square feet in size in the suburbs of Jiangqing City. Hosts can choose their own area at the current price. A car valued at $150,000. The host may choose his own brand at the current price. After the host selects a garage, the key will be placed in the system warehouse and can be removed at any time. Physical objects with no visible signs of use within 3 days can be discounted at the original price. Hearing about the car and the house is a bonus. Lu Ming said directly to the system in his mind, discount the garage. 1.03 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. Counting the $80,000 dowry, that's another $1.11 million in the books. The bank card balance came straight to over $4 million. That's if you go to work like you did before and try to deposit over $4 million on your bank card. I'm afraid I'll never reach that balance in my lifetime. Though he's got almost $10,000 after taxes right now. But there's a huge difference between making money and saving money. There's a mortgage after the car payment. Marriage and children cost money. It's a lot harder to save over $4 million. With the system, cool is done. Finish your meal beautifully. Lu Ming looked at the waitress. Open your collection code and give you the service charge. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The waitress nimbly pulled out her cell phone. The waitress was ecstatic as she watched the $1,000 arrive. Thanks, Mr. Lu. You're welcome. Lu Ming left the restaurant. Some money spent will get good emotional value. Some of the money spent has to be spent with anger. Lu Ming didn't want to be subjected to this kind of anger in the first place, not to mention that he now had a system. It's over when it's cool later. And by the way, straighten out those matchmaking fishing women. Exiting the restaurant and lighting up a cigarette, he headed towards parking lot A and downloaded the Mercedes-Benz app on his phone. The system documents are held to be complete. Mercedes-Benz officials also sent a text message stating that he downloaded the app and logged in to get details about the vehicle. Lu Ming used his current cell phone number to log on directly, without even having to register. Didn't even see the car, operated on the car machine, tied to the mobile Mercedes app. Once you have logged into the mobile app, you will be able to see the vehicle information on the car screen. A white Mercedes E300. Have to say, the system is just convenient. According to the app's vehicle location, Lu Ming quickly found this brand new Mercedes. Today's domestic cars have caught their own style of exterior design. Lu Ming felt that the appearance of this E300 was very average if the logo was covered. Instant high-end without covering up the badge. Many people like double standards, and so does Lu Ming. Open the trunk via cell phone, which holds the car's papers. He flipped it open and read the message, which was dated today. And I don't know how the system changed. Fluff is done. He reads a lot of novels and knows that the system asks less questions. Asking won't get you an answer anyway. Closing the trunk, Lu Ming came to the driver's side, and compared to the perception of the appearance, the feeling of sitting in was instantly different. The seats are well textured, wrapped and comfortable. The interior is robust and airy, with fine craftsmanship in the look and feel and excellent quality in the touch. Let's just say that expensive does have its reasons. Lu Ming drove next to his Bugatti. Looking at the car that had followed him for most of the year, Lu Ming still had a different thought in his mind. After searching for a nearby hotel, the 5-star Ramada was close by, so I called it in. Hearing that there was a presidential suite, Lu Ming drove his Mercedes out of the parking lot. When you wake up, if it's a dream, take the Bugatti back to the rental and do what you have to do. The house he bought had just been delivered. He had bought almost all the furniture and appliances and was airing out the house. Planning to live in it again in a couple months. Currently still renting a room. If all is not a dream. I'll have the valet drive the Bugatti to the parking lot of the rental tomorrow and keep it as a souvenir. Money is also starting to be spent with confidence and boldness. The white Mercedes arrived in front of the Ramada Hotel. I have to say, the service is just as good for the money spent. As soon as the car arrived, a parking boy in a suit immediately came over to ask about it and then help park it. Along the way there was also a high-wire beauty leading the way, the exclusive butler of the presidential suite, who had introduced herself to Lu Ming as Lu Qin. Lu Qin looks exquisite, and looks like a college student's innocence. The red lip makeup added some more flirtation to her innocent look. The hotel is rich in thematic characteristics of the body slimming dress short dress, wrapped in her delicate figure, dignified and elegant. The high-vis wrapped around those straight, round legs, the tops of the high-vis covered by the short dress, the heads of which could not be seen. The entire figure is curvy and accentuated, exuding a hidden beauty. The two of them took the exclusive elevator to the top floor of the hotel and came to the door of the presidential suite. Lu Qin looked at Lu Ming and said with a sweet voice, "Mr. Lu, you can contact me anytime you need dinner or a late-night snack." "Okay." Lu Ming responded briefly, and after surveying Lu Qin with his gaze, he focused on her panel. Name Lu Qin. Face value, 86. Health, no infectious diseases. Emotional experience, 1. Lu Ming felt that Lu Qin was better than his ex-girlfriend, no matter her figure or appearance. It could also be the makeup. The current Lu Qin had no problem being a department flower in his former school. 80 veggies plus makeup are already looking good. There was no one else beside him, so Lu Ming directly asked, "Does Ms. Lu have a boyfriend?" "Not yet, but I'm only opting for a relationship, no one-night stands." Lu Qin came to work here in order to fall for a rich man. But Lu Ming didn't see a name brand in this outfit. The car that drove in was still a Mercedes E300. Although Lu Ming was handsome, she valued money more. She didn't lie about having a boyfriend. Just ask her co-workers about this kind of thing. There's no point in cheating. So she's straight up laying her cards on the table and not accepting one-night stands. If Lu Ming wanted to continue the conversation, then she would state her requirements. Lu Ming is not in a position to naturally know what to do. She's seen a lot of rich people, no one dresses ordinary and then pretends. Reality is not writing a novel. If Lu Ming was really the kind of thug who wanted to act tough, then she didn't reject Lu Ming outright and could continue to talk. Lu Ming smiled, "Then let's talk, I happen to be on a blind date." Lu Qin nodded, "Then please, Mr. Lu, move to the dining room and let's sit down and talk." Rich people say matchmaking and whatnot, no at all, Lu Qin did not reveal it. She wouldn't choose to go inside with Lu Ming, but instead came to the hotel's restaurant. The two sat facing each other in a corner seat. Lu Ming directly said, "Just look at me as a thug, talk about your requirements, I can fulfill them all, talk about them, and I can give you all your requirements." Lu Qin did not expect Lu Ming to direct his own thuggishness, and it did not look like it. Besides, thugs driving E-Class Mercedes? Lu Ming is at best a person with a little money. And thug now carries a pejorative connotation. Real thugs don't call themselves that. That's fine, I said the requirements you won't be able to meet and you'll know what to do. Lu Qin thought so in her mind. No one likes to be pestered by others, a licking dog willing to spend money for her is different. She went straight to the point. I'm a single parent, and my mother is going to live with me, so at least one set of 180 large flats on the Guangshan side doesn't have to be too expensive. 25,000 a square foot will do. A no less than $900,000 Porsche 718 I drive, a $700,000 BMW X5 my mom drives. If I get married and the bride price is $1 million, I can also not get married and give me at least $50,000 a month. You can fulfill those requirements, I'm with you, I'm still a fledgling, and you can get a doctor to check me out. Chapter 5 I'm tired of brushing up on Missy and want to see something real. Lu Qin's former college roommate, when she was in school evening the rich second generation. Now every day, they still show off their wealth and their circle of friends. She always wanted a richer one. When I first arrived at college ignorant, I fell in love with a tiny handsome guy and had sex. Not long after, the roommate evening rich second generation began to show off all kinds of, she immediately broke up. Luckily, ex-boyfriends are tiny and infrequent. She quietly went in for surgery and lied to the doctor that she broke it in a fall and the doctor couldn't even tell. She then kept looking for the right person. During her time at the hotel, she ran into quite a few people who asked her. But a lot of rich guys just want to have fun and aren't thinking about bagging her. The looming in front of her to her should be the kind that only thinks about having fun. So she wasn't going to waste her breath. As Lu Ming listened to her words, he understood in his heart that this Lu Qin was trying to find a rich man to adopt. But you're really daring to ask for it, too. Pretending to be a chick when you're clearly not one, and really thinking you can treat rich people like cuties after restorative surgery. Lu Ming didn't like it when people lied to him, and he couldn't help it when he was lied to in the past. It's different now, and there's a price to pay for lying to him. Lu Ming took out his cell phone, opened the Wilson file transfer assistant and began to pretend. Go buy a $900,000 Porsche 718, a $700,000 BMW X5, and get another 180 large flat on the Guangshan side, with a lot that can't be less than $25,000 a flat. Whoosh! The message is sent out. As Lu Qin listened to Lu Ming's words, more golden light appeared in her originally hopeless eyes. She calmed her excitement, smiled like a flower, and said in a sweet voice, "Did Mr. Lu buy this for someone else?" Lu Ming took a sip of tea. Whoever showed me sincerity, these are the ones who bought them for. Lu Qin didn't directly go up to Lu Ming's arm and pamper him. She hadn't seen it in the flesh. Just pretending to be shy, Chiner is most sincere. I wonder if Mr. Lu can take Chiner to have a look? I'll show you when it's bought. Lu Ming wasn't surprised that Lu Qin was so cautious. Trying to evening out a rich guy at the age of 25, and only having one emotional experience at this point. Definitely not that kind of S-girl. When the physical objects are all visible to her, everything will naturally fall into place. All of the things Lu Ming had just said when he sent out his voice were not false, as the system had already handed out the rewards. The host receives a reward. The bride price is $1,050,000. Living expenses have been transferred to the host's bank card. A $4.5 million, 180 square feet large bungalow in Guangshan with full documentation, placed in the kitchen cupboard. A $900,000 Porsche 718, parked in a hotel parking lot, with full documentation. A $700,000 BMW X5, parked in a hotel parking lot. Garage key placed in system storage. Lu Ming and Lu Qin chatted briefly. The other man was cautious now, and there was no need for him to chat much as he returned to his room. The presidential suite is lavishly decorated. The sofa in the living room is a brand that Lu Ming does not recognize, lying on it thieves comfortable. The living room's outdoor-facing wall is a full expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows that look out onto the nighttime views of World City. The night view of World City's turntable when it's built is pretty nice. When Lu Ming was in college, he brought his ex-girlfriend here many times, when the carousel was still being dug, and there were frequent traffic jams. He made his way to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking World City, and the feeling of being on top gave him a thrill of almost power. Lu Ming saw a paragraph that said it well. The city is like a gold-digging woman. With money she shows you more of her fabulousness. Lu Ming is experiencing the beauty in a tangible way that he has not felt before, and will be able to experience more later. He watched the night scene for a while, lying on the couch next to him and swiping at Miss Jitterbug. The finger slid again and the next video played the song Yakuza. It's a loose concert slice. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the money to grab it before, and then he couldn't grab it after he worked, and he didn't want to buy scalp tickets. I'll have to check it out sometime afterward. Wait almost half an hour. Lu Ming is tired of brushing Missy and wants to see something real. He took the exclusive elevator to the parking lot. Looking at the Porsche 718 and the BMW X5 next to it. Lu Ming's mind moved, discount the Mercedes E300 and take out the Porsche's key. 500,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. The Mercedes keys in his pocket disappeared with him. Lu Ming didn't care how the keys were missing, he had the keys to the Porsche 718 in his hand more than anything else, and then directly got into the main driver. To be honest, he felt the seats weren't nearly as comfortable as the Mercedes. Sports cars are more performance-oriented. He started the car up and stepped on the gas in neutral. Hearing the engine roar made Lu Ming's blood burn hot. He was now tempted to drive out and put the gas pedal to the metal on a less crowded stretch of road. Lu Ming made a call to his exclusive housekeeper Lu Qin. Parking lot. Lu Qin came to the parking lot with excitement. When she saw Lu Ming sitting inside the 718, driving the car window and smoking, with a BMW X5 parked next to him, Lu Qin's eyes stared like copper bells. She really didn't expect Lu Ming to get two brand new shiny cars so quickly. Is it a rental? Lu Qin thought so in her mind. Lu Ming saw her frozen next to him and exhaled the smoke before saying, "Get in the car and go out for a drive." Lu Qin couldn't believe it, but she came to the passenger side. Normally in this situation, she would have given her location information to that friend in real time. Said he was a friend, but he was actually her lickspittle. This is her alternative. When you really can't find a rich man in the future, marry the best of the spares. So she wasn't afraid of what Lu Ming would do to her. The passenger door opened. Lu Qin hadn't even sat down yet when she saw the papers on the seat. Only Lu Ming's voice came out, "As long as you can show me your sincerity, all of this will be transferred to your name." Lu Qin picked up the documents, sat down on the passenger side, and softly asked, "Brother Lu, can I take a look?" "Feel free to look." Lu Qin turned these papers over. It's a two-car ID. The owner of the car is Lu Ming. The date is today, and the red seal. She was shocked in her heart, not expecting Lu Ming to be so efficient in his work. How long has it been? 40 minutes or so. She had only seen rich people before, but not the strength of rich people. With her paycheck from work, plus gifts of red envelopes from her spares, she bought a car. Know how much of a pain in the ass it is to buy a car. But Lu Ming had completely overturned her perception. Is this the rich? That's cool. Lu Ming had said that as long as he was shown sincerity, all of this would be hers. She unbuckled the fastened seatbelt again, came to Lu Ming's side, and kissed him. Then delicately said, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Ming told Lu Qin to put on her seatbelt. Vehicle starts. When he came to the main road outside the hotel, Lu Ming's hand was also very up. The night scene outside the window swept by, smooth as high silk. The city is revealing more of its beauty to Lu Ming. Chapter 6. I don't like it when people lie to me. Lu Ming stopped when he drove past the bank and withdrew some money. That money is for Lu Qin when the time comes. If it was really a fledgling, Lu Ming could consider adopting it. I don't give out outrageous requests, but when I'm tired of playing, I'll give you some breakup money. For the gold-digging girl who keeps her body, Lu Ming will only do so, not better, each to his own. But Lu Qin was lying to him. Have an emotional experience but say you're a fledgling. That's embarrassing. Michelin restaurants have Michelin restaurant prices, and fly taverns have fly tavern prices. Lu Ming came out of the bank. He had just intentionally gone in through the front door, not directly over to the ATM. Sure enough, after returning to the Porsche 718, Lu Qin thought that Lu Ming had gone to get her a bank card specifically, and became a little more proactive again. The car started up again and made its way to the parking lot of a neighborhood in Mount Kwanzaa. Without Lu Ming opening his mouth, Lu Qin already knew that Lu Ming would surprise her again. The car is bought. Been to the bank again. Now to the neighborhood. Then the house must have been bought already too. After getting off the bus, she took the initiative to take Lu Ming's arm. Hold on tight. Deep in it. She was the one who fell into Lu Ming's trap. Lu Ming felt the softness coming from his arm. The vigor brought to him by the jittery brush lady grew again. The two of them took the elevator to the upper floors. Lu Ming came to the side of the building's hydrant box and pretended to take the key from it. It was actually taken out of the system's storage. Anyway, Lu Qin wasn't that tall to see above the hydrant box. The door to room 501 opened. Lu Ming entered with Lu Qin. Finished, no appliances yet. Strolling around the large flat, Lu Qin couldn't help but have her eyes flashing when she thought about how this place could belong to her in the future. Eyes were all gold when I saw the real estate license in front of me. The real estate license is in Lu Ming's name. As long as she showed Lu Ming her sincerity, this homeowner's name could become her own. Lu Ming is rich, powerful, and handsome. I'm afraid that once you miss such a good man, you'll never find him again. Lu Qin worked the night shift, which was usually still quite hard, but now she was in high spirits. She's going to take her chances. So she purposely yawned and her voice clipped up. Brother Lou, I often work night shifts and can't sleep well. I'm a bit sleepy now. Why don't we go back? I'll go squint for a while. Contact me if you need anything. She didn't hug and nibble on Lu Ming on the spot. Since I said I was a fledgling, I had to have the reserve of a first time. Aha! The two left the house, got into a Porsche 718, and returned to the hotel. Lu Qin sat on the passenger side, holding the car and house documents in her arms. It was her job to accompany Lu Ming. As an exclusive housekeeper, even if Lu Ming dragged her to play games all night, she was considered to be working. At that moment, she wrote the joy in her heart on her face. When she returned to the hotel, Lu Qin was holding her papers in one hand and holding Lu Ming's arm with the other. The two of them went through the exclusive elevator to the presidential suite. The night view out the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room was obscured by the gradually closing curtains. The temperature in the room rises. Early the next morning, Lu Qin, who had satisfaction written on her face, lay in Lu Ming's arms. The soothing quilt covered her delicate figure. Lu Ming woke up and said good morning to Lu Qin, the good brother of the early morning. After more than half an hour, Lu Ming lit a cigarette. He reached for his cell phone on the nightstand and looked at it. The look of the gods was grave. A hand then pushed Lu Qin in his arms away. When Lu Qin saw Lu Ming's appearance, her heart immediately became nervous. Could it be that? Lu Ming threw the 3,000 he had withdrawn from the bank last night onto the bed. It's so realistic that the average person can't test it, but do you think I wouldn't be able to find out? I don't like it when people lie to me. Lu Ming was dressed. Lu Qin couldn't care less about the money on the bed and climbed out of bed to hug Lu Ming's legs and beg for mercy. I'm sorry, Lu. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Please don't hate me. I'm just one time. It's still a short time to get along. I can stop asking so much. I can serve you well. Lu Qin begged and cried. But Lu Ming didn't change his face, and his legs exerted force to push Lu Qin away, paying no attention to Lu Qin's begging. Something that has a fixed price in his mind. He washed up, looked at the documents in the living room, and put the documents related to the Porsche 718 into the system warehouse, then thought, BMW X5 and house discount. 5.2 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. Lu Ming's bank card had come to a balance of 10 million. Lu Ming, who was a multi-millionaire, left the presidential suite. Inside the master bedroom, hear the outer door slam. Lu Qin, who was crying on the ground, her mood had fallen from the peak and dropped to the bottom. She begged to stay Lu Ming, but he didn't even turn his head back, not even a chance to be a cheap lover. Looking at the bills scattered on the bed and floor, Lu Qin could roughly guess a few $1,000s as well. The meaning is self-evident. Lu Ming took her for that kind of person when he found out about her situation. She pulled at the covers and buried her head in them and sobbed. Lu Ming is handsome and trenchant, and is extremely efficient in buying a car and house when he says he will. Lu Qin could hardly resist this temptation. She didn't want to miss out on a man like Lu Ming. There are a lot of rich women out there, and if a woman has been talking about her friends for a long time before, even if she fixes it, the odds are good that she will be tried out. She had the certainty that no one else could try. But I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so cautious and so powerful that he quickly investigated it. Lu Qin regretted it because after lying to Lu Ming, he totally treated her as that type of lousy person. If they had found a rich guy who was worse than Lu Ming, maybe it wouldn't have been like this. At the same time, she once again regretted her ignorance back then. If she kept her body as a jade, she could climb up to Lu Ming and live the rest of her life without any worries. Lu Ming left, and a colleague would come to clean the room if he checked out. She dressed in a deadpan manner and crumpled up the tattered high wire on the floor and stuffed it into her pocket. She started picking up the money on the floor. While picking up the money from the bed, she saw blood on the sheets. There was more bleakness in the deadpan face. Lu Ming has the money and strength, last night or her initiative, if she called the police, I'm afraid she cannot get anything at the same time, will also offend Lu Ming. In the end, it will only make you lose your name. If Lu Ming didn't take her seriously, she could secretly go back to make up for it. In the future, she would lower her standards and dare not look for someone as powerful as Lu Ming. Lu Ming was eating breakfast in the hotel restaurant and making a prestige call to his mom. The system is still there, and so is the money in the bank card. Mom and Dad will be able to retire in peace. Mom was so happy to hear that her son had made a lot of money, and the dad next to her asked about it. Lu Ming found a good excuse to stall. Let them travel. Dad said, the Qingming festival is coming up, so we'll go out after the festival. Okay, I'll make a trip back then too, and take you guys out with me after the grave. After a few pleasantries, Mom Li Huiyi hung up the phone. Li Huiyi looked at her husband. Do you believe what our son said about the big boss? Lu Guofeng shook his head. Don't believe it. That kid is on a blind date by himself. That previous relationship was so hurtful, he wouldn't have his heart die and run into a rich woman and directly follow her, would he? He's picking up my generation, and he does have a good chance of being looked at by a rich woman. You stay away. What if I get a rich woman? Wait for him to come back to ask at the Qingming festival, in front of the ancestors, forgive him for not daring to cheat. Chapter 7. A Rich Man's Money is for Women. Lu Ming finished talking to his mom and dad and submitted his resignation on Ding Ding again. Finish eating. Come to the underground parking lot. Lu Ming found a chauffeur and had the chauffeur drive his Biotti back to the parking lot of the rented house. Gave the keys to the valet not a moment later. Lu Ming received a message from a co-worker. Lu Shui, brother Ming, why did you quit your job? In the company, Lu Ming's relationship with this Lu Shui was considered the best. Recognized a righteous father, followed him to make a lot of money. Keep your voice down, I'll buy the company later and make you the leader. Worry? Really, that idiot left me with all your work, and I want to run away with a bucket? Brother Ming, let me hang out with you, I'll recognize you as my righteous father. Don't worry, when I get on my feet, I'll take you on a ride. Okay. I'll wait for you. Lu Ming wasn't going to pay his friends directly now. Brothers and friends have their own lives. Benefits given in excess are likely to be detrimental. See if they need to borrow money to support them first. Wait until you get on your feet later. Take them straight to take off later. Sitting inside the Porsche 718, Lu Ming applied for a small number through his usual cell phone number. This monthly fee is more expensive than a guaranteed number card. I used to sign up for Goodwill and pick the cheapest premium rate card as a trumpet. It was a time of no money and a focus on value for money. Not anymore. He used the open trumpet to sign up for Joyride and then Kryptonite for a premium membership. Soon after, Junior received an unfamiliar call. A delicate voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Liu? Yes. Hello Mr. Liu, I am Ding Ting, the Red Maiden of Jiayuan, and will be at your service after that. May I add your prestige? Yes, not this cell phone number, I'll quote you the wiki number. Yes, go ahead. Add on the micro signal of Ting Ting, the Red Lady. Lu Ming directly typed, I have more than 100 million assets, you help me define the high requirements of the blind date, divorced with a child can also be, the requirements of a low loss of my status. Ting Ting also asked Mr. Liu to provide proof of assets. Ting needs to be responsible for our Jiayuan customers. Lu Ming sent the recorded screen of the bank app. Although his assets hadn't yet exceeded $100 million, he had more than $10 million on one card, so he shouldn't need that much proof, right? Anyway, he's only dating and not in love, mostly for the rewards. Ding Ting looked at the recorded screen sent by Lu Ming and didn't continue to chat about the proof of assets. There was a golden glint in her eyes. Hurry up and send a picture to Lu Ming. At the same time, his hands quickly tapped the laptop keyboard. Mr. Liu, do you think I have a chance to meet with you? Lu Ming smiled faintly when he saw the message and picture sent by Ding Ting. Sure enough, rich people's money is for women. Because even if it's just for show, it's still a great temptation. Goodwill Incorporated. A beautifully made-up Tintin sat at her desk. Looking at the prestige chat window, her fists clenched and her heart raced. Jiayuan often has users who open a membership and will be assigned to red brides, who are responsible for helping their member clients find a match that meets their requirements. The company rules prohibit the redresser from contacting clients privately. But those who understand understand. Ding Ting felt that she was very lucky today, running into another rich second generation. Since Ding Ting had gotten a taste of the sweet spot, Lu Ming would probably be the 10th rich kid she'd come into contact with. The percentage of rich men on blind dates is small, and a lot of rich men contact Reddit not to get a date, but to remove the date in order to get a date. Lu Ming's bank card had a balance of over $10 million. Ting Ting immediately sent her message. If the other woman had given her the chance, she would have rushed home and nimbly changed into the strapless wraparound dress that was ready on the hanger. Her legs were wrapped in high silk and her feet were in red high heels to meet Lu Ming. Lu Ming clicked on Ding Ting's photo, a woman with big waves and a net face, tall and curvy in the front and back. It's not right, is it? Lu Ming had the illusion that he had entered the wrong software. Is this a blind date or a date? But this kind of person should be a gold-digging woman, and Lu Ming quite liked gold-digging women now. Of course, it's just a passing fancy, and when the reward is taken, the other person can off. He typed an inquiry, you're in River City? Ting Ting, yes, the exclusive Red Queen will be in the same city as the city information left by the client. Lu Ming, your company has offline will be interviewed, right? I can give you the opportunity, I now go over, and then help me contact a few more. Ding Ting, good brother, I'll contact for you, can I make an appointment to meet you outside? It's not good in the company, you might get fired. Lu Ming, row. Ding ting, thanks for being a good brother. Happy kitten. GIF. Lu Ming left the hotel and went to change his clothes first. Bought a Rolex. Suddenly life with money does feel boring. 40 minutes later. Lu Ming arrived at the agreed place with Ding Ting. He drives a Porsche 718, but the morning rush hour doesn't make sense and he's still stuck in traffic. The two of them agreed to meet at an outdoor seat in a cafe. Lu Ming parked his car on the side of the road, still attracting the envious gazes of some of the working bulls and horses. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, Ding Ting got up and asked, "Mr. Lu?" "Yes." Snap. When Tintin got up, the bag next to her seat fell to the floor. She finished shaking Lu Ming's hand, then bent down to pick it up, her head directed right at Lu Ming. The neckline of the strapless wraparound dress was not high enough for Tintin to cover it with her hands. It's like, don't look at that challenge. Lu Ming was a normal man and failed the challenge, but after glancing at it, his attention was focused on Ting Ting's information panel. Name Ding Ting. Face value 78. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 12. Looking at the emotional experience, Lu Ming straightened up. He turned on his cell phone. "No, I really didn't download the dating software. This is what premium members get?" This kind of person Lu Ming couldn't see a bit. He went straight to the point. "Tell me your matchmaking requirements." After Ding Ting picked up her bag, she looked at Lu Ming's dignified appearance and was a bit puzzled. "No, big brother, you really asked me to come on a blind date, haven't I shown enough obviousness?" Seeing that the other party didn't open his mouth, Lu Ming urged, "Hurry up and say what conditions you want for your blind date. If you don't have it, get lost, don't waste my time." Ding Ting's neck shrank, not realizing that this rich second generation was really there for a blind date. "Well, give it a try. Maybe there's a chance to be golden and be a good wife from now on." She sat down on the sofa next to Lu Ming. Hands rested restrainedly in her lap. Kind of like that well-behaved emoji. "Mr. Lu, I'm 26 years old with a bachelor's degree. She bought this undergraduate degree as a pheasant degree." Lu Ming waved his hand to cut her words off. "None of this matters to you, just tell us how many boyfriends you've had and what the requirements for a blind date are." Ding Ting was a little confused about Lu Ming. If it's really a blind date, isn't it normal to tell each other about your situation? But Lu Ming was in a hurry to make her demands. She thought of what Lu Ming had said before, that she wanted a blind date with high requirements, and that it would be beneath him not to have high requirements. The more demanding the woman, her own conditions are not low, but not so much that she is a door-to-door match for Lu Ming. Ting Ting thought it might be Lu Ming's fetish. He will be able to meet the requirements of others and will have a sense of satisfaction in his own mind. Well, it should be. Anyway, he can fulfill my request, so I'll let him have a good time. Chapter 8. I love to travel and would like to spend 2 months of the year traveling. Facing Lu Ming asked how many boyfriends he had talked to before. Ding Ting was weak and didn't want to miss the rich man, so she lied to Lu Ming and said, "Just the one I talked about in college, broke up for more than a year." Immediately afterward, she rushed to say what she wanted and began to change the subject. He was afraid that Lu Ming would ask more questions on top of his emotional experience. "If you, Mr. Lu, can look at me and get married, the bride price will be $500,000. I'm familiar with the Jiangkou district and would like to have a large flat over there by then." "How big?" 180, it doesn't have to be an expensive lot, $20,000 or $30,000 will do. Move on to something else. Car wants a red top of the line Z4. You just say how much. Landed at almost 650,000. Are there any requirements for my income or assets? No. Tintin has requirements for ordinary people, not for rich people. Lu Ming had been matched with the gold-worshipping Lu Qin and knew that their kind all wanted living expenses. So he continued, "How much do you want for living expenses?" "I don't want to work, I want $30,000 a month to live on, nothing else." These high-end salvage women see rich people with different eyes. Go ahead and demand how much assets rich people have, rather than thinking more about how much you can ask for each month to live on. But 30,000 is too little to live on. Lu Ming continued to ask questions. 30,000? For so little? Enough. Parents don't want a house. They like to live in the village and the village house is nicely decorated for them. Are there any siblings? One sister married far away, looked down on the family, and broke off contact with them. What else do you want on second thought? Ding Ting couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I've met a really rich man today. She originally saw Lu Ming send a bank card deposit and said she was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and didn't want to send any other proof of assets. Thought he was a demolition man, bragging about being worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But after she came over, Lu Ming, which was really for a blind date, kept asking her to make requests. Not the same as those pussy-whipped exploders. This is what it's like to be really rich. She's also been on blind dates and either she's too demanding and the other person doesn't want it. Either that or she was cheated on, played and dumped her. She heard about her current job from her best friend. After being a redneck, you start looking for rich people through the resources at hand. I didn't expect to be struggling with the requirements of a blind date today, which is something I've never felt before. After thinking for a moment, her eyes lit up. By the way, I love to travel and would like to have 2 months a year to spend traveling. How much budget is needed? How about $500,000? This may not be enough, you can ask for more. Enough. Other requests? No more. Tintin shook her head. Lu Ming looked to his cell phone, then got up and walked aside, pretending to make a call. Hey, how's the investigation going? What? In less than an hour, you've already found out 10? Heh, no need to keep checking, that's it. Ding Ting on the sofa couldn't help but tremble slightly as she listened to Lu Ming's words. She kept her head down and bit her bottom lip nervously. Could this be investigating yourself? Her hand in her lap balled into a fist, her palms sweating. But deep down she still held a hint of luck, hoping that Lu Ming wasn't investigating her. Yet against her wishes, the final judgment rang in her ears. You know in your own heart what kind of goods you are. Ding Ting head even lower, whispered, I am sorry, I did not mean it, I need this job, my mother is sick, I still have to transfer money to my mother every month, please do not complain about me. Off, don't bully good honest people or I'll get you. Lu Ming didn't want to know if what Ding Ting said was true and didn't want to find out. Now that there's money, he's trying to make a point with this statement, which may or may not work. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll never find a good person to take over. Tintin grabbed her bag and fled her seat in a panic. The heels didn't hold and I fell. Enduring the pain, Tintin slightly limped out of the coffee shop. Lu Ming listened to the system broadcast. The host receives a reward. A $5.4 million worth of a large flat with a size of 180 square feet in Gankou district. A $700,000 top-of-the-line Z4 parked in a parking lot. 30,000 living expenses, 500,000 travel expenses and 500,000 dowry have been transferred to the host's bank card. The BMW Z4 is parked nearby. Lu Ming let the customer service of Jiayuan change the red woman for himself, and then drove the Z4 around. After parking in the parking lot, Lu Ming sat in the car, discount the Z4 in the house. Do not leave anyone behind during the discounting process, please ask the host to leave the car. Lu Ming got out of the car, discount. 6.1 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. Lu Ming opened his cell phone and looked at the 8-digit deposit with a dream-like trance. Last night plus now, made over $15 million on blind dates. 2,080,000 a day is really less and less the more you look at it. No one from the bank has called either, in which there should be help from the system. This was fine, Lu Ming didn't like people annoying him. BMW Z4 Lu Ming drove a circle and felt uninteresting. Pure toy car, listened to a sound. It's still cooler to drive a Porsche 718. His own women and friends, he wouldn't give a toy car like the Z4. Lu Ming discounted it straight away. He watched from right next to the car. Then a guy came by on a shared bike and opened the door of the discounted BMW Z4. Hello master, excuse me, may I ask what you do for a living? The man looked back at Lu Ming, then pointed to the left chest of his shirt with a polite smile. Hello sir, I am the staff of BMW. If you become our senior member, buy a car will have to use the experience period, during which you are not satisfied with the original price can be refunded. Lu Ming waved his hand, excuse me. He thought the man might have even been created by the system. There's no BMW 4 store next to it. When you have money, you want to see new and exciting things. Lu Ming returned to the Porsche 718. Drove to the Jiangcheng branch of Jiayuan. There are offline interviews here. Some people will book here for blind dates. Much like a job interview, offline you can meet with different people multiple times in a day. The chances of getting a job from an interview at a company are low, and the chances of something like a blind date are even lower. The newly arranged redresser, Chao Ching, sees premium member clients coming down the line. She left her workstation and came to the door to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Chao Ching's panel. 27 years old, one emotional experience. Dressed in formal attire and long-legged pants, she looks to give off a dignified look. Excuse me, are you dating? Lu Ming would now ask a question when he ran into a woman, if no one was next to him. Chapter 9, Plastic Surgery Woman. A look at the panel information revealed the original shape. Mr. Lu, I'm married. Chao Ching flashed a polite smile. Lu Ming asked her to help contact a blind date. It's still the kind of blind date that the more demanding the better. Although Chao Ching didn't understand Lu Ming's behavior, she didn't ask. The rich can do what they like, she just does her job. Taking liberties. Lu Ming politely apologized, looking at Chao Qing. It should be a pure love marriage. He used to think he would do the same. Talked to my ex-girlfriend for 8 years and got to the point where I was talking about marriage. Originally, I thought that if my feelings were so good, there was no need to avoid some words, and I should just say what I needed to say. It's all for the sake of the new family to come. So Lu Ming asked if the 200,000 dowry will be brought back to subsidize the family later. The ex-girlfriend's first reaction was to call her family. Then her parents wanted money and the deal fell through. Ex-girlfriend says she's on mom and dad's side. From the preparation for marriage, car, house money, Lu Ming did not contribute much. The big head is all his parents out of pocket. Afterwards, the preparation of the banquet was also paid for by his parents. When the time comes, they will also contribute a portion of the money to help the woman with the banquet. The woman then marries, accompanied by no dowry, but the woman's parents want to have money for their own retirement in the future, and want to keep the bride price. Lu Ming thought to himself, my mom and dad won't leave any money for their retirement in the future? Why should they give you their money? Lu Ming directly broke up. The ex-girlfriend loved a few to tie the knot with whoever. Really cannot find a suitable parents and hope that he passed on. The big deal is to play first, and later find a village woman to pass on. Lu Ming, once pure love, had a change of heart. Now there's a system. It was easy to find a woman, but the woman that Lu Ming stayed by his side in the future, that also had conditions. That kind of pure gold-digging girl, even if she was a chick, he would only play casually. Mr. Lu? Chao Qing saw Lu Ming dazed and softly called out. Lu Ming snapped back from his passing. How are all the matchmaking women meeting offline over here? Chao Qing told her truthfully, the well-off or demanding ones don't like to chat here. If you want to meet with a blind date here, I'll put you in touch. That won't be necessary. There were many places in Jiangcheng that Lu Ming had yet to visit. See where the other guy wants to meet, and he'll go over and hang out then. Life with money is so boring. Lu Ming chatted with Chao Qing. Chao Qing looked at her cell phone from time to time and typed a reply. After seeing a message, she said to Lu Ming, Mr. Lu, at 11 o'clock at noon, Ms. Wang is asking for a meeting with you at the Bagong Bistro. Do you see a time? Lu Ming glanced at his watch, then responded, yes. It's after 10:20 and you can still make it by driving there. Lu Ming left the branch of Jiayuan. Drove the Porsche 718 to a stop in front of the promised restaurant. Seeing this, the clerk enthusiastically came up to ask Lu Ming if he wanted to help with parking. Some people make parking a pleasure. Even if the other person doesn't come to their store, they can't afford to drive because they haven't done it themselves and want to try it out while they can. Lu Ming got out of the car. He didn't like parking. It wasn't a bad technique. Glancing at his watch, it was just after 10:50. He arrived at Bagong Bistro and looked at the welcome at the door and said, Ms. Wang has an appointment. The welcome guest confirmed it and then had his colleague lead Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming was still a little far away when he saw a woman looking impatiently at her wristwatch. Wang Yue, who had come over early, was upset in her heart. Even if the other person does have a little more money than they do, and looking at the pictures the redneck posted, they are kind of good looking. That's no way to keep a woman of your own waiting in a restaurant for so long, is it? She came over at 10:30. It's now 10:50 and the other guy hasn't come over yet. Wang Yue thought to herself, when the other party comes in a while, she must say something about the time. Make the other person feel guilty in their mind so that they can dominate the dating process. At this point, the waiter led a handsome man to the table. Wang Yue was a little surprised in her heart when she saw this handsome man sit down directly across from her. She's seen too many photo scams on blind dates, all false labels, though she's a photo scammer herself. But seeing Lu Ming at this time, he looked younger than in the photo and very energetic. She's been on many blind dates, and Lu Ming is the first time she's seen a man with a reverse false label from a photo. Handsomer in person than in pictures. From the moment she saw Lu Ming, the impatience on Wang Yue's face eased quite a bit. First impressions of this man today were great. If we get along, we'll take him to dinner. Wang Yue moved gracefully and stood up, revealing a smile. Mr. Lu? Yes, Lu Ming came and sat down across from Wang Yue. It's a small booth where you can smoke. Lu Ming directly lit one. What are Ms. Wan's requirements for a blind date? As he spoke, Lu Ming looked at Wang Yue's panel. Name Wang Yue. Age 29. Face value 70. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 6. Lu Ming saw that the other party was very good looking, just wearing light makeup. Her face value looked at least 90 points. When the system panel appeared, though, everything fell into place. The system gives a face score, and that's the girl's plain face after she's grown into her stereotype. Aging at a later age affects the face score. Of course, after going from girl to woman, there is a period of blossoming that is more mature and may enhance the charm. The face value of that period of ripe bloom of flowers might even increase. Wang Yue is 29 years old. The mature flavor did not show much, but instead the smile looked less natural. It's obviously been knifed. Even if the other party was still a fledgling, Lu Ming wasn't half interested. What's the point of eating a low-fashion plastic surgeon girl when you've got a system in place? Not to mention that Yue Wang has 6 other emotional experiences. Just outrageous. Wang Yue saw Lu Ming open his mouth and let her make demands. She softly said, Mr. Lu, there's no need to be in such a hurry. It's close to noon, you can't be hungry, right? I'll treat you to dinner, let's talk while we eat. Listening to the other person's voice pretending to be young and scratching their head there. Lu Ming simply didn't have the stomach to eat with her. I have something to do in a while, so let's talk directly. Alright then, I'll treat you to dinner later. Wang Yue was a bit lost. She was so generous for once, and the other person didn't have the time. We'll talk more later if we get a chance. Wang Yue didn't want to miss out on a rich and handsome guy like Lu Ming. She spoke of her requirements. My requirements are not much. I have a car and a house, and the other person has a deposit of 10 million on it. Mr. Lu is completely satisfied. She wants someone who has more money than she does, and if she has less than she does, Ken will split her money later after a nasty divorce. But the one with more assets than her has a chance of getting a share of the other person's money when they get divorced later. It's only right to earn a little bit for a woman yourself, right? Chapter 10 Special Rewards. Lu Ming wanted to earn more, that's it? Nothing else? Wang Yue covered her mouth and laughed softly. Rich people like Mr. Lu are really different, other than that I do have some needs, but not money. After saying that, Wang Yue looked at Lu Ming shyly like a little girl. She pretended to be too embarrassed to speak, squirming there. Lu Ming kind of wanted to slap her. Let her have a seizure there. If you have anything to say, just say it. You're a nasty adult, don't pretend to be young there. Lu Ming directly cursed. Wang Yue skimmed her mouth. Mr. Lu's words really hurt people's heart a little bit, so I'll just say it. I actually have some requirements in that area. But although Mr. Lu doesn't look that strong, he is better at being young and not resting so early. Lu Ming understood what she meant. He thought to himself, if the blind date is demanding in this kind of area, he might be able to upgrade himself, right? So Lu Ming asked Wang Yue to be specific. Just say how long you want it? Yue Wang has been looking for several gym guys since her divorce. None of the results satisfied her. She likes to move around on her own. Wang Yue whispered, after removing the foreplay, for a quarter of an hour or so, surely Mr. Lu can reach it, right? No problem. Lu Ming nodded. I've been practicing with my ex-girlfriend since college, and I've been practicing for a long time. Of course, it's hard to say about hungry women like Wang Yue. Wang Yue's eyes were glowing. The kind of man who was handsome, had enough hours, and had money was too much for her taste. She didn't even want to eat lunch now, she wanted to just eat Lu Ming. Seeing as how Lu Ming's body wasn't that sturdy. She went on to add, I like it when the guy has naturally noticeable muscles, that kind of doped up lump of flesh doesn't look good. We'll be together, you can work out, it's not a big deal. Lu Ming used to try working out at work. Didn't last though. With frequent overtime at work and big and small weeks, anyone who can stick to self-discipline is a bull. Lu Ming couldn't do it. No other requests? I'm just starting out on a blind date, I don't have that many requirements, so I'll talk to you later. Okay, you've had plastic surgery, right? Well, micro alterations. I don't like plastic surgery women, and I'm afraid the other person used to be a boogeyman. If you don't think it's going to work, just say so, and ask me so much, it's a waste of feelings. Wang Yue rolled her eyes and carried her bag and left with some displeasure. She knew what Bo just meant. Lu Ming to her this said, she is not to emergency. Because she wasn't exactly a boogeyman before plastic surgery. If there's a rush, it's the right number. Wang Yue really felt that Lu Ming was wasting his time. She's a plastic surgeon and is more afraid of age than a normal woman. Also because she's divorced, the longer she's on a blind date, the odds are the worse the man she finds. Why, if you can't, you can raise little men to count balls later. Wang Yue thought so in her heart. But suddenly it didn't feel right. It was so hard for her to settle on this restaurant. It's not like you can't afford it yourself. Why did you give your seat to Lu Ming? She turned around to see Lu Ming ordering from a menu. The heart was suddenly upset. Don't you have something to do? How come I don't have time to invite you, but you have time to eat by yourself, right? She felt that Lu Ming could see plastic surgery at the first sight of herself and had already vetoed herself in her mind. And purposely chatting so much just to gross myself out. The corner of Wang Yue's mouth curled up, and she hummed in her heart, you're wasting my time, then I won't let you eat here. If you want to eat, you make a reservation yourself. Even if you can make a reservation, you can't eat here if I don't let you eat here now. At this time, Lu Ming was ordering food. He couldn't afford to come to this high-end restaurant before. Anyone with money has to spell strength to make an appointment. Thinking he hadn't eaten, he planned to have lunch right here. The system's rewards were sent after Wang Yue left. The host receives a reward. Assets of $10 million have been transferred to the host's bank card. Naturally visible muscle effect 1. After using this, the host will gain naturally visible muscles, and his body will be deformed if he doesn't discipline himself later on. Hour increased by 15 minutes. As Lu Ming listened to the system's voice, he immediately brightened up. The other guy has a request and he gets a reward. Muscle and hours are directly accessible. The moment the system broadcast the reward, he clearly felt an echo on with his good brother. It seems to have gotten stronger? Aha! That's a long time. How many men dream of something? Of course, it wouldn't be good if it took too long, and by the time you couldn't carry yourself physically, the person wasn't satisfied. Lu Ming asked in his heart, system, can this reward not be directly attached to me? When the host's blind date reaches 10, the system can be upgraded and optimized. During the upgrade period, the system functions will be suspended, and it is recommended that the host choose to upgrade at night. Current number of blind dates, 5, counting from the time of acquisition of the system. Listening to the system's voice, just as Lu Ming was secretly satisfied in his heart, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Sir, this is my reservation, you need to consult me if you want to eat here. Afterward, Lu Ming saw Wang Yue, who had just left not long ago, sitting across from him once again. She was seen teetering on her legs, slightly tilting her head in a "you're not happy hold it in" posture. She has more than $6 million in savings and more than one car and house, and she doesn't do big business and doesn't care that Lu Ming will target her from this aspect in the future. If what you say goes down well, I'll consider thinking about you eating here. After saying that, Wang Yue was secretly happy in her heart. Looking at Lu Ming's calm demeanor, she could imagine that Lu Ming must not be happy in his heart. The calmness at this point is all just an act. I'm afraid that when I get back to the car later, I'll just be able to take it out on the steering wheel, impotent and furious. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and took a drag. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Wang Yue sneered in her heart, pretend, you keep pretending. She called out directly to the waiter who was on standby not far away, waiter, there's a mangy dog here who is resting on my spot. Lu Ming twisted his head to look at the waiter, I advise you to walk away first, there are some things you shouldn't hear, it won't do you any good. The waiter didn't care what Wang Yue had just said. She felt that Lu Ming was richer and left with her knowledge. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, stretched his legs, and said indifferently, Wang Yue, real age 29, face value before plastic surgery, if 10 points counts as absolutely beautiful, you only have 7 points at most. Wang Yue's arrogant smile gradually dimmed. Lu Ming's words continued. The flat tone sounded like a devil's whisper to Wang Yue. You're playing it clean with your dating information, when in fact you've already had sex with 5 other people besides your ex-husband. Wang Yue looked horrified, looking at Lu Ming's handsome face as if she was seeing a creepy monster in a horror movie, and a coolness ran from her spine to the sky. She did have sex with 5 people so far. She thought she was being very secretive. Because there are 2 people who did it quietly, before they got divorced. Her ex-husband wasn't clear at all. She was also awarded a lot of money when she backstabbed her ex-husband for cheating on her. Yet Lu Ming had only met her for such a short time. Just by digging her out, one could imagine how powerful the energy behind Lu Ming was. Why does such a great guy have to go on a blind date? And just in time for me. What bad luck. Lu Ming inhaled a mouthful of smoke and exhaled into Wang Yue's horrified face, do you still need me to just say it? Wang Yue endured the unpleasant smell of smoke and hurriedly got up and bowed to beg for forgiveness. Brother Lu, you don't say it, don't say it. Waiter, it's ready to come over. The waitress who had previously walked away because of Lu Ming's words walked back at this moment. Lu Ming asked to Wang Yue, you tell her whose position this is? It's your place, Lu. Who's the mangy dog? I am. Scream for 2. Woof woof. The waiter didn't know what had just happened. But seeing how Wang Yue's originally arrogant attitude suddenly became so humble, this Lu Ming was definitely not an ordinary rich man. Roll. Wang Yue was relieved, but she didn't leave in a hurry. She'd like to find someone nice later. If Lu Ming revealed her situation, then he himself would be rotten and his value would plummet. Brother Lu, I beg you not to talk nonsense about my situation. Lu Ming didn't respond, just looked away. Wang Yue didn't dare to say anything more and ran away in a panic. The waiter on the side looked at Wang Yue's wretched appearance as she left. The heart became curious about Lu Ming's identity. But she didn't dare ask. But with something to talk about when bragging with co-workers afterward. Thank you Mr. Lu for reminding me just now. The waiter saluted and thanked him. The conversation just now must have been unfavorable to that Ms. Wang. If she heard it, she's a bottom waitress, who knows what the other side would do to her. Lu Ming was protecting her by telling her to stay away. Little things. Lu Ming waved his hand. He had just asked this waiter when he ordered. The other guy has a boyfriend. Or else High and Low will have a match with her. Forget about having a boyfriend. After obtaining the system, the number of matchmakers is required to upgrade and optimize it. Lu Ming was eating alone, so he might as well keep looking for a blind date. He looked at the waitress and asked, "Are any of your co-workers on a blind date? Ask them for me. If there are, directly let them come over. I won't let you help for nothing. If you open the collection code, I'll give you more service fees." Chapter 11. Is it money I want? I want an attitude. The waiter on the side didn't understand why someone like Lu Ming still needed a blind date. Just now she was asked if she had a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend, thinks rich people don't see her, doesn't think about worshipping gold, and answers truthfully. Now Lu Ming is looking for a blind date with her co-worker. If you just want to have some fun, would a rich and handsome guy like Lu Ming be short of women? The Ms. Wang who had left in a mess earlier was quite a bit prettier than her and her co-workers, and had money. Such women Lu Ming couldn't even look at them, let alone them. But there are tips to be had, so ask for help. She stepped to the side and pressed the real-time comms headset in her ear. The gentleman in cubicle 7 is looking for a blind date. Do any of you have a blind date? Her co-workers heard her words through their headphones. But they didn't speak for a while. After the meeting, the foreman's voice came. The manager said that since it's a guest who has a need, any of you who want a blind date can switch services over. Get the foreman's notice. The co-workers started talking. Rich people still go on blind dates? Really? Is that the tall and handsome Mr. Lu? Yes. I watched him get off the 718 in the entrance parking lot, and it looked like it had to be almost $1 million. Does he have any requirements for a blind date? Wait, I'll ask. The waitress looked over to Lu Ming's side. Mr. Lu, may I ask what your request is? There are no requirements, it just fits, whoever agrees first. After Lu Ming finished, the waitress informed her colleagues truthfully. There was a sudden argument inside the headset. I promised first, I'll do it. Mandy, let's switch places. Obviously I said it first. Huang Yan, don't you have a boyfriend? You still have to tell you guys about the breakup? Lu Ming heard that more than one person was going to want to come over. He nodded and said, you let them line up, work hard to arrange it, and open the collection code. The waitress was not polite. Open the collection code. See the transfer of $2,000. The heart is very happy. Hurriedly salute to thank. Even when she heard that Lu Ming drove a Porsche 718, she didn't feel that $2,000 was less at all. She works at the high end of the scale and her job is at the bottom of the scale. Rich people's money does not fall from the sky. She just did a small favor and got $2,000. Not only will not be dissatisfied, but on the contrary, it is very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Thanks, Mr. Lu, I'll go and set it up for you. Not a moment too soon. The other waitress switched places and came to Lu Ming's side, ostensibly switching over to serve Lu Ming, but in reality it was a blind date. Name Huang Yan. Face value 75. Health, no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 3. Sit down, what's your name and how old are you? Huang Yan, 27 years old. What are the requirements for a blind date? Just say it, I'm not bad. You're making a deal so soon? Huang Yan was a bit surprised that she hadn't been on a blind date, but had her own fish pond, with 3 boyfriends who were all seamless. Now a blind date with Lu Ming was not quite what she had heard. She guffawed and reached up to lift a strand of hair from the side of her face behind her ear. Mr. Lu, I don't really need to ask for anything. Have you ever been on a blind date before? No. Where's the boyfriend? Just broke up in January. You're old enough to talk about marriage. You should have mentioned marriage with your ex-boyfriend, right? Huang Yan faced suddenly some unhappy. Speaking of this is angry. You say now married, the bride price of 500,000 is not demanding, right? That's it? See, you think it's low too. My bestie got married with a bride price of $660,000, and it turns out that my ex-boyfriend wasn't even willing to pay $500,000 for the bride price. Is it money I want? What I want is an attitude. And the house, his family demolished and divided into 3 sets, the only child, parents live in a set, I married him, he gave a small set to me, very reasonable, right? Besides, it's not like I want it for myself, it's not like I'm preparing for my future children. Lu Ming listened to the opposite side whining and felt that Huang Yan's boyfriend was right to break up. A lot of women are like that and think the man should do everything. It never feels like too much to ask. Whenever it's said to be unreasonable, girlfriends, friends, and co-workers are brought out for rebuttal. without comparing yourself to those people. Because you're not as good as the other person, comparing yourself to them is only self-defeating. And they don't let the man talk about it, and when they do, they get anxious, then why don't you go to them? Are you worthy of them? Cubic defense pulls full. Lu Ming hurriedly interrupted Huang Yan's whining. You're on a blind date now, not attending a spitting contest. Talk about requirements like car, house, and savings. Only then did Huang Yan realize that she was a bit out of sorts. After her ex-boyfriend broke up with her, she hated it so much that she got mad at the mention of it. In the current situation, it wasn't polite to continue to advance your boyfriend in front of Lu Ming. She calmed down a bit. The house is 120 square feet, this side and across the river will do. 25,000 a square foot lot will do. For a car, a BMW X5 for commuting isn't out of place. I know that these are nothing to Mr. Lu. That's all I ask, nothing else. It really doesn't count for much for me. Lu Ming nodded. The host receives a reward. The bride price of 500,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. A set of houses on both sides of the river worth $3 million, size 120 square feet. Hosts can choose their own area at the current price. A $700,000 BMW X5, parked in a restaurant parking lot with full documentation. Discount all the cars and houses. Lu Ming's mind moved. After Huang Yan's matchmaking requirements were finished, a total of $4.2 million arrived. He drew his attention away from the system rewards, then looked at Huang Yan and faintly asked, so do you think you're worthy? Ha! Huang Yan froze. Not a blind date? Why did Mr. Lu suddenly ask himself that? Her mouth opened and closed, and for a moment she was a little speechless. Not sure if I should say worthy or unworthy. She thought she was worthy of the demands anyway. The ex-boyfriend was a tearaway and treated her well. Her inner standards were raised and she felt those were deserved. Lu Ming saw that she did not speak, directly disliked. You, this kind of old leftover woman, can have a demolition of the family, is willing to marry you. You still want this and that. If you do not remove the makeup and look in the mirror to see yourself, you deserve a few? I know what kind of person you are from what you just said. Get lost. Lu Ming's insults were thunderous, and Huang Yan's head buzzed from Lu Ming's scolding. She was on fire in her heart, but in the face of Lu Ming, she didn't dare to get angry at all. One can only have red eyes, and the pent-up frustration inside can only be turned into tears flowing out. She clenched her fists and ran away, wiping tears from her eyes as she did so. Her other co-worker came toward the side with her food, and she hurriedly wiped her tears, turned her back on the other person and pressed her headphones. Who's behind me? Come over here. Holy, it's over so soon? How so, Sister Yan? Are there any precautions? Not a moment too soon. The foreman came over with her cousin, Yanzi. Is there anything to note? Huang Yan was scolded and was upset. But the foreman was in a higher position than her and she didn't show it. But in his heart, he grunted coldly, Heh, I didn't even make it, and your rural and frustrated cousin still wants to make it? She had been scolded by Lu Ming, and others had to be scolded as well to make it work. Chapter 12, 91 Points of Face, Intentionally Playing Ugly. Huang Yan deliberately said, he's very rich, so feel free to raise your demands upwards. Not raising them is looking down on him. Huang Yan also didn't care that the foreman's cousin was scolded after the foreman gave her small shoes. The restaurant is even more high-end. She's just a waitress, big deal, she'll work somewhere else. Okay, I'll buy you dinner when it's done. The foreman pulled his cousin to one side and put his hands on his cousin's shoulders, looking at each other in all directions. I know you're a bit resistant in your heart, but this Mr. Lu is handsome and very rich. He went on a blind date with Ms. Wang, and he disliked her even though she was so pretty, so he's not that kind of casual person. You'll show him the veiled face again halfway through, there's a contrast and a better chance of success. You've seen what that ex-husband of mine is like. I used to pursue true love and in the end I ended up with a sword seed. Lu Ming had just finished a dish and he wiped his mouth. The waiter brought the dish just now and told him about the creative inspiration and simplicity of the dish. He gave a mouthful of it to smother just as the other man finished. The flavor was okay, and he was curious to ask about the price the menu was selling for, feeling that the intention of the dish and the service accounted for the bulk of it. Not worth it for portion size and flavor alone. Fits his stereotype of some tier-grade pavilions. However, when he thought of the 4.2 million reward that he had simply received from Huang Yan, Lu Ming drank his water and felt cool and refreshed. It was a great deal for a 3000 plus meal. The second course was brought in. The other man put the dish down and instead of presenting the dish, he nervously picked at his fingers. Mr. Lu, hello, I'm here on a blind date with you. Lu Ming looked at the other party's panel information, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled. There's no need to be so nervous, have a seat. Name Jiang Ningning. Face value 91. Health, no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 0. Lu Ming looked at Jiang Ningning's panel, and at this time, her appearance didn't look at all like she had a 91-point face value. The skin is not white and there are spots on the face. What's this? Makeup on purpose to look ugly? And then later take off your makeup and amaze yourself? At 22 years old, if the shyness was feigned at this point, it was too much. And purposely playing ugly and playing it safe. Odds are there is someone behind the scenes helping out with ideas. Lu Ming didn't care, he took the initiative to send it to the door, so what's the point of being polite? If he had offered to pay, he would never have been petty. But trying to make a lot of money out of myself. That's embarrassing. It's whatever the price should be. This Jiang Ningning can be wrapped up for fun and the person behind the scheme wants more favors? Not even the door. What's your name and how old are you? Lu Ming asked, holding a knife and fork in his hand, slicing a delicate piece of beef on his plate. Instead of looking at the plate, his eyes surveyed Jiang Ningning, as if Jiang Ningning was the one eating from his plate. Jiang Ningning, 22, 2 months to go 23. Ever had a boyfriend? Nope. Jiang Ningning kept her head down and was nervous. Lu Ming surmised that there must be someone behind her, trying to help him get money through Jiang Ningning. Otherwise, someone like Jiang Ningning would have been cheated a long time ago. Lu Ming directly said, "Tell me what you want." Jiang Ningning clenched his fists. After taking a deep breath, a decision seemed to be made in his mind. She spoke, 2 houses in downtown Xiaocheng, 1 in my name and 1 in my parents' names. $1 million for a relationship, if I can give it straight, I'll follow you. 4.5 years ago, the rural-born woman came to the river city to attend college. Her cousin filled her in on the idea of coming over and said she had a good base and not to mess around with her friends. Student love affairs are bull. Keeping your head in the sand and finding a rich guy is the hard way. There are so many graduate students today that undergraduate degrees are everywhere. Jiang Ningning read a private undergraduate, the score is poor, transferred to the tourism management program. There's no future at all if you don't go to graduate school or public office in the future across specialties. Mom and dad also want her to be better in the future, that's why they spend more money for her to study in a private undergraduate program. There are many options for undergraduate public exams, and the exams can be taken directly. Cousin says she'd better marry a rich man if she can't get on at 24, and cousin helps with the search. She was also taught to wear makeup, not to be prettier, but to be more ordinary. All the people who come to this store are rich, and her cousin wouldn't dare let her work part-time here if she didn't look ugly. Jiang Ningning, rural girl, used to help the family work, a little tanned. Plus the dress is still rustic and has been laughed at. Then she went to college and her skin got lighter and lighter, and she realized she turned out beautiful. No wonder my sister said she had a good base. I didn't pass graduate school my senior year, so I worked at my cousin's while preparing for the public exam. I failed the national exam last year as well, and this time the provincial exam is over, and the chances of landing a job are low when you get the administrative scores right. Her parents worked hard to earn money to pay for her stupidity and create a higher platform for her to go to graduate school and public office. She didn't go ashore and felt guilty. This year, when the new year, go back to still be chewed out, saying what spend so much money to study a private undergraduate, but not as a waiter. Her parents though said for her not to think too much, that she was still young and taking her exams slowly. But she wasn't comfortable with it. When she had just served Lu Ming, she had looked at him and he was indeed handsome. The face is young, looks more comfortable and doesn't have that high and mighty feeling yet. She said that she would follow Lu Ming if he was willing to give the request. Even if she was dumped by Lu Ming in the future, she could still allow her parents and cousin to live an okay life in Xiaocheng in the future. If Lu Ming doesn't want to do it, forget it. Huang Yan's words, she didn't listen at all, she was looking for a rich man, and that's all she asked for in her mind. If the other side can't give it, she won't say yes. When Lu Ming can't see himself anymore, he'll go back to Xiaocheng and find someone to marry. She won't be looking for some honest guy to take over, a guy who has had a girlfriend or is divorced will do, and no one should mind anyone. Lu Ming was a bit surprised when he heard about Jiang Ningning's request. He thought that the people behind Jiang Ningning were going to rake in a lot of money from him. And that's it? That's all you ask for? Where's the house in Jiangcheng? Where's the car? Jiang Ningning shook her head. I'll buy the car myself later. If you're willing to give it, there's no reason for me not to want it. What about the house? How big is it? Surely Hyojo must be a good and the best location. Both houses are 120 square feet, 8,000 a square foot is great. Don't want a villa? The villas over there aren't that expensive. Same as the car, you're willing to give it, there's no reason I shouldn't. Seeing that she didn't ask for anything else, Lu Ming felt a little pity. How much is this? The host receives a reward. The socialization fee of $1 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. 2 houses in Hyojo City worth a total of $1.92 million, 120 square meters each, with complete documents. Lu Ming listened to the rewards of the 2 houses and did not discount them for the time being. When the time comes, take Jiang Ningning to have a look. Hyojo is right next door. It's over a 2-hour round-trip drive. When the time comes, just like Lu Qin, things look and get them. Chapter 13 Muscle Effects of Using System Rewards. At that moment, another waiter came to serve the food. It was a mature woman, looking around 30 under light makeup. Lu Ming looked at the information on the panel. It was pretty much as he guessed, 33 years old. The other party placed the plate lightly on the table and did not leave after presenting the information about the dishes. Instead, he said, "Mr. Lu, my colleagues are lucky to be matched with you. I don't know if the talking has displeased you. If it has, I'll go down and teach them a lesson." Lu Ming saw that this woman's panel information was also surnamed Zhang. Huang Yan didn't come to ask when she was on a blind date with him just now, but now Jiang Ningning came to ask this kind of thing after meeting him. Obviously probing. Lu Ming speculated that the two should be relatives. "No, it's fine." That's good. Ning Ning, she's actually very pretty." Worried about a guest making an indecent move, deliberately made up like this. "Oh?" Lu Ming pretended to be puzzled and looked at Jiang Ningning. "Then go take off your makeup and let me take a look?" Jiang Ningning's cousin's eyes lit up, and she felt something in her heart. "Please also wait a moment, Mr. Lu." She pulled Jiang Ningning out. By the time Lu Ming had smothered the 7th dish in one bite, Jiang Ningning changed from her work clothes to a white dress, wearing light makeup and fair skin. The original coiled hair was now tied into a short ponytail, and the upright features seemed to have been carefully carved by skillful hands. At this time, Jiang Ningning was wearing light pink eyeliner and blush makeup, looking innocent and sweet and a bit sexy. I have to say, this pure lust makeup is really appealing. Petite, not too big or too small front to back, with a full waist. It gives one the idea of pampering and growing up slowly. I have to say, 91 points for a really pretty face. It felt better than the schoolgirls he had seen back then. Just slightly out of shape. None of this is a problem though. There's no shortage of what kind of later. The little ones are cute too. Jiang Ningning returned to sit across from Lu Ming. Just now her cousin called her over to help her remove her makeup and make up, mentalizing her madness. But she was still a little ashamed inside, too embarrassed to look at Lu Ming. "Have you eaten yet?" "Ate early." "Okay, then sit and talk with me." The two of them chatted casually. Lu Ming steered the conversation in the direction of the young schoolgirls. Jiang Ningning felt that Lu Ming spoke in a very grounded manner. You don't see a rich man's rack on you. It just felt like a normal chat and it was comfortable. When Lu Ming finished his meal, he drove away from the restaurant and got an oversized sweatshirt at Anta. Muscle effect reward hasn't been used yet. While chatting in the restaurant, Jiang Ningning had been too embarrassed to look at herself. When Jiang Ningning saw himself all muscular at that time, he wouldn't look out of place. If Jiang Ningning wasn't shy, Lu Ming wouldn't talk to her that much. Came to a nearby hotel and got a bell room. Lu Ming's mind moved, use muscle effect. Natural visible muscle effect using finish. The clothes he was wearing at this point were casual clothes that he had bought at Givenchy in the morning. While the fabric is superior and the stretch is good, it just fits right now. He didn't just find a bathroom to use it after he was rewarded with the muscle effect at the time. The idea is that after using it, even if it's not as bad as a clip from a neat trickster movie where Wa takes an expired drug and turns into a muscle man and squeezes through his clothes, that would also hold the dress up and cause it to stick to your body. It's not like he's wearing workout clothes, normal fitting clothes get squeezed, and he feels stupid just thinking about that image. Effect use is complete. Lu Ming felt his entire body dry up. He looked at his body in the mirror, which was changing at that moment as far as the eye could see. Arms thicken and shoulders widen. The clothes on his body were gradually stretched out until they were stranglingly tight and somewhat uncomfortable. The hem of the top was so much raised up a few centimeters as his shoulders widened. It just feels like there's some humor in looking good in a smaller size. Luckily, I didn't use it straight away at the time. Lu Ming took off his shirt and pants. The panties are a little tightly stretched at the thighs, but the panties are stretchy enough that it's not uncomfortable. Lu Ming turned his body and looked at himself from the mirror. The muscles in the arms, shoulders, back and legs look natural and the 8-pack is perfectly symmetrical. He learned about fitness, he just didn't stick with it. Watching videos on fitness says that abs are never perfectly symmetrical if you are practicing normally on your own, without going through extra means. The system's rewards do count as extra means. But with the system, you don't have to worry about side effects, so how can anyone else compare? And the effect isn't an empty muscle. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his strength was also much greater than before. The entire facial color is more refreshed and the temperament is enhanced. It's like you've been working out all the time to get into the shape you're in today. Cool. It's so cool. You don't have to work out and suffer, but you get better results. This is something that if the people who eat fat loss meals and jerk off every day knew about it, they'd be forced on him. Look at my panel. Lu Ming wanted to see his face score. Don't be a stinker, not as handsome as some of the dudes anyway. Which dudes? You tell me. For example, readers of tomato novels. I'm one of them. Lu Ming changed into the anti-sportswear he had bought in advance. I bought a large on purpose, and I can't believe it fits me now. He then looked at the clothing stores near the hotel. There's a high-end suit store just 200 meters from the hotel. Lu Ming thought about getting some suits to wear. When we go back in a couple of days, the more formal we can be when we face our parents, the more convincing they will be. Lu Ming came to the suit store in his sportswear. The clerk greeted him with a smile. Hello sir, welcome to Stefan-Law's men's warehouse. May I ask what occasion you need a suit for, sir? Meeting with elders. How's the relationship with the elders? Good, treat me like my own son. The style doesn't have to be so formal and businesslike if the relationship is that close, and the colors can be a little more polished and vibrant. The elders themselves are happier when they see their favorite juniors energized. You can see which of the casual styles over here you like. Lu Ming raised his eyes. Back in the day, except for the first time I was young and uninformed and interviewed in a cheap suit. Never wore a suit after that. Polytechnic tech guy, and not a high-end career. He looks for jobs, changes jobs, and the people who interview him don't wear suits. At this time, when he saw what the clerk said about the business model and the casual model, Lu Ming felt that they were exactly the same. He chose a set at random. The clerk began to help Lu Ming measure the size. You have a really strong body, you should be working out regularly, right? Aha! I admire a self-disciplined person like you. I envy your girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend at the moment. Ha! You're so handsome and fit, how come you don't have a girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend who was ready to get married blew it off, didn't want to listen to her family, and is currently in the process of finding someone to date on her own. No wonder, your ex-girlfriend really doesn't know how to cherish and miss such a good man. The shopgirl quipped, something in her mind. So he asked, if you are so well qualified for a blind date, you must have very high requirements for the woman, right? I'm not bad, just a good face and a good personality. The shopgirl asked in a small voice, so do you think my face will pass muster? I'm actually on a blind date. The shopgirl said that on purpose. She actually has a boyfriend. Chapter 14, one's own disowning of the boyfriend, and the boyfriend cheating on him early. But what's wrong with having a boyfriend? The handsome man in front of me can just buy a suit for over $100,000 a set. Definitely not bad. What about wearing an anti? People are still supporting the country by wearing this. She would cut ties with her current boyfriend in a heartbeat if she could get laid by this rich hottie. Anyway, dating is just chatting, who knows if it's a good match? Lu Ming looked at the female sales clerk and casually responded, the face value is passable. The panel he had just read. The female clerk is 27, has a face value of 72, and looks like she should have had plastic surgery. There were 4 emotional experiences. Lu Ming was unable to look at her, the reward was definitely needed. How many boyfriends have you had? Just one. Can I set up an appointment with you for after my shift? Sit down and talk more then. I'm meeting my elders to leave Jiangcheng. There is not so much time. You say the requirements, bride price, car, house, living expenses, physical condition. These, if we chat, let's add a contact. Can I have a moment of your time then? You can look at the other styles and I'll say what I want. Tell me, I have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, tell me what you really think, I don't like to hear lies. Lu Ming turned around inside the store, pretending to pick out clothes. The female sales clerk was even more impressed when she heard that Lu Ming had hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. So he whispered his request beside him. The bride price is $1 million, I like Porsche, a $1.5 million Cayenne will do, and you will give $88,000 a month for living expenses, you must be very healthy with such a strong body. What about a house? I have a lot of real estate, where do you want to live? You have a villa there in Xinghua Park, right? I want to live over there. How old? 600 square feet without a yard. The female store clerk was speaking a little higher up as per the previous co-worker. Former co-worker quit when she fell for a rich guy. But often show it off in my circle of friends and come here to show off when I customize suits for my husband and brother. Live in Hinghua Garden. The shopgirl now meets Lu Ming, and she naturally wants to have a better life than that ex-colleague. The house is bigger, the car is better, and the monthly cost of living is higher. Show off in front of her when the time comes. Lu Ming saw that she didn't ask for anything else. He looked to the other clerk and asked, "Can I ask if she has a boyfriend, please?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, the face of the shopgirl who was immersed in a daydream froze. When Wang Yimin saw Lu Ming questioning her colleague, she panicked internally. Hurrying ahead of the others, he snubbed, "Sir, I didn't tell them about my breakup with my boyfriend." Lu Ming ignored her and looked at the other shopkeepers. When this person said that he was also on a blind date, Lu Ming felt that this person was telling lies. Lu Ming continued to ask the other sales clerks. "She said she doesn't have a boyfriend and was just talking to me about blind dates. Which one of you has her boyfriend's contact information? I'll transfer you $1,000 and call him now." I have, wait for me to find it." Lily Feng stepped forward. At the same time, he sent a message to Wang Yimin's boyfriend using WeChat Split. As a result, the other person doesn't reply to the message. "Still not looking? I think I forgot to make a note." Von Lily smiled apologetically, looking a little off. Lu Ming looked at Feng Lily's appearance. There was always something indefinable about it. A woman has the contact information of a co-worker's boyfriend. How good of a relationship is this that you would feel comfortable letting a female co-worker add her boyfriend's contact information? If the relationship was really good, Lu Ming had just asked for just $1,000, and Feng Lily had immediately betrayed Wang Yimin. I'm afraid there's a much more exciting message. Lu Ming stepped forward, and Feng Lily became increasingly anxious. He snatched Feng Lily's cell phone and looked at the contents of the Weixin chat box, and couldn't help the corner of his mouth from quirking a smile. Feng Lily instantly lost her color and reached out to grab it. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't grab someone else's stuff, and after seeing the message chat box, he returned the phone to Feng Lily. He turned back to Wang Yimin, who had a dejected look on her face. The corner of his mouth smiled playfully. "You said you don't have a boyfriend. I wonder if the guy your co-worker Wilson contacted is your boyfriend. Anyway, I saw a message. Have fun with your girlfriend or with me this time." Gazes from co-workers and also customers around them looked over. Feng Lily's body trembled slightly, the muscles on her face twitched, and her face suddenly blushed. She didn't expect to get caught for $1,000. The main thing is that the $1,000 is still missing. However, the other frustrated Wang Yimin's face grimaced after hearing Lu Ming's words. Anger rose violently in his heart. She looked towards her co-worker angrily. "Feng Lily, I'll go to hell. What do you mean marred?" "Humph." Feng Lily snorted coldly and wrapped her arms around her chest. There was no need for her to pretend. "What, you don't even recognize your boyfriend when you see a rich man? Do you really think you're something? You still have the face to be angry? Rich people like you look at you? What kind of goods am I? I'm no better than a sword and dagger junior like you. Nima, who are you piece of calling a mistress?" The two didn't tear into each other for more than a few moments before they went straight to tearing, and security stepped forward to bring them under control. The two of them are in an uproar. The perpetrator, Lu Ming, did not flee the scene and was not affected. Instead, there was a new female sales clerk. The female sales clerk helped Lu Ming measure the size, and Lu Ming asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "I'm really on a blind date." The shopgirl shrank at the thought of the scene with her two co-workers and hurriedly nodded. "I have a boyfriend." "Okay, I was just looking at these suits. Help me pick out my size." "Yes, sir." Seeing Lu Ming directly asking for a few suits, the clerk instantly turned from her original fear into a joyful smile. Lu Ming bought it from her, and the commission is hers. Let that Wang Yimin see the money. The rich man didn't get it, and his reputation is in bad shape. The funniest thing is that she disowned her boyfriend and he cheated on her early. It's best to lock up after these two. Neither are any good, and they're quite a match. The female sales clerk helped Lu Ming to get clothes of the corresponding size. Lu Ming went to the fitting room to change into it, tried it on, and it all fit quite well. The handsome look in the mirror in a suit is further enhanced in temperament, especially after the muscle effect has been used. Even without a female companion, it's nothing like a parking boy. Lu Ming bought them all. The shopgirl rejoiced and even let Lu Ming pick out leather shoes. "Mr. Lu, come over here and take a look. These colors would go well with the suit you bought." Lu Ming knew that the wool came from the sheep. What a gift of leather shoes. The money for the suit already includes the shoes. Lu Ming picked out a few pairs of leather shoes, and after changing into the ones that best matched the set on his body, he paid and left the scene of the accident. The sheriff came to the store to deal with a civil dispute. Rubbing shoulders with Lu Ming. Even though he was the perpetrator, he wasn't wrong. The sheriff called him to ask about the situation, and then nothing more. Instead, the two store clerks had to be detained for a few days for fighting and assault. Chapter 15. Everyone has a story, and some of them are just plain old smoke and mirrors. Well. Hearing that the two were going to be detained, Lu Ming burst out laughing. The system in his head also chimed in one after another. The host receives a reward. The dowry of 1,088,000 living expenses have been transferred to the host's bank card. A $1.5 million Porsche Cayenne, parked at Xinghua Park, a set of 18.6 million worth of villas, the area of 600 square meters, complete documents. The villa is also empty, Lu Ming can't live in it. So he said directly in his mind, villa and Porsche 718 discounted. The villa has been discounted and 18.6 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. Porsche 718 detected obvious signs of use, discounted will be reassessed price, being evaluated. Keep it, then, and don't discount it. Lu Ming came to money so quickly, there is no need to discount the loss, the car will be sent to someone to drive. The keys to the Porsche 718 he left in storage at a nearby supermarket. Don't worry, handsome, I'll keep the key for you. The money was given in place and the supermarket cashiers were dying to help. Cayenne Lu Ming didn't discount it. He thought about laying low in front of his parents for a while. When the time comes, drive straight back in this car. Plenty of room to take your parents to the graveside, too. The seats are much more comfortable than the Cayenne, a more lived-in vehicle. Lu Ming drove his Cayenne to Bagong Bistro. Zhang Ningning waited at the door after receiving the message from his Prestige. The female welcome guest at the door saw Zhang Ningning walk up to a Cayenne. The heart was envious. Lu Ming first drove a Porsche 718 and now a Cayenne. It's true that cars are toys for the rich, just buy a bunch of them. Zhang Ningning was able to fall for a rich man like Lu Ming. Blessed in the future. Lu Ming is handsome, how can you not lose out by falling for him? They don't feel ashamed to climb the rich. If given the opportunity to choose whether they want to go above or below the word, they want to choose. There doesn't seem to be a choice. Because one has to be below before one can be above. Zhang Ningning opened the door at the back of the car, and before she got in, she heard Lu Ming say, "Why are you sitting at the back? Sit in the front." Oh. Zhang Ningning came to the passenger side and sat down. She shrank back, too nervous to lean her body completely against the seat. Heart rate has been above 100. In her mind, she thought Lu Ming was going to take her to a room. I'm sweating from squeezing the seatbelt in my hand. She looked out the window, whispering and nervous at the same time, Mr. Lu, can I have the request I mentioned first? Zhang Ningning in fact do not want to climb the rich, want to take the public examination in graduate school to improve the living conditions in the future. This time when Lu Ming appeared, her cousin told her a lot. She herself also successively frustrated, she was gossiped even if, mainly because mom and dad heard the heart must not feel good. So he thought that if he climbed up to Lu Ming and created better conditions for himself and his parents and his cousin, it would be worth it. Of course, one would only be willing to offer oneself to Lu Ming after one's said request came to hand. Lu Ming deliberately said, "Why are you so nervous, don't you want a house in Xiaocheng? I've already bought it, now I'll take you to see the house." Zhang Ningning was embarrassed in her heart and squeezed the seatbelt tighter in her hand. Not realizing that she had misunderstood Lu Ming, she blushed in shame. Lu Ming glanced over, only to see Zhang Ningning's ears and side of her face reddened. He continued to tease by asking, "Are you so nervous because you think I'm going to take you to what now?" Zhang Ningning bit her lower lip and didn't say anything. But then I felt it would be more awkward if I didn't respond. Only a small, stiff-lipped response, "I thought you were taking me to the bank." Really, you'd be so nervous about going to the bank? I thought you were afraid I'd take you straight to a room. Lu Mingmei smoked a cigarette. Not to mention, it's fun to flirt with little girls. It was almost time to tease Zhang Ningning, so Lu Ming digressed. That relative of yours who hid you so well, who instructed you behind your back to find a rich man, wanted to take a lot of favors from you, didn't he? There are still a lot of relatives like this one. No, Zhang Ningning hurriedly shook her head and said seriously, "My cousin didn't ask for a single cent." Lu Ming was a bit surprised, "Really, not a single point?" Zhang Ningning nodded her head heavily and said in an undeniable manner, "It's true. She's very close to my family, and she's also very good to me." Oh? Lu Ming became a little curious, it seemed that Zhang Lu was not the kind of person he thought he was. He continued to ask questions, "You'll be mine from now on anyway, tell me about your cousin and your family." Zhang Ningning's heart was a little complicated when she heard that it was Lu Ming who said that she was his person. She resisted a bit. But she had no way to argue against it. Lu Ming's house has been bought. As long as she was given those requirements, she was Lu Ming's person. Zhang Ningning looked out the window and chatted with Lu Ming about what was going on at home. Her father was a carpenter and could only do small jobs because his hand was injured. If he hadn't been injured, Dad would have kept working with the master, his salary would have risen considerably, and the family would have been much better off. Mom has elementary school education, and the family spent a lot of money on taking care of Dad's injuries before. Later borrowed money to sell snacks in the county stall. Zhang Ningning and cousin often help. My cousin's mom and dad worked outside the home and my cousin was taken by them and went to school outside the home. Cousin, on the other hand, is in foster care with Jiang Ningning. Later, I heard from the village that the monthly foster care payment was actually very small. But Jiang Ningning's mom and dad were very nice to both of them, which amounted to equal treatment. Food stalls make hard money, what with fines and stall fees and such, they don't make much for themselves. Cousin's college is in River City for junior college. After graduation, she married a man from Jiangchang. Family members who had never cared for their cousin began to ask her for money. Later, when the cousin's brother got married, the family also asked the cousin to take at least $200,000. The cousin then gave $100,000 and was verbally abused in the village by her parents back in the village. Cousin severed her relationship with mom and dad. Who knew marriage wasn't lucky? A gambling dog in the stall. After the divorce, my cousin's rented house was also changed 3 times because of her ex-husband. Cousin has been urging Jiang Ningning to keep her body like a jade and find a rich man in the future. Didn't let her live at school, drove her to a rented room every night to stay with her. Cousin's ex-husband's matter, Jiang Ningning originally did not know, or once he took the bus back to the cousin's rented room, to see the ex-husband to find the door to beat the cousin for money. Only then did her cousin tell Jiang Ningning about her miserable marriage. That's why I've been trying to get her to find a rich man. Wasn't trying to get favors from her. Rather, I hope that she will at least not be short of money in the future, and that people will live comfortably. Jiang Ningning's eyes were red as she spoke. She had seen with her own eyes how badly her cousin had been beaten by her ex-husband at that time. The 1 million she asked for from Lu Ming, she planned to give her cousin 300,000 when the time came. 2 houses to sell later and buy 3 in a cheaper location. She had a set with her mom, dad, and cousin. In the future, you can at least live comfortably in Hyojo. Lu Ming took a sip of his cigarette and once again stretched his hand out of the window. I don't know how many this is smoking. Everyone has their own story. Some of the stories are just plain waste of smoke. Chapter 16. Jiang Ningning finally guessed right. From the tone of Jiang Ningning's voice when she spoke, Lu Ming didn't feel that Jiang Ningning was lying to himself. He felt that Jiang Ningning was well protected and innocent by her cousin. Can't even lie, or even the kind of person who blushes at lying. Previously, it was thought that Jiang Ningning's cousin was trying to take advantage of Jiang Ningning. Now it seems that I guessed wrong. If you're so close, why don't you ask your cousin for a house from me? Cousin told me that rich people aren't stupid. I'm afraid that if I ask for more, you won't be happy to give it to me, so I'll take 2 sets anyway. The lot is good, and when it's time to sell it, I'll be able to buy 3 sets in a slightly worse place. Jiang Ningning was outspoken. Anyway, Lu Ming was willing to give it. She would be Lu Ming's person from now on. Lu Ming smiled. Then you're really a little witty. Since you want to sell it for money, let's go straight to the bank and pay you. Jiang Ningning nodded. That's fine. Lu Ming's mind moved. The house is discounted. 1.92 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. He brought Jiang Ningning to the bank. Jiang Ningning was planning to sell the house anyway. There was no need for Lu Ming to make a trip to Xiaocheng for nothing. The purpose of going to Hyojo before was different from the purpose now. He discounted it directly and gave it to Jiang Ningning along with the $1 million engagement fee. We'll get villas to give to Jiang Ningning later. Sending it now will make her feel pressured, sending it later will turn it into a surprise. Don't let a good woman down, don't waste a bad one. For Lu Ming personally, this kind of Jiang Ningning was considered a good woman. Treat her well from now on. Investigating Jiang Ningning would be unnecessary. A girl like Jiang Ningning dared to cheat him? If it was really faked, then Lu Ming could only say that it was awesome, and then make the person who lied to him pay the price. The 2 of them went into the bank. Lu Ming had Jiang Ningning apply for a card using his own identity. Then from his account, he transferred $3 million. Originally see Jiang Ningning for no spending limit of bank cards. Bank tellers also asked questions. But after confirming Lu Ming's identity, there were no tedious steps, no questions about the reason for transferring $3 million after the card. The manager came in person to give Jiang Ningning a bank card with no spending limit. The attitude is thievish and warm, with no nonsense other than polite words. Lu Ming and Jiang Ningning had only passed a quarter of an hour before they came out of the bank. Lu Ming thought he had entered the wrong place. It was a pain in the ass to buy a house or a car. Now that's a cool efficiency. Having money is awesome. The 2 of them returned to the car. Jiang Ningning lowered her head, her bank card flipping irregularly between her 2 small hands. She whispered, Mr. Lu, those 2 houses can be bought for less than 2 million, and you gave a few tens of thousands more. The extra tens of thousands of dollars is your salary. Didn't you study tourism management? My parents are going to travel then, you take them on a tour. I don't have that much time to spend with them, so when the time comes, with your expertise, help them plan their excursions and book a hotel. And I won't let you work hard for nothing, a day's salary of $10,000, you first work for a few days to try, if you don't do a good job, I can change. $10,000 a day paycheck. Jiang Ningning heard this, and if it were anyone else, she would have thought she had heard wrong. But coming from Lu Ming's mouth, she fully believed that Lu Ming had the strength. Just now, when he went to the bank, he could tell from the attitude and efficiency of the others towards Lu Ming that he was definitely extremely rich. But shouldn't rich people have a lot of time on their hands? Why would Lu Ming have no time for his parents? She didn't dare ask more questions. Anyway, after coming to the car this time, it was even more tense than before. The bank card in her hand was in her own name. The money is in the card. She's got all she asked for, and even a few more tens of thousands of dollars. Where else would Lu Ming take her? But she guessed wrong again this time. Lu Ming led her to the mall, and when he got out of the car, Lu Ming held her hand. She was shy, but with the money in her hand, it would be rude for her to retract her hand. Jiang Ningning didn't expect Lu Ming to bring her clothes, bags, shoes, and jewelry. Buying jewelry. Lu Ming sees a $5.2 million necklace and asks if she likes it. It's more than what Lu Ming gave her. She shook her head. Casually saw Lu Ming ask the clerk if there is more expensive. The small jewelry store single product limit is more than 7 million. Lu Ming thought that 520 was a good number and asked her to buy the most expensive one if she liked the 7 million or so. Jiang Ningning heard that when Lu Ming said the price, as if there was no word 10,000 behind it, it was just a few $100s for Lu Ming. Her whole being was in a bit of a trance listening to it. It feels dreamy. She thought they were all too expensive, so she asked the clerk if there was one for 52,000 that she could buy herself. Lu Ming also didn't want Jiang Ningning to have too much psychological pressure. In the end, he bought the $52,000 one and helped Jiang Ningning wear it around her neck. When helping Jiang Ningning wear the necklace, intimate contact was unavoidable. Jiang Ningning's face was still a bit shyly pink right now. At this point she changed into a dress and a pair of little white shoes. Feel the softness of the soles when you put on the shoes. She remembered what Lu Ming said at that time, you take my parents traveling behind you, you have to walk around a lot, wearing high heels hurts your feet, you pick a few more pairs of these versatile shoes. Like high heels also buy a few pairs, don't need to wear them when walking around for a long time. She's never had a friend, but she's watched romantic TV shows. Lu Ming is like the rich hero of the show. Gentlemanly, attentive, gentle, and occasionally joking. A little bit of it tugged at her teenage heart. It's dreamy and wonderful. It mesmerized her a little. Several store clerks helped to lift the clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics and other things that were purchased to the car. These things are even if she all picks by cheap. She estimates it also cost $400,000 or $500,000. Jiang Ningning really didn't expect that being adopted by a rich man would feel like this. And this person was the sturdy and handsome Lu Ming. Lu Ming was like a domineering president from a TV show who had intruded into her life. After leaving from the mall this time, Jiang Ningning finally guessed right. They came to a hotel parking lot. After getting out of the car, Lu Ming felt the obvious trembling again when he once again took Jiang Ningning's small hand. He knew it was Jiang Ningning's first time and was too nervous. Led by the exclusive housekeeper. The two of them arrived at the presidential suite. The door to the room closed. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around Jiang Ningning's waist. Jiang Ningning lowered her head, her body stiff and trembling slightly, like a frightened kitten, curled up in Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming carried her to the sofa. Lift her chin up. Jiang Ningning looked into Lu Ming's eyes, not daring to meet them. Immediately, he shut his soulful eyes tightly. No more words are needed. Lu Ming lowered his head and kissed Jiang Ningning's pink lips. Jiang Ningning's body gradually loosened up from starting to stiffen. After a while, the two parted their lips. Lu Ming looked at the misty-eyed Jiang Ningning and came to her ear and said, the first time may be a bit inconvenient, I'll keep you company first, I'll have something to do later on, so I'll let your cousin take care of taking care of you. Aha! Jiang Ningning pursed her lips and nodded. The two of them embraced in a kiss once again. From the living room to the room. Then it was back to the big bath to soak together. Jiang Ningning didn't resist. He himself had no reservations about Lu Ming. With some exhaustion on her face, she lay on Lu Ming's broad chest. The small white hand gently touched Lu Ming's muscles. I didn't realize Lu Ming had such a good body. 8-pack abs looked perfect. She also likes men's muscles. Lu Ming looked at Jiang Ningning's tired appearance, kissed her on the forehead and hugged her tenderly, rest if you're tired. Aha! Jiang Ningning fell asleep in Lu Ming's arms. The two woke up again. It was already dusk. Jiang Ningning changed into a halter nightgown, her petite body hidden from view. helped to the floor-to-ceiling sofa by Lu Ming's arm around his waist. She sat on Lu Ming. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the sunset outside. The setting sun gilded the building. Originally she could only stand low and look up at these forests of steel and concrete. Confused and uncertain. But Lu Ming showed her a different kind of beauty in this city. Before, he thought that Lu Ming was just playing with himself casually. But the feeling Lu Ming gave her was different from what she had previously imagined. Lu Ming was gentle with her. The gentleness was like an invisible hand, soothing her otherwise resistant heart. Chapter 17, Meeting an ex-colleague on a blind date. The two of them were eating dinner in the living room of the presidential suite. Lu Ming looked at the message on his cell phone and temporarily told Chao Chang not to look for a blind date yet. He first accompanied Jiang Ningning. Dating makes money fast and you don't have to still be as busy every day as you used to be when you clocked into work. He found the staff of the security company. Thinking about the safety of your woman and mom and dad, Lu Ming planned to get some bodyguards to protect them. The manager of the security company is talking to him. Mr. Lu, I found some of the personal beauty bodyguards you said you needed, see if these fit. Average, get a couple of good hands first. Okay, please wait. Lu Ming accompanied Jiang Ningning after dinner. Four women with face values in the 80s came over. They were both single and dressed in the work formal wear of a security company. Lu Ming intended to upgrade the system, and after matching with Huang Yan and Jiang Ningning, he had already matched with 7 people since getting the system, and there were still 3 people left to meet the upgrade requirements. So had the security manager get some single female bodyguards. By the way, a blind date. Lu Ming had a short time to chat with these people. All 4 were fairly normal requests. I don't know if the demands are less exaggerated because you can make money on your own. The dowry can be brought back, and the car and house can be purchased together later in a shared endeavor. After the garage is fully discounted. However, the system still gave out rewards to Lu Ming according to the garage they wanted to buy. Lu Ming received a reward of 17.56 million from the 4. 2 days passed. Lu Ming had been accompanying Jiang Ningning, during which time he had upgraded the system. Those additions to their own rewards can be given away. After giving it away, though, the effect is halved. For example, if you get 5 extra minutes of time, after giving it away, you're down to 2.5 minutes. Muscle effect has more than one later. Lu Ming does not intend to give it away. He didn't want to waste time jerking the iron himself. Without self-discipline, it's going to grow fat and lose muscle, which he intends to keep for himself. In this way, you can stay in good shape all the time. Downtown is brilliantly lit at night. Jiang Ningning ate and slept well, and had a healing program at the hotel. She's recovering nicely. At this moment, he was holding Lu Ming's arm and wandering around the snack street. Snack in hand. She loves to eat them. Lu Ming likes to eat it too. He's just gotten a taste for women. The taste for food is not that demanding yet. Lu, let's go eat Hai Di Lao later. Jiang Ningning's sweet voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Having Lu Ming's company over the past 2 days had allowed her to experience the wonderful feeling of being in love. Street walking will be Lu Ming's broad body to protect, mouth craving want to eat junk food, Lu Ming will accompany her to eat. The kiss at the romantic spot made her heart feel like it was electrified and tingly. It's very comfortable. It's kind of addictive. Lu Ming, in front of her, completely lacked the kind of condescension that he had seen in those rich people that he had met in the store before. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is not a good idea. Actually, it's the same for dudes chasing women. Especially a girl like Jiang Ningning who had never been in love. It was easy to be attracted to Lu Ming. Okay, then we'll have Seabiscuit. Lu Ming glanced at it on his cell phone. There's a Hai Di Lao store in a nearby mall. The two held hands as they made their way to the 4th floor of the mall. As he passed by a Korean barbecue restaurant, Lu Ming took a closer look towards the glass wall in front of him on the left. The naive man inside the glass wall was familiar to him. The man was his former colleague, Lu Shui. Across the table sat a man and a woman who looked somewhat alike. At this time, these two people's expression is harsh, their mouths keep opening and closing, I do not know what they are blathering. Lu Shui broke up a long time ago. Girlfriend in college still talking after graduation. Lu Shui was working at the time and raised his girlfriend for 2.5 years, and then his girlfriend took the civil service exam, and Lu Shui was directly and mercilessly decapitated. Nowadays there has also been dating. Looking at the scene inside the store, Lu Ming thought to himself, this guy wouldn't be on a blind date right now, would he? The day after Lu Ming obtained the system, he left his job after waking up and realizing it wasn't a dream. When Lu Shui heard about his departure, the first thing he did was ask him what was going on. Lu Ming said at the time that he had recognized his righteous father and would take him flying in the future. He thought of just buying the former company when he had the money. When it's time to go up to 3 off 4, it's just going to wow everyone. These well-connected co-workers, friends, and hairdressers go on to leadership roles and take shares for a living. Usually, apart from colleagues, those hairy friends have little contact, many of whom already have their own families and are all running for their lives. Find a chance to get together when you take a long vacation. Lu Ming didn't intend to contact them one by one right now. Giving them money directly could be harmful. After all, they don't want their women who will stay by their side. When he's rich and powerful, he'll shock everyone then and make them company executives, giving them money while putting them under a bit of pressure. Not to mess around. Lu Ming's heart was already getting high as he thought about the shocking images they would have when the time came. Ning, you go to the store first. I saw an acquaintance and went to say hello. Lu, if you have something to do, I can go back to the hotel. You can go eat at the bottom of the sea if you want. No Lu, I don't really want to eat alone. Jiang Ningning beamed her little mouth. Lu Ming gently bit over, flattening her pouting little mouth. Let some of your sisters who are protecting you eat with you. I'm not familiar with them, and it might be awkward if I don't know what to talk about when the time comes. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then said, they are so skilled, you can ask them how they practiced. And there's a lot to talk about when you used to protect people, so maybe there's something interesting on them. Jiang Ningning raised her eyebrows, the curiosity in her heart aroused by Lu Ming's words. Sounds like a good idea, then Lu, go get busy. Lu Ming stroked Jiang Ningning's head and watched her and the 2 female bodyguards leave. Afterwards, Lu Ming opened his cell phone, tapped into Lu Shue's chat box, and dialed the voice call. Inside the store. Lu Shue pulled out his cell phone, saw that it was Lu Ming calling, and got up to gesture his embarrassment towards his date. After answering the phone, Lu Shue ran outside the store with a surprised face. Seeing the handsome guy standing on the right side of the store entrance, who was smiling towards him, Lu Shue's eyes widened and blinked furiously. He removed his glasses, wiped his eyes, and after he put his glasses on again, Lu Ming had already walked up to him. Pull him aside. Don't ask me anything yet, are you on a blind date? Lu Shue felt like there were ants crawling on his body. He wanted so much to ask Lu Ming what the hell he was doing. What's with the sudden difference in demeanor? The body looks stronger than before, too. The clothes on the body don't look cheap. But Lu Ming told him not to rush to ask first, and he nodded, waiting for Lu Ming to finish his sentence before asking. How come you're on a blind date and there's an extra guy across the room? That one's her own brother. Awesome, it can still be played like that? Bringing your own brother along on a blind date? Alas. Get to the point, did the other person insult you by asking for a dowry, a house, a car, or something? Lu Ming hurriedly interrupted Lu Shue. This guy was a bunch of nonsense when he talked about himself. Lu Shue stopped his thoughts of trying to speak eloquently. Straight to the point, the bride price is 300,000 yuan, of which 200,000 will be given to her own brother. The house can be in the high-tech zone, but excluding the public stalls cannot be less than 120 square feet. Car at least BBA. Lu Shue finished, suddenly agitated, but then said lousy parents even 300,000 dowry is not willing to help give, afraid of lousy even pick up a roadside is not as good as. So you're still talking? No way, I bought the order, I have to finish the meat. Lu Ming gave him a blank look. Didn't I tell you before? You have to know how to stop losses in time. Ugh, she yelled at the waiter about the bill after ordering, and the guests next to her were watching. Why, forget it, you're still too turtle, it's useless to talk too much, I'll teach them a lesson for you. Lu Ming patted Lu Shue's shoulder, call me big brother and I'll take you off in the future. Big brother. Lu Shue felt that Lu Ming was different today, with an extraordinary temperament and a brilliant head. Definitely does what it says on the tin. He knew Lu Ming's character and wasn't the type to blow off steam. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, don't ask so many questions first, I'll talk to you afterward, first you'll take you to pretend. Lu Shue held up his glasses, and the BGM of battle without victory resounded in his mind, feeling that his once fervent blood was once again ignited. Chapter 18, Stop Talking and Say Demands. Sis, what's taking that runt by so long to make a phone call? He's not trying to skip out on the bill, is he? Inside the barbecue restaurant, He Xiaoqian said with a displeased face. Hee, the corner of Sister He Man's mouth hooked up in triumph on the side. When you went to the toilet, I deliberately shouted at the waiter to say check out, and he grabbed it. Still, you're smart. He Xiaoqian casually complimented, and Mei Mei picked up a piece of roasted meat. Suddenly the roast feels a little more delicious. It's true that white food is still better. Anyway, the order has been bought, and whether Lu Shue comes back or not is no longer of any significance to He Man. The guy's $300,000 dowry is a stretch. He himself made a big concession. The original bride price of $200,000, one only needs $100,000. The other $200,000 was for my brother. We're all family after marriage. It's reasonable to help your brother-in-law, right? If Lu Shui doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it. The person looks like a simpleton, and she still thinks that Lu Shui is not worthy of her. Just as she was filled with concern, she saw the bean approaching. Not only that, but there was a handsome man with a great demeanor by his side. The handsome man had handsome features, straight shoulders, and was at least 180 tall. A handsome man who looks perfectly suited to the kind of elite man he imagines himself to be. The women eating around them also sized up Lu Ming. I can't imagine that such an elegant and attractive man also goes to this kind of place to eat. He's so grounded. He-Man saw Lu Shui following the handsome man, and the two of them were still exchanging words. She coughed dryly and sat up straight, straightening her clothes. If she hadn't known ahead of time that the other party was coming, she would have touched up her makeup again. Herman watched the handsome man come and sit down directly across from him. A smile that he thought looked good was instantly on his face. She looked toward Lu Shui and asked in a clipped voice, "Lu Shui, may I ask who this is?" Lu Shui almost retched out, thinking, "No, you just spoke in this voice? You're just going to pretend when my brother comes over, aren't you? Oh, what a few snobs." Of course, as soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was able to make this arrogant woman so endowed. Lu Shui's heart was still pretty damn cool. He proudly introduced, "This is my elder brother, surnamed Lu, the land of the sea, land and air, and now that he has achieved success, he has come back to take a look." Just now, Lu Ming said he had money and told him to pretend whatever he wanted. Lu Shui saw the long list of numbers with his own eyes and had enough of a bottom line. He-Man guffawed and softly said, "Hello brother Lu, my name is He-Man." Her foot under the table also kicked her brother aside. "This is my brother, He Xiao Chen." When He Xiao Chen saw Lu Ming's appearance, he was a bit upset when he saw that the other party was more handsome than he was. Listening to Lu Shui's introduction, his heart was disdainful. "Dressing up like a man and a dog, do you really think you're a character? If you really want to be famous, how come your little brother is mixed up so much? The bride price of $300,000 is still grating." He thought his sister just saw the other guy was handsome and started acting up. However, thinking that he would have to rely on his sister for his bride price money in the future, he also gave his sister face and shouted, "Big brother Lu." Lu Ming didn't want to waste time. "Let's get Homan's reward first. Then just start screwing them." Treadmill, scolding Lu Shui is worse than a roadside strip. It's all personal insults and rubbing Lu Shui the wrong way. Lu Ming wasn't going to let the two go so easily. Lu Ming directly said, "Actually, I'm also on a blind date. I heard that you're a bit dissatisfied with my brother, so let's have a chat. Do you think I'm qualified?" He-Man opened her mouth slightly, and just as she was about to say she wasn't dissatisfied with Lu Shui, she listened to Lu Ming's next words. He swallowed what he wanted to say. Even though she tried her best to suppress her inner excitement, she still didn't hold back her frequent nods. "Big brother Lu is definitely qualified. I still don't think I'm good enough for you. Is it okay if I get off with her?" Lu Ming looked at Lu Shui. "Feel free to chat, big brother." Lu Shui has already seen through that the other party is a snob. This kind of woman, Lu Ming certainly cannot see. He'll have to dump it hard when he's done playing. Lu Ming placed his phone on the table and pushed it towards He-Man's side, tapping on the bank app in front of her to check the balance. He-Man looked at the string of numbers and read it in a whisper out of his mouth. 110,100,000 100,000 million million. Her eyes grew wide with her own words. My brother, who was on the sidelines, was also shocked. WOJ? A multi-millionaire? That's a hell of a feat. Luckily, I didn't talk nonsense just now, and my attitude was quite polite. Lu Shui, who was next to Lu Ming, naturally heard it. Although during the short road trip to get here, he had seen that Lu Ming was very rich. But at this moment, and coming from two people who originally looked down on him, coupled with the shocked expression, he was still thrilled. Cool. So cool. He had already anticipated how the siblings should lick Lu Ming next. The same can be said about how these two should lick themselves. "I'm on a blind date looking for a woman. Tell me what you're looking for on a blind date. Just name it, I've got the money." He-Man gulped. "Actually, I can do without. So what did you just ask my brother for?" "Don't say demands. Chapter 19 From now on, when my father is not in front of me, you are my real father. So what did you just ask my brother for?" "Don't say demands." He-Man's body trembled slightly at the chiding, and she couldn't get angry at being chided by Lu Ming. Instead, they were afraid that the other side would run away. "So hurry up and say what you want. The dowry is 30. Well, $500,000. A suite in the city is at least 120 square feet, minus the common area. Help my brother buy a set too. When the time comes for him to get married, pack at least a 200,000 red packet. The car is going to be an Audi A4, and if you can, help my brother get one too. Parents don't want a house? Ha! Holman hadn't thought of that she was speaking in terms of her previous topical expectations. Then no one is willing to pay, slowly down to 300,000 dowry, to help his brother to pay the dowry on the line, do not have to help his brother to buy a house to buy a car. The parents' house is even more unthinkable. But Brother Lou has money. Her top request was nothing to Brother Lou. My parents will see to it that they buy it when the time comes. What are the requirements for my body, such as that party's condition, health and so on? Brother Lou's body looks thick, that aspect must be very strong, and if you're healthy, I definitely want Brother Lou to be healthy forever. Live a long life. Lu Ming asked and smiled faintly. You're asking too little for me to see you. He-Man's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A fire rose in the heart of He Xiaochen on the side. But being pinched by his sister's thighs didn't make him angry straight away. Lu Ming looked at the fastidious Lu Xue next to him. Do you fancy her? This female is 78 face, 2 emotional experiences, no diseases. It's not considered bad, and the face value is okay. It depends on whether Lu Xue is happy to have some fun or not. The other party demeaned himself, saying that he was not as good as a roadside one. Also enough, Lu Xue wanted to play this woman and then get rid of it. You're cursing me, aren't you? I'll make you a roadside dingo. He hurriedly nodded his head. My vision is definitely not as good as Big Brother's, I can see. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at He-Man again. Do you fancy my brother? When He-Man heard this, although his heart fell short, but Brother Lou had accomplished a great deal, and now that he had come back to take a look, he certainly would not treat his brother poorly. She was going to take a gamble. So he laughed and said, Brother Lou's brother is naturally different, it's not that I can't see it, I'm worried that I don't deserve it. Oh. That's a hell of a way to blow it. It was just refreshing to hear, even though I knew the other person was paying a false compliment. Lu Xue smiled contentedly. Previously, the other guy was on a blind date, and not only was he arrogant, with a bunch of pushy demands, but he also said harsh things to demean him. But now what? When Lu came, the other party harmed to compliment him respectfully. Lu Xue has been on a blind date for so long, it's been a long time since he's been this cool. He truly felt that Lu Ming was his big brother. No. Lu Ming is not his big brother, but his father. As long as his real father was not in front of him, Lu Ming was his real father. You don't need to talk about these falsehoods. Lu Ming waved his hand towards He-Man, then made an assurance. My brother is attracted to you, so I'll help my brother give your request. Big brother, just met, let's talk first, there's no rush. Lu Xue played along to match. The siblings heard that Lu Ming was still willing to give those requests. There was an instant of joy on his face. Only Lu Ming got up and said, let's go, I'll treat my brother to a big meal, let's eat somewhere else. The two looked at each other, smiles written on their faces, and followed the two out of the restaurant together. If Brother Lou is so rich, the big meal he's talking about must be very high-end. How can they ordinary people afford to go to a high-end restaurant? He-Man had a blind date once before, and seeing that the other party's conditions were okay, he found a slightly more expensive restaurant in order to rub it in. But that time it was only about 300 per capita. It surely doesn't compare to the great meal that Brother Lou said. Where Brother Luck treats you, no matter what, you should at least add a 0, right? Lu Ming threw the car keys to Lu Xue. You guys go to the car first, I'll book the restaurant store later. Lu Xue looked at the keys of the Porsche and only felt the weight. He took the siblings away, deliberately feeling in his pockets. I think I forgot my cigarettes. On the side, He Xiaochen rushed on and pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Xue. Brother-in-law, I have. Li Kun doesn't mind, does he? Barely a twitch. Lu Xue hangs on the smoke. He Xiaochen immediately on the ground. Fire hit the lighter, to help him light a cigarette. There was just one word in his mind: cool. Come to the underground parking lot. The siblings looked at the Porsche Cayenne with light in their eyes. Such cars are toys for the rich. Lu Ming must have more than just the Cayenne. I wonder if this Cayenne has a chance to be Lu Xue's in the future. If it became Lu Xue's, they would be a family in the future, and it would be no different than if it was theirs. He Xiaochen looked greedy and complimented beside Lu Xue. Brother-in-law, when we go to the restaurant in a while, can you let me drive? Lu Xue recognized Father Lu Ming, think he will follow Lu Ming drink soup, but also certainly more than driving a Porsche Cayenne. He nodded, I'll ask my drop. Big brother. He almost shouted straight to his father. It's a good thing the E in the back hasn't sounded yet. He sent a message to Lu Ming inquiring, Big brother, that kid wants to drive your car to the restaurant. Lu Ming returned the message, I'll send you later, whatever you want to arrange. Lu Xue, worry. Big brother. No. Father. From now on, when my father is not in front of me, you are my real father. Chapter 20: The Handsome Man Covered by Golden Light. Lu Ming looked at the message sent by Lu Shui and smiled. He went to the submarine store in the mall. Jiang Ningning and the two female bodyguards sat down inside the store. Jiang Ningning's small mouth said something, looking in the direction of the female bodyguard with a curious color in her eyes. Seems like a good chat. Lu Ming was relieved in his heart and went over to say hello. Ningning, you eat with them first, I'm going to run some errands, and when you're done, you can give the hotel people a call, and the hotel will send a car over to pick you up. Okay to brother Lu, you'll be back at night, right? Jiang Ningning responded sweetly and gluttonously, with some expectation in her eyes. Lu Ming made her feel warm, and she no longer felt embarrassed as she had earlier. I hope Lu Ming comes back at night, so I can sleep in Lu Ming's arms then. Lu Ming came to her ear and said something before lightly biting her earlobe. Jiang Ningning nodded, her pretty face fluttering red. Lu Ming left Seabiscuit. A system beep sounded in his head. The host receives a reward. The bride price of 500,000 and the red packet of 200,000 have been transferred to the host's bank card. Jiangqing City downtown, 2 sets of a total value of 8.64 million, the size of the respective 144 square feet of the house. The documents are complete. 2 Audi A4s worth a total of $560,000, fully documented, have been parked in the mall parking lot. Lu Ming's mind moved. Discount the car and house. 9.2 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. Watch the rewards. Lu Ming thought that he could find more of these food demon blind dates in the future. He asked for it himself and helped his brother. Is categorized as. For Lu Ming can get more rewards. Reminders about money were much less attractive to him now. But he didn't want to play that ratio, to say what someone had said. Because he's gradually becoming immune to the amount of money the system broadcasts doesn't mean he's not interested in it. He's still a thief who likes money. Without money, he's still a cow or a horse. Come to the underground parking lot of the mall. Even though Lu Shui had the keys and Lu Ming said that the car would be his from now on, he still stood outside the car and didn't get in directly. The relationship with Lu Ming used to be even better, but now it couldn't be the same. The fact that Lu Ming could still treat him as a friend was a sign that he thought highly of him, and he still had to pay attention to himself. Lu Shui just looks naive. The person is not a naive, after all, after so many years on the shift. It's when you're dealing with women that you can't help but start being a turtle man. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, Lu Shui opened the rear door. The boss is all right in the back. Lu Ming gave him a kick in the ass. There are papers for this car in the trunk, just go get them and change them to yours when you get there. After saying that, Lu Ming came to the passenger side and sat up. He Xiaoqin had to drive and he sat in the passenger seat, then Lu Shui naturally sat in the back with He-Man. Lu Shui didn't mind the woman either. Then let Lu Shui have a good time. Letting off steam. He let Lu Shui take the documents, but also to let Lu Shui pretend. Drive back tomorrow. When it's time to come back to Jiangcheng, give the car to Lu Shui. The siblings beside the car were ecstatic when they heard Lu Ming's words. Not long ago they were fantasizing about Lu Ming giving his car to Lu Shui. In this way, the car will be equivalent to their families from now on. I didn't expect the fantasy to come true so soon. After Lu Shui finished getting his papers from the trunk, He-Man enthusiastically helped him open the door and whispered, "Brother Lu is sitting in the front." At this moment, Lu Shui was in He-Man's eyes, a big handsome man whose appearance was covered by golden light. What about the rich man's little brother? It's still not easy to drive $1 million luxury car. He-Man previously looked down on Lu Shui. Now that's getting better and better. Lu Shui coolly sat in the car and pulled out a pack of Blue House from his pocket. Then handing a cigarette to his own father in front of him, "Big brother. Get one?" He Xiaoqin, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, watched Lu Shui give out cigarettes to brother Lu. He thought of the earlier scene where Lu Shui touched his pocket and said he had no cigarettes. But he didn't break it down and ignored it all. Wasn't my brother-in-law just trying to experience the thrill of being held up at that time? Then hold up your brother-in-law. After all, if you make your brother-in-law feel good, you can feel good yourself later. When his sister got in, he joyfully started the Porsche up. I've never been able to drive a Porsche before. That's what's so great about making your brother-in-law feel good. The vehicle drove towards the restaurant Lu Ming had ordered according to the navigation. He-Man got into the car and took the initiative to move towards Lu Shui's side. Lu Shui understood Lu Ming's intentions. His own father had made it a point to sit in front of him, and he boldly went up to his hand, took He-Man's small hand, and pulled it to his side. He-Man also obediently sat over next to Lu Shui. Lu Shui close to smell the fragrance of the woman's body, into the nose over the lungs, then the smoke on the head more. He wasn't a virgin, but he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. With the backbone Lu Ming had given him, he became bolder and bolder, wrapping his arms around He-Man's waist. With the other hand, he looked through the vehicle papers in his lap. He-Man softly inquired, "Can I take a look?" Lu Shui asked Lu Ming, who was in front of him, "Big brother, can we show her?" "I've been told it's yours to do with as you please from now on." "Thanks, big brother." Lu Shuang arrived and said to He-Man, "Watch it together." He-Man came forward and lay in his arms. Feeling the softness in his arms, Lu Shui only felt his body's hot blood surging, and there seemed to be 10,000 hungry wolves howling inside. Standing up is honoring. Lu Shui adjusted the trajectory and didn't feel any shame. He planned in his mind to give it a go later after dinner. The wallet is always stocked with a little blue pill. It had been a long time since he'd interacted with a woman. It was all hand to mouth, and he was afraid he'd have seconds. Keep a little blue pill in your wallet just for any time your date doesn't come home. Now is the time to come in handy. Lu Ming observed the movement in the back row through the rearview mirror. He felt that if he and the driver were not in the car, I'm afraid it's going to be a straight-up toll war in the background. The Porsche Cayenne pulls into a street. Lu Ming looked at the supermarket not far away, so he asked He Xiaochen to stop the car. "Lu Shui, buy me a pack of cigarettes." Lu Shui nimbly got out of the car and rushed into the supermarket. He took out his cell phone and prepared to ask Lu Ming what he wanted to smoke. Then I saw a message from Lu Ming. "He-Man, I've had someone check, no disease, had sex with 2 people, veiled 70-something, if you don't mind, there's a drugstore next to the supermarket. Remember to pick up a pack of cigarettes after you buy the drugs. When we get to the parking lot, her brother and I will go to the restaurant and order first. After you guys finish talking in the car, we'll find a chance to sneak out." Chapter 21, Still Want Your Girlfriend to Rub It In? Lu Shui, so direct? It's not easy to handle it without eating, right? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and speechless at this guy. That's what happens when you've been a turtle man for a long time. That kind of thinking has to be corrected. Don't hang out with me if you can't handle it. I despise you. Lu Shui looked at the message and hurriedly typed, "Definitely take it. Insurance. Make a recording of her taking the initiative." "Okay, what are you smoking, big brother?" "Blue building." I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so rich and still smoke blue buildings. Lu Shui bought a pack of cigarettes and returned to the car. He had the little blue pills on hand, so he didn't have to go buy them. In his heart, he was quite thankful to Lu Ming. His own father had really thought of everything for him. He handed Lu Ming his cigarette. Lu Ming took the blue building, unwrapped it, and handed one to Lu Shui. Then he handed one to He Xiaochen as well. How can anyone in a high position normally hand out cigarettes to those below them? Lu Ming's move was equivalent to recognizing them for the siblings. "Thank you, brother Lu." At this point, the car hadn't even started yet, so He Xiaochen instantly took it with both hands. Seeing Lu Ming said in the blue building packaging, he was inwardly surprised and immediately complimented, "Brother Lu, you can be really grounded, so rich as usual smoke blue building." Lu Ming lit the cigarette and then said, "Once the hard years is smoking this, already used to it, smoking other cough." I understand the reasoning. Lu was mentioning to me that one has to remember the hard times before one has more motivation to move forward. He Xiaochen took over the conversation and sucked up to the horse's ass. Lu Ming had a question mark on his face. In fact, he really didn't think so, and was speaking the big truth. Life before compared to now, those were the hard years. He'd bought quite a few other cigarettes after he'd acquired the system, and tried one from each box. It's true that I'm so used to smoking the blue building that I don't feel good about smoking anything else. Casual is a big deal. You're going to take the public exam, huh? He Xiaochen scratched his head. "Hey, my sister is taking the test. I graduated from junior college. I can't take the test." "Who told you not to study properly before?" "Why, reading so much has a set trade use. You graduated from undergraduate. The salary is still not the same as my secondary school." He-Man only felt a stuffy feeling welling up in her chest, making her suffocate. It wasn't just his brother who had said this. People on the old side of the family had gossiped about it. Some people just like to take pleasure in other people's pain. And she had no way to refute. What could she do? That's how it is now. Many liberal arts graduates would be better off studying technology and learning a trade. Luckily, Lu Shui was there to comfort her. "It's okay, manner, everything will be better." He-Man's heart felt a lot more comfortable. When the time comes, he'll teach his brother a hard lesson in private so that he'll show himself some respect in the future. If you want a better life in the future, but you have to ask your sister first. The Porsche drove the four to an underground parking lot near the restaurant. Lu Shui immediately said, "Big brother, manner and I have some important things to talk about. You guys go up first. I'll send you the menu in a moment, so you can see what your siblings want to eat and I'll order it in advance." Trouble, big brother. He Xiaochen followed Lu Ming and left together. Seeing Lu Ming pulling out a cigarette, he hurriedly handed over the fire. Lu Ming lit the cigarette on fire. Looking at the other party's complimentary attitude, his heart could not soften a little. He had seen the snarky faces of the two men with his own eyes. And Lu Shui was still spitting when he entered the restaurant. Those two pussy high and mighty put me down to nothing, but also said that my parents are not willing to help out 300,000 dowry. Really think of me as a son with the roadside pickup. A what difference? A moment, Lu brother, to help me out of bad temper. Treadmill, this has risen to the level of character assassination. Lu Ming couldn't hold back a bit. Even if Lu Shui didn't call him his own father, he had to help his good oldest son out of this bad anger. He Xiaochen helped Lu Ming light his cigarette, oblivious to the fact that he was in a trap. He also asked shyly, Brother Lu, can I let my girlfriend come over? From now on, brother-in-law Lu Shui and I will be family. I want my girlfriend to meet and get to know my brother-in-law in advance. Still want your girlfriend? Good. Then come. By the time the girlfriend digs you up. A different thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. That's naturally no problem. He Xiaochen immediately called his girlfriend. Inside the restaurant, Lu Ming sent the menu to Lu Shui. Lu Shui sends the name of a dish every now and then and seems to have trouble choosing. Next to him, He Xiaochen also sends menus to his girlfriend. Pictures. Pinky, look at the menu, feel free to order whatever you want, it's on the house. His own sister is in the company of a rich man's brother. I'll be able to rely on my sister for my own well-being. The restaurant booked by this rich man, Brother Lu, is real cowhide. It says it's that whatever ice cream 2-star restaurant. He was surprised to see that the double-digit price dish on the menu was a Coke in the drink. Hookade is $98 for a Coke. Oh my god. On his salary of less than $6,000, it was a meaty thought to bring his girlfriend here for a trip. Never even thought about it before. But now we have a treat from Brother Lu. It would still be a casual meal. My brother-in-law is a Porsche Cayenne driver now, so I'm afraid I'll be able to come to this kind of restaurant more often in the future. More than half an hour later, He-Man, who had simply put on some makeup, came to the restaurant on Lu Shui's arm. At this time, Lu Shui was full of joy, with a cigarette in his mouth, and was stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Hello sir, we can't smoke inside the restaurant, you can smoke outside before you go in, please understand. Okay, Main, you go in first then. Okay, Shibo, He-Man whined in response. A twist went in. What started out as a short skirt high-vis is now a short skirt bare legs. High sure high is gone. Lu Shui looked at He-Man's back, the corner of his mouth hooked in a retrospective smile. His eyes flashed with a wry gaze, and he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and typed, Big brother, let's get out of here. Lu Ming, there's no need to rush, there's another fish on the hook, you guys come in first. Lu Shui saw intrigue in the message sent by Lu Ming. He quickly finished his cigarette and then entered the dining room. Before he even sat down, he heard Lu Ming speak, your brother-in-law's girlfriend is almost at the subway station, so drive over and pick her up, and perform in front of your younger siblings. Lu Shui understood in a second, Big brother is right, I'll go over there. He Xiaochen reluctantly returned the car keys to Lu Shui. He drove his own car, which he had saved up a bit of money for, plus begged his family to finance the purchase. For taking your girlfriend for a ride on vacation. But her girlfriend tends to get dizzy when she rides in a car for a long time, especially when she's stuck in traffic, and she gets dizzy faster, and she's fine on the subway. So half an hour ago, my girlfriend didn't take a cab and came over on the subway. In fact, he would love to pretend in front of his girlfriend and pick her up at the subway station in his Porsche. Maybe he could do what his brother-in-law did to his sister and just take his girlfriend down. Besides, he hadn't driven it yet. $1,000,000 luxury cars are a blast to drive. He Xiaochen's girlfriend works in the same factory as him. Coming from the countryside, the family forced an early marriage. The dowry is $200,000. If you don't have it, you don't do it. Her girlfriend's family used to beat and scold her, saying that they would drown her if she screwed around before the bride price arrived. He Xiaochen thought to himself at the time that it was a good thing his girlfriend had met him. Otherwise you let the bad guys get away with it. He was desperate for a $200,000 dowry and begged his sister for help. This little flower that has been cared for over a year is finally ready to be picked. Chapter 22, I'll go on a blind date with her to test her character. Inside the Porsche Cayenne, the good-looking Zheng Ping sat in the back row with restraint. She cowered, not daring to lean against the seat, her eyes dripping with fear. Earlier, when I read the message sent by He Xiaochen, it was all about how Big Brother is. Her definition of the word Big Brother was still stuck with Washiba. This Big Brother is so rich that millions of luxury cars are casually given to his little brother. It was at this point that Big Brother's little brother came over to pick himself up for dinner. The main driver, that person, has just seen himself in the subway station after, has been smiling. Zheng Ping always feel that the other party seems to want to do something to himself. You're He Xiaochen's girlfriend? Aha! He's no good. Let's eat somewhere else, and my big brother will show you what a piece of He Xiaochen is. Zheng Ping instantly panicked. What's the situation? Why do you want to eat somewhere else? Something clicked in her mind, thinking that Wei Xiaochen had offended her big brother and had been kidnapped. I can go with you guys. Can you guys let He Xiaochen go? Can't. Zheng Ping's eyes instantly reddened and she cried, I can give you anything, big brother, please let He Xiaochen go. No, you cry what my big brother, and not on what you do, make us like murder and arson in Shibuya. Fine, don't kill him, will you stop crying? Lu Shui was afraid of women crying, and he didn't know how to comfort them. He could only continue to try to communicate with Zheng Ping according to the message sent by Lu Ming. We're decent people, don't be afraid. Lu Shui looked through the center rearview mirror and watched Zheng Ping shivering, completely treating him like a washiba. He was speechless. Seeing that it was useless to explain, he directly said, your family's dowry costs 200,000, right? Zheng Ping nodded. That He Xiaochen is not a good thing, he gave you the dowry and asked his sister for it. And his sister was on a blind date with me and approached me for $300,000 so he could pay your dowry, you know what I mean? Zheng Ping shook her head, her brain was a bit confused at this time, she listened a bit roundabout and didn't understand what Lu Shui meant. But she heard Lu Shui's first words clearly. In her defense, he's a good thing. No, he's not a thing, he's a good person. Lu Shui frowned. No, I've been talking all day and you've only heard the first sentence? He continued to patiently explain, your family wants 200,000 for the dowry, right? Zheng Ping nodded. Lu Shui continued, that punk of his has no money and can't give you 200,000. Zheng Ping frowned, he said he would ask his sister for help. You're right, here's the point. His sister couldn't get 200,000 to help him either. So, his sister came to me for $300,000 dowry, $200,000 of which was for him. Now do you understand? Zheng Ping came to a realization, then frowned and asked in exasperation, how could he do this? Which? Isn't this the equivalent of selling her sister and giving him dowry money? Hiss, there's nothing wrong with you saying that. Lu Shui was a bit surprised, but on second thought, he asked, doesn't your family also want 200,000? My parents meant that or drown me. Speaking of this, Zheng Ping's eyes suddenly dimmed. Lu Shui didn't say anything else. No wonder Zheng Ping had just gotten angry. Turns out there are less than stellar parents in the family. He sent a message to Lu Ming to come out early. In a moment, he would drive the car to the side of the road, and at that time, he would directly take Lu Ming away. Zheng Ping remembered that she was going to see her big brother now, and immediately cowardly said, I didn't provoke your big brother, can your big brother let me go? I'll reiterate, we're not in Shibuya, you don't have to be afraid, look at me, I don't even have any tattoos on me. Lu Shui was in a hurry. He didn't get that upset when people used to say he looked like a simpleton. But some people mistook him for washiba and he got very cross-eyed. He's such an honest-looking guy, how does he look like washibuki kai? Oh, then can I get off? Zheng Ping responded in a small voice, begging in her tone. Later, my big brother will show you the surveillance video so you can see He Xiaochen's true colors, and then I'll send you to the subway station. No need to look, I've already guessed what kind of man he is, so can I get out of the car? Lu Shui thought that this little girl was not bad looking. I wonder if Lu Ming will like it. Ask around. It's easy to catch up when you're rich. He sent a message, then called, brother, are you seeing her? Lu Ming had seen Zheng Ping's photo from He Xiaochen and he asked rhetorically, I've seen the photo, have you taken a fancy to it? He, pretty good. Lu Shui didn't expect Lu Ming to ask back if he had a crush on him, so he answered truthfully. Then I'll take a blind date to check you out and test the character. Yes. Lu Shui had already seen Lu Ming's matchmaking before at the barbecue restaurant. He revealed his true colors at once. He saw that Zheng Ping looked good. It's a little better looking than He-Man. Zheng Ping had been afraid of him and was eager to get off and leave. Then get out of the car and talk, see if there's a chance to get to know each other. Go down to that cafe out front, my big brother wants to talk to you in public, you don't have to be afraid, do you? Aha! After coming to the cafe and getting off the bus, Zheng Ping let out a long breath. Lu Ming was outside smoking with He Xiaochen. Lu Ming waited for a cigarette to finish, you go in first, I'll take the order first. He came to the greeter and signaled for the check. Then show the greeter the edited text on your phone. The greeter looked at He Xiaochen warily, and after seeing the other party walk away, he hurriedly contacted the security personnel. Lu Ming left the restaurant directly. Look at the message sent by Lu Shui that Zheng Ping was scared and got off at the cafe. He navigated to see the address of the cafe only a few hundred meters away, so he swept up a bike and rode there. Zheng Ping gripped her coffee cup lightly with both hands and lowered her head to inhale the coffee. Hello. At this point, Zheng Ping saw a man with a handsome and kind face and an unassuming temperament, greeting towards himself with a smile. Hello. Zheng Ping looked up in response, then lowered her head again. She bowed her head not out of shyness, but out of low self-esteem. Seeing the other person well-dressed and knowing that they were rich, a feeling of inferiority arose in their minds. Lu Ming looked at Zheng Ping as the information panel surfaced. Name Zheng Ping. Face value 80. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 0. Lu Ming had seen Zheng Ping's picture from Yishao Chun. The photos are beauty plus filters and look a little better than the real thing. Real skin isn't that white. The 80% face value was okay, but Lu Ming had eaten better. To be honest, he couldn't look at Zheng Ping. Of course, the reward has to be gotten. By the way, he helped Lu Shui test Zheng Ping's character. You've never been on a blind date? Met, introduced by the family. The other party did not want to come up with 200,000 yuan, so did not continue to meet. I'll take it, let's talk on a blind date. Do you have any other requests? I'm rich, just mention whatever you want. Lu Ming handed her the balance of his cell phone to show her. Zheng Ping shook her head. My family only wants 200,000, nothing else. So what do you want from your own blind date? You should have thought about what kind of person you want to find in the future, right? Lu Ming asked all about family conditions, physical condition and so on. Zheng Ping thought for a moment, just find a suitable one and live a healthy and happy life. Then you're asking too little, I feel fake, there's no point in talking to you. Lu Ming shook his head as he heard the desired reply and the other party had no more requests. Lu Shui, who was on the side, immediately picked up the conversation. WOJ, big brother, where's the fake in that? I think it's real. Chapter 23 My girlfriend is going to be abducted. Brother, can you give me a moment while I talk to her? Then you guys chat. Lu Ming left directly and sat back in the car. Lu Shui looked at Zheng Ping with a smile on his face, and the more he looked at Zheng Ping, the better he felt. Zheng Ping's request to speak just now didn't seem like a pretense at all. He asked in a gentle tone, I'm actually on a blind date, why don't you two talk? My big brother has a high vision, I think what you just said is not false. Zheng Ping felt a little warm in her heart when she heard Lu Shui recognize her words. Lu Shui's big brother was indeed handsome, but when he spoke, it made her heart uncomfortable, and she didn't like it. And since she said she wanted to get off, Lu Shui parked a car on the side of the road and came down with her. It wasn't like she was a bad person or threatening her or anything. Before Lu Ming arrived, she and Lu Shui also had a brief chat. Lu Shui showed her the work permit and said he was working properly, and his big brother was successful and came back to see that he was not a bad person. She believed it. When I look at Lu Shui now, I feel like a good person. Even if she doesn't go on a blind date, her family will still arrange a blind date for her in the future, trying to get her married off early and get the 200,000 dowry early. Zheng Ping nodded, intending to talk to Lu Shui. Lu Shui directly patted his chest, I'll pay for your 200,000 dowry, and I can give it to you directly, unlike that trashy Xiao Chun, who still needs to find his sister to ask for it. Since we started matchmaking, I'll talk about my family's situation. My family's condition is ordinary, the car house in the family's help, but also bought. House in the high-tech zone, although small, the car also pulled a little, but later follow the big brother mix, can change better, by then you can raise a white fat no problem. What can you tell us about your family? Zheng Ping was still a little embarrassed when she heard Lu Shui say that she wanted to raise herself white and fat. It's not even a marriage. But immediately after, when she heard the last sentence, Zheng Ping's face suddenly dimmed. She didn't shy away from it and started talking about the family. The village likes to talk about gossip about other people's homes. She used to hear some words, subjected to what to ask for a bride price not to return it, that is to sell the girl. As a result, unbeknownst to me, I grew up to be the one who was sold. When she was in middle school, she had a flat tire on her bike on the way home. One of the male students was riding with one hand and holding her bike with the other. Another male student took her on his bike. Two male classmates helped take her and her bike home. This incident turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare for her. Her parents beat her up, saying something about pushing the car back on its own with a busted tire. I'll kill her if I find out she's in love early. When I was in vocational high school, I once had a love letter quietly stuffed in my bag by a classmate. When her parents found out, they beat her severely. It also made a scene at the school. After graduating as an adult, she went into the factory. Lu Shui smoked a cigarette, and Zheng Ping's words made him grit his teeth. When Zhang Ping finished, it directly scolded, "Son of a, when the time comes, I'll go over there, throw 200,000 in their faces, you'll break off your relationship with them, and I'll make sure they won't dare to look for you again." Some people really don't deserve to be parents. Zhang Ping's previous anger over He Xiaochun finding someone else's bride price through her sister was due to her own painful experiences growing up. She was talking to Lu Shui about her family's situation when He Xiaochun called her. She didn't answer, and both the wiki and the phone were simply blacked out. The two were talking. Lu Shui's prestige received the message. He opened it. It's a video sent by Lu Ming. Lu Shui clicked the video on, and it was the surveillance video from the barbecue restaurant just now. Lu Shui handed it to Zhang Ping to read. Zhang Ping looked angry. He didn't expect the siblings to be so disgusting. He Xiaochun treats him well, but his character behind his back is so bad. Currently chatting with Lu Shui, she felt that Lu Shui was not bad. Even willing to go home and stand up for her. She had run away from home, been sought out by her parents and suffered severe beatings. Some of the ideas are tucked away. The idea of severing ties with one's parents has naturally occurred. It's just that it's been beaten up and doesn't have enough of a bottom. If she gets along with Lu Shui, she won't hesitate to cut ties with her parents. Inside a high-end restaurant. Siblings He Xiaochun and He Man were surrounded by security personnel. He Xiaochun panicked and asked to the waiter, "We didn't get our order?" Security personnel stood nearby. The waiter nodded. "No, that gentleman said he didn't move his chopsticks and asked you to pay yourselves. If you don't want to pay, we'll have the sheriff come and take care of it." He Xiaochun saw brother Lu smoking, by half a day has not yet come over. So the intention was to go over there and find someone. But was stopped by waiters and security. He asked his sister to call Lu Shui's phone, and it didn't work at all. He panicked and rushed to call his girlfriend. Wilson was also blackballed. Asked the waiter and their order was not bought. He Xiaochun thought of bad images. "No, I have to hurry and find Ping Ping. She's so innocent, she'll surely be cheated by the surname Lu." "Sir, you can't leave yet." "Nima, don't stop me, let my sister pay the bill, my old girlfriend is going to be abducted." He Man couldn't get through to Lu Shui's phone, and thinking that she had paid so much, she directly exploded with anger. She picked up her cell phone straight away. "I'm calling the police. I've been scammed. I've been raped. Chapter 24. Sister, hurry up and send the small sweet potatoes, we can't just leave it like that. On this side of the cafe, it was a very different and harmonious scene. Lu Shui and Zhang Ping were almost done talking. So he asked Zhang Ping what she wanted to eat and planned to treat her to dinner. Zhang Ping felt like chatting with Lu Shui, so she said, "Do you want to eat barbecue? We can AA." "Why, what are you talking about, I'm buying." The two of them walked out of the cafe and were about to get into the car. Lu Shui received a call from the sheriff. The sheriff was heard saying that he hoped they would cooperate with the investigation. Lu Shui didn't refuse, he had the evidence in hand. Lu Ming had asked him to keep it. "Now that I think about it, it was my own father who thought of it." "Okay, I'll work with you guys, I'll drive there myself." He drove the Cayenne and came to the security office with Lu Ming and Zhang Ping. Lu Ming received a phone call that was suspected of being a scam. Zhang Ping also received a call, and the vigilante was afraid that she had been tricked by Lu Ming. The three men took statements in separate rooms. Lu Shui listened to the magistrate's questioning, took out his cell phone. "I have video evidence, show you the evidence does not belong to the dissemination, right?" The male sheriff's deputy in charge of taking the statement smiled politely. "Just listen to the key conversation." From the conversation it can be heard that it was indeed Human's own initiative. The other room. Lu Ming also took out his cell phone. "I have surveillance video here, they worship gold, we're just not happy about it, there's nothing wrong with that, right?" The surveillance video shows that it is indeed the other party who is trying to climb up the ladder of the rich. Lu Ming and Lu Shui are of the same caliber, and there's still key evidence that they have no problem. "Thanks for your cooperation." "No, I should, you guys have worked hard, have you eaten? Why don't we go for a snack together?" "Thanks for the offer, we're on duty, take your time." The two of them came to the lobby of the sheriff's office and heard that Zhang Ping was still making a statement, so they sat down on the public seats in the lobby. Zhang Ping sighed. Confronted with her vigilante sister's words, she reconfirmed, "Sister, I really wasn't cheated, they didn't force me to do anything, they just went on a blind date with me." "Just a blind date?" "Yes, that rich big brother thinks I'm lying, I should be too ugly to see me, and then the big brother's driver, Lu Shui, looked for me to chat, and the chat was quite good, but I feel that I'm a bit unworthy of him." The vigilante lady making the statement laughed awkwardly. "My good sister, you're still ugly?" She had asked so many questions so far, and she really hadn't found any suspicion that Zhang Ping had been tricked and abducted by Lu Shui and Lu Ming. Still, she cautioned, "But you're a little girl, you'd better stay away from strangers, so I'll drop you off at the subway station in a few minutes, and you can go back on your own?" Are Lu Shui and the others okay? The security lady held her forehead, feeling like she had reminded her for nothing. They're fine. That's good. When he went out, he saw the two men sitting in the hall. When Lu Shui saw Zhang Ping come out, he got up and beckoned. Go eat barbecue. I know there is a barbecue thief, several delicious. Aha! Zhang Ping quickly stepped forward and the three of them left together. When the security lady saw this, she couldn't say anything more. People are going out for a midnight snack, so they should be chatting after a blind date. Several co-workers then came together. Is the little girl okay? It's okay, that handsome guy has money and still has a blind date? No at all. How was your question there? No problem, he had video evidence. I heard the key message and left the evidence for him to delete. He said he talked well with Ms. Zhang Ping after the blind date, and he wants us to help investigate to see if Zhang Ping's parents gamble. When you asked him to delete the video, did you ask him to clear the ones in the recycle bin again? The dust settled on this alarm. The magistrate showed the retained evidence to the siblings and told them that the other party did not commit fraud or forcible rape or abduct a young girl. It was useless for the two of them to spill their guts anymore. Leaving the sheriff's office, Xiaochen's eyes were red. Sister, hurry up and send the small sweet potatoes, we can't just let it go. His girlfriend is all tapped out. He couldn't stand a little. Speaking out on your own is likely to be stone cold. I didn't realize I'd have to ask my sister for help at a time like this. What's the point of sending a hair? Do you know how rich that Lu guy is? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Oh, Xiaochen directly cried. Ping Ping was cheated by them. Ah. It's all because of you, seeing a rich man and wanting to pong. Snap. He-Man directly gave his brother a slap, so angry that his chest continued to rise and fall. I go to Nima's, but not for you. What kind of woman you find yourself? See the money-eyed piece of goods. You're not allowed to say that about Pimmy. Just say what? She's not a piece of work, she's a chick. So you haven't even touched her? It's been over a year, you're such a loser. Woohoo! Chapter 25, The Splash of Riches is gone. Lu Shui drove the Cayenne and was heading towards the barbecue restaurant he said he was going to. A system beep sounded in Lu Ming's head. The host receives a reward. The bride price of 200,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. On the way to the cow and horse house stall, Lu Ming heard about Zhang Ping. Oh. Again, it's the family for the bride price. But Zhang Ping was different from Lu Ming's ex-girlfriend. Zhang Ping felt it was wrong to ask for the bride price to be left to herself. Lu Ming's ex-girlfriend sided with her parents and said she should leave her parents' money for their retirement. You don't have to take anything and leave a ing crotch. Lu Ming planned to give this 200,000 to Lu Shui so that he could take the money and go directly to the face of Zhang Ping's parents. In front of the cow and horse house stall, there is no parking space on the side of the road, but there are cars parked everywhere. Lu Shui found an empty space and parked his car on the side of the road as well. He nimbly got out of the car intending to help Lu Ming open the door. But Lu Ming opened the door himself and got out of the car. Although Lu Ming kept telling him that he didn't need to be so polite. But he always believed in his heart that there was already a thick barrier of class between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming was happy to give him the Cayenne later, and he was beyond grateful. At the same time, he was also more cautious, fearing that he would make a mistake and provoke Lu Ming. I'm a big fan of Lu Ming, but I don't get any if I mess with him. Holding Lu Ming as his own father, Lu Ming sent him a luxury car and helped him catch girls. What's wrong with lowering your stance? The sky is drizzling again. Canopies are propped up in front of the Nyoma stalls. There were heads everywhere inside and outside the house, and business was good. Most of the people who come here for barbecue are laborers. The three made reservations, sat down and ordered some beers. Two guys drinking beer and jerking off. A few bottles of beer down, Lu Shui red face, alcohol cannot hide words. So he looked at Lu Ming and said, Big brother, your ex-girlfriend has actually been wanting to talk to you for a long time. She's been asking me about you. I think she actually cares about you. I know you're going to yell at me, but she's come to me one too many times saying she wants to apologize to you, and you're really not going to see her again? Apologize? Lu Ming found it funny. Lu Shui is still too turtle. Lu Ming wouldn't eat back grass even if he didn't have a system. But would not have seen the ex-girlfriend at all before. Not anymore. Lu Ming has the system, his ex-girlfriend wants to meet with him, that's fine. If she wants to get back together, then have a blind date. Get the reward and she can off. People can be left out, rewards are not worth it. In that case, we can meet after the Qingming festival. Good. I'll talk to her. Don't need you to say that, you're drunk messing with a few words, turn your cell phone off and go back to bed. Lu Ming grabbed Lu Shui's cell phone. The three of them had eaten almost as much as they could, and Lu Ming made a wink at Lu Shui. Almost 2 years with Lu Shui colleagues, Lu Ming know what his drinking capacity, just these 5 or 6 bottles of beer is nothing. Lu Shui got it and started to act confused. He let Lu Ming turn off his cell phone. The 3 of them got a valet. Coming to the car, Lu Shui sat in the back row with Zheng Ping. He pretended to be confused and pulled Zheng Ping's arm. Ping, don't go, okay? I'll show you my house. He didn't act excessively either, just pulling Zheng Ping's arm. Zheng Ping agreed. Lu Shui went back and rushed to the kitchen, rinsing his head with cool water. Pretend to be sober and introduced the house to Zheng Ping. The home is furnished with bedding and cabinets in the 2nd bedroom and nursery. But there's dust on it. Looked like no one lived there. It's a different story when you get to the master bedroom. It's more dirty and messy with people living there than without. The bed was littered with clothes, the computer desk was a mess, and there was cigarette ash everywhere. The little bit of drunkenness Lu Shui originally had was gone. He hurriedly shoved a stream of clothes from the bed into the closet. Then change all 3 pieces of the bed set into one set. Start organizing your desk and cleaning up. After finishing everything, Lu Shui wiped his sweat. Ping, you live far away, don't go back tonight, you sleep in the master bedroom, I'll sleep in the living room, sofa sleep is fine. The master bedroom has a separate bathroom, you can leave the door unlocked, you don't have to work from now on, I'll support you. Lu Shui pulled Zheng Ping and said a bunch of things. He also said he'd drive straight to her house tomorrow and dump $200,000 in her parents' faces. Zheng Ping agreed. She finished her shower thinking she could just sleep on the couch, and when she came to the living room, she found Lu Shui already snoring. Early the next morning, Lu Shui found an extra $300,000 on his card. He looked at the prestige message sent by Lu Ming. The money transferred to you is a red packet given in advance for a happy occasion, don't take it seriously, you'll have to pay it back later. When Big Brother really has hard power, he will buy the company and make you the leader. You go rent a car, get some bodyguards to take Zheng Ping home, and get rid of things early. Lu Shui had a bunch of things he wanted to ask Lu Ming when he first met him at the barbecue door. After learning that Lu Ming was so rich, he didn't want to ask. Just ask Lu Ming how his body has become sturdier. Lu Ming said he bought the fake muscle clothes to troll his sister. The rest Lu Shui didn't ask. Let's pretend that Lu Ming really recognized a rich, righteous father. Lu Ming said at the time that for the time being, he would not spend large sums of money on his friends, and that it was dangerous to have no background. Lu Shui understands that Lu Ming is afraid that he will drift, and in the future he will have no one in his sights and cause trouble outside. He's not in a hurry, so let's wait for Lu Ming to come back and buy the company again and make him the leader. Of course, he didn't hold out much hope, even if Lu Ming didn't come back and forget about him. It's a stretch to transfer him $200,000. He took Zheng Ping after breakfast and went to the mall to buy some clothes. Then go to the bank and get cash. After filling out a bunch of forms, he finally took out $200,000 in cash. After spending money to hire a few more bodyguards, Lu Shui rented a car and rushed straight to Zheng Ping's house. A Mercedes-Benz came to the village, and people probed their heads and looked toward Zheng Ping's house. Early in the morning, I heard about Zheng Ping finding a rich aunt. Zheng Ping's parents heard their daughter call to say that her boyfriend is coming, a rich aunt driving a Big Ben. How could they resist? Naturally, they had to show off in the village. At this time, Zheng Ping's parents were ready to meet. Firecrackers were set off before the car even got to the door. Qingming Festival is approaching, it is not suitable to make a happy event. Zheng Ping's family made this scene does not look like welcoming people. Villagers gather around at their doorsteps. Zheng Ping's parents watched the other party get off the bus holding their daughter and then greeted them with a smile. I only saw that the rich aunt had a serious look on her face. He was followed by black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Lu Shui opened the bulging bag in his hand and took out a bunch of red bills directly from it, and then dumped it on the two people's faces. Pop. Snap. Pop. 10 million in the face of both. Just your kind don't deserve to be Ping's parents, this $200,000 will be fed to the dog. The pain hidden in Zheng Ping's heart exploded out, crying out, I want to sever my relationship with you, I will not return to this home in the future. Ping, it's our fault, it wasn't easy for us to bring you up as a child. Zheng Ping's mom and dad were on their knees begging for mercy. But Zheng Ping got into the car without looking back. After she went to work at the factory as an adult, her mom and dad even asked her to transfer money to the family every month. Get the money and turn your head and go play poker. Neighbors in the front and back were out watching the show. Seeing the tragic state of the Zheng family, the splash of riches is gone. They were secretly happy in their hearts. All you think about all day is selling girls and trying to make a comfortable life for yourself. Serves you right. I told you, what kind of aunt comes to the house on the eve of the Qingming Festival? It is not advisable to have a happy event on the Qingming festival. Chapter 26, Brother Lu, will you come back? Inside the hotel's presidential suite. When he got up in the morning, Lu Ming and Jiang Ningning made some more noise. Then he looked at Jiang Ningning and said, "Are you going back for the Qingming festival? I'll see you off." Jiang Ningning frowned slightly, shook her head, hugged Lu Ming and said, "Brother Lu, I don't want my parents to know yet." "That's fine, I have to go back. The Qingming festival is not good to bring you." "It's okay, Lu, my cousin isn't going back either, I can find her. I've asked her to come over, get dressed and join us for breakfast." The two of them washed up, got dressed, and went to the dining room together. Jiang Ningning's cousin was brought over by the housekeeper. Seeing his cousin walk over on Lu Ming's arm, Jiang Lu got up and greeted with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Lu, Ning." "Good morning." Lu Ming handed Jiang Lu the room card and the keys to the Porsche 718. At the time, the Porsche 718 had wear and tear and was not discounted. Lu Ming deposited his car keys at the supermarket. Last night, he thought of having Jiang Lu come over to take care of Jiang Ningning, so he planned to give that car to Jiang Lu. So had the valet drive it last night. "I'll trouble you to take care of Ning in the next few days. The car is in the parking lot, you drive it first, and the vehicle documents are in the front luggage compartment. When the time comes, a lawyer will help transfer it to your name. Mr. Lu, the car is not necessary. Putting it away is also catching dust, it's okay to sell it if you don't want to drive it." Lu Ming shoved the car keys hard into Jiang Lu's hands. Then continued, "About your ex-husband, I've found someone to ask around, so in the future you don't have to worry about him coming after you." At that time, Jiang Ningning told Lu Ming about his cousin. Lu Ming then paid someone to inquire about Jiang Lu's ex-husband. What needs to be dealt with has been dealt with. Jiang Lu was holding the car keys in his hand, and when he heard Lu Ming's last words, there was more brightness in his vicissitude's eyes. With some excitement in her heart, her body trembled slightly as she bowed to Lu Ming and thanked him. "I can't thank Mr. Lu enough for his kindness, I can't return it. Take care of Jiang Ningning these days, in the future Jiang Ningning won't be home often, helping to take care of her parents is considered your reward." "This I will do." Even if Lu Ming didn't say anything, Jiang Lu would take care of Jiang Ningning's parents in the future. The three of them finished breakfast together. Jiang Ningning walked Lu Ming to the parking lot. The two of them kissed goodbye. Jiang Ningning thought of something in her mind, her nose turned sour, and she asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, will you come back?" Lu Ming pinched her smiling face and said gently, "You're afraid I'll run away and not want you?" "I'm not afraid." Jiang Ningning shook her head, then said seriously, "I just don't want you to be so quick." Lu Ming wrapped his arms around her neck and blocked Jiang Ningning's later words with a kiss. "Don't worry, I'm good to all my women, I won't abandon you, don't think too much." Jiang Ningning blinked her eyes rapidly and raised her hand to wipe her tears. The smile blossomed like a flower. "Okay, Lu, I'll wait for you to come back." The Porsche Cayenne disappeared completely from sight. Only then did Jiang Ningning turn back, walking to her cousin's side and taking her arm, so that it seemed to comfort the unwilling heart. Enria looked at his cousin's slightly red eyes and dampened eyelashes. She asked, "Looks like I wasn't wrong about the guy then, you've already fallen for him after only a few days." Jiang Ningning retorted in a small voice, "Which is not. Hey, if you don't look in the mirror and see your face, you're about to spell out the word unwanted. There you are, clinging to him for half a day." Jiang Ningning hurriedly changed the topic. "Take your bank card out of your bag. Sis, you take the money and go back to buy 3 houses when the time comes. You and my parents will split the extra money when the time comes. I don't want my parents to know yet." "You think of an excuse? Let's just say we won the lottery." "You're so smart." Jiang Lu shook his head. Since her cousin doesn't want to admit it yet, when she goes back then, she'll just say she's found another rich guy. It's also time to leave River City. This city is not for her. When the time comes to go back, she'll buy 3 houses and get a small one for herself. More money was left for Jiang Ningning and her parents. Let's see if that one has any plans to get married now. If not, find a divorced person in your hometown to live with. The two of them took the exclusive elevator to the presidential suite. When the two entered the house, the female bodyguard who had been following guarded the door. Enria viewed up inside the house and saw that one of the sofas had wet marks on it. She looked to her cousin, only to see Jiang Ningning's eyes dodge and her pretty face blush as she pulled her to look elsewhere. Jiang Lu came to her cousin's ear. "Yo, you're blushing, did you play there in the morning?" Jiang Ningning said shamefully, "Aya, sis, what are you talking nonsense about?" Jiang Lu poked at Jiang Ningning's waist. "How many times?" Jiang Ningning hurriedly ran away. The two of them playfully fought, and in the end, Jiang Ningning lost the battle and was sealed on the sofa by her cousin. "How many times?" Jiang Ningning shyly gestured a finger. "It's morning?" Jiang Ningning nodded. "What about last night?" 3 delicate fingers stretched out. That fierce? Jiang Ningning nodded shyly and happily. Lu Ming didn't know what happened in the hotel after he left. He drove the Cayenne towards home. Tomorrow is the day of the Qingming festival. God has already helped people brew up their emotions ahead of time. The sky was overcast and drizzling. The windshield wipers in front of the windshield kept shaking. There is endless rain to wipe away on a rainy day, just like people have endless tears to wipe away at the graveside on Qingming festival. The sky clears, people sweep their graves, and the rain and tears can dry up. Lu Ming didn't have any sad emotions. His dad was raised by his grandmother, who died before he was born. Mom fell out with the family to marry his dad. Then grandma and grandpa died and mom went back. Later, every Qingming festival and the anniversary of the death of her grandparents, mom would go back to visit the graves. Usually on Qingming festival, mom accompanies dad to visit grandma's grave, and then goes to see grandma and grandpa the next day. Mom didn't get along with her siblings and was able to avoid each other by going over the next day. Before Lu Ming went to college, he would follow his parents to the graves. After I went to college, I went back less and downplayed the Qingming festival. After confirming that the system was not a dream, Lu Ming then asked his parents to come over directly and travel at that time. If it wasn't for his mom and dad talking about the Qingming festival, he would have forgotten about it. There were a few outfits and jewelry in the car for mom and dad. You'll have to see it for yourself when the time comes, so I'm guessing they'll wear it. Chapter 27, Blind Date at Qingming Festival. You really know how to pick a date. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon. Porsche Cayenne from the main road onto a rural country road. Shortly afterward it stopped in front of a tobacco and liquor sub-store. During the Qingming festival, yellow paper, candles, red incense, etc. are placed in front of the sub-store. Even though it was the Qingming festival, the mahjong table in the house did not stop. The people in the house saw a car pull up in front of the door. Someone said something like, "Who's Cayenne?" The crowd probed and looked over. Lu Ming's mom, Li Hui, is frying vegetables in the back. They hadn't had lunch when they heard their son was coming back. Lu Ming's dad, Lu Guofeng, was looking after the business in front, carrying a teapot in his hand, and was refilling the tea for the card players. Hearing someone say that, he looked toward the outside at once. Was it the son's car when he said earlier that he made money? After seeing a handsome man get out of the car, Lu Guofeng walked over quickly with a kettle of water. Ming Ming? On New Year's Eve, my own son still wears clothes that show his youth. Never seen my son in formal wear yet. Now that my son was in full formal attire, he was all a bit stronger than he had been over the years. If it weren't for that handsome face, he wouldn't have dared to recognize anyone directly. Dad! Lu Ming shouted inside in his heart as he looked at his dad still wearing his old clothes. They don't wear new clothes when they buy them, and they don't buy seasonal clothes when they transfer money to them. Especially after preparing for marriage. This New Year's Eve Lu Ming said he'd take his mom and dad clothes shopping. The two of them stiffly said no. Now it allows them to be able to get new clothes every day. Lu Ming came to the back of the car and went to open the trunk. Dad put the kettle on the ground and ran up to pull Lu Ming's arm. Don't take anything first, it's raining again, take an umbrella and then take it. The people playing cards and watching the cards and bragging stopped what they were doing. There was a lot of looking around. Hey yo, is this Ming Ming? I haven't seen you in a few months, you've grown quite handsome again. Ming Ming is making a lot of money, he's even driving a Porsche Cayenne. This car must be $1 million, right? Those who came to Lu Ming's house to rub cards were all old acquaintances who knew Lu Ming. We're not going to the cemetery until tomorrow. Today we'll play mahjong as usual. Hearing that the car cost millions, the crowd immediately stared at Lu Ming with astonished eyes. And play the ghost card. All of them asked questions of Lu Ming. Lu Ming greeted these elders. Simply respond to their words. Hui, your handsome son is back. Someone shouted from the back. Li Hui hurriedly turned off the gas stove and wiped her hands on her apron. From the kitchen in the back came a quick walk. Her eyes were full of joy to see her son so well dressed. But even after wiping her hands, she still didn't go up to grab her son's arm. He went to the backyard to wash his hands again, before coming over to grab Lu Ming's arm with his upper hand. My arms seem to have gotten thicker? My body has gotten a lot stronger compared to New Year's Eve. Are you working out? Fitness is good for your body. It's best to smoke less again in the future. My Ming Ming is in a good position to find a girlfriend, right? Hurry up and find one and get married. Lu Guofeng stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. But men are not accustomed to melodramatic words among themselves, and when they open their mouths they are right. He said smoothly, not a fart, the conditions are good, you have to find slowly, cannot just find a loser. Li Hui slapped his hand away and said in a bad mood, have you washed your hands? Don't dirty his clothes. Seeing that the two were about to mix it up, Lu Ming hurriedly interjected, I bought clothes for you guys, see if they fit. Aya, when you earn money, you spend a lot of money, what kind of clothes do you buy? It's not like you can't wear the old ones. Lu Guofeng found an umbrella and followed his son to get his clothes. It's not just clothes in there, but bags, shoes, accessories and more. A family of 3 entered the house and went upstairs with a large bag. The people downstairs mingled. One was envious. How come we don't have a kid like that in our family? When Li Huiyi asked about the price, she immediately frowned and said seriously, you earn money and spend it recklessly. This kind of expensive stuff can't be returned when it leaves the store, so you guys would be wasting it if you don't wear it. Lu Ming deliberately said. Li Huiyi chewed her tongue, but couldn't back out of pure loss, so she had to change her clothes and put on jewelry. Lu Ming is handsome, thanks to the good genes of his parents. His mom and dad were the most handsome men and women in the village when they were young. It does look different when you change clothes. It's the face that still reveals the countryside. The two of them, both in their 50s, were embarrassed to come downstairs after changing into their clothes and shoes. Li Huiyi had a necklace around her neck and bracelets on her wrists, looking like a rich wife. Lu Guofeng wore a wristwatch and leather shoes with clanking surfaces. Although they didn't have that kind of richness yet, people depended on their clothes, and the two of them looked significantly more refreshed. The old sister-in-law who was rubbing mahjong couldn't help but look at Lu Guofeng a few more times. Lu Guofeng smiled and habitually went to get the kettle to refill the tea for the poker player. Agu, my good brother, I'm afraid of gossip if I let someone as imposing as you pour me tea. Old Lu is gossiping with you? You don't take a piss and look at yourself either. Tisk, tsk, I can't imagine that brother Guofeng still has this day of being old and pretty. That's because he was already handsome and had a good base. Even if I let my family's fugitive go back to 18, he can't even compare to him. True enough, but 18 is a good body. Ha, that goes without saying. There were no children around either, and the crowd chatted casually about adult topics. Ming, I heard earlier that you seem to have broken up. My niece is back, why don't we meet and talk? At that moment, someone suddenly interjected a sentence, causing the originally cheerful atmosphere to freeze. Someone next to me relieved the embarrassment and said, engaging in matchmaking on Qingming Festival, you really know how to pick the day, and you are not afraid that your ancestors will dream of scolding you. I'm not talking about dating, it's normal to visit and chat, aren't we sitting together and playing mahjong? Chapter 28, he asked me to make a direct request. He's not looking at me, is he? There's nothing wrong with a little chat. Ha ha ha, yeah, aren't we talking right now? Listen to that poker player. Others who also had ideas chimed in. The news of Lu Ming's breakup spread long ago. Li Huiyi then took the initiative to ask in the village, there is not yet talk about friends, the age of the right girl child. As soon as the rumor spread, everyone in the village knew that Lu Ming had broken up. Lu Ming has a car and a house in Zhangcheng. As the old saying goes, fertilizer doesn't flow to the outside world. At that time, those whose own families or relatives had female children in their 20s working in Zhangcheng were introduced to Lu Ming. But none of them were chatty. Now Lu Ming is even better off, directly driving $1 million luxury car. And buy mom and dad clothes and jewelry. That's still a lot of money being made. If we can get close to Lu Ming's family, we'll make a fortune, right? Lu Ming is handsome, polite and courteous and can make money. Who wouldn't want a son-in-law that good? There are 4 mahjong tables in Lu Ming's house from the living room to the backyard, and 3 of them are now sitting next to each other. Among these people, several of them inwardly develop this idea of becoming relatives with Lu Ming's family. It's just that during the Qingming Festival, it's not too good to talk about it, so I'm going to talk to Lu Ming's parents afterward. Now it's been said. Several others chimed in. They all looked at Lu Ming, intending to see what his attitude was. As long as Lu Ming was willing to talk, it didn't matter what was or wasn't the Qingming Festival. If we become relatives with Lu Ming's family, when the time comes to burn more paper for the ancestors, they will be happier over there. Lu Ming's parents looked at each other. They also want their son to find a wife sooner. Watching other people's families embrace their grandchildren one after another, they want to hold grandchildren like crazy. Lu Ming nodded, there was a reward delivered to his door, Lu Ming didn't want it for nothing. Okay, whoever wants to come over and chat can do so, only meet with me in person, people outside even. Li Huiyi pulled her son upstairs. You want money, if you don't see it, lighten your tone when you refuse, we're all from the same village, heads up, heads down. Lu Ming wasn't a child, there was no need to dislike people because of blind dates, causing mom and dad's relationship with these people to turn sour. He whispered, Mom, you put your heart at ease, you still don't know your own son well, don't you? I have a sense of propriety. Li Hui smiled and nodded as she patted her son's hand. Now that there's money to find a girl to marry, I want to hold my grandchildren early. This is no problem. In the future there will only be more and not less. When the time comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of it. It's best that way. Li Hui's face broke into a smile. In the future, let's just say it's going to be pain and pleasure. Well, you go and talk to the village people, and I'll go upstairs and rest a while, and when the other girl comes in a little while, tell her to come up and talk to me. The two stood a few steps above the corner of the stairs and exchanged whispers, not continuing up the stairs. Li Hui didn't say anything more. After descending a few steps down the stairs, she turned back and said, "You go to my room with your father to rest, I'll make your bed then." Good. Lu Ming came to the second floor. As soon as he got home, he had symptoms of just wanting to lay in bed and play on my phone and force things to go away. Of course, I'll still make my own bed when the time comes, I just don't want to move right now. It's only morning. It's not even night yet. How about going to the towns to stay in a hotel at night? An idea popped up in Lu Ming's mind. He came to the door of Mom and Dad's room. Lu Ming opened the door. The room was a little dim on a cloudy day. He reached for the switch on the wall. The room lights up. Lu Ming lay on his bed and played with his cell phone, swiping shake to watch the young lady. He found it tasteless. So a video call was made to Jiang Ningning. Jiang Ningning was happy when she picked up the phone. Lu didn't abandon her. The two of them talked for a while. Someone knocked on the door and Lu Ming hung up. Is Lu Ming in there? It was a woman's voice, kind of clipped. On. Lu Ming had just received a message from his old mom. Knowing that the woman at the door had come to meet him for a blind date, Lu Ming opened the door and saw a woman with a slightly chubby body and heavy makeup. The panel message took a look, and Lu Ming hurriedly retreated back into the room to distance himself from the other party. Have her sit in the chair at the desk. This is a woman with a face value of 58. 25 years old with 6 relationship experiences. Lu Ming felt that those 6 buddies were also really hungry. You can eat that? Of course it's possible to be fooled by makeup. Tell me what you want, I'm making a lot of money now, ask for whatever you want. The slightly chubby woman looked at Lu Ming with glowing eyes. I used to think Lu Ming was handsome, but too inferior to talk to Lu Ming. Then came several boyfriends, and confidence was born in my heart. Lu Ming directly asked her to make a request. She thought to herself, he asked me to make a direct request, he's not looking at me, is he? She didn't make a direct request, and looking at Lu Ming's very shapely body, she subconsciously asked, I see you have a good body, are you working out? Aha! Any abs? There, $8 and a few symmetries for thieves. Can I see it then? Lu Ming's mouth watered as he looked at the other party's appearance. It was as if he couldn't wait to eat him right away. He just wanted to hurry up and finish getting his reward and send it off. You start with the requirements. I'll be working locally, and the bride price of 88,000 can be brought home. A 140 house in downtown Yichang is fine. The car, a 200,000 Camry, is not bad. I heard the third aunt say that you have made money outside, but this is all I ask. If you are in a better position, the car and house can be given to my parents, and I will go with you to live in Jiangcheng. What are the requirements for the man's monthly income and savings? Physically, Yichang side has a monthly income of 10,000 is quite comfortable, but you must have more than that. If you have savings, plus the dowry you brought back, you'll be fine with 100,000 or so. Physically, I like to work out muscular guys. The muscles don't have to be that big, they just look obvious. Working out regularly can't be bad in that department, surely it can be more than 10 minutes. You're asking for 10 minutes? Well, pretty much. The slightly chubby woman finished her request. Eyes hotly staring at Lu Ming, he asked in an eager tone, how about this, is this request of mine considered normal? Can you show me the abs? The requirements are indeed fairly normal, but I'd have to ask how many boyfriends you've had, or how many men you've had sex with. The slightly chubby woman's heart tightened and she looked a little nervous as she said, you don't mind, do you? I'm sorry then, I've only talked to one, so I can only accept that the other person has had one experience, so go back. Okay. The slightly chubby woman was sorry to leave the stage. Lu Ming didn't dislike her, after all, the people who came to play cards were familiar with Mom and Dad. He asked Mom and Dad where they wanted to live in the future. Mom and Dad say they still want to live in Yichang. Maybe if you buy them a villa, they still like to run to the village. Lu Ming respected his mom and dad and wouldn't casually dislike anyone introduced to him by their friends. The host receives a reward. The bride price of $88,000, $10,000 income, and $100,000 deposit have been transferred to the host's bank card. A house worth $1.14 million in downtown Yichang City, size 140 square meters, with complete documents. A $200,000 Toyota Camry, parked in the next alley, fully documented. Natural visible muscle effect 1. After the host uses it, his body will be remodeled and his muscles will be visibly shaped with natural-looking lines, which can be gifted to others. Time increased by 10 minutes, can be gifted to others. Discounting the garage. 1.34 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. The house Lu Ming cannot live on, the car is cheap, he does not drive. What class is he in now? Still driving a Camry? It's too cheap to give to friends. Chapter 29. Tell me honestly, are you being kept? Lu Mingdu gave Jiang Lu a $900,000 Porsche 718. Friends with better relationships will only give more expensive cars later. There are muscle effects and hours credited. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't been exercising for the past few days, and he had been eating like a thief every day, so he felt like he had gained fat. If you have not been disciplined to exercise, you are going to gain fat and lose muscle. It's important to realize that people who are self-disciplined in fitness and want to stay in good shape eat low-fat meals in small quantities many times a day, and jack their iron every day. It's true that the muscles look good when they're up, but that process is hard as hell. And Lu Ming only needed to get more muscle effects later, so he could just eat and drink without having to work out. It's a blast. In addition, the rewards that were added to his own after the system was upgraded could be given away. But if you give it away in the future, you'll have to find a good excuse to do so. You can't just give this stuff away. His current hours were long enough, and currently Jiang Ningning was a bit overwhelmed on his own. Can't use it myself for a while. There's no point in getting too long later. Still, it's too hard to be physically exhausted and not have a good time yourself. Why don't we give it to his dad? I'm afraid I won't have enough time to eat and drink well and make up for it when I'm older. You can give it to dad later. Lu Ming was thinking in his mind. His old mom was frying vegetables, during which 3 more women came one after another. One of them wants to settle in Jincheng, and the car, house and dowry will be more expensive. Houses, in particular, are quite a bit more expensive than Yicheng. Discounted in kind, Lu Ming received a total of 6.78 million. Lu Ming looked at the cell phone bank card. The balance has come to over $80 million. A little short of a small goal. If I meet another gold-digging girl like Emin Wang, I can easily break a small goal. Lu Ming took another small step closer to his current goal. He's going to be the big boss of the original company. Take off with friends. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Ming ate his lunch. Mom cooked a table of his favorite dishes. Mouthing the words for Lu Ming not to spend money indiscriminately. It turned out that his mom had made so many dishes that she couldn't finish them all. Evening. The sub-store closed early. Lu Ming accompanied his old mom to make the bed. By the time he got back to his room after his shower, Mom and Dad sat on the edge of the bed watching him. The door to the room closed. Li Hui spoke. Tell me honestly, are you being adopted? Lu Ming thought something had happened at home. He smiled. Really no, I'm still on a blind date in the afternoon. If the rich woman knew about this, wouldn't she kill me? Lu Guofeng also spoke up. Even if you helped your big boss ease the embarrassment, can big boss be that kind to you? Vehicle papers are in the car. $1 million car with the name of his son, Lu Ming. My son told them that morning that the big boss from the headquarters had come to Jiangqing for an inspection. It may have been a watery, bad meal that caused diarrhea that crumbled into his pants. It just so happened that my son, who was going to the bathroom in the next pit, helped the big boss buy a new pair of pants and quietly delivered them, easing the embarrassment for the big boss. The big boss remembered his son. So the son soared with the support of the big boss. Honestly, they don't quite believe it. It feels too dreamy. It's like shooting a TV show. The two last night at home all kinds of suspicion, think son and ex-girlfriend after the breakup, afraid not for the love hurt, blind date met a rich woman, so give up dignity, directly evening rich woman. The duo still had confidence in their son's appearance. And my son was all muscular in his shorts after his shower. Don't rich women love that? The more they think that their son is in the company of a rich woman. Lu Ming saw that his mom and dad didn't believe the excuse he had made earlier. So he said, if you guys think I've fallen for a rich woman, that rich woman will definitely chop my head off if she knows I'm looking for a woman outside, right? I actually have a woman. By the time Jiangcheng go to the hotel to eat a meal together, to know, she is not a rich woman. The two looked at each other. Show us? You didn't quietly find the actors, did you? Why, you'll know when you see it, and I'll be busy then, so I'll let her take you on a tour. The two men were half-hearted. If the woman the son is talking about is real, it's certainly not a rich woman in the evening. If a rich woman knows that her little man is out there using her money to support other women, the consequences are unimaginable. You might get your head chopped off. Then the Lu family will be extinct. As for their son doing anything illegal, they find it impossible. So, once we go to Jiangcheng, we can figure everything out. Good. Then we'll have to ask her nicely then. It was also hard for their son to drive for a few hours, and they had to get up early tomorrow, so Lu Ming's parents didn't dwell on it. The Kaiyan drove off the country road into the middle of a desolate field. Not many people are farming in the village now. When Lu Ming's family of 3 got off the bus, the smell of exploding firecrackers could be smelled in the moist air. The 3 men got out of the car carrying firecrackers, yellow paper, red incense, and candles respectively. It was drizzling, and the 3 did not have umbrellas. After burning the yellow paper, Lu Guofeng put the plastic bag containing yellow paper pad on the ground. The family of 3 successive Caodoline worship. Lu Guofeng, as the head of the family, used to bring his wife and children to visit his deceased mother's grave, and he never cried. This time, he wept. He used to be the backbone of the family, he had to hold it together. Now that his son is making a name for himself, he doesn't have to hold up. The next day, when Lu Ming took his old mom and went to visit his grandma and grandpa's grave and came back, Lu Ming saw more unfamiliar faces in the house. The family's tobacco and liquor sideline store is open as usual. Yesterday mom and dad found a couple in the village to help with the store. That couple was originally one bachelor and the other widow. There's no such thing as widowhood in the village. People in the village say every day that the 2 should stay together. And then it really came together. When they got together, the 2 were in their 30s. It's over 50 now. The 2 of them are a little underprivileged at home. Lu Ming's parents saw that it wasn't easy for them, so they gave them money to help look after the business. At this point, the raw faces in the sub-store were siblings on mom's side of the family who hadn't crossed paths in almost 30 years. With today's advanced communications, news travels tremendously fast. These people heard that Lu Ming drove home in a Porsche Cayenne. After the Qingming festival, he is going to take his parents out for a trip. How can they sit here? Yesterday was Qingming festival. It's not good for them to come over. The holiday passed today, and they came to Lu Ming's house with their ho-hum purchases. Lu Ming's parents directly stopped the crowd outside the door. Li Hui said nonchalantly, "The old man and his mother raised me, and I will go over to visit their graves on the Qingming festival and their death anniversaries. But with you, I have nothing to say. When our Lu family was at its worst, none of you were willing to lend us some money to help out, so now get the hell out of here. Drive away superficial relatives." Lu Guofeng and Li Hui had a tidy up at home. The couple who help look after the business live at the back of the village, a bit further away. Li Hui said to them, "I've packed up all the bedding in the room, so you can bring your own bedding and lay it on the floor, and sleep here. It's too far to run around." Thanks, we'll just hit the ground running when we get there. The home is well organized. The 2 of them left in the Cayenne. The village watched as Cayenne disappeared and left at the entrance to the village. Mouths chatted about the topic of Lu Ming, and one was envious. All the while snickering at those superficial relatives of Li Hui. With such a powerful relative gone, I'm afraid I'll go back and wake up hating myself in the middle of the night. Chapter 30, Dad wants to take high-speed rail, Lu Ming high-speed rail blind date. Inside the car. Father and son rested their arms by the window, both holding cigarettes in their hands. Lu Guofeng in front of his own family, are what to say, I heard that Yicheng to Jiangcheng through the high-speed railroad, have not yet sat on it. Ming is so promising, you're traveling all over the place, and you're not just going to sit around later? Fair enough. Lu Ming is actually not very want to drive, before mainly bought clothes those things, when the high-speed train home is not good to bring. Now that mom and dad are wearing the clothes he bought, this car directly find a chauffeur to drive away to Jiangcheng on the line. Taking the high-speed train is fast and comfortable. Lu Ming obediently said, "Since you want to sit, then take the high-speed train, I'll find a chauffeur to drive the car to Jiangcheng." Li Hui asked, "There are still things in this car, is it convenient to get on the high-speed train?" "Why, who needs your crap? Besides, there's cameras everywhere now, would the valet dare to move?" Subsequently, the fine flesh of Lu Guofeng's waist was pinched, and he screamed out in pain. Cayenne came to the high-speed train station. Lu Ming got his chauffeur. "Then take your parents on the high-speed train. The 2 of them are wearing a little expensive clothes though. But have lived in the countryside most of my life. Neither has ever left the province. I've been to the far side before, and it was a long bus ride." After they arrived at the high-speed rail station, they looked left and right and wondered. Once in business class, even the adjustable seats felt new. Lu Guofeng is playing with the seat there like a child. Lu Ming swiped shakeology after explaining the button functions to his mom and dad. Not a moment later, a female stewardess with a nice curvy figure, wearing a stewardess uniform and looking elegant and competent came over. In sweet, standard Mandarin, he said, "Hello, sir, excuse me, can I see your ticket and ID please?" Lu Ming raised his eyes. A panel emerges. Name Yuan Shan. Face value 81. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 6. Lu Ming gave the ticket to the other party while hooking his hand at Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan bent down and smiled sweetly, sidling up next to Lu Ming and whispering, "Please speak, sir." Lu Ming whispered in her ear, "I'm on a blind date, want to talk?" A golden light flashed in Yuan Shan's eyes. She came back to Lu Ming's parents' side to continue checking the tickets, inadvertently revealing a QR code to Lu Ming. Lu Ming scan code, a look at the prestige avatar, straight to the good guy, avatar is very sensational, look not like a serious work with prestige. Added friends without verification, just added them. It wasn't long after when Shan finished checking her ticket and left. Lu Ming received the message. "Mr. Lu? Right. You're handsome, 20% off, 8,000. Lu Ming looked at the message sent by Yuan Shan, not realizing that he had triggered blackmail by just asking Yuan Shan if she was a matchmaker. "See you in the restroom. Stimulators will be charged extra, 1W. Row." Lu Ming came to the sink at the entrance of the toilet. He didn't really want to meet up with Yuan Shan in the restroom. Yuan Shan came over and pretended to wash her hands at the sink, whispering to Lu Ming beside her, "Hurry up while there are fewer people." Lu Ming stroked his scruff in the mirror and handed his cell phone to Yuan Shan with his left hand to see. "I'm really planning to go on a blind date, so tell me what you want, and if I think it's okay, you know." Yuan Shan looked at the balance of more than $50 million, her eyes widened, and she instantly understood Lu Ming's meaning. "Give me $80,000 a month, a 150 square foot house in downtown Jiangcheng, a Porsche 911, $1 million or so used will do." Lu Ming revealed a satisfied smile, the familiar flavor had returned. "The family matchmaking still doesn't compare a bit with Jiangcheng." He continued, "Physical requirements?" Yuan Shan revealed a complimentary smile, "Your body looks good, I can go to the hospital to check and issue a disease-free certificate." Lu Ming saw that she didn't ask for anything else. Staring at Yuan Shan in the mirror, she asked, "How many times?" In the mirror of the sink, Yuan Shan's eyes moved slightly, but she avoided Lu Ming's gaze. "It was only this idea that came to me, a total of only 3 times from the fledgling to now." Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned on the faucet to rinse his hand. "Too many times, and you're lying to me." He wiped his hands on a paper towel and returned to his seat. A system beep sounded in his head. The host receives a reward. 80,000 living expense deposits have been transferred to the host's bank card. A house worth $4.58 million in the downtown area of Jiangcheng City, the size of 150 square feet, complete documents. A used Porsche 911 worth $1 million, parked in the parking lot of Jiangcheng High-Speed Railway Station, with full documentation. Hearing that the car was parked at the high-speed train station, Lu Ming gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. He's the one who went back to Jiangcheng. This Tungzi is quite good at his job. Didn't park the reward car in the parking lot midway through the high-speed train. House discount. 4.58 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. After the system rewards were collected, Li Huiyi next to the aisle asked, "What did you just whisper to that girl?" "She's afraid her son will screw around when he gets rich." Lu Ming babbled, "Tell her to treat you guys better. If she dares to despise, I won't let her go." Li Huiyi was touched in her heart, but still reminded, "You can't pretend so much outside even if you have money. There are people outside the world. If they know any big shots, they'll give you a hard time when the time comes." "Okay, got it. I'll lay low from now on. Get off the highway." The hotel car was already waiting outside the station. Lu Ming said to his parents, "You guys go to the hotel first, I have something to take care of." Li Huiyi hurriedly urged, "Don't fight with people outside." Lu Ming. He felt his brain itch as dead memories attacked him. "Wave goodbye to mom and dad for now." Lu Ming came to the parking lot. At that moment, Lu Shui called. "Brother, do you have time today? She wants to see you." Lu Ming looked at his watch, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, "I'll send you the address." "Good." Lu Ming knew that Lu Shui was talking about his ex-girlfriend. "Since she wants to see herself so much, let's meet, have a blind date, get a wave of rewards and let her get out." Lu Ming found the Porsche 911 in the parking lot. The car does look good. It's classic. He likes the look. Getting in the main driver's seat, there are no rattles and no ridiculously large gaps in the interior. It's used, but it's from the system and the quality goes without saying. The engine roared. The sound stab stimulates one's nerves and makes one want to step on the gas pedal furiously. Like some sounds, it's easy to resist speeding up. Chapter 31, I'm so rich now, can I suffer from this? Lu Ming drove back to the hotel. Early 11 o'clock, lunchtime. So talk to the housekeeper and book a hotel box for dinner. Lu Ming's parents were led to the private room by the housekeeper. The two didn't look around. Just arrived at the hotel. They looked at the ornately decorated lobby, looking around left and right. The thought of not embarrassing my son. So when they got to the presidential suite, they started reprimanding each other. Look at the bear you just were. So now they were going to eat, both of them all end to end, not wanting to show their faces in front of each other, lest they be told off. The two of them sat down in the hotel's restaurant booth, anticipating in their minds the woman their son had told them about. Lu Ming returned to his room. When the door to the room opened, Jiang Ningning from the living room swooped over. Lu Ming is back. She really misses Lu Ming. She's equivalent to the early stages of a relationship at the moment. Can't wait to get tired of your favorite person every day. That person is Lu Ming. Your cousin went back? Well, she went back when she heard you were coming. Jiang Ningning didn't say the original words of her cousin at that time. Cousin told her that she wouldn't be a light bulb if Lu Ming came back. She was embarrassed to say so. Okay, then find a pair of shoes to wear, have dinner with my parents, then you take them on a trip, and later spend time together, get acquainted now. Aha! Jiang Ningning pursed her lips. She didn't expect Lu Ming to really let her take her aunt and uncle on a trip. Cousin said at the time that since she liked Lu Ming so much, she didn't want to be abandoned by him. Then take advantage of the tour. Serve Lu Ming's mom and dad well. When the time came, Lu Ming's parents would speak for him and Lu Ming might not abandon him. Jiang Ningning was barefoot, looking for shoes in the shoe cabinet. A pair of high heels was then pulled out. She remembered Lu Ming's words again. Said she liked high heels and could buy a couple pairs to wear when she didn't have to walk around. She doesn't wear a lot of them, but she quite likes high heels, so she bought a couple pairs. At this point, a pair of strong, sturdy arms wrapped around her from behind, chosen? Aha! Jiang Ningning smiled sweetly. A force then lifted her into the air. Lu Ming easily picked her up. Put her on the seat. Then snatched the heels out of her hands. Lu Ming squatted down and held Jiang Ningning's small and delicate feet. The backs of the feet were white, and the soles of the feet were pink and tender, like carefully carved jade. Lu Ming helped Jiang Ningning put her high heels on. Jiang Ningning's face was filled with happiness. She bent down, her small hands cupped Lu Ming's face, and she couldn't help but kiss Lu Ming. The two of them parted their lips. Jiang Ningning tidied up her clothes, then held hands with Lu Ming and went to the restaurant box. The door opens. Jiang Ningning bowed in formal greeting. Good day, uncle. Good day, auntie. The duo's eyes widened when they saw Jiang Ningning. You. Such a pretty little girl. It's like a star coming out of TV. Hello? Hello? Li Huiyi hurriedly got up and walked forward, holding Jiang Ningning's small hand, whose little girl looked so watery. What's your name? Li Huiyi said as she pulled Jiang Ningning to sit beside her. Jiang Ningning. Jiang Ningning was made a little shy by Lu Ming's mom's enthusiasm. Hey yo, little girl is still shy, you shouldn't be too old, should you? Li Huiyi took her little hand and put it on her lap, patting it gently every now and then. Almost 23. Ning, how did you two meet? That kid at my house isn't bullying you. Come on the way. Lu Ming had greeted Jiang Ningning in advance. He asked Jiang Ningning to casually give some simple information. Just say you met on a blind date and are dating. Jiang Ningning was grateful in her heart. She had agreed to Lu Ming because of those conditions he had given her. If Lu Ming had arrived directly with his parents out of the blue and was questioned by Lu Ming's mom in this way, then she would have felt embarrassed and a little ashamed. But Lu Ming had told her ahead of time, obviously taking care of his own feelings. Lu was really gentle. Jiang Ningning thought so in her heart, and her favorable impression of Lu Ming increased again. Li Huiyi learned about Jiang Ningning's basic situation, that the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. All sorts of boo-boos. Lu Guofeng also asked some questions in a gentle tone. But he didn't look at Jiang Ningning directly as a daughter-in-law like his wife did. He was seeing his son talking in the steward's ear when he thought something was wrong with him. Later the son left his seat. He followed. Saw my son at the sink with the stewardess. He thinks his son has become a philanderer when he has money. I intend to pull my son and teach him a good lesson. I didn't say anything in the car at the time, for fear that my wife would take my son directly outside and teach him. The end of a pleasant meal. Li Huiyi was still ready to drag Jiang Ningning for a walk. Called out by Lu Guofeng. So Jiang Ningning went back to the presidential suite first. The family came into another suite. Lu Guofeng looked at Lu Ming seriously. Did you have your eye on that stewardess on the high-speed train? Lu Ming handed his dad a cigarette. How can that be? Is she half as good looking as Jiang Ningning? Lu Guofeng took the cigarettes handed by his son, slapped away the fire handed by his son, and lit it himself with a lighter. So what were you talking to her about at the sink? Lu Ming retrieved the lighter he had handed to his dad and pulled out a cigarette himself and lit it. Before the blind date encountered, at that time also think that my condition is not good, I am now so rich, I can suffer this anger? In front of her pretending to be a pussy, she licked her face and wanted to be my lover. I look like that kind of woman? Li Hui looked at her son. Yes, Zhang Ningning is so good. But you have money now, so be careful out there, don't mess around. I'll be measured on this one. Lu Ming left mom and dad's room. Li Hui dragged Zhang Ningning for a walk. Lu Ming swiped his cell phone in a boring manner, thinking that it would be more fun to hug Zhang Ningning and make out. So he came downstairs and spent money to enroll his mom and dad in a retreat program and snatched Zhang Ningning from his mom. In front of the hotel, a special car stopped, the back door opened, and a woman stepped out. She looked at her watch. The appointment with Lu Ming was nearly half an hour early. Chapter 32. I know you did it on purpose to piss me off, and you did it. Hotel entrance. Wearing a strapless dress and delicate makeup, Yang Si-ying got down from a special car. The pretty face reveals a bit of young woman charming, red lips bright, collarbone fish. The body was nicely defined and looked well nourished. Yang Si-ying looked at her watch and walked towards the hotel. She informed the receptionist that she had an appointment to meet someone. The receptionist heard that it was Mr. Lu Ming and enthusiastically led her towards the lounge area. Yang Si-ying looked at the luxurious decor of the hotel lobby, thinking of Lu Shui telling her that big brother Lu Ming is capable in making money. But she didn't believe it at all. 5-star hotels with ordinary rooms cost several hundred a night. She always thought that Lu Ming was dead set on meeting her here. What's the point of this? Wasted money for nothing. It's not enough for people to apologize to you. She's been talking to Lu Ming for 8 years. At that time, Lu Ming said that after talking for so long, both parents have met several times, and the feelings are deep enough, so he asked her if the bride price can be brought back to subsidize the family. After all, marriage is about starting a new family, and it makes sense to bring back the dowry to use for startup capital for the new family, right? She called back and her parents weren't happy about it. When I went back, those relatives also said that $200,000 is for your parents' pension, which you're not willing to pay, is not really love you. She also felt justified in her heart, and chose to stand on the side of her parents and relatives, and directly talk to Lu Ming. She couldn't look at any of those later blind dates. Those who are in a better position than Lu Ming are either divorced or too old, and their looks can't compare a bit with Lu Ming. Those who look quite good on a blind date, the conditions are not as good as Lu Ming's family, and they cannot even afford to buy a house in Jiangcheng. Her parents are also anxious that they can't find anyone better than Lu Ming's overall condition, so they want her to get Lu Ming back. She's tired of blind dates. Thinks Lu Ming is actually pretty good. So he approached Lu Ming through Lu Shui and wanted to meet with him. But at that time, Lu Ming refused. After all this time, Lu Ming was finally happy to meet. Yang Si-ying thought it was Lu Ming who had a soft heart but wanted to save face, so she came here to pretend to be rich so that she could apologize. Apologize for apologizing. Have a good time pampering yourself later. I still don't believe I can't pin you down. Humph. After so many years, I'm still not clear about your soft underbelly? Yang Si-ying thought so in her mind. Just as she was walking towards the rest area, she saw a familiar face. And this familiar face is more handsome than ever. But he was holding another girl in his hand. Yang Si-ying had a feeling in her heart that she was being robbed of her own things. Lu Ming. Yancy frowned and yelled. Lu Ming didn't expect this guy to come so early. He was still thinking about getting bored with Zhang Ningning. Ning, you go up first. Lu Ming said softly, and Zhang Ningning nodded her head with the intention of leaving. Yang Si-ying quickly stepped forward. The woman next to you, don't go. Ta-da. The sound of high heels rang out quickly. That voice made Zhang Ningning's heart thump as she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Lu Ming looked at Yang Si-ying. This gown on her was still the one he bought before he took her to a fancy restaurant for dinner. He said lightly, if you want to talk, let's sit down and talk slowly, don't yell here. Hat, you still know how to save face? Seeing that Zhang Ningning was so good looking, but her figure was not as good as her own, Yang Si-ying wrapped her hands around her chest and straightened her waist. Instead of facing Lu Ming directly, she turned sideways and muttered, I know you did it to deliberately piss me off, and you did it. She said in a sappy tone. Lu Ming happened to show up not a moment after she arrived at the hotel, still holding the other woman. And this woman is prettier looking than she is. What else could it be if it wasn't intentional to do so coincidentally? Must have come over early and waited quietly outside. She was currently facing Lu Ming sideways, puffing out her face in a pissed off, hurry up and come coax me look. Lu Ming looked at her that way, still as capricious as before. He said faintly, if you want to make a scene, you can continue to make a scene here, it's her who's humiliated anyway. Lu Ming left a sentence behind and took back Zhang Ningning's small hand. Continuing toward the hotel. The appointment is at 2 o'clock. You come early so I have to meet early? Lu Ming was still thinking about getting tired of it. He didn't bother with Yang Xiying anymore, but said to the receptionist if she wants to talk, take her to the business hall. Okay, Mr. Lu. After saying that, Lu Ming held Tao Yan and left. When Yang Xiying saw Lu Ming leave directly without looking back, she opened her eyes wide with disbelief on her face. She wanted to scream, but heard Lu Ming say that the one who was humiliated was herself. All that could be done was to breathe sharply, chest rising and falling. The receptionist on the side didn't want anyone to go crazy in the lobby, so she politely said, "This lady, if you have something to talk to Mr. Lu about, I'll take you to the business hall." Yang Xiying felt that Lu Ming was deliberately angry with himself. Stepping hard on her heels, she followed the receptionist to the business office. But it was a long wait at the business hall. She kept looking at her wristwatch. It's been 10 minutes. There was no sign of Lu Ming at all. Yang Xiying came outside and found the front desk. The receptionist told her after a while, "Mr. Lu said the appointment is at 2 o'clock, so please wait." Yang Xiying was instantly furious. She returned to the business office in exasperation. "If you don't coax me later, I'm definitely not hitching a ride." Chapter 33. Okay, I'm done understanding. You can get lost. Inside the presidential suite, Jiang Ningning lay in Lu Ming's arms. She's never been in love before. And she's protected by her cousin and is not very involved in the world. The emotions in his heart showed on his face. Yang Xiying's appearance made her heart eat a little bit. Lu Ming kissed Jiang Ningning's cheeks and laughed, jealous? Jiang Ningning smiled and shook her head, but the smile was clearly not sincere enough, and the jealousy on her face still hadn't diminished. Lu Ming hugged her and embraced her in a kiss for a long time before separating. Then bending his index finger he scraped the bridge of her exquisite nose. "If you're jealous now, I'm afraid you'll be bathing in a pool of vinegar later." Jiang Ningning knew what Lu Ming meant by that. Lu Ming said he had more than one woman. But she didn't see it, so she thought it was nothing. Now that she'd seen it, she was still a little jealous, even if she'd mentally prepared herself before. She lay in Lu Ming's arms, her slender arms holding Lu Ming a little tighter. It was as if this way, he could possess Lu Ming for a little while longer. "Lu, I like you," Jiang Ningning suddenly confessed. She hadn't said that before. Now she's afraid of losing. "I like you too." Lu Ming gently stroked Jiang Ningning's back. Wait for the time to be almost 2 o'clock. Only then did Lu Ming leave the room. He came to the business hall, and before he reached Yang Xiying's cubicle, he heard the sound of high heels constantly ringing inside. At this time, Yang Xiying was already waiting impatiently. It was agreed that it would be 2 o'clock, but Lu Ming didn't even come over yet. She clasped her arms and paced back and forth in the cubicle. Taking his cell phone again, he sent a message to Lu Shui, urging Lu Ming. She was upset in her heart and said, "Humph. Lu Ming, I know you did it all on purpose. But the fact that you saw me means you're soft. I'll make you apologize to me properly again when I've redeemed you. Let's have you piss me off on purpose like that." At this point, the familiar face once again appeared before him. Yang Xiying sat down on the sofa with her butt, crossed her legs, and tilted her head to the side. It was obvious that he wanted Lu Ming to coax himself into talking. Lu Ming came to sit on the sofa next to him. "I heard you want to get back together. It's very simple. Let's have a blind date and talk. If we can talk, we'll get back together." Lu Ming lit a cigarette. There was no intention of cajoling him at all. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lu Ming flicked the ashes of his cigarette. "If you don't want to talk, you won't have a chance to talk when I finish this cigarette." Yang Xiying squinted. Couldn't see how much Lu Ming was smoking. She skimmed her head and saw that the cigarette was mostly smoked. Ahem. She coughed dryly, hiding the thoughts in her mind. Afterwards, she said, "Lu Ming, I know that you're deliberately trying to annoy me. I forgive you. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have listened to the bull of those superficial relatives. I'll bring back the $200,000 dowry when I get there, so don't be mad, okay? I actually thought about you every day after we separated. I love you so much, Lu Ming." Yang Xiying looked at Lu Ming with deep affection. Coming to Lu Ming's side, she wanted to take Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming reached out to block it and said with a bland expression, "Let's get acquainted on a blind date and continue chatting if it's appropriate." Humph. Still pretending. Yang Xiying felt that Lu Ming should have learned from Lu Shui that he was also on a blind date. He's jealous, that's why he said that. It's still not about caring about yourself. Yang Xiying smiled smugly. "Then it's a blind date. Both of our conditions are clear. What else do you want to talk about? Say what you want. What more could I ask for? I'm happy with your offer." Having dated other people, she was indeed satisfied with Lu Ming's comprehensive conditions. Even the requirements that were said to others, what with the car, the house and the bride price, were all set in accordance with Lu Ming's situation. You always make demands when you're on a blind date with someone, right? Tell us about your demands. Lu Ming asked all the previous questions. Yang Xiying realized that Lu Ming had become more obstinate than before. She bristled, okay, I know you're mad that you heard I had a blind date. I'm not having anything with anyone else, you don't have to be jealous. That car and house of yours, I think it's enough, and I can bring back the bride price of $200,000. I'm quite happy with your hours, I see you seem to have gotten in better shape, working out? It's pretty good, it should be a little longer now, right? How much do you expect? Then it better last until 20 minutes. Move on to the rest. Smoke less in the future, nothing else. Let's have 2 kids by then, a boy and a girl. Okay, I'm done understanding, you can off. Lu Ming interrupted his ex-girlfriend's thoughts about the future. The smile on Yang Xiying's face suddenly froze. She looked at Lu Ming, thinking she had heard wrong. What did you just say? Lu Ming didn't bother to say it again. Anyway, the blind date had finished chatting and the system started handing out rewards. The host receives a reward. The bride price of $200,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. High-techs own a value of $1.88 million, the size of 100 square feet of the house, complete documents. A $180,000 by Adahan, parked in a hotel parking lot, fully documented. 20 minutes longer can be given away. There was no need for Lu Ming to continue wasting time here. He got up and left straight away. Yang Xiying hurriedly shouted, Lu Ming. What do you mean? She said so much to Lu Ming. But in the end, Lu Ming simply said that she could get lost. She felt that Lu Ming was deliberately trying to piss herself off from the beginning to the end. Good. Lu Ming. Very good. You'll regret it. She took her bag and left in a rage. Lu Ming snorted, regret? My current woman is not better looking than you? Why would I regret it? Chapter 34 Beautiful Bodyguard, Justifiable Defense. Yang Xiying thought of the woman she had seen in the lobby earlier. It does look good though. But that timid look seemed to be afraid of something. She felt that the other person had been torn apart by herself and that was why she was like that. Yang Xiying sneered, oh, don't lie to yourself, it's not just finding that kind of random woman to come over and act. As soon as those words came out, Lu Ming's face turned cold. He walked over and slapped him. Snap. I'll let you humiliate my woman. Yang Xiying only felt as if the side of her face had been hit by a car. The force of the impact slapped her straight to the ground. She felt dizzy and a little dazed in her head. Then a fiery pain came to his face. Yang Xiying lay on the ground, looking at Lu Ming's distant back. A sourness welled up in his heart. So many years. So many years. Lu Ming had never hit himself. And now to slap her hard for another woman. Could it be that? Is that woman really Lu Ming's woman? On the basis of what? So you're just attracted to someone who's better looking? Yang Xiying was upset and aggrieved in her heart. At this moment, she knew why Lu Ming wanted to see her. Turns out there's a woman out there who's prettier than she is. That's why she was purposely allowed to come over, just to humiliate her. Suddenly, she thought of something. Lu Ming was angry over that woman. What made him find such a beautiful woman? Is it really like what Lu Shui said? Lu Ming made money? She covered her face and came to the front desk. Is that Lu Ming rich? The receptionist was a bit puzzled. Miss, don't you know him, don't you? I haven't seen him in a while, he's rich now. The receptionist saw Yang Xiying's red and swollen side and roughly guessed what was going on. Dumped my old boyfriend. Now the boyfriend has money and wants it back. Cut. How can you compete with Jiang Ningning? Jiang Ningning stayed in the presidential suite for several days, but they were envious. But it's just envy. After all, people have that posture. The receptionist asked, Mr. Lu drove a Cayenne, and today he replaced it with a 911 and his girlfriend has been staying in the presidential suite for several days. Do you think there's any money? Yang Xiying covered her face, listening to these words only felt like thunder. Her mouth was slightly open, her face full of incredulity. The entire group took 2 steps back towards the back. Can you get in touch with him for me? I want to see him. The receptionist skimmed her lips and kind of wanted to laugh, but she was professionally trained not to. After a while, she told Yang Xiying, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu said he wouldn't see you. Yancy doesn't want to give up. She then waited in the rest area. She didn't believe that Lu Ming wouldn't show up. It wasn't until the front desk finally told her that Lu Ming had checked out and left, and it was only then that she learned that the original presidential suite had an exclusive elevator and exclusive access. Lu Ming heard that Yang Xiying had been waiting in the lobby. He didn't take it seriously at all. Just wait, there was an exclusive passageway anyway, this annoying fly couldn't provoke himself. If Yang Xiying is in Zhang Ping's situation, being beaten by the family to force them to ask for $200,000, Lu Ming would think differently than he does now. But excuse me. Yang Xiying is different. Lu Ming asks her to remain on her parents' side. He prettily hugged Jiang Ningning in his arms. It's a quickie now. We'll take a day's rest in Jiangqing today and leave for the capital tomorrow. Mom and Dad had never been to the capital and wanted to see the greats first. Jiang Ningning heard that she was going to the capital tomorrow and continued to add to the tips she had made over the past 2 days. Lu Ming was also helping to find a good place to eat. About 4 o'clock. Another message from the security company. Personalized beautiful bodyguard. Mom, Dad, and Jiang Ningning are playing outside. It's stupid to go out and follow a few bodyguards. Lu Ming wanted someone very strong to protect them. It's better to become your own woman later if you spend time together. That's why Lu Ming was looking for powerful and beautiful bodyguards, and he was hoping that the other party was a fledgling. Price is not even an issue. The security company contacted headquarters. The past few days have been spent helping Lu Ming find a suitable candidate. But the face value is all worse. Lu Ming saw this message now. Eyes widened slightly. Yun Yan, this woman's appearance and name felt familiar to him. He searched on Shakeology. And it really searched. Yun Yan was the heroine of the justifiable defense incident that had once exploded all over the internet. At that time, a boss asked Yun Yan to be his bodyguard. While out talking business, the tattooed boss across the street tried to use force on Yun Yan. Yun Yan was in self-defense and the tattoo boss GA. Then she was acquitted. This led to fame and a surge in value. Lu Ming didn't expect Yun Yan to still be a female bodyguard. It's not live bandwagon? With such good looks and a terrier on him, wouldn't it be more lucrative to carry goods on air than to be a bodyguard? But after seeing the price of hiring Yun Yan for a day of protection, Lu Ming also understood why the other party didn't live bandwagon. 6,666 a day. Beauty Live bandwagon needs to do something to know what it is all about. Yun Yan is strong and I'm afraid she has her own backbone. The security manager sent Lu Ming personal security information at the same time. Additional additions were made. Yun Yan is only a bodyguard, not a relationship. Anyone who has ever approached her has had that thought and has asked politely. Neither dared to force her to do anything. Lu Ming looked at this message, typed and asked, someone's life is lost because of this robbing is scary ah? Who dares to force? Mr. Lu has a point. If Mr. Lu is looking for a woman for the sake of it, it's hard for Yun Yan. She just finished protecting a rich second generation and the other party gave up. It's okay. I have money. Trust in Mr. Lu's strength. The security manager on the other side of the phone was waiting for Lu Ming's words. Yun Yan was the equivalent of their company's trump card, specializing in protecting those disbelieving rich kids who want to pursue Yun Yan. Security managers at various locations will excite consumption. Rich kids are competitive. As expected, so did Lu Ming. Chapter 35 Beautiful Bodyguards Matchmaking Reward. After the security manager confirmed that Lu Ming had hired Yun Yan, sent Lu Ming a link to the company's small program and asked him to place an order. Ace Beauty Bodyguard Yun Yan, bidding 6,666 a day. Lu Ming ordered 7 days first. He thought about Yun Yan if she was his woman in the future. There's no need to make extra money for the security company. So no orders for many days at once. Someone hired herself, and Yun Yan took a plane to Jiangcheng. By the time she got to the hotel, it was already completely dark. Being led by the waitress to the hotel's restaurant, Yun Yan sat across from a young and handsome-looking man. She took the initiative and asked, Mr. Lu? Lu Ming nodded. Well, you haven't eaten yet since you rushed over, right, so see what you want to eat? After Lu Ming finished speaking, his mind moved and Yun Yan's panel surfaced. Name Yun Yan. Face value 93. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 0. Lu Ming had previously swiped at Yun Yan's deeds in Shake Shack. It was exploding on all platforms at the time. The netizens said the judge made a good decision. There are also some diodes that say something about finally being righteous for once. Regarding Yun Yan's personal information, the security manager sent Lu Ming. The photo in the message was one of those formal work photos. Seeing Yun Yan in real life at this time, Lu Ming felt that she looked better in person than in photos. Looking a bit like Zhuge Dali, his eyebrows revealed a sharpness. A short hair is valiant. The body is more upright than Jiang Ningning. It also looks more mature. Can't tell who looks better in terms of looks, each has their own strengths and totally different styles, can't compare. Yunyan shook her head. No need, Mr. Liu, I ate on the plane. She thought in her mind, I'm afraid this Mr. Liu, too, wants to talk about feelings in the name of hiring me as a bodyguard. She'd met several rich kids like that already. Earlier she had clearly said she was only a bodyguard and not in a relationship. But the more he said, the more he aroused the rich kid's competitive spirit. The other side is willing to pay. She does her own security and keeps her distance from start to finish. Richie couldn't hold her and had to give up. Okay, Lu Ming started talking about protection. I hired you because I want you to protect my woman and my parents. Aha! Yun Yan was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, Lu Ming wasn't looking for himself to talk about his feelings. Good. That's pretty good. As a result, Lu Ming's next words caused the shouting in her heart to stop. I heard that Miss Yun hasn't had any friends yet? Yes, Mr. Liu, I will only be responsible for the security you requested, and will keep a proper distance from you, no friends, and if you are not satisfied, you can change at any time. Yunyan's voice was clear and bright, not that kind of whiny clip sound. Lu Ming waved his hand. I'm looking for you to protect my woman. I see that you're valiant, you shouldn't be the same, right? Yunyan had a throw of embarrassment in her heart, so Lu Ming was not trying to talk to her as a friend. She also stated a whole lot more, which turned out to be just a worry that she might be neodymium homo. She shook her head. No. That's good, or I'm afraid you'll abduct my woman. Mr. Liu is joking, surely not. The two of them chatted briefly. Lu Ming nodded, and with a twist of words, asked, have you ever been on a blind date? There was once, but that time shouldn't count. Yun Yan answered dryly. Originally, she thought that Lu Ming would not look for her, and thought that she had misunderstood Lu Ming. As it turned out, what was coming was coming. She's used to it. She wouldn't date a philandering rich kid anyway. Lu Ming asked, what do you mean it shouldn't count? Rich kids like to investigate themselves. Yun Yan didn't avoid it. At that time, there was a rich young man who hired me to go over and said he wanted to talk to me on a blind date. I see. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, not realizing that that rich second generation had the same hobby as himself. Like to find people to date. So let's talk about dating. What do you look for in a date? My request is simple, no philandering. Yun Yan was very direct. On the rich man has many women item, there was already not much to talk about. All the rich kids she'd met had gotten tired of playing with them and quickly moved on to the next one. Wouldn't I be screwed then? Why, let's just talk casually then. You go on about the other requirements, what with the car, house, dowry, physical condition, and all that. Yun Yan knew that these rich kids were just trying to find a topic. Chatting is fine, talking about feelings is out of the question. She responded casually, I don't have any requirements for the dowry, we have about 200,000 on our side, 180,000 on the line, take it out to mean something. For physical condition, he should at least be stronger than me, and he can't be a domesticated man, otherwise I can't beat him when it comes to fighting, and I don't like weaker than me. And the conditions won't be bad if you're stronger than me. What specifically do you want in a garage? Haven't found the right guy, not sure about him, haven't thought that far ahead. No other requests? Yun Yan shook her head, no more. Well, let's have a late dinner together tonight? You'll be responsible for protecting my parents and my woman then, just as an early meeting. Good. Yun Yan agreed. Lu Ming heard the system's beep sound in his head. The host receives a reward. Stronger than Yun Yan's strength, the stronger Yun Yan is in the future the stronger the host will be, it can be given away, the effect is the same after it is given away. The bride price of 180,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. Feel the subtle changes taking place in your body. There seemed to be a much stronger force surging through the body than before. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange color. Can't help but feel in my heart. The system is awesome. He was eager to try how good he was. So he looked at Yun Yan, I've practiced too, why don't we try our hands? Yun Yan looked at Lu Ming's figure which was really good and she nodded, yes. She basically knows all the rich kids with power. A rich kid like Lu Ming, who was unknown in the circle, had practiced some flowery skills at best. She wasn't worried that Lu Ming was trying to take advantage of herself by trying his hands in this way. Chapter 36. The hotel has great sports facilities. There is a separate boxing room. Lu Ming bought a set of sportswear to change into. The sports undershirt at this point was plastered to his body, emphasizing the muscles on his body. Jiang Ningning looked at her face smeared with redness. Lu Ming's manly charismatic body line was too provocative. Lu, are you going to the gym? Can you take me with you? Men like boobs and ass. Although her body had grown and set, her hips could have been practiced to be softer and more moist. Jiang Ningning wants to get some practice in. Yang Xiying's appearance gave her the idea of wanting to become even better. Lu Ming walked up and playfully tasted, I'm going to practice boxing with the beautiful bodyguard now, so it's inevitable that there will be a physical collision, so you'd better not look at it, lest you'll be jealous if you do. How could I possibly be jealous? Jiang Ningning's eyes dodged and looked at her cell phone. At this point the Shake Shack video was playing with travel tips. She whispered, it's not like there's anything to see in boxing, might as well read the travel tips. Feeling that Lu Ming had moved closer, her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her vision as she looked down at her cell phone darkened a bit. Lu Ming approaches. A soft and warm touch on her forehead followed. It's hard for you to do the traveling tips. Lu Ming left a sentence to leave. The jealousy on Jiang Ningning's face eased a lot when she saw the door close, and she once again mentally hinted to herself, Brother Lu is very good to me, there's no need for me to be jealous. Inside another separate room, Yunyan took out her gym clothes from her small suitcase and changed into them. Then he drew out the sports towel from his suitcase and flung it toward his shoulder to the boxing room. Lu Ming came over early, surveying Yunyan at this moment. Her form-fitting outfit outlined the curves of her front and back. The legs were the kind of well-proportioned honey legs where a little more was too fat and a little less was too skinny, with round, graceful, attractive lines. Lu Ming came to the boxing room and warmed up against the sandbags. After he matched with Yunyan, he got stronger than Yunyan and knew that Yunyan's pair of honey legs looked like a vase, but in fact, after exerting force, they could clip off a person's waist. However, Lu Ming was now stronger than Yunyan and wasn't afraid of being clipped off by her. Yunyan was also sizing up Lu Ming when she came over. She figured Lu Ming should have practiced fighting, but not much. But at this time, seeing Lu Ming's arms and shoulders, she didn't expect Lu Ming to be the kind of muscle that worked out. It took her by surprise. The muscles of fitness focus on the aesthetics of the line, which can somewhat affect the agility and coordination of the body. She thought Lu Ming had 2 brushes. And that's it? Lu Ming snickered, why are you staring at me? My body is so attractive. Yunyan couldn't look at this kind of muscle and said directly and explicitly, that's not true, muscles with strength are a plus, otherwise it's useless. I see disdain in your eyes, do you think I have no power? To be clear, I see you as the kind of muscle that works out, I do think so. Then why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Bet I'm all about being a muscle with strength. So you should have some strength, but how do you bet when you're not clearly strong enough to do that? It's not too clear which degree. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then said, then how about betting on the winners and losers between us? If you win, I'll promise you one thing, and vice versa. Yunyan felt that Lu Ming said this on purpose. It was hard for her to believe that this fitness muscle was trying to beat her. To put it bluntly, I know I can't win against her, and losing to her will help her with one more thing and create a little more interaction with her. The rich kids who hired her as a bodyguard before were all about these little tricks. It wouldn't be a bad idea to earn a rich kid to do a job for her, so she raised her hand and said, come. Yunyan took a stance, raised her arms, and stood with her feet open front and back, her back heel slightly off the ground. Lu Ming hooked his finger in a provocative gesture. Yunyan lightly grunted and stomped forward, suddenly throwing a punch. Snap! Lu Ming easily grabbed Yunyan's fist. You don't have to try, make your full strength. Hearing this, a hostile aura surged in Yunyan's heart as she gradually raised the strength she was making. She was afraid of injuring Lu Ming all at once. But, as her strength gradually increased, she didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to easily defuse her attacks. She was surprised in her mind. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. But he had never heard of Lu Ming at all in the circle. Such a powerful rich kid, but he doesn't mix circles to pretend to be a pussy? Yunyan was on the verge of using her full strength, but it was still difficult to take Lu Ming down. While she was a little nervous in her mind, she was more surprised. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful and still be able to develop such muscles. It was his own fault for looking away. Of course, she was still confident she could win. She'd been in the military right out of high school and was eligible to be selected for special forces. But retired voluntarily because of family problems. She practiced killing. It's her bottom line. She recognized Lu Ming's strength when he was able to force her bottom card out. Offense! Yunyan let out a low gulp, and her tightly clenched fists suddenly turned into sharp claws, grabbing at Lu Ming's neck in a bizarre offensive path. At the same time, he hooked his left leg and his knee sinisterly toppled towards Lu Ming's lower disc. She didn't know if she had reminded Lu Ming with her words, but Lu Ming directly grabbed at her wrist. The attack under the legs is also blocked by Lu Ming. Yunyan's heart was becoming more and more astonished. The earlier tension was even greater. She continued to shift her attack. I didn't expect that in the end, all of these insidious moves to fight for one's life, such as the upper 3 and the lower 3, were all used, but they were still all neutralized by Lu Ming. It was as if he knew his own offense like the back of his hand. holding each other for a while. Lu Ming has been on the defensive. Yunyan realized that she was unable to break through Lu Ming's defense no matter what. At the same time, Lu Ming's defensive counterattacks also pushed right into her vitals, to the point where she got on the defensive and made it hard for her. Eventually, Lu Ming found a chance to trip and was pinned down by Lu Ming. With four eyes facing each other, Yunyan sidestepped her face in shame. It wasn't mainly because of being taken advantage of, but because he had looked down on Lu Ming's muscular body, and he had lost. Rest and drink some water. Lu Ming released Yunyan. A sports drink was then thrown to her. She took the sports drink and just sat down and drank it. Then said, "Willing to bet, you say what you want me to do." She played her bottom card and gave it her all in the end, but she lost. Since she had agreed to the bet, even if Lu Ming asked her to do that kind of thing, she would still admit it. There's nothing to be said for being less skilled. Only once, of course. Finish it and she'll leave. She couldn't bring herself to continue to let Lu Ming hire herself. Lu Ming sat aside, a refreshing man. Then I'll be straight with you, you know? Yunyan's expression was grave as she crushed the sports drink bottle in her hand to make a sound. Go to my room. When she finished, she got up and left. Yunyan's room was a room that Lu Ming had separately opened for her. The two of them came to the room. Yunyan spoke in a deep voice, "I'll take a shower first." However, Lu Ming walloped her against the wall. Noticing Lu Ming approaching with his head bowed, she frowned and turned her face sideways. "You can that one, kissing even." Lu Ming knew that this kind of woman had her own pride in her heart. If he kissed and came forcefully, Yunyan would definitely leave by then. There's no need to do that. Yunyan had the strength, and he wanted it later, not once. He came to Yunyan's ear, "I'll give you a period of time to mentally prepare, change your clothes and go for a snack later." After saying that, Lu Ming left. Yunyan, who was leaning against the wall, slid down the wall as if her body had lost its support. She sat on the floor, the sharpness of her brow replaced by gravity. The light in his eyes dimmed a little. Chapter 37. Knowing your son is like fathering him. It's still Dad who has a keen eye. Inside the presidential suite, Jiang Ningning sat on the coffee table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, her hands resting on her chin, her eyes staring listlessly at the night scene outside. The night view that she had found beautiful earlier, she had no time to enjoy at this point, and she was a little apprehensive. Lu Ming and the beautiful bodyguard hadn't returned after so long. Does it take this long to practice kung fu? She watched boxing videos and they were all about key punches that killed in one shot. It wouldn't take this long even if we were practicing, would it? Did. She thought of Lu Ming kissing himself. Suddenly, the imaginary image of the woman Lu Ming was holding in his arms turned into someone else. Hiss. Jiang Ningning rubbed her arms, goosebumps rising straight up all over her body as she hurriedly shook her head. Skimming his lips, he muttered, "The beautiful bodyguard should be Lu's woman. It's normal for the two of them to be like that." Oops. Why should I think about that? Just as long as Lu is good to me. Click. The door lock opens. Jiang Ningning hurriedly looked over, and after seeing Lu Ming come back, the apprehension in her heart was gone. "Brother Lu, did you finish practicing boxing? Well, wait for me to take a shower and go for a snack later." Good. Jiang Ningning nodded, admiring the night scene outside. Little feet tucked up, revealing pink soles, wiggling playfully under the coffee table. Seems to be in a good mood. Lu Ming came back, the jealousy in her heart was reduced by half, at least Lu Ming was with her. Lu Ming finished his shower, called out to Jiang Ningning and his parents, and came to the parking lot together. The Cayenne had been driven back by a valet before. The two Porsches are now parked side by side. At this time, Yunyan changed into her formal attire for work and stood next to the Porsche 911. After seeing Lu Ming come over, her eyes moved slightly, but she hid her mind. At this point, her brow resumed its usual sharpness. Only when she was alone did she release her emotions. Lu Ming brought the three of them to introduce themselves to each other with Yunyan. After the introduction, Lu Ming continued, "In the future, Yunyan will be responsible for protecting you guys to play. Ningning, you go and take that car, Yunyan will take you to the store." Good. Jiang Ningning's previous thoughts of bodybuilding became heavier after seeing the beautiful bodyguard Lu Ming had spoken of. Sister Yunyan was very good looking, she was ashamed of herself and had a better body than her. It wasn't even a matter of being jealous or not, it was now a matter of whether or not Lu would soon stop liking her. She had to become beautiful to do that. Of course, Lu told her in the room that she should get along with Yunyan in the future. And that Yunyan was great. So as soon as she got into the car, she took the initiative to talk to Yunyan. "Sister Yunyan, if you have time, can you teach me a few self-defense techniques?" "That's no problem. I've heard you're good, can you tell us how you used to practice?" The atmosphere inside the Porsche 911 is harmonious and friendly. The other Portia was a different story. Lu Guofeng directly issued a question, that beautiful bodyguard is also your woman? Knowing your son is like fathering him, it's still dad who has a keen eye. Lu Ming didn't avoid it either. There will be more than that later anyway. Just start now and let them get used to it. Li Huiyi immediately chided, why did you become like this as soon as you got money? Do you think Jiang Ningning is not good enough? Lu Ming didn't make a sound, parked the car on the side of the road and lit a cigarette. Then he pretended to be sad, it's not that Ning isn't good enough, but I've been sincere, and then what? You guys don't need to educate me, I have my own measure. The two of them knew from the tone of their son's voice and the look in the center rearview mirror that his son should have been hurt by that previous relationship. They heard from their son in the afternoon that his ex-girlfriend was here, in the lobby lounge area, and told them to take the exclusive elevator and walk the exclusive walkway if they wanted to go down and hang out. The duo in the back row looked at each other, instantly distressed. Li Hui comforted, Ming, let bygones be bygones, Jiang Ningning is no better than her. The good is mutual, I've been good to them all. So who are you going to marry? Who will you have children with? In the future, you will definitely be able to hold grandchildren, even if I break up with them, it will be a peaceful breakup, and I won't be less of a breakup fee for them, there's no point in talking too much, I have my own measure. He started the car. Keep driving towards the grill. Li Huiyi wanted to continue saying something. Lu Guofeng, who was on the side, pulled her back and whispered in the car. Go back and talk. Li Huiyi didn't say anything more. Afterward she would have to remind her son again that in the future, no matter what, he could not force himself on another girl. Finish your snack. Lu Ming and his group returned to the hotel. He led Jiang Ningning back to the presidential suite, and Jiang Ningning took the initiative to hug Lu Ming, saying with some reluctance, Brother Lu, Sister Yin seems to have something on her mind, so why don't you go accompany her tonight? Lu Ming didn't expect Jiang Ningning to be so understanding, what a nice woman. I'll love you first. The other room. After taking a bath, Yunyan leaned against the bed in her bathrobe, like a lotus flower in the water. Lu Ming said he was coming over later, and she was ready in just her yukata. As a result, Lu Ming messed up for a long time before coming over, and still just chatted with her before going to sleep. The next morning, the 5 Lu Ming people finished breakfast and checked out of the hotel to head to Jiangcheng Airport. Yang Xiying took a taxi back to the hotel and looked to the shift-changing front desk. Hello, I'm looking for Lu Ming. The receptionist saw that Yang Xiying was here again, and she politely responded, Mr. Lu checked out and left. She felt a little funny inside. Mr. Lu was followed by 2 beautiful women. How could you even look at this one? They gossiped privately, imagining the story of Lu Ming, who had been dumped by Ms. Yang in the past and was now returning as king. Ms. Yang doesn't want to share the pain, and now she wants to share the pain? Yang Xiying was anxious when she heard that Lu Ming had checked out. Where did he go? The receptionist mentally cursed the idiot, then shook her head politely and said, I don't know. Yang Xiying hurriedly called Lu Shui on the prestige phone. It ended up being pulled. She completely understood that Lu Ming met her just to make her understand that she couldn't afford to climb high. Yang Xiying was filled with remorse and howled. A moving landscape at the airport attracts the attention of passers-by. At this time, Yunyan heard her employer Lu Ming say that she was too formally dressed and her leather shoes were not convenient for long walks, so she changed into casual clothes. A simple t-shirt on top and jeans underneath wrapped around round honey legs. It looks a lot more youthful and lively. It's true that sneakers are much more comfortable than leather shoes underfoot. Beside Yunyan was the pure and lovely Jiang Ningning. There's a handsome Lu Ming next to him. The return rate is still a bit high. VIP waiting room, Lu Ming found a chauffeur and asked him to take the car and give it to Lu Shui. Lu Shui, waiting for the strong return of my own father. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sent a message, keep a low profile. At the behest of my own father. Porsche 911 Lu Ming hadn't thought about who to give it to. Other friends and hairdressers will send better ones together when the time comes. Chapter 38, Encountering a Former Suitor. First class on a plane to the capital. Lu Ming looked at the clouds outside the window, his heart filled with anticipation. You've only been in Jiangcheng for a few days? During the period in accompanied Jiang Ningning rested for 2 days, only with the 4 short-term female bodyguards at the time of the match. Returned it for the Qingming festival. He then made over $90 million directly from the blind date. By the time we reach the capital, the class of the matchmaking partner will have risen, and so will the requirements, and the rewards will be even more lucrative. It's easier to make money. With the system and no overtime rules, Lu Ming didn't need to desperately try to meet someone. It's just a great feeling to have this time to yourself. Previously Lu Ming worked when traveling on business to take a plane, not like Jiang Ningning and mom and dad, feel very new and strange, holding his cell phone to the window and they're on a shot. He was resting in his seat when a pretty flight attendant came over and was just about to ask Lu Ming if he needed a drink. When she saw Lu Ming's face up close, a past event surfaced in her mind. Her eyes widened, surprise in them. She was certain that this handsome man was Lu Ming. The mole on the side is proof of that. But she didn't ask directly. Rather, he wanted to see if Lu Ming still remembered him. Looking at Lu Ming's outfit, he should have mixed successfully. She didn't expect to be with her unrequited first love, but if Lu Ming still had an impression of her, then she would feel more or less relieved in her heart. A genuine smile appeared on her face and her voice became softer. "Hello sir, may I ask if you would like a drink?" Lu Ming raised his eyes. It's a stewardess who exudes sophistication. A pair of soulful almond eyes, the corners of the eyes slightly upward, with a bit of natural flirtation, and slender but not too soft eyebrows. With a straight posture and dressed in an airline uniform, she blossomed with the beauty of her profession as a flight attendant, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. Lu Ming glanced at the other party's panel information. Name Xiong Wanhui. Face value 86. Health no infectious diseases. Emotional experience 1. Have a Coke. Lu Ming did not recognize Xiong Wanhui, directly asked for a cup of Coke, and was ready to ask Xiong Wanhui if she had a boyfriend and was planning to have a blind date when Xiong Wanhui took the initiative to open her mouth. Sir, you resemble someone I know. Xiong Wanhui handed the Coke to Lu Ming, and the two of them looked at each other, and she didn't see any change from Lu Ming's face, and there was a hint of depression in her heart. It seems Lu Ming has no impression of her. It was hard to run into her unrequited first love, it was a bit of fate, she wanted to chat with Lu Ming. So the initiative opened up. Oh. Lu Ming heard the other party's words of accosting him, and it was like a lot of boys' cliched ways of picking up. Only at this point it was the woman who asked her in turn. He looked at Xiong Wanhui's face and scrutinized it. At the same time, the name Xiong Wanhui was combined with her appearance and quickly searched in her brain. Finally, in the nooks and crannies of memory, a green girl corresponded with the woman in front of her. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. You're Xiong Wanhui? Before and after college, there were quite a few girls who had pursued Lu Ming. Clubs, other classes, other colleges. Xiong Wanhui was one of the girls pursuing Lu Ming at that time. At the time, she didn't stand out compared to other girls. I didn't realize that I've grown out of it, have a better body, my face has gone up, and I have a mature flavor. Lu Ming felt that the flavor added to Xiong Wanhui's face value. Xiong Wanhui, who was on the side, saw that Lu Ming recognized her again and even called out her name. The original trace of depression in his heart was instantly replaced by elation. Aha! She nodded, her smile a little sweeter. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. A brief chat? Could be. Separate seats in first class are still quite spacious all around. Xiong Wanhui squatted next to Lu Ming, her right foot on tiptoe, her heel located under her buttocks supporting her torso, her hands resting on her left leg above the knee. A gesture that is listening to the needs of the passengers. The young schoolgirl before has grown into a sensual beauty, so she should be married, right? You're also getting more and more handsome and your body is stronger than before, Xiong Wanhui first complimented, then there was some hatred in her eyes. It's tied up, but it's almost over. Excuse me. It's okay, Xiong Wanhui forced a smile and continued, look at you, now you should be very successful, right? Xiong Wanhui actually wanted to ask Lu Ming to get married, right? But it occurred to her that even if Lu Ming wasn't married, he couldn't look at her as a soon-to-be divorced woman. So the words were swallowed back. It's not bad, I've made a lot of money following the big boss. Lu Ming then said, and then the words changed, since your relationship is almost over, why don't we have a blind date? Ha! Xiong Wanhui was a little confused by Lu Ming's words. Totally unexpected, or totally unthinkable situations happen all too suddenly. Lu Ming was rich and handsome, and had once rejected himself. Now that she's asked if she wants a blind date, she's seen Lu Ming roughly in the form of two other beautiful women who got on the plane together. She felt that Lu Ming was trying to have a brief emotional affair with her. If she was still maintaining a normal marital status, she would not hesitate to reject Lu Ming. But she's getting divorced and is negotiating things like child custody and property settlements. The relationship ended a long time ago, I just haven't had time to get the divorce papers yet. Now bumping into her first love, once unrequited, she was willing. She took out a signing pen and a small record book and wrote down her cell phone number. I'll be in the capital after work today, so you can contact me. Lu Ming did not expect Xiong Wanhui to be so direct. It's hard to believe that after so many years, this woman still likes herself inside. But he wanted to go on a blind date to see if he could get a nice car to drive. Also wanted to take the opportunity to see what the other guy was like. Blind date chat chant, say your requirements, what car house bride price. These, if you want, I can meet your requirements. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiong Wanhui felt that Lu Ming wanted to adopt herself, but only said it in a more euphemistic way. She shook her head, her already small voice lowering a bit more. I can be with you for a while, don't want anything. Lu Ming. It's a complicated thing, this emotion thing. In his mind, he thought, you may not ask for it, but I have to reward it. As a reward, Lu Ming continued, I don't like to owe anyone anything, so tell me what you want. Xiong Wanhui has only had one relationship and has not had a deal with a rich man. But she'd heard about it, and it had happened to co-workers around her. Rich people who don't want to be pestered after a relationship ends are known to give so-called breakup fees. Xiong Wanhui felt that Lu Ming was asking for her breakup fee. It was only a fleeting emotion after all, and she felt an inexplicable sense of falling short inside. She looked at Lu Ming and finally shook her head. Chapter 39, Is 3,000 a night expensive for a bed and breakfast? You're still counting this and that when you come out to play. Lu Ming was a bit helpless when he saw Xiong Wanhui shaking her head again. For him now, before he got his reward, he preferred gold-digging women. He saw from this brief exchange down the line that Xiong Wanhui was a good person. It's worth a deeper friendship. The rewards that should be taken are still taken. Lu Ming continued to ask, if we don't get along, you'll always go on a blind date afterward, right? Just as a first simulation with me, tell me what you're looking for in a blind date. Xiong Wanhui saw that Lu Ming was persistent in wanting to give himself a breakup fee, so she had to talk about the requirements that Lu Ming had asked for earlier. The bride price is $100,000, and I have the car, I don't need it. What kind of car don't you want to buy when you're with the person you're going to be with later? That's for later, haven't thought about it yet. Go on then. I rarely live at home due to my job, so if I'm not required to work in the future, I'll live wherever the house is bought. What about lot size? It's good to be in the city, so it's easier for the kids to go to school later. What about the others? Nope. Lu Ming asked what the physical condition was. Xiong Wanhui wasn't that excited about that. These could be regulated by dietary supplements and the little blue pills, she didn't ask for that much. The host receives a reward. The bride price of $100,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. A house worth $1,880,000, size 100 square meters in the high-tech zone of Jiangcheng, with complete documents. Lu Ming listened to the system rewards and sighed a little less in his heart, then said to the system, the house is discounted. 1.88 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. As long as the blind date said where to buy and live, the system settled the rewards according to the side of the house Lu Ming had previously bought. Even if he buys a villa now, it's useless. Counting only on the previous set of houses. With the money, Lu Ming settled the car loan and mortgage at once. The garage is kept in as a souvenir. The rewards were handed out, so Lu Ming didn't pursue anything further. Then we'll see you tonight. Aha! Xiong Wanhui nodded and got up to leave, going to ask the other passengers if they needed any services. Buzz. The phone vibrated as a message came in from Lehigh EU. Don't hurt the girl. Mom, I've got it all figured out, so don't worry so much about it. For his mom's reminder, Lu Ming would be more or less annoyed in his heart. But Mom and Dad, living in a rural area and being conservative, kept reminding him that it was normal. I used to listen to my mom's nagging even when I was home for long school vacations. When I was a kid, I didn't know any better and would dislike a few things back. I haven't disliked it since college. When they arrived in the capital, Xiong Wanhui watched Lu Ming leave with the two beauties and the two middle-aged men. The jealousy in his heart was minimal. Rather, he didn't expect Lu Ming to even look at himself. Let's just say that rich people do have different tastes. Jiang Ningning has planned a tour program. The bookings are all BBS. It's easier to communicate with Lu Ming's mom and dad about the trip in a hotel. Lu Ming didn't force himself to stay in the presidential suite either. Traveling is different, you will play in different areas of a city, and it is much more comfortable to book a hotel based on the tour. The group arrived at the BB Hotel by car. Get ready to go to the front desk and register your information. A couple is checking in at the front. The man was holding a suitcase in his hand and had a bag on his body, and his face was a little tired. There is also a spot next to it for registration as well. Lu Ming and his group walked up. I only heard the staff at the front desk say, please show your ID cards or scan your faces. Good. The male responded politely to the receptionist, sweeping his face. When the woman swept her face, she saw Lu Ming next to her, and couldn't help but look at him more once he looked so handsome. As a result, when I scanned my face, it didn't correspond to the information I registered online. She knew in her heart that it was the makeup that was the problem, and she blushed. Plus the handsome guy next to her looked at her too. She felt even more ashamed at once. So the upset was taken out on the boyfriend. Get out my ID. Wait a minute. The boyfriend on the sidelines had just seen his girlfriend unable to scan and was already rummaging in his satchel for his ID. I couldn't find it, so I hurriedly searched inside my backpack again. The woman's sense of shame increased by one more point, and she said irritably, "Why are you so abrasive when you open a room? Don't you know how to prepare in advance?" The man couldn't find it and said in a nice voice, "Bow, I didn't find it, why don't you look for it in your bag?" The woman was not pleased. "Didn't I put it all at your place?" "Geez, just look for it." The woman glared at her boyfriend, then searched in her bag. And it turned out to be true. The guy knew his girlfriend's personality and didn't say much. The woman knew she was wrong, but in her heart she blamed her boyfriend more and more for the problem. "Why didn't you warn me earlier? Waste of time." She shamefully handed her ID card forward and saw the two beautiful women next to her who had come with the handsome man sweeping their faces and quickly registering them. It couldn't help but add to her shame. She skimmed her lips and said in her mind, maliciously, "Humph, it must be a plastic face." When she finished registering and her ID was returned, she looked over at her boyfriend and was about to say something when she realized he was looking at the beautiful woman next to her. A fire rose up in her heart and chided, "What are you still looking at? What are you staring at? Hurry up and take your ID card, all day long you just know how to ink." The man was caught peeking and felt sorry for himself. Rushed to comfort his girlfriend, "Bow, my fault, this room is not also open well nearly 3,000 a day it." The woman turned around at once and cut her boyfriend's words short. "No, do you think 3,000 is expensive? We come out to travel, isn't it to buy happiness with money? Come out to play and you're still counting this and that." She had just heard the front desk next to her asking for a deposit, and that handsome man had paid a deposit of $8,000. People pay easily. How is it that when it comes to your own boyfriend, you have to be catty about nearly $3,000 a night for a bed and breakfast? Speaking of which, I saw my girlfriend look over at the handsome man who had finished registering next to her. The eyes were still following the other man as he moved. Emotions rose up in him. "It isn't. I see, pretty girl, you say about me. Aren't you yourself staring at someone else's handsome man and ogling him? For the past few days when I came out to play, I was the only one who planned the itinerary, booked the hotel and all these. I paid for all of it, too. What can I do even if I count the money? Yet nearly 3,000 a night isn't expensive?" The emotions he'd been squeezing for so long over the last few days were ignited. But still, he suppressed his fire and spoke, only theorizing, "Don't I work hard as a cow or a horse? There's nothing wrong with coming out to play to calculate the cost, right?" The woman rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "It's not like we're playing every day, so just go back and earn it when we're done? How much does it cost?" The male was exasperated when he heard this. "It's not you who spends the money, so you really don't take it seriously." "What do you mean? You think I'm wrong and I shouldn't spend your money? If you had the ability to make more money, would you care about this trivial matter?" The woman was irritated and walked quickly forward, and when she saw that her boyfriend wasn't following, she chided, grinding again and again. "Hurry up and go. Chicken? Ha!" The male muttered this under his breath and couldn't help but smile helplessly. It's not the last straw that breaks the camel's back, it's the camel itself that gives up. What his girlfriend said next, he didn't take seriously. Turning directly back to the front desk, "Hello, could you please check out? I bought hotel cancellation insurance that should work, right? Grass. These girlfriends, whoever they like. The old man didn't want it anyway." Chapter 40. If it's a handsome man people can communicate with you. BB reception lobby after check-in. The staff led Lu Ming and the others to the quadrangle. They heard the couple behind them bickering. Lu Guofeng in front of his own family basically will not avoid, think of what to say nature. He made a direct sharp comment on what he had just heard. "That girl really doesn't know what she's doing, what condition she has to spend what she has to spend. Do you really think other people's money comes from the wind?" Zhang Ningning, who was on the side, heard this and thought about the more expensive quadrangle he had booked, and a change in his expression appeared. Even when Lu Ming told her to follow the most expensive and convenient, she still felt a little bad about it. Li Hui held Zhang Ningning's hand and saw her face change. He disliked Lu Guofeng with his elbow. Then he looked at Zhang Ningning and said lovingly, "Ningning, don't take this seriously, our family Ningning has the ability and that condition." Lu Guofeng sipped his cigarette. "Why, I didn't say anything about Ning." Li Hui glared over, "Get out of here and smoke." Lu Ming, who was smoking, accompanied his dad in the back and chimed in. "Ning, just go with the highest, a lower price is beneath me." Aha! A warm smile appeared on Zhang Ningning's face. Lu Ming's family made her feel at ease and cared for. It's nothing like the rich people you used to think of. Yun Yan on the side also felt a bit surprised. She thought Lu Ming was a second-generation rich kid, and her mom and dad would be the kind of noble and arrogant characters. But this was not the case with these two, who came out and saw many things either with admiration or emotion. Low IQ says that you just haven't seen the world. But without the mouth and the air arrogance of a thug. Yunyan wasn't sure about Lu Ming's family and they didn't say anything. Treat her well anyway. Didn't treat her like a bodyguard. Lu Ming finished his cigarette, picked up the phone, pretended that someone was looking for him, and answered the phone. After putting down his cell phone, he told the four of them, Mom and Dad, to go ahead and go to where they were staying. He was going to meet that gold-digging girl just now. Once again, I came to the reception lobby of the BB. Lu Ming saw the two were in the lobby lounge area. The man from earlier was crouching on the ground with his suitcase open in front of him. He took his ex-girlfriend's clothes outside and threw them on the couch in the lounge area. The female sat on a side couch, crossing her legs. The sultry eyes looked at the third ex of the moment as if they were looking at an enemy. Breaking up is breaking up. If I didn't see you chasing me for so long, who would want to be friends with you? Coming out to play and still pussyfooting around for a little bit of money, not a bit compared to my ex-boyfriend. Ah yes, I can't compare, you've got it, you're good, you hurry up and go find your ex-boyfriend. The man takes out all of his ex-girlfriend's clothes and closes the suitcase, dragging the suitcase away without looking back. Lu Ming looked at him and silently praised him in his heart. He identifies with men who know how to stop. So he walked over to the front desk, intending to ask the person how much he had lost on the room he had booked. People are coming to check in and probably deducting a lot of money. Lu Ming recognized his behavior and decided to reward him with the money he lost. The woman glared resentfully at her third ex as she left. She got up and walked aggressively toward the front desk. Plan to ask the front desk for a bag for your clothes. All the while mentally cursing the third ex, the suitcase still has to be taken away, how petty. She wouldn't have wanted these clothes if they weren't $300 or $400 bargains. As she walked towards the front desk, she looked at the back of the receptionist doing business as if it was the handsome man from earlier. She pursed her lips to hide her anger. The walk became graceful. It's not like you feel like you're attracting the other person by doing so. Rather, it's a subconscious attempt to look better in front of a handsome man. Lu Ming finished understanding the situation with the female receptionist at the front desk. The guy bought hotel cancellation insurance that was 80% refundable by 4 p.m. that day. Because of the refund after check-in, 10% more was deducted. Deducted $886.50. He paid the money and had the female receptionist deduct the refund. Gave a little tip to the lady at the reception. The female receptionist greeted her with a smile. Thank you, sir, you are so handsome and kind. Sometimes spending money is all about the emotional value of the purchase. Lu Ming turned around with satisfaction. Just in time to see the woman with a smile on her face slowly walking over. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. She was fuming one moment, and so soon she was able to put a smile on her face. It was true that women were fickle. Lu Ming came to sit on the sofa in the lounge area. Looking at the clothes still sitting next to her, Zhang Yuanfei didn't leave directly but went to the front desk, looking like she should still want these clothes. Have seen Yuanfei Zhang's panel earlier. Face 82, 3 emotional experiences. He intends to fix Zhang Yuanfei. If Zhang Yuanfei didn't want these clothes herself in a while, it made sense to have them thrown away, right? Zhang Yuanfei asked for a bag. Turning around and getting ready to walk towards the lounge area, I saw the handsome man sitting there. Her mind guessed up, could it be that the two beauties just now were both handsome people? Thinking you're nice and seeing you fight and break up with your ex-boyfriend, so you came here specifically to find yourself? Rich people play with flowers, so thought Zhang Yuanfei in her mind. The handsome man had money and a broader-looking body. It's not like she can't say yes if she has her eye on her. Zhang Yuanfei slowly walked back, sat down, and ruffled the tips of her hair on the side of her face behind her ear. Lu Ming looked at her scratching her head and asked directly, did you break up with your boyfriend? Zhang Yuanfei's heart was delighted. The other party took the initiative to ask, was it really like what she had guessed? She tucked the smile off her face and turned to a lowered brow and nodded her head, responding weakly, well, dumped me for a little thing. She put on a pathetic face that had absolutely nothing to do with her. When a man sees her like this, it stirs up a protective streak in his heart. Lu Ming couldn't protect a bit and said with bravado, I heard it just now, it's indeed a small matter. Since you broke up, I'll say it plainly. I think you're nice. Why don't you and I go on a blind date? Zhang Yuanfei rejoiced in her heart, but her face was reserved. You have 2 women around you, right? The looks are still so pretty. If you mind, forget it, I'm not missing you for one, you can be so pretty if you don't mind. Lu Ming had a playboy look and a flippant tone. I actually mind this. When Zhang Yuanfei finished, her tone became soft, but if it's you, handsome, people can communicate with you to see if it's a good fit. I've seen a lot of women. There's no need for you to pretend to be reserved. Just say what you want and be done with it. If it works, if it doesn't work, get lost. I've got plenty of money. Zhang Yuanfei is also worried that the rich handsome man will just walk away. She recognized the watch on Lu Ming's hand. The first ex went watch shopping and looked at the watch with admiration in his eyes, but didn't buy it. Lu Ming should have more money than his first predecessor. After the breakup, subsequent boyfriends have gotten worse and worse, and she would love to go back to the life her first boyfriend gave her. So state your request. Give me 50,000 a month to live on. I like to travel. If you're busy, I can come out on my own. $660,000 a year to travel. You should have a lot of cars, right? Aha! Does Paramila have one? You have it if you want it. Zhang Yuanfei's eyes lit up and nodded. I like driving that car. Move on to other requests. For the house, I want a big 200 square feet flat in my hometown, and the urban area is not expensive, just 7,000 or 8,000 a square foot, nothing more. The first ex didn't give her a house after they broke up, and I don't know if the handsome man in front of her wants to. Seeing as he's so rich, he should give it, right? That's it? Aha! Wait then, I'll have someone buy a car. There's no point in going back to the old one. Ha! Zhang Yuanfei's eyes widened in some surprise. Is that so, bossy? Bought it straight away. The tone is no different than selling small toys. Sure enough, there's money. The man is still handsome. I'm sure you'll have a great body. You can live like a princess again. Very nice. Lu Ming needs to buy a car? It's all a bonus from the system. The host receives a reward. 50,000 living expenses and 660,000 traveling expenses have been transferred to the host's bank card. A $2.6 million Porsche Panamera. A $1.6 million large flat in the downtown area of the new city, with an area of 200 square meters. House discount. 1.6 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. When it was about time, Lu Ming got up and said, "Let's go, the car is bought." Zhang Yuanfei didn't think it was fake. The richer the person was, the more efficient they were at doing things. She'd long ago crumpled up the bag she'd asked for at the front desk and placed it in the crack of the couch. What's the point of having a couple $1,000s worth of clothes when you've got a rich, handsome guy? She wouldn't want to wear something that cheap if her third ex, who she had just broken up with, didn't have much money. Lu Ming deliberately asked, "Don't you want this dress? I'm afraid I'll lose you face if I wear this out with you. Obviously you want people to buy more expensive clothes, but with a different kind of talk, it's not what you want. Getting rich people to offer to spend money for themselves. No wonder rich people like green tea beauties. This nigga talks just fine. You're right, but don't throw things around in people's stores. I'm sorry, I wanted to get in the car with you quickly. I'll pay attention next time." Zhang Yuanfei hurriedly picked up the clothes in a ball and threw them into the trash can. Lu Ming gave a thumbs up behind his back. "You threw that away yourself." Chapter 41, I won't give you a chance to get back together. Zhang Yuanfei followed Lu Ming and asked, "What kind of clothes do you think I'll wear to follow you without dropping the price?" Lu Ming listened to her words. "No, you want me to buy clothes in such a hurry? What's your favorite brand?" "LV, Chanel." "Then go there and buy it." "Really? Thank you." She took the initiative to take Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming wanted to laugh in his heart. Laozi said that if you like it, go and buy it, and did not say that I will buy it for you? You pay for what you like. The two came to the curb. Lu Ming found the Porsche Panamera. Zhang Yuanfei looked at the brand new Panamera, and the light in her eyes wondered if it was light reflected from the paint. The force holding Lu Ming tightened by a point. Hate to plunge into the valley of the abyss. The two of you get in the car. Lu Ming had just started the car. When Zhang Yuanfei saw a familiar figure getting out of the car in front of her, she immediately suppressed her emotions and softly said, "Brother Lu, wait for someone else, that poor guy seems to have come back for me." Lu Ming was a bit surprised to see the other party. "I can't believe you turned back? Couldn't be wrong about the other guy, he's actually a turtle guy, right?" He left the window open to see what the two would exchange. Zhang Yuanfei got out of the car and walked a few steps before shouting, "Chen Wenbo." Chen Wenbo was startled by the sudden shout. He turned his head and ignored it, dragging his suitcase straight ahead. Just now he was sitting on a drop heading to the train station. The original was so angry that he wanted to pound his fist furiously into the front seat back a few times. After receiving an incoming message and a text message, his demeanor shifted. Refund received 886.5. Sir, your deduction was made up by the handsome gentleman who was checking in next to you and recognized your stop-loss behavior, so this is used as a reward. Have a nice life and welcome back again next time. The original exasperated look on his face gradually revealed a smile as his eyes perused the text message. It was as if the clouds were lifted by the wind and the light was seen. He just arrived in the capital today and is planning to wake up early tomorrow to watch the flag being raised. The ex-girlfriend thing sucks for him. Was going to go straight back. After seeing Wilson's refund message and a text message, he looked out the window with gratitude in his smile. A long breath followed, and the whole thing was much more relaxed. He looked at his cell phone and cheap rooms in the quad were still available due to the long vacation. So placed an order for one. Then he spoke, "I'm sorry master, you send me back, I suddenly don't want to go, the fare won't be less for you. We've all come out to play, we've taken all our vacations, so let's just take a break." He's never lived in a quadrangle either. "I'm going to get a cheaper room for a night and experience it." That handsome man he had seen then, and had stolen a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. With an apology in his heart, he said, "I'm sorry, brother, you should be able to understand men, I didn't mean to look at my sister-in-law." The drover took him back to the BB side. "I didn't expect to run into my ex-girlfriend as soon as I got out of the car." He only felt that it affected his mood. Simply lazy. "Oh, I know you came back for me, don't act like you don't care." Zhang Yuanfei wrapped her arms around herself and tilted her head slightly, "But I'm telling you, I won't give you a chance to get back together. It's impossible for us. You saw that rich handsome guy earlier. You don't have money, you can't afford to spend it on me, they have money." Zhang Yuanfei forced Lai Lai to say a lot. The corners of his mouth rose when he saw Chen Wenba suddenly stop walking. "Can't imagine, can you? They're looking at me? You want to keep me now? No way." She arrogantly stated the decision in her heart, "I'm telling you now, we're not from the same world from now on." When she finished, she turned away and went back to the passenger side. The thought in her mind that her ex-boyfriend would sneak off to cry alone later and regret breaking up with her made her feel good. Chen Wenba stopped not because he wanted to keep his ex-girlfriend. That kind of woman, whoever wants it, retains a hook. But how could he not expect it? Surprisingly, that handsome guy found his girlfriend. It's not right, is it? Didn't he even reward himself? Is it because he feels sorry for himself and has to play his ex-girlfriend and leave him with his pity money? He looked in Zhang Yuanfei's direction and saw her getting into the Porsche Panamera. A sneer in that direction. "Oh, you can have that. Anyway, it's also a woman that I've played with that I don't want." "Pity me, huh? Thank you." He proceeded to the reception lobby. Re-check in. The female receptionist saw him back again and there was no one else next to him. So in a whisper, "You're not looking for your ex-girlfriend, are you? Find a hair, that kind of money-minded stinking sign, stick on a rich man nose can turn up to the sky, better give me a long way away." Chen Wenba didn't have the good sense to say. "You ran into her?" "Ran into it on the way over." Tisk, tisk, she's afraid she's going to be punked by Mr. Lu next. Chen Wenba was a bit puzzled and looked at the female receptionist and asked, "What do you mean?" The female receptionist told Chen Wenba about Lu Ming's earlier visit. Chen Wenba came to a realization after hearing this. Once again, with an apology in his heart, he said, "I'm sorry, brother, I misunderstood you." At the same time, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said fiercely in his mind, "Thanks to Big Brother for helping me take revenge. It's best to pit her against me even more." He checked in and left his phone number, informing the female receptionist that he would like to invite Mr. Lu to dinner if that Mr. Lu came to check out. The female receptionist nodded in agreement. She and the colleague next to her had earlier heard Lu Ming say that he wanted to reward this little brother. Thinks Lu Ming is a nice rich guy. I didn't realize that they were also told to throw the woman's clothes in the trash later and throw some more dirty garbage. Think Lu Ming is even better. That Zhang Yuanfei they watched was very unpleasant. Now that there is a tycoon governing, they can't even be happy. After Lu Ming left with Zhang Yuanfei, they messed with some dirty garbage and dumped it into the trash can. Now it's dirty as hell. By the time Zhang Yuanfei was done being governed by Lu Ming, if she still wanted to come back for her clothes. I'm afraid I want to gag at the sight of it. Chapter 42 Surname Lu. IXXXX. Zhang Yuanfei makes a fool of herself in front of her ex-boyfriend. The heart was very free. She knew the opportunity because there was Lu Ming behind it. So become more proactive. The bare white legs under the denim shorts leaned to the left. Close to the center armrest box on the left. If she wasn't driving, she couldn't wait to hitch a ride directly to Lu Ming's side and help him step on the brakes or something. The Panamera pulls into the parking lot of Wangfujing Pedestrian Street. Zhang Yuanfei came to the mall on Lu Ming's arm, and those ordinary stores were not even looked at. Straight to Louis Vuitton. There's everything in there anyway. The first ex even bought her a black leather necklace through an exclusive channel. Sure. These definitely couldn't be said in front of Lu Ming. Zhang Yuanfei looked at the wide array of goods in the Louis Vuitton store. Can't even look at it. She couldn't wait to buy them all. But after all, it was the first time he had ever shopped with Lu Ming, so he still had to be a bit more restrained. Dress shoes on. She looked to the bag that she had wanted for so long. After breaking up with her first ex-boyfriend, her spending plummeted. This bag isn't that expensive, it's only $52,000. Only the second and third exes were too poor to afford it. But Lu Ming was different. Portia Paramera says buy it. The papers are all in order. That's a rich man with real power. After Zhang Yuanfei finished getting her things, the set of clothes on her body wasn't going to come off. I'll let Lu Ming help me take it off later. She looked at Lu Ming with a delicate gaze in her eyes. I'll just buy these. Lu Ming looked at her with a smile. Then you pay. Why are you looking at me? All of Zhang Yuanfei's happiness and tenderness dissipated at this moment. The people around her and the cashier at the counter looked over, and she could only pretend to be calm, holding onto Lu Ming's arm and shaking it. Spoiler alert, geez, don't joke with me. Lu Ming pulled his hand out and continued to maintain his smile as he said, I'm not kidding you, you said yourself that you like the brand and were coming here to buy it. What, you can't afford to pay for it now that you're done buying? Oops, honey, you're molesting me again. Lu Ming took a step back. I'm molesting you. You don't look at what you look like. They're much better looking than you. I'm blind to molest you. He was fixing, not molesting. Zhang Yuanfei can't afford to pay. Being stared at by the people around him, he was suddenly red in the face. She was stifled and angry. If it had been her first two boyfriends, she would have called them names and reduced them to nothing. But Lu Ming was different, and quickly bought a car with all the papers in order. The aura of his body, the clothes he wore, the watch he wore, all indicated that he was no ordinary man. Lu Ming wanted to straighten her out, and she didn't have a single thing to do about it. If she was angry at Lu Ming, she was afraid that if she slapped her a few times on the spot, it wouldn't matter at all. The only one who loses out is yourself. She stifled her tears and her body trembled with anger. I don't have any money, I can't afford it, so you're satisfied after you're done fooling me, right? She set down the item she had picked out in her hand. Turn around and go undress. Lu Ming didn't give her the slightest face. You know you don't have any money? Why do you think it's too cheap for your ex-boyfriend to book you a 3,000 RMB? The money is from ATM's ex-boyfriend, so you just spend it, right? And what to come out to play is to use money to buy fun, spend it and then go to earn it. To put it mildly, is it you, the stinking, who earns the money? If you see that I have money, you'll stick your ass up to me, but you don't take off your makeup and take a piss to see if you're worthy of it. Lu Ming finished spraying and looked directly at the shopgirl. The female shopkeeper revealed a smile and was nervous, afraid that the fire from Lu Ming's body would burn her. The female customers in the store who accompanied the rich man to the store shivered when they heard Lu Ming's words. I was planning to buy 2 bags, but now I'm thinking, let's just get one for now. Lu Ming looked at the shopgirl, and the volume didn't decay much. I'd like to pick out some dress shoes. So now I want to know, just now that woman wearing your clothes, shoes hanging around for half a day, dirty sweater stained on the clothes and shoes, this will not give her a return and then sold to others? This statement was made. The other patrons listened sideways at once. No one who comes here to buy is poor. Lu Ming's words fazed them. It's not unusual to simply try it out and not buy it coming off quickly. But after half a day of wearing the wiggles, if they can still return them, they're still buying here. The shopgirl panicked, but had had training in the face of this situation. She immediately said in a very solemn demeanor, Don't worry, sir. This kind of wearing dirty clothes and shoes, if the customer does not buy, we will call the police to deal with it, and will never return it for secondary sales. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Bought a couple outfits and shoes. I didn't buy much, so I'll pick it out for myself when mom and dad and the gang go shopping. Lu Ming sent a message to Xiong Wanhui, who was meeting in the evening. She hadn't taken off yet, and after thanking Lu Ming, she replied to him with the size. The bag that cures all diseases. Lu Ming also sends pictures for them to choose by themselves. After that clerk packed up the merchandise and Lu Ming swiped his card, she was overjoyed in her heart. Lu Ming had spent over $400,000 through her services. She gets a commission. It's only this month, so good luck. Suddenly, a whisper caused her to shudder. Have you got a friend yet? If not, let's have a blind date? Lu Ming asked politely. The shopgirl hurriedly shook her head and gave Lu Ming an apologetic smile. Sir, I have a boyfriend. The woman who came with this handsome man was scolded and punked again. She wouldn't dare to provoke the handsome man in front of her. And she really does have a boyfriend. When Zhang Yuanfei heard that the clothes and shoes she had worn for half a day on her body could not be returned, she felt as bad as if she had eaten. I heard that the police were going to be called. She was just an ordinary person, and if she messed with Lu Ming, she would only be the one to suffer. It could only be bought in tears for nearly $30,000 of my own money. The first ex-boyfriend gave her over $300,000. But it's long since been spent. She didn't feel like spending any of it, and the other boyfriend's money that she used later ended up with tens of thousands of dollars left in her money. This one is simply hemorrhaging money. I don't know how much you can get back for hanging a used one either. She just tried it on and it's no different than brand new. Leave the store. She thought of Lu Ming's words and felt that her ex-boyfriend was not bad. At least willing to spend money on her. She wants to get back together. She doesn't want to work. So took a taxi back to the reception of the BB. Before entering the lobby, look at the trash cans by the door. Her heart ached as she thought of the clothes she had thrown away with her own hands. The trash cans were covered with large trash bags and had looked pretty clean earlier. She ghosted a probe to look in the trash can. The look almost didn't make her throw up. Those couple $1,000 or $2,000 outfits went to waste too. The last name is Lu. I'm going to hell. Zhang Yuanfei could only be impotently furious. Her ex-boyfriend's wiki and phone number have blacked her out. She was watching her ex-boyfriend return again, probably wanting to continue traveling on her own. So asked the female receptionist to ask where her ex-boyfriend lived. Hi, my boyfriend booked a room here and he's playing hide and seek with me. Tell me where he lives, I don't want to find out, thank you. When the receptionists heard this, they almost didn't strain themselves even if they were professionally trained. Peekaboo is here. People don't even want to talk to you. Now look at a bitter face, should be finished being pitched by Mr. Lu, right? Mr. Lu did a good job. Such piece goods with no pussy in their hearts should be viciously muslinized. The female receptionist in front of Zhang Yuanfei said, "Ma'am, we are not at liberty to disclose the privacy of our customers, please forgive us." Zhang Yuanfei didn't want to give up, then can you help make a phone call? Mr. Chen said that if the person who came to him was you, he told you to leave, he won't see you. Out of politeness, the female receptionist didn't follow Chen Wenba's original words and say roll. Can you call him then? I'm begging you. Zhang Yuanfei cried and begged and stayed at the front desk. The female receptionist still called Chen Wenba. Then turn on the speakerphone. Mr. Chen, hello, to disturb you, I'm the front desk of the BB, my ex-girlfriend came over to look for you. Zhang Yuanfei hurriedly shouted with a sobbing voice, baby, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that kind of thing, I'll accompany you to calculate the spending properly. Do. Chen Wenba hung up the phone, put it down, and continued to pick up the camera hanging around his neck, taking pictures in the hudong. If he still eats this kind of woman, he's a criminal. You're trying to get me back after you've been screwed by Mr. Luck, aren't you? Oh, laughing my ass off, good pit. Chapter 43. You're handsome, and you have money, and you deserve your woman to be beautiful. Lu Ming drove to the neighborhood of the BB he had booked. He messaged his mom and dad ahead of time that the big boss had business in the capital assigned to him. Play with them first, there's business in the evening. After mom and dad came into contact with Zhang Ningning, they dispelled Lu Ming's doubts about being in the company of a rich woman. Already believing in Lu Ming's previous statement. 4 people came over to get their stuff. Yunyan carried the LV punching bag that belonged to her. The mind thinks a lot. Lu Ming's parents and Zhang Ningning were taking pictures in the hudong and pulled her along. Didn't think of her as a bodyguard. Especially familiar with Lu Ming's parents, they should know something, looking at her in the same way as they looked at Zhang Ningning. There was a loving look in his eyes. That look, that tone of voice. She had seen it in her own mom and dad's eyes and heard it in their usual words. She felt that Lu Ming's parents knew that Lu Ming had many women, so they treated every woman fairly. But she didn't have any thoughts of staying by Lu Ming's side. Fulfill the bet with Lu Ming. And she'll be gone. She pulled Lu Ming's clothes and let him walk behind her. Then whispered, I'm ready to fulfill my appointment with you tonight. Lu Ming felt that by taking Yunyan, with Yunyan's character, she would just leave. Lu Ming thought about letting Yunyan follow her parents and Zhang Ningning for a few more days to see if she could produce some results. Now it seemed that Yunyan had been keeping her distance from his parents and Zhang Ningning. But Lu Ming had thought of an excuse to keep leaving her behind before. He responded, I can see you're still reluctant. Being able to value a verbal wager, I recognize you and can give you the opportunity to defeat me. You can get someone you know, who is very good, to be your coach, and I'll pay for the coaching. If you can beat me, you can leave. Yunyan shook her head, you can find someone better to train with. Lu Ming laughed, my good sister, do you really think that I don't need to make money when I'm idle all day? You can video call me every hour during the day, and at night, I'll stay with you guys. I train alone on the sidelines at night while the coach guides you through your training. So you won't say I'm practicing in secret, will you? Yunyan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. You should have additional requirements for something this good, right? Clever. Lu Ming nodded his head in praise and continued, if you win me over then, I'll definitely lose blood. So you need to kiss me every day until you're sure you can win. Yunyan pondered for a moment and clenched her fists. Compared to letting himself lose his body, the opportunity Lu Ming was now giving was too great a temptation. Kisses on the face only, not on the mouth. Deal. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth hooked into a smile, then he pointed at his face. Yunyan stood on her tiptoes, her pale pink lips dabbing at Lu Ming's face. He then immediately moved away from Lu Ming. Ha? Lu Ming was puzzled. No, you kissed it? He stepped forward and walloped Yunyan against the wall. Yunyan nodded her head unquestionably. Right. Don't you dare cheat. She lowered her body and nimbly got under Lu Ming's arm. I don't even feel it. Seeing that Lu Ming was unforgiving, Yunyan's footsteps quickened. Really kissed? No way. That doesn't count. You have to kiss again. You're being unreasonable. How about a fight? Whoever wins has the right. No, no, no. I kissed it anyway. Yunyan ran forward and chased after Jiang Ningning next to her. Seeing Lu Ming stop there, he was relieved. Ning Ning, help Yunyan pat the ash on her back. Good. Jiang Ningning saw Yunyan running over from behind, her handsome face still slightly flushed. There's still ash on the back of the dress? The two of them must be smooching in the back. She heard all the banter. Luck is bullying Sister Yun. She was a bit envious, she also wanted to be bullied by Lu. The five of them wandered around the hutong. They ate on the plane. I didn't feel hungry even when I arrived at the capital at noon. Lu Ming drove and traveled according to the planning done by Jiang Ningning, eating snacks along the way. Lu Ming was in no hurry to find a blind date. We have a system, why do we still have to work like this? Lu Ming added the prestige of the Red Lady on this side of the capital and will go on a blind date tomorrow. It's time to make money. Buzz. Lu Ming tapped on his cell phone prestige. Xiong Wanui, Lu Ming, I'm off duty, you can come to the hotel to find me when you have time, it's okay for me to come to you. Location. Lu Ming, okay, I'll go find you, where are you now? Just got off the plane. Clothes haven't been changed, have they? Nope, usually change back at the hotel. I'll pick you up. I'll change it for you. Then I'll wait at the airport until you get here. Shy.jpg. Lu Ming pocketed his cell phone. You guys take your time, I have a business, dinner hard work ning to arrange. This hard what I you're the hard, drive safe on the road. Drive slow. Aha! Lu Ming waved his hand and left. Get in the Paramera and drive to the airport. Xiong Wanui stood on the side of the road, her hands resting on the trolley of her suitcase with dignity and elegance. The profession of flight attendant itself tends to attract men's attention. Xiong Wanhui in particular had an upright and curvaceous figure. The exquisite face still exudes flirtation. Who can stand that? Someone pulled over and lowered their window to strike up a conversation. After Xiong Wanui shook her head and said she was waiting for a man, the person who accosted her could only sigh a sigh of regret and drive away. The co-workers went back to the hotel early in the company car. She could actually have Lu Ming go directly to the hotel, so as not to make him make an extra trip. But Lu Ming said he could come and pick himself up. She promised. She wanted to stay with Lu Ming for a while longer. Everyone has a white moon in their heart. The white moonlight in her heart was Lu Ming. It was only back then that Lu Ming chose Yang Xiying out of the many suitors. Now Lu Ming is capable, makes a lot of money, and has more than one woman by his side. She didn't expect Lu Ming to keep her around. It had been a long time, and once was enough for her. By promising to let Lu Ming pick her up at the airport, she was able to see more of him. A Paramera pulled up to the curb. Just now, through the windshield, Xiong Wanui saw the handsome face that had once made her heart skip a beat. She took a few steps forward. There was no need to lower the window this time. She tapped on the window of her own accord. The window didn't come down, instead the main driver's door opened. Lu Ming came over and helped Xiong Wanui put her suitcase in the trunk. The driver in the back saw Xiong Wanui and thought about striking up a conversation. As a result, when she saw the Paramera in front of her stop, the woman took it upon herself to go up and knock on the window. He cursed the gold-digging woman with a sour chirp in his heart. Then when he saw the driver of the Paramera get out of the car and walk to the back of the car with his suitcase, the driver who wanted to strike up a conversation saw Lu Ming's handsome face. Skittishly, he silently drove off in his little car. You're handsome and you have money, so you're awesome. Serves you right that your woman is beautiful. Chapter 44 Meeting the Suitor. Encounter in the Square. Xiong Wanui sat in the co-pilot and guffawed. You used to be quite a gentleman, that hasn't changed. Lu Ming shook his head and looked at Xiong Wanhui. Actually, it's still changed, I'm only a gentleman to my own woman now. Xiong Wanhui's heart trembled, as if electrocuted. Lu Ming treats her as his woman? Is that a confession? She didn't mind Lu Ming having another woman. If she could, she would follow him, not for money. Even when he came across the poor and desperate Lu Ming, she would also take the initiative to strike up a conversation, ask for the cause, and help Lu Ming. Her pursed lips spoke slowly. So am I considered your woman from now on? Even if you're willing to follow me. Before the vehicle was even started, Xiong Wanhui looked at Lu Ming with deep emotion and nodded, I'm willing. The young woman, kind of charming pretty face, a pair of good-looking almond eyes flooded with deep love autumn wave. Who could stand that? Lu Ming could endure it, but there was no need to. At the same time he leaned his body forward, Xiong Wanhui leaned over of her own accord. The two of them pressed their lips together. Separated, the eyes pulled together. Xiong Wanhui smiled softly, took out a paper towel from her pocket and wiped the car. And then voluntarily lean your leg towards the center armrest box. Lu Ming, drive and remember to focus on the road. Lu Ming looked at her somewhat mature with a shy look. Reaching out, he cupped her cheeks. The Zhang Yuanfei from before, Lu Ming couldn't look at her. There's no need to lower your standards when you have a system. Xiong Wanhui is different. Lu Ming looks good. He started the car and put it in gear. The right hand slips naturally. Though Lu Ming isn't driving a Zeus Ross yet. But Zoe he drove on. Indulge in silky smoothness. The capital's off-work rush hour is unreasonable, and even if you're driving a stupid sub or a Zeus Ross, you'll still be stuck in traffic. Xiong Wanhui was a little tired from work and yawned softly. Lu Ming drove his car and got a little fired up from the traffic jam. The 5-star hotel arranged by Xiong Wanhui's company, the presidential suite, was booked. Lu Ming learned that she wasn't ready to meet up with her parents and others. Find a luxury hotel with a spare presidential suite and stay there. Come to the room. The two of them kissed each other tightly. Ding dong, ding dong. The vibration of his pocket and the ringing of the WeChat caller. The two of them parted their lips. Lu Ming watched as Yunyan called the prestige video to himself. This ninny is really cautious. Xiong Wanhui had the good sense to leave. Lu Ming connected the video call. Here, let me show you my surroundings. Yunyan looked at it and thought that Lu Ming should not have practiced secretly. The coach I'm looking for is almost here. You'll be back tonight, right? After business, I'm going to stay with one of my women tonight, so don't worry, I won't be practicing secretly behind your back. Then you'd better spend more time with women. What, jealous? I can't wait for you to be with women all day long, so when you're weak, I'll be better able to win. Don't worry, I'm too fierce to be weak. Train hard and remember to kiss harder tomorrow. Bam! The video call hangs up. Lu Ming put his cell phone into his pocket, a playful smile tickling the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow, if Yunyan is slapdash again, he'll just put her down. Lu Ming came to the bedroom. He went back on his word, thinking that the stewardess's uniform was very nice, and didn't help Xiong Wanhui change her clothes. And accidentally ripped his shirt. Xiong Wanhui didn't blame Lu Ming with a red face. The dress is torn, just buy it again. Besides, she had 2 changes of clothes. The two of them soak in the bath together. Xiong Wanhui leaned against Lu Ming's shoulder in satisfaction and exhaustion. Lu Ming is awesome and has a perfect body. She hadn't been able to join Lu Ming before, and she felt a little sorry in her heart. Lu Ming, can I really stay with you in the future? Well, if you have a problem in mind, you can stay here for the time being and not have to work afterward. Xiong Wanhui kissed Lu Ming's chin. It's not that I have a problem with it, it's just that I haven't finished with my ex-husband yet, so I'll go back tomorrow when I'm done. As long as your woman and your parents don't mind, I don't have a problem with it. Okay, I'll get someone to take care of it quickly for you, and you can come straight over then. Thank you, Lu Ming. Lu Ming responded with a kiss. The two of them finished soaking. Lu Ming looked at the cell phone on the nightstand. There are missed calls. He sent Yunyan a picture of him lying in bed. Followed by typing, show you my abs. You're not practicing on the sly. Tomorrow's kisses don't go hard enough, I'll just put you down and kiss you straight up. Don't you dare cheat when the time comes. You're the one who's cheating. Sleeping. Your parents have to get up early to watch the flag raising. Lu Ming put down his cell phone. After Xiong Wanhui in his arms fell asleep, he went to the second bedroom of the presidential suite. For in the morning, Lu Ming and with sleepy mom and dad 4 people meet. Yesterday, after shopping all afternoon, Mom, Dad, and Jiang Ningning got up so early and still haven't slept enough. The two of them, Lu Ming and Yunyan, were in good physical condition and were very energetic. Line up for tickets. After passing through the security check, a bunch of early risers, who were still sleepy a second before, instantly perked up and frantically ran towards the square, trying to grab a good spot. Lu Ming and the others didn't run. The 5 of them went over. The 5 people in the top row in the center gave them room. This was the spot Lu Ming paid someone to grab in advance. For insurance purposes, 24 people were enlisted to help grab a spot. $5,000 ahead. The 5 of them had just switched over not a moment before. Someone in the back shouted, "The 3 in the front row in the center, I'll transfer 10,000 to each of you, it's my friend's birthday, can you give up a seat?" The man who had just finished dealing with Lu Ming for the final payment squeezed out. At once, he said, "Man, you didn't say so earlier, looking for us to help you grab a seat in advance." They only took 5,000, but this little brother was willing to give 10,000. The young boys got someone to grab it for them, and although it was also in the first row, it was a bad spot. He didn't say anything, after all, saying something like not grabbing a good spot would be embarrassing in front of the girl he liked. But no one responded from the front. He continued to shout, raising the price to $20,000. But the few in the very center were unmoved. The young boys didn't believe me and tried to keep shouting. The people around them looked over. The 2 innocent and pretty young girls next to her felt embarrassed. "Forget it, a little on the side is fine." "Why, Guobaokuan, forget it, it looks like people don't lack that money." Favorite people have spoken. Guobaokuan Hartfield lost face, but can only look at the phone. "Ask for the person you were looking for earlier." "Boss, a batch of people just left, and a few of us squeezed in pretty much in the middle." "Wajnama, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Boss, I'm really ahead of schedule." "Grass, why don't you know to call?" My, sorry boss, but we're honest, we didn't even give up our spot when some idiot behind us yelled for $20,000. Guobaokuan looked at the message and directly read warned. He gritted his teeth in secret and didn't say so explicitly, or else he would have admitted that he was a fool. He held back the anger in his heart and squeezed out a smile to look at the woman he liked. "Ihan, I had someone buy a spot almost in the center, let's go over there." The 3 kept talking about passing through and squeezing in towards the front row. Ihan Louis is the star of the day. Come to the very center. Yikes. Louis Yihan tripped over his feet, didn't stand still, and his whole body lunged towards the metal fence in front of him that resembled an electric retractable gate. Yihan. The girlfriend next to her rushed to help the person. But a hand on the right was a step ahead of the others and held Louis Han in place. Chapter 45. It's easy to make love with money. Lu Ming paid for the position, he didn't lack the money. The 5 of them didn't take the shouting behind them seriously. The 20 or so people that Lu Ming had found took up quite a bit of the center front row. After he made the final payment, those who were just there to make money went back to catch up on their sleep and the seats opened up. Guobaokuan, looking for people who want to pay the final payment, hurriedly squeezed to the side. Louis Han came over and positioned himself right next to Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt the softness of his arm. Women really are made of water. The opponent's panel surfaced. Name Yihan Lu. Face value 95. Health, no infectious diseases. Emotional experience, 0. He whispered as he held Louis Yihan steady, "Be careful." A delicate googly-eyed face with pale, delicate skin that glowed in the early sun. Bright and unassuming delicate googly-eyed face reveals youthfulness. The contrast between this greenness and the proud figure can produce an exhilarating sense of contrast. Because of being tripped, Louis Han's expression at this moment was a bit panicked, like a scared kitten. Lu Ming didn't stare at Louis Han all the time. It was slightly offensive to hold Louis Han's arm in passing just now. Any more staring and ogling could easily be taken for a pervert. If you have the chance to see each other again, then you should find a chance to meet each other. It's still easy to have money and want to create karma. There's no need to keep staring at each other now. Louis Yihan was held up, but the contact made her embarrassed and she couldn't help but blush. The voice on the other side was still male. Luckily, the other man quickly moved his hand away and held her shoulders to steady her. There was no intention of taking advantage of her. Thanks. She looked up at Lu Ming. It was just after 5 o'clock and it was cloudy. The rising eastern sunlight shone on Lu Ming as if it was coated with a faint layer of golden light. Lohan's heart raced and a thought popped into his head, he's so handsome. Yihan, is everything okay? The voice of her best friend next to her brought Louis Yihan back to her senses. It's okay. She shook her head, nodding slightly as if she had done something wrong. The mind spat at itself. Shame on you. Even if someone else is handsome, you can't stare at them like that. She didn't realize that her pale face had flushed a little. The girlfriends beside her were relieved to see Louis Yihan being held up. She had also seen Lu Ming's appearance. One word, handsome. Sure. The main thing was that it was the first time Louis Yihan had stared at a handsome man and froze. She narrowed her eyes and came to Louis Han's ear and snickered. Yo, wasn't our Yihan unable to even get into the eyes of the school's grass earlier? Now that you've seen a handsome man, you're actually shy? Her voice was small, after all, others were right next to her. Lohan frowned and glared fiercely at her best friend. Except she's menacing, like a cat evil dragon growling. I'm not shy, don't you dare say that. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut, you're in charge today. The best friend held Louis Han in a whispered conversation. Guobakuan, who was on the side, saw Louis Han about to fall. However, there was a Gui Qiongxin in the middle of the room, so he could only dry up after shouting out in worry just now. Louis Han was still being held up by the man next to him. The fact that his favorite woman hadn't even touched herself, and that she was touched by someone else, made him a little upset. What's even more upsetting? That man is taller than himself. Even if he is taller, he is also more handsome than himself. Louis Han also stared at the man for a moment. The face is still a little red. Guobakuan's heart felt like it had been violently stabbed by a needle a few times. If it wasn't for the quick release of the other's hand, he would have just disliked the other for taking advantage of the situation. Put the other person in an awkward position. He stretched out his neck and cared across Gui Qiongxin. Ihan, are you okay? Nope. The schoolgirl's face suddenly turned cold, similar to a Sichuan opera face change. She came here for her birthday and only told her best friend. Turns out this stalker followed suit. Didn't even have to think about it to know that this guy must have sent someone to keep an eye on his whereabouts. She has made it clear. Don't like him yourself. But he had taken the verbal marriage contract that used to exist in his grandfather's generation and kept pestering him about it. It's still going around the school, what with all the rumors about fiancés and such, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Guobakuan is like a dog's skin plaster, he can't get rid of it. Louis Han was glad in her heart that she had gotten her best friend to come over. Her best friend knows that she doesn't like Guobakuan and has been helping her to block him. Waiting for the flag to be raised. The sisters chatted in whispers. Louis Han was so close to Lu Ming that he was within her afterglow. Thinking about the part of his that was touched when he was held up by Lu Ming. Heartbeat inexplicably speeds up again. That handsome face illuminated by the early sun came to mind. She frowned, waving that image away. After a while, the flag guard was seen starting and walking from a distance. Next to the good girlfriend came a sentence. There is a say one, that handsome guy next to you if you wear a military uniform. TSK, I don't even dare to think. After Louis Han heard this, he ghostly stole a glance at Lu Ming next to him. The side face illuminated by the early sun is also handsome. Well. Lohan nodded gently, acknowledging that it wasn't a big deal for handsome men to look handsome. Kind of a shame though, next to the handsome guy should be his girlfriend. I thought you had a boyfriend, what a pity. Gui Qiongxin hemmed and hawed, pity for you. You. Finish raising the flag. The crowd dispersed. Good girlfriends were around to sing a birthday song to Lohan. Grandma Lohan used to come here every year on her birthday and she used to accompany her grandmother. She's been coming here for her birthday for the past 3 years since her grandmother died. Now as an adult, it's still school and work days. She dragged her best friend over. Her parents were also busy with the family business and came with her for her 18th bar mitzvah. It's impossible to spend every time with her after that. The crowd dispersed beside them. Louis Han watched Lu Ming's 5 people leave. She glanced a few times to see the young woman next to him holding him. She closed her eyes silently, remembering her grandmother before making a wish for herself. The good sisters held hands and planned to go back to catch up on their sleep and stay in the capital for 2 days before going back to school. On the way back to the BB. With no one around, Gui Qiongxin said with admiration in her eyes. That handsome guy is really handsome. His shoulders are broad and he works out a lot, he'd be invincible in a military uniform. Why don't you get a mirror and see what you look like now? Drooling, you're a boyfriend man. You can't look at other hot guys if you have a boyfriend? If he has me, he can still look at other pretty girls? Gui Qiongxin finished and raised her eyebrows with a hefty smile. You said I was drooling, were you sneaking glances at him earlier? No way. Don't you talk nonsense, he has a girlfriend. I saw you peeking. No. You looked at it several times when the escort arrived, and you're still looking at it when the others leave. Don't be ridiculous, no. The two of them were playing around on the road. Guobakuan, who was walking on the sidelines, was annoyed in his heart. This Gui Qiongxin is such an annoying obstacle. No way. One's plans have to be implemented in a hurry. He sends messages to people. How's the preparation going? Ready for action. Action. Roger. Louis Han came out for his birthday and his family sent a bodyguard to protect him. He paid his way through and planned to put on a show. In order to get Louis Yihan into his hands, he asked his friends and lapdogs to help him come up with ideas, and he also looked for tips on the internet. This time, it's going to be a hero's play. The internet has spoken. It's corny, but it works. Chapter 46. Someone helped build a stage. Lu Ming performed on stage. Lu Yihan walked into the hutong with Gui Qiongxin on his arm. Wu Baoquan followed. At this point, a few people came up ahead with tattoos on their arms and necks. Hair dyed green. A few people hung back and looked at the two. Yoo-hoo, good little girl, why don't you go with me to sit inside the house? The two involved college girls looked at each other. Both expressed confusion. Where is this? What era is this? How can such punks still appear? Still, there was some nervousness in the back of my mind. Summerland is so big, there are all kinds of people. The back of the alley was also surrounded. The three were blocked directly in the alley. Gui Qiongxin whispered, "Where are the bodyguards?" "I don't know, did they fight them off? Can these punks fight? Besides, where is this place that punks even pop up?" Lu Yihan also expressed skepticism in his mind. Just then, Wu Baoquan stared with a serious face as he came to the duo and opened his arms with his back to them. "Don't be afraid, I've practiced, I'll protect you." Gui Qiongxin and Lu Yihan cowered against the wall. In his hand, he touched his cell phone to press a shortcut to call the police. Gui Qiongxin was suspicious in her eyes and questioned, "Wu Baoquan, you have a bodyguard too, don't you? Where is the bodyguard?" Wu Baoquan was secretly pleased in his heart. "I knew you, the lightbulb, would ask. Fortunately, I was prepared." He turned his back to the two, still pretending to be nervous. "I can't get there, I thought you guys didn't like your bodyguards too close?" The people pretending to be punks around them grunted. "Our boss has his eye on you too, just a few of those bodyguards were wasted by us a few handfuls ago." "You've practiced, you little brat? You don't even have hair on your head. Let's go, get him." These punks ghosted and blustered. But only 3 people rushed up, and not all of them hit Wu Baoquan at the same time. The people next to him just stood there, not making a move on Wu Baoquan at all. Nor did they swarm up to pickpocket the two of them, Lu Yihan and Gui Qiongxin. They both had a very safe feeling. Not at all like being threatened. They both looked at each other as they saw what was happening at this point. Even whispered exchanges. "It's not right. Aha! I called the police, there is positioning." A moment the vigilante came to break the pot to ask to the end, "Feel related to Wu Baoquan?" "Actually, that's what I thought, and I called the police. If it's really related to Quan, this guy is dead set on saving face. If things get out of hand, it would be absolutely embarrassing to keep pestering then." Lu Ming's parents took a picture of the morning scenery with their cell phones. The 5 of them went to get some breakfast. Walking down the alley at the moment. At this time, seeing a group of punk-like people in front of them kept staggering. The 5 men stopped in their tracks. Someone looked over. Straight to, "I advise you to get the hell away from us." He saw that the 5 Lu Ming people were dressed in an unusual temperament, and at this time, he was only acting for the sake of acting, and did not want to offend anyone. "All what, old son, you stepped on the horse," these words did not say. Didn't even say the word roll. "Ha?" Lu Ming cocked his head as he looked at the fighting scene in front of him. "No. How can that even happen now? Don't you see what kind of place this is? I'm afraid it's not a skit." He saw that Lohan was among them. It feels so wrong. Yun Yan was still ready to step forward and make a move. Lu Ming reached out and stopped Yun Yan. "I'll do it, you take a cell phone and take pictures for evidence." There was no need for Yun Yan to make a move when he was around. Ming, don't mess around. So many people, don't mess with people." Lu Ming's parents are still of the older generation. They took it seriously. Though his son said he quietly trained with the big boss's personal bodyguard. Now the body is awesome. But these punks have knives on them, and they don't have a sense of proportion when it comes to fighting. Lu Ming felt that the current situation should be following that licking dog next to Lu Yihan and Gui Qiongxin, who was deliberately looking for someone to put on a show. He was still looking for a chance to create a bond with Lohan. Isn't this coming? Now that someone has set the stage for themselves. So what are you waiting for? Lu Ming went straight to the stage. "Stop." He saw what was right and rushed straight over. "Ah!" As one after another screams came from the alley. Those who hadn't yet been beaten looked at the miserable state of their companions and hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, just acting, don't be so heavy-handed." When Wu Baoquan heard this, he panicked in his heart. "Humph." Gui Qiongxin grunted coldly. Well. Things fell apart straight away. She was straightforward in nature and looked at Wu Baoquan and chided, "Wu Baoquan, do you still want to have a face?" Wu Baoquan saw Lu Yihan and Gui Qiongxin glaring at him with contempt. The mind panicked and didn't know how to explain. "No, why is there one all of a sudden? What the hell? The laborer has to be a hero and play a bitter trick to get hurt. When you come in, hook 8, you straight up people up easy. Wouldn't that make me look stupid? When he saw the man stop, he then looked at the other person. I'm Nima. It's you. That's the mannequin-like contraption next to Louis Han. No. Why do you have to be so coincidental to ruin my day? He had only resented Lu Ming earlier. Now Lu Ming had spoiled his good deed and made him lose face in front of the person he liked. The original antipathy had increased and had become resentment. A thought appeared and he hurriedly shrugged it off. After you saw Ihan, you deliberately found someone to come here to put on a show, didn't you? I'm telling you, with me here, I won't let you get close to Ihan. Lu Ming cursed. Then cold eyes scanned the group of actors. Tell me, who sent for you? The group of people were looking at Lu Ming in their hearts. This handsome man was dressed in a way that was not ordinary at first glance, and his hands were also powerful as hell. Definitely not ordinary. They dare not offend. One could only raise his hand and point it at Guo Baokuan. Guo Baokuan panicked, continued to sophistry, bull. I go to you mad, is he paid for you to come, and now also framed me right? You're still sophomoric, what a shame. Guo Baokuan, why are you so disgusting? The two girlfriends did not want to listen to Guo Baokuan's sophistry, and each indifferently dropped a sentence and prepared to leave. Temporarily called back by arriving sheriff's deputies. Looking down the alley, the sheriff grilled the results of what had happened. Lu Ming, as the party in question, stayed behind and let mom and dad and the others go back first. You guys go back first, Yunyan, send me the video you took. The sheriff finished understanding the situation. Watch the video. That's when someone shouted, my friend, people fainted. The sheriff hurriedly said, quickly, carry him to the car. Louis Han didn't expect the other party to be injured so badly, and she was afraid that Lu Ming would take the blame. Taking the initiative, he said, brother, law and order, if I have to pay for it, I'll pay for it. The vigilante looked at Lohan and smiled, that's not necessary, he didn't know what was going on, it was considered to be an act of bravery, and he stopped after someone begged for mercy. Then he turned his head to look at the several people who were injured, his expression became stern, Mr. Lu doesn't need to take responsibility for your injuries. You guys also get on the bus and go to the hospital together, if you are not seriously hurt, one of you will write a review. These people apologized sincerely, and Louis Han and Gue Qiongxin didn't think too much of it. They were all taken away. Guo Baokuan is the same, going to be criticized and educated. Gue Qiongxin watched Guo Baokuan being taken away by the vigilantes. She shouted from behind, Surname Guo, if you continue to pester Han, I'll tell others about your scandalous behavior. Luohan's character wouldn't do such a threatening thing. Then she'll do it. Guo Baokuan clenched his back teeth and gave Lu Ming a vicious glance. In his heart, he was about to hate Lu Ming. He would have to investigate Lu Ming when the time came. Badgering him and calling him names. If the background wasn't considered impressive, he was going to make this dog coin regret it. Bad end. Louis Han smiled as she looked at Lu Ming to express her gratitude, although it was all fake just now, thank you for being willing to step in and help. She just looked away, too embarrassed to look directly at Lu Ming. She was dazzled by Lu Ming's fight scene just now. Didn't even look at them before putting a couple of them on the ground. Like a movie urban mastermind. The man is still handsome. It was too much of a shock for her, who had been raised in a greenhouse of careful attention. Thinking about what my best friend had said earlier about pity, there was a hint of pity bubbling up in my heart at the moment. No need to be polite, anyone with a body will help when they see it. Gue Qiongxin was also curious about Lu Ming. Brother Lu is so powerful and upright, have you been a soldier before? That's not true, practiced on my own. Oh. Gue Qiongxin had lost hope, she wanted to see how Lu Ming looked in his uniform. She has a boyfriend and is just trying to be normal and appreciative. The courtyard where Lu Ming and the girls lived was in the same area. And so traveled the same way for a while. Louis Han and Gue Qiongxin arrived at the residence first. Got up early and now I haven't eaten. Louis Han felt a little hungry and had no strength in his body. I ended up not stepping firmly when I entered the door and went up the steps. Ah! Louis Han screamed out in pain. Gue Qiongxin supported her good girlfriend and hurriedly said with concern, Yihan, are you alright? Louis Han frowned in pain and said, I think I've broken my foot. Lu Ming walked with the two, and just a few steps away, he heard Louis Han's voice in pain. Have to say. The thing about fate is amazing. Lu Ming was still thinking about continuing to create karma himself. Doesn't that come right off the bat? He walked up, broken foot? I don't think the health center is open yet, we have to go to the hospital, do you need help? Louis Han smiled and gave his thanks, thank you for your kindness, we'll just take a taxi over there, no need to trouble you anymore. She was too embarrassed to bother this stranger she had just met. Gu Xiangxin is worried about the injuries of her best friend, who is more outspoken. A taxi can't get in here. I have to help you walk to the street before I can do it. I'm too slow by myself. Just let brother Lu help out. We'll treat him to dinner then. Gu Xiong was pleased to see her good girlfriend twisting and turning, and looked directly at Lu Ming. Brother Lu, trouble you, this girlfriend of mine doesn't like to owe others favors. Lu Ming nodded, and in his heart, he gave Gu Xiongxin a compliment. That's a nice assist from a good BFF. I don't know if I have a boyfriend now, but if I do, forget it. Just buy me a green tea when you get there. Lu Ming directly picked up Luihan. A wild ride. Luihan didn't expect that she would suddenly be easily picked up by Lu Ming. Her center of gravity was unsteady, and in her panic, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's neck. She inwardly bowed her head shyly. It felt a little hot on my face. Lu Ming brushed her cheek as he ran up holding her. It made the otherwise hot face comfortable. Guichong Xin has to take care of her best friend. She didn't expect Lu Ming to run so fast and hurriedly chased after him. After a turn in the alley, the people were gone. Although she didn't think Lu Ming was that kind of person, she was still a bit nervous and dialed Luihan's number while running. It took a long time before Luhan answered the phone. Hello? Where are you guys? It's on the bus to the hospital. That fast? Just got to the street and happened to run into a cab. You guys go ahead then, I'll come by later. Chapter 47, The Right Door for the Right Family. Lu Ming and Luihan were sitting in a cab. The cab driver is a chatterbox and usually likes to find passengers to make small talk. I heard that the two were going to the hospital and asked what was wrong. So it's a broken foot. You guys are up so early to climb the Great Wall? No, just got back to the BB after watching the flag raising. No wonder, but how come you didn't break your foot when you went there and came back and broke it? Luihan felt a little bit ashamed. A little embarrassed, she replied, I got up too early and hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and my body is a little weak. The driver glanced at Lu Ming from the center rearview mirror. I say, little handsome, women, unlike our men, are delicate. We men have to take good care of them. You're not taking care of your girlfriend here, you need to be more on top of things. Luihan's face turned red. Just as he wanted to explain, he heard Lu Ming on the side explain, we are friends who just met. The driver thought he saw what was going on and laughed confidently. Hey, I see people accurate very much. You are a man and a woman look like a very good match. Is not just not yet said to wear it. No, I'll understand. You a man, you have to take the initiative to some. The chatterbox driver said a bunch of things. Totally treat the two like a couple. It's no use explaining. Luihan's face stayed red. A thought popped into his mind. If brother Lu Ming doesn't have a girlfriend, it might even be possible. Pity. She hadn't originally thought of having a friend. I don't know what kind of person I like myself. What kind of boyfriend do you really want? Lu Ming's appearance seems to be a template. She made a direct application. If you're looking for a boyfriend in the future, the face must be handsome. After all, she thought she was pretty good looking. Be in good shape too. Lu Mingo held her as she flew all the way. She could feel Lu Ming's thick chest. There's also a good hand in A. She imagined her future boyfriend, and as a result, the figure of brother Lu Ming came to her mind. Ihan-san? With a jolt, Luihan came back to her senses and saw Lu Ming outside the car door, and she realized that she had already arrived at the hospital. Looking at Lu Ming's handsome face, she thought of her earlier uninhibited thoughts and shamefully lowered her head in embarrassment to look directly at Lu Ming. She scanned the code and was ready to pay when she heard the driver say, your boyfriend paid. Brother driver, we're really not boyfriend and girlfriend. She explained once more. Once again, the heart felt pity. With her white jade-like slender arms propped up on the seat, Luihan moved her body towards the outside of the car. Come to the car door. She heard Lu Ming's voice. You can't move very well, so I'd better carry you over. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he reached out to Luihan's back with one hand and passed one hand through Luihan's knee socket. Easily got her out of the car and headed to the hospital. The driver smiled with an anti-smile on his face and said in his heart, that's right. Take the initiative. Wouldn't it be fine to confess your love later? Luihan felt embarrassed as she was picked up by Lu Ming again. Brother Lu Ming, just hold me up. Lu Ming was not her boyfriend, and she was too embarrassed to continue to be held by Lu Ming. Lu Ming put her down slowly and asked the security guard at the door where the orthopedic department was, then helped her toward the orthopedic outpatient department. Lu Ming has never forgotten to get rewards from blind dates. Now alone with Luihan, he asked, have you ever had a friend? Not yet. You're so pretty, there should be a lot of people pursuing you, right? No favorites? Luihan shook his head. The school does have a lot of guys after her. She hasn't really looked at one. It seems like you should be very demanding, and you'll probably be on a blind date later. Who knows about the future? I don't see you looking too good. I think your feet are hurting, right? Why don't you treat me as a blind date and let's talk and divert your attention? I'm kind of a person from the past, I can teach you some experience. The broken foot does hurt vaguely. Ihan Louis is also curious about real blind dates. So he talked to Lu Ming. Lu Ming talked about the blind date, then asked, "What will you ask for when the time comes for the ones I mentioned?" Lu Ihan listened to what car, house, bride price and so on. Also know what you need to get married. She had heard that many people got married at the man's expense. In the back of my mind, this makes no sense. Her education on this aspect of marriage was something grandma used to say. The man pays the bride price and the woman has to pay the dowry. If she gets married in the future, she needs to find the right person who is not only good to her, but also a good match. So she said what she wanted according to her grandmother's words back then. Bride price, car, house, these I do not know how much to ask for. My grandmother once said that the marriage object should not only be good to yourself, but also the door to the right family. The family is almost the same, the communication is not so big gap. You have a good family, don't you? It's okay, my family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets from what I understand. Then it's no wonder you don't have a boyfriend. Rich guys from the right family will treat you well, but it's hard to treat just you. Does brother Lu Ming have money? Kinda rich. So are you nice to one person or? Lu Ming said directly, I'm good to them all. Oh. Lu Ihan didn't say anything more. Her mom and dad have fought over cheating before and she heard them. She wants to find someone who is only good to her in the future. But if the door is right, as brother Lu Ming said, a rich man may treat her well, but it's hard to treat her only well. After her brief contact, she felt that brother Lu Ming was a very good person. But still philandering. Such a good person is philandering, Lu Ihan thought to herself. I'm afraid it will be hard to find someone who truly loves each other in the future. What about the other requirements besides the family conditions? Hearing Lu Ming's question, Lu Ihan didn't continue to think about it more. Let's talk about future things later. Take one step at a time. She's only 19 now, there's no rush. She thought about her earlier bright idea of a future boyfriend. Lu Ming is the template for future boyfriends. The premise is not philandering. She looked away a bit embarrassed about her request. I think I'm pretty good looking, so that future guy has to be good looking. Be in good shape, not outrageously muscular, just naturally firm. And have a great body. How awesome does it have to be? Lu Ihan thought about her boyfriend template. Lu Ming, easily put down 5 or 6 people, casually beat 10 ordinary people, no problem, right? So she said, can beat 10 normal people. Are there any other requests? Nope. Lu Ihan finished his request. It was only then that Lu Ming remembered the system beep in his head. The host receives a reward. Assets that match Lu Ihan's doorstep. Assets include deposits of $12.37 million, and shares in industries currently valued at $224.68 million, plus $36.81 million in cars, houses, and other in-kind items. $12.37 million in deposits have been transferred to the host's bank card. The host can choose the area where the industrial shares, cars, houses, and other physical objects are located. The system tries its best to pick industries that can be profitable for the host, and after the industry is chosen, the company's profit and loss afterward has nothing to do with the system. Naturally strong muscle effect 1 can be given as a gift. 1v10 strength bonus can be given away. Listening to the reward broadcast, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Is this what happens when you go on a blind date with a rich guy? Lu Ihan's sentence about the door being right for the family, Lu Ming directly obtained the same assets as her family. That's cool. His hands holding onto Lu Ihan were both slightly harder. This little rich girl has brought him so much wealth. It's natural to care for her. Lu Ming replied to the system, industrial shares are not discounted, the rest are discounted, and for shares, help me pick a company in my hometown. $36.81 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. The list of quality companies in Yicheng is being acquired. Acquisition complete, please ask the host to pick a company to join. Lu Ming temporarily turned off the system panel. After helping Lu Ihan to the orthopedic outpatient department, a female doctor was found to help look at his feet. He sat in a chair on the porch and picked out the 2 big companies in his hometown. The shares are almost all at 12%. That already counts as a major shareholder. Mom and dad still want to live in their hometown in the future. Yicheng definitely needs to accumulate industries and build up its strength. He doesn't understand how the company works for the time being. There is no direct chairman of the board. There are systems in place to find the kind of match later on that demands your business planning skills. The company after that is firmly in hand. Great entrepreneurs are valued locally. By then the money and power will be there. Not a moment after Lu Ming finished his selection, the top management of the Tui Cheng company stirred. Chapter 48. Lu Ming is being investigated. Yicheng, the top management of both Yiho Group and Handa Group, held an emergency meeting. The original several minority shareholders have ceded their shares to Lu Ming, and the investigative information sent by the secretary has also been sent to you. What do you think about this matter? The original ordinary people, now so rich, the source of funds, even the means of the director cannot be found, behind the back of a big man. Great-grandfather was in the army, so maybe there's a former comrade in arms in this. Hiss, the background is not ordinary. Nah, become our partner. There must be someone behind the guidance. This does not more show that our company line. Ah, that's true. He also bought 12% of Yiho? It seems to be all about investing for dividends. Yes, Lu Ming has a deep background. Director, why don't we invite him back to talk about the company's outlook? A hospital in the capital. The female doctor took a picture of Luan. No serious problems like broken bones or dislocations. Ankle guards are being introduced to Ihan Lui. Lu Ming, who was waiting in the hospital corridor, received calls from two people in succession. It was the Yiho Group and Handa Group, which he had invested in, and the two chairmen called personally. The attitude was polite. Hopefully he'll go back and sit down sometime. Lu Ming hung up the phone after a few polite words. I didn't realize the two old bosses were so polite. Suddenly took shares in the company himself. The other side must have investigated themselves. Supposedly the system is funded by sources they can't investigate, and so the mind diabolizes. The high and mighty are courteous to themselves. It had to be said that Lu Ming was still very happy in his heart. Go back and sit down sometime in the future. Luohan's injured right foot wore an ankle brace with its toes exposed like tiny candies. Goicheng Xin supported her best friend. Of course, after she came over, Lu Ming had originally planned to leave. Luohan didn't like to owe favors and asked Lu Ming if he had eaten breakfast. He planned to treat him to breakfast first, and then when his feet were better, he would formally invite Lu Ming for a meal. Lu Ming ate breakfast with his mom and dad and the others. Tried to order a bean juice. Nice guy, almost didn't puke. He didn't have the stomach to keep eating then, and now he was a little hungry, so he waited at the hospital for a while. The female doctor prescribed some anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicines to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. At that time, Lu Ming came to the outpatient department and specifically looked for female doctors. So it was up to her to show Luohan's feet. That's why she thought Lu Ming was Luohan's boyfriend, and that's why she took it so seriously. At this time, there were two women and one man, and only Lu Ming had his hands free. She handed the medicine to Lu Ming. Let your girlfriend take the medicine on time. The ankle protector will be unlocked every 3 or 4 hours to relax and unwind, and remember to give your girlfriend localized ice packs if you are able to do so. Goicheng Xin assisted Luohan as she looked over at him, seeing her good girlfriend's helpless and embarrassed look. She pursed her lips to stifle a laugh. No wonder Luohan's face was a bit red when he rushed over just now. Turns out the doctor misunderstood their relationship. The trio exited the hospital and went to a nearby breakfast place. Eat and take a cab back together. Luohan leaned helplessly against the bed. Part of her bare calves were exposed under the hem of her skirt. One of the feet wore an ankle brace, and the other, bare as a jewel, seemed to sense the helplessness in her heart and lolled dully askew to the side. Goicheng Xin brought over a cup of warm water and handed it to her best friend to drink the medicine. Seeing Luohan's somewhat lost look, she teased, "What's wrong? It's not your boyfriend who made you take the pills and you're not happy about it?" Luohan glared at her best friend. "What are you talking nonsense about? I was thinking of playing in the capital for 2 days, but now I'll have to recuperate for a few days before I can do so." Goicheng Xin moved closer suspiciously, looking her best friend in the eye. "When I saw you with him then, you were embarrassed, but you had a smile on your face the whole time." Luohan's eyes dodged. "I can't keep a straight face when people are helping, can I?" Yes. You never smiled like that when we had male students helping you." Goicheng Xin said idly. Then suddenly asked, "You wouldn't have developed a crush on Lu Ming, would you?" Luohan frowned as she shook her head. "You hesitated." Goicheng Xin finished inside out. "AI, what a pity. Brother Lu Ming is handsome and powerful, but it's a pity that he has a girlfriend. Not necessarily. Why don't you ask him? Maybe that's not her girlfriend." He said more than one woman. Goicheng grunted. "You still say you don't have a good feeling for him, good are you? So you secretly asked." "I didn't ask," he said it himself. She told the story of the blind date. Goicheng frowned slightly as she sniffed something out of it and didn't continue joking. "You're still too young to answer honestly when he's probing you. Now you say you want to be handsome, have a body, have strength, which all can be right with him. I asked you before, you could say at that time has not yet thought of what kind of boyfriend to find in the future. Are you substituting him as your future boyfriend after meeting him? No way, don't talk nonsense. Louis Han's eyes dodged. Look at you tell lies just like that. You're still too young to say whatever people ask you, and I won't even be surprised if you're lied to by him when the time comes. I'm not being cheated here, am I? That's just because he didn't lie to you. I advise you to forget about him quickly, don't get attached to him, and when you find a boyfriend you can treat him to dinner and return this favor. I'm not going to get attached to a womanizer. It better be that way. Guo Xin is afraid that her best friend will fall into it. The watches Lu Ming wore and the clothes he wore weren't cheap, so he must have known about Lu Yihan's family background in advance. Other people asked, but Lu Yihan, the simpleton, even said it himself. Even so, Lu Ming was still close to Lu Yihan, and it was the people with more powerful backgrounds who had the courage to do so. Lu Ming put the matter that he had more than one woman into direct words. He showed more than just outward excellence. There's definitely a lot of flowery language on the inside as well. With Lu Yihan's character, if he is deeply involved, he is afraid that in the future he will not soak in the vinegar pool to take a bath and consume himself internally with jealousy all day long. She didn't want to see that image, she wanted her best friend to be happy and joyful in the future. Inside the dimly lit room of a luxury hotel in the capital. What do you mean? He's that good? Guo Baoquan, originally lying in bed, listening to the words at the end of the phone, he instantly sat up from the confused state of dying in a state of shock. After coming out of the security office, he didn't have the face to continue to stay in the quadrangle bed and breakfast, and found a random luxury hotel to stay in. After having someone investigate Lu Ming's information, he was catching up on his own sleep. He was woken up by a phone call just now. The caller gave him a report on the findings. Lu Ming suddenly has money, the funds cannot be investigated, but the deposit is hundreds of millions. Bought shares in 2 separate companies today in Yicheng for over 200 million. Guo Baoquan, people silly, deposit hundreds of millions of what concept? Most of the money of the rich goes to investments. Hundreds of millions in deposits, total assets are afraid to be tens of billions. He hung up the phone and collapsed lifelessly onto the bed. He was still thinking about revenge. Lu Ming was so powerful, he still had nothing to revenge. Keep catching up on your sleep. As a result, I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Grr. Yelling out to vent his pent-up frustration, he got up and got dressed and decided to go to the pedicure. In addition to the 2 groups in Guo Baoquan investigating Lu Ming, the Lu family is also investigating Lu Ming. What bodyguard was bought and paid for by Guo Baoquan? It was the head of the Lu family who did this on purpose. The bodyguards who stayed with their daughter, those were heartthrobs. Guo Baoquan's approach is too much, and it just so happens that his daughter doesn't like that guy either. The 2 families have business dealings, and the Lu family took the initiative to bring things to a standstill. Guo Baoquan cocooned himself, then he pushed the boat with the water. As expected, Guo Baoquan was too embarrassed to continue pestering his daughter after his intentions were revealed. But this Lu Ming was a bit interesting. The daughter's bodyguard was watching from the shadows and felt that it was at most 50-50 with Lu Ming. I wonder if there's any chance of taking someone this powerful under your wing. He took a sip of tea and listened to his assistant's report on the investigation regarding Lu Ming. Put. Suddenly you hear the key message. Lu Guangzhong sprayed the tea in his mouth far away, his originally unperturbed eyes filled with shock. Chapter 49, Yunyan's confidence. Lu Guangzhong wiped his mouth and turned his head to look at his assistant. Incredulously, he asked, deposits take less? It's not easy to say exactly how much, only that it's in the hundreds of millions and the source can't be traced. Lu Guangzhong's face was cloudy, and his hand holding the teacup couldn't stop trembling. What's the concept of hundreds of millions of dollars in savings? He'd been exposed to big names like that, and the energy behind them intimidated him. There's a big shot behind this Lu Ming. It's only natural that he can't find out. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming was a good fighter and wanted to see if he could take him under his wing. That's a lot to collect. He was just an insignificant little person in Lu Ming's eyes. Even if he wasn't treated like a human being, he wouldn't dare to fart. Thinking of the assistant's earlier comment that Lu Ming had taken his daughter to the hospital and held his daughter during that time, his face clouded and tensed. Let's have Yihan picked up first. Yes. His daughter is 19 years old and still a flower in a hothouse. Lu Ming had more than one woman, and he was afraid that his daughter would be cheated by Lu Ming. When the time comes, invite Lu Ming to come to the house to sit down and probe Lu Ming. A man of that stature wouldn't be missing a woman like his daughter. And if you look at it, please spare his daughter. You lose. Inside a courtyard with an ancient and elegant architectural style. A short-haired woman who looked to be in her 30s pressed Lu Ming to the ground. When Lu Ming returned, his parents and Jiang Ningning were catching up on their sleep. Yun Yan, on the other hand, was practicing with the short-haired woman in the courtyard. The short-haired woman was the coach Yun Yan had found. Once an instructor in the special forces, his name was Wang Jinyu, and he was 41 years old. Lu Ming was not sleepy, and his body was a little restless as he watched the two practicing. Just think about trying your hand with Wang Jinyu. As a result, Wang Jinyu abused him like a tadpole. Yun Yan watched Lu Ming get up from the ground in a sorry state, and a light smile appeared on her handsome face. Her confidence grew. Lu Ming ran into Instructor Wang and was also instantly knocked down. At this point, it seemed that Lu Ming was only a little better than himself. As long as she stepped up her training, Lu Ming didn't sneak around and get training. She was confident that she could win against Lu Ming. Lu Ming got up and patted the ash on his body. Seeing Yun Yan, who had originally acted as a bodyguard and had remained serious and vigilant, his handsome face revealed a confident smile at this moment. Originally, after being abused by Wang Jinyu, Lu Ming had a sense of hostility in his heart. Now looking at Yun Yan's appearance, her hostility increased and she wanted to get her. So he said, "What, you seem confident and happy to see me being abused? Why don't we compete? I can't beat you right now, no." Yun Yan refused without hesitation. She had only just started training and knew that she couldn't beat Lu Ming, so there was no need to look for abuse. Lu Ming saw that she wasn't coming to compare, so he had to point to his face and say, "You haven't kissed yet today, come here." The smile on Yun Yan's face instantly disappeared. She clenched her fists and glanced at Instructor Wang with some embarrassment. Instructor Wang had taken her before, and she was still used to the title of instructor. Although she had told Instructor Wang, it was too embarrassing to kiss Lu Ming in front of the instructor at this point. The instructor laughed aside and shook his head as he turned toward the parlor. These people have a lot of pride in their bones and are very strong. It was normal for Yun Yan to choose to bet with Lu Ming at that time. Lu Ming's stance she had just tried and it wasn't much stronger than Yun Yan's. As long as Lu Ming didn't train secretly, she was confident that Yun Yan would win against Lu Ming. The small favor of kissing her face, let's take it as a lesson in Yun Yan's arrogance. It's good for her later. Yun Yan came to Lu Ming's side. Last night Lu Ming messaged her. "If it's any more slapdash, put her down." So she pushed a little harder this time after pressing her lips to Lu Ming's face. She finished kissing and wanted to hurry away from Lu Ming. The result was strong, sturdy arms holding her in place. Boo! Lu Ming gave her a heavy kiss on the cheek. Yun Yan hurriedly broke away from Lu Ming's arms. She wiped her face in disgust and looked at Lu Ming with a grudge. "You're a scoundrel. I'm showing you that you're not hard enough. A kiss is a kiss, and I don't have to keep a bull pact with you if you're cheating. Why, am I a cheater? I just gave you a kiss, so it counts towards your tomorrow, right? You said, from now on, you don't come near me. I'm not going to eat you, what are you afraid of?" As Lu Ming deliberately approached, Yun Yan hurriedly ran into the guest hall and came to Wang Jinyu's side. With Instructor Wang around, Lu Ming couldn't bully her. The phone rang, and Lu Ming did not continue to tease Yun Yan. He picks up the phone. A polite voice came from over there. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Ming?" "Yes, you say." I am Luihan's father, Lu Guangzhong. I heard that you helped my daughter, so I would like to invite you to my home. I don't know if you have the time. I'll contact you sometime." Luihan's father, Lu Ming, planned to meet. "We may be in touch more often in the future." Well, I'll leave you to it then, goodbye." Lu Guangzhong wasn't sure Lu Ming would remember. He's already had his daughter picked up. It would be best if Lu Ming forgot about this matter and their Lu family. He didn't have the luxury of climbing up to someone as powerful in background as Lu Ming. Benefits often come with a price. I'm afraid the price he paid for trying to climb up Lu Ming was his daughter. That's too much of a price to pay and not necessarily much to gain, there's no need. The phone hung up. Not a moment too soon. Lu Ming received another call from Guo Baoquan's dad. "I wonder if that rebellious son has disrespected Mr. Lu. If so, I will personally bring him to the door to apologize." Lu Ming thought about the situation. Guo Baoquan cursed himself at that time. Then he said, "Forget about apologizing at the door, I don't have that kind of free time to see you guys. That kid has a mouth, you slap his mouth well and discipline your son." Definitely, then I won't bother Mr. Lu." Guo Baoquan dad hung up the phone, the stone in his heart fell, he was relieved. When that idiot comes back, he'll be slapped hard and disciplined. All day long, you don't learn anything, you just know how to get into trouble outside. Luckily, Lu Ming didn't take his son seriously. Otherwise, if someone with such a background as Lu Ming got angry, their Guo family might not be able to survive. Lu Ming talked to Wang Jinyu, who was still quite interested in special forces. The sky grew brighter and brighter as the capital began to come alive. Lu Ming sent a message to Jiayuan's Red Queen in the capital. Tell her to find the kind of match that requires business planning and management. He had quite a bit of company later on. You don't want to manage it yourself, but you have to be able to do that. And those abilities gained by the system can be given to others. When the time comes, you can give the ability to your own person to help him run the company. Waiting to hear from the Red Queen. Lu Ming received a message from Xiong Wanhui. Lu Ming, thank you, then I'll go back first, wait for me to find you. Where are you? Still at the hotel, getting ready to go to the high-speed train station. I have just the time. I'll drive you there. Chapter 50 Planning Capabilities. Xiong Wanhui was wearing the lace collar shirt that Lu Ming had bought for her. Underneath, she wore a wraparound skirt she had bought herself, high silk wrapped around her slender legs. Since Lu Ming liked it, she didn't wear long pants. Lu Ming drove the car, experiencing the smoothness of the high-vis along the way. After kissing Xiong Wanhui goodbye at the high-speed train station, Xiong Wanhui hurriedly went to the restroom. Lu Ming was happy. It's her who suffers. Luckily, I had the foresight to prepare for my regular vacation ahead of time. It was a small problem that she was perfectly happy to bear. Lu Ming said he would help her deal with the problem, and when he got up this morning to look at his cell phone, he found a lawyer adding her wiki. Also got a message from the bodyguard. The bodyguard is at the old house and will keep her safe the whole time when she returns. All of this was naturally arranged for her by Lu Ming. What was the little she had done for Lu Ming? Witness Xiong Wanhui leaving. Lu Ming received a message from the Red Queen that a blind date was about to meet. He drove to the appointed place. Dating partners arrive early to wait. Face 81, 35 years old, looks good and young on the surface. Lu Ming sat across from her, and upon closer inspection, he could clearly notice that the bridge of his nose and chin were not quite natural. Tell me what the request is. The blind date's family only had a little bit of money. She could probably guess what someone as rich as Lu Ming was looking for on a blind date. So straight away, I said, I've only dated one boyfriend before, and I broke up because I was too busy in the early days of my business. If Mr. Lu doesn't mind and can take a look at me, I'm hoping to get an investment of $10 million, and I can give you shares. At the same time, I hope to use Mr. Lu's planning strength to turn my current company around. She was on a blind date with Lu Ming for her own company. Back then she came to the capital to start her own business with the help of her family. The original had a lot of momentum and steam. Made small companies in the tens of millions into hundreds of millions. But the last few years have not been good. She worked her ass off for the company and sort of revitalized it. But it's still in the red. The company has also fallen from the hundreds of millions to the mid-startup stage. Although at current estimates, the company could sell for $70 million. But no one is even a sucker to pay that much for it. The company was the equivalent of a child she had raised and she didn't want to just give it up. She's pulled investments. But others don't see the future of her company and either undercut it, invest even. I didn't expect to meet Lu Ming on a blind date. It's up to the other side to be happy about it. If the other person is not happy, she probably won't last long and will sell the company. Mom and Dad used to say she shouldn't work so hard for a woman. It's a testament to myself that I can do better than Mom and Dad today. No other requests? Nope. Subsequently, a system beep appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The host receives a reward. 10 million investment money has been transferred to the host's bank card. The ability to turn a multi-million-dollar company into a profit-making business. Don't give it away, use it directly. Lu Ming's mind moved. At once. A great deal of planning knowledge was absorbed and digested by Lu Ming. A business is certainly not run by one person. Except for those small companies, they all have planning departments. Lu Ming is now the equivalent of topping a department on his own. He wasn't going to give it away for a while. This ability can be built up. The 10 million level is now equivalent to having an experience bar. Planning ability to turn around a multi-million-dollar company. $63.58 million, 100 million. The company of the current matchmaker is currently worth $63,580,000 as estimated by the system. As per the matchmaker, it is still in the red and the value of the company will only diminish. Lu Ming pulled his thoughts away from his planning knowledge. He looked at the other party. How many shares can you give for $10 million? At the current value of my company, which is almost $70 million, $5 million counts as 8% of your shares, and the other $5 million is distributed on a virtual share basis. Lu Ming smiled. I helped you turn a loss into a profit and only counted 8% of the shares? Here's the deal, $10 million plus helping you turn a profit, I'll take 30% of the shares. The matchmaking woman frowned, Lu Ming so take not double? When the time comes to take the shares, directly sell them cheaper, he does not have to help himself to turn a loss into a profit, can still make a bloody profit. The blind date woman smiled politely, I'm sorry Mr. Lu, that's a losing offer for me. In her Lu Ming's eyes, she didn't see any heartfelt meaning for her own. Lu Ming shouldn't be able to look at her. Why did you help her? She agreed in her head, and when the time came for Lu Ming to run away directly, she couldn't even find anyone to reason with. Sure. She didn't leave. Instead, he continued, if Mr. Lu helps me turn my losses into profits within half a year and stabilize the company's value at over $60 million, I can agree to your conditions. Otherwise, it's still the same condition I said earlier. I wonder what Mr. Lu's intentions are. When Lu Ming heard this, he knew that the other party was afraid that he would run away. He said directly, show me what's going on in your company right now. The matchmaking woman sitting across from Lu Ming was delighted in her heart. Knowing that Lu Ming had agreed to her request. She felt that Lu Ming wanted the current status of her company and sent it to the think tank behind it. Let those people analyze how to turn a loss into a profit. She didn't think Lu Ming would look at it himself. There's no point in wasting time. Moreover, she actually kind of didn't quite believe that Lu Ming alone could be that powerful. The matchmaking woman smiled politely, Mr. Lu, then let's add a wiki and I'll send you the report. Lu Ming waved his hand, don't bother, just show me. He wanted to see if there was any certainty that he could turn a profit in 6 months. If there is no opportunity, more than 6 months, the other party is not happy to agree to their terms. Then there's no need for him to add wizards. The matchmaking woman thinks Lu Ming is good at face saving and wants to see it for herself, so maybe she is looking for someone behind the scenes to investigate her company and is analyzing it. She turned on the tablet she carried in her bag and then found the company's revenue report. It was then handed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fingers were sliding on the tablet, and his brain was running at high speed. All the while searching for competitors on their own cell phones. His brows gradually furrowed together. It's going to be hard for this blind dates company to turn things around in 6 months. He handed the tablet to the other party. 6 months is hard. If someone is willing to buy your company for $50 million, I suggest you sell it before it's too late. Sold for $15 million? No, Mr. Lu, you alone can make this kind of decision just by simply looking at it? The blind date woman retracted the flat. Lu Ming is so young, certainly not rely on themselves so rich. The background should be deep. But a deep background doesn't mean he's great. If Mr. Lu doesn't think it's possible, then I'll leave Mr. Lu alone. Slow down. The blind date woman gets up and leaves. She felt it would take a year and a half for her company's value to drop to $50 million, anyhow, the way things were going. If the situation hasn't turned around in the first half of the year, sell then. Now someone was willing to pay $60 million for it, and she thought it was worth $50 million then anyhow. Chapter 51. Something happened to the two couples who were looking after the business for the family. Lu Ming looked at the look on that blind date's face as he didn't care to continue communicating. Nor did they care about each other. All I can say is good luck to her. Anyway, in his opinion, that company is in a difficult position. The company can't do it in 6 months if it wants to turn back its losses. When May 1st or 618 rolls around, competing companies will then promote their core products hard. Push new products again. That matchmaking woman's company will only lose more money. He turned on his cell phone, ready to contact the Red Queen and continue to help him find a blind date. Saw someone else send in a track about Yihan Lu's movements. After parting with Louis Yihan in the morning, he got someone to keep an eye on Louis Yihan's movements. Intended to create karma. Looking at the messages sent by others, Louis Yihan got on a plane directly back to his hometown. Lu Guangzhong, the head of the Lu family, had called him earlier. Treat him with courtesy. Then let's go to Louis's house and sit down then. He went on to contact the Redditor to help set up a blind date. Was waiting for someone. Mom called. As soon as Lu Ming connected, an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Ming, is it convenient for you to answer the phone right now? Convenient, what happened? Lu Ming heard that his mom's tone was not right and asked directly. We don't have anything to worry about. You don't have to worry, it's just the two people who look after the business for the family. Their children were bullied and now they're back home and don't dare to go to school. We're all from the village, and their child was bullied before, and almost committed suicide at the time, something you don't know if you remember? Lu Ming listened to what was going on at the other end of the phone. The memories came flooding back to mind with it. I remember, I heard they both slit their wrists and tried to kill themselves that year, and then they changed schools and there was no backstory. That incident spread through the village that year. The two men who now take care of the business for his family had their kids 80 by a classmate when they were in high school. But going to the school didn't help the child get justice. The school handles this as an ordinary conflict between students. Get the parents involved in the matter over there and apologize to each other. When Lu Ming heard about that incident back then, he was angry. But what can he do? He can't do anything. Now that he had the power, since things had happened to him, he would step in and help. Their child, who was bullied back then, just started college last year and then met the two girls at school who bullied her back then. Raven was bullied by two people at school and got a piece of the year to bully her. When's parents help our family look after the business, so I'm going to take a trip back with your dad to see if I can help them. No, I'll take care of this, you guys just hang out. What are you going to do about it? You can't get someone to beat up the other side. Don't worry, Mom, my big boss's identity is there. When the time comes to go over and show my identity, those few people's families will be scared to death and promise to take the initiative to go to Wen's house to apologize. The two of them chatted briefly. Lu Ming let his mom and dad continue to play in the capital. After hanging up the phone, there was some anger in his heart. With money and still a shareholder respected by the directors of both groups, he could not tolerate this happening to him and decided to take immediate action. He booked a ticket on the nearest plane, intending to go straight back and check it out. The girl was being 80 and had previously slit her wrists to kill herself. I had heard from the village before that Wen was depressed. Now in college and all grown up. And bullied by the people who were there. Good. You're still doing this as a grown-up, aren't you? Then we'll send you all in there to be honest. Lu Ming asked the Red Queen not to contact the blind date first and he drove to the airport. Got on a plane to Yicheng. Chapter 52. Is the big boss behind you really powerful? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A black commercial car pulls onto a country road. It eventually stopped in front of the tobacco and liquor sub-store. The poker players stopped what they were doing and probed, as they had done the other day. 2 out and about and back so soon? Who knows, maybe it's for that. They muttered in whispers. Not directly stated. The Tao family had a hard time. The child is still being bullied outside. It would be good if the Lu family was willing to help. Tao Zhangbang heard that Lu Ming was coming back. His wife went back to take care of the kids. He's here alone looking after the business. Seeing the business car outside, he thought it was Lu Ming who had returned. So limped over to the door to check it out. After seeing Lu Ming get out of the car, he limped up quickly, looking like he might fall at any moment. He stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ming's hand tightly. Lu Ming, I heard my wife say you want to help, really thank you so much. Uncle Tao doesn't have to be so polite, where's Wen? I'll ask her what's going on. At home, my wife is looking after her. I called my wife to come over, she asked her daughter to ask her, let her tell you. Tao Zhangbang was worried that his daughter would talk to Lu Ming about those things again and recall them to make her heart traumatized once again. So I plan to have my wife tell Lu Ming. No need to call Simone Wang to come over, I'll just go over, it's quicker by car. He got in his car and came to the door of Tao's house. Tao Zhangbang's family was not well off. Still living in a bungalow. The red paint on the wooden door is peeling and looks old. This seems like a good thing to paint red when you get married back in the day. Lu Ming came to the door and looked at the half-open door. He walked up and shouted into the somewhat darkened room, is Simone Wang home? No one responded. Lu Ming shouted 2 more times. Still no one responded. Lu Ming took out his cell phone and was ready to send his old mom a prestige message. Squeak! The door to the room on the right side of the entry opens part way. Lu Ming met a girl wearing rustic old clothes, thick lensed glasses, and thick bangs covering her forehead. The panel surfaces. Name Miss Tao. Face value 82. Health moderate depression, mild panic disorder. Emotional experience 0. All from the same village. Lu Ming knew Tao Wenwen. What I see now doesn't look much different than what I saw before. Never wore old clothes because of the situation at home. The skin on my face and neck is still a little dark. Plus an old-fashioned square-framed glasses. It doesn't look at all like it has the face value of an 82. Tao Wenwen held the doorframe with one hand and the door handle with the other. The look of fearful alertness in the downturn eased a little after seeing the person standing at the front door. Brother Lu Ming? Tao Wenwen asked weakly. Well, it's been a long time, Shizuku. It's been a long time. Tao Wenwen's hand on the doorknob pulled back, opening the door to the room completely. She heard her mom say that brother Lu Ming had made a lot of money outside and would come back to help her. Although she didn't think Lu Ming could help. However, the other was willing to make a trip back and come to her house in person. Sort of a guest. Brother Lu Ming, come inside and sit down. My mom went out back to water the vegetables. Tao Wenwen moved a chair for Lu Ming to sit. For himself, he turned around with the intention of going back to his room. Lu Ming saw that the other person was depressed. Didn't say much when he sat down. Fear of irritating each other. After a few minutes, a middle-aged woman with a haggard face came from the back of the house. After seeing Lu Ming, he hurriedly said politely, "Oh, Lu Ming, you're here, you rushed back so quickly, have you eaten yet?" Wang Mingqin asked while pouring Lu Ming a cup of tea. "Eat some own wine, tell me about Wenwen's love, I'll help her." Wang Mingqin handed Lu Ming the tea and whispered, "Wait a moment I'll tell you when I go to the backyard in a while." She went back to her room and said something to her daughter. Then he led Lu Ming to the backyard. Wang Mingqin's face didn't have the same surprise as before. Instead, he asked with a solemn expression, "Lu Ming, the big boss behind you, is he really more powerful than Bald Head Wu?" Of the 5 men who bullied his daughter, one had a dad who was somewhat powerful in Yicheng. Yesterday, Li Huiyi told her that Lu Ming's big boss was very powerful and would help them deal with this matter. She was afraid of inviting trouble for Lu Ming. So it's better to ask again. "Don't worry about this, it's definitely better than Bald Head Wu. Do you know about Yiho Group and Handa Group?" Wang Mingqin was a bit embarrassed. "I'm a rural woman, I don't know those big companies." "Let's put it this way then, Baldur Wu only has a few $1 million in assets, and the 2 companies I'm talking about have a market capitalization worth nearly $1 billion. The owners of those 2 companies know me and are considered my friends. The boss behind me is more powerful than them." Listening to Lu Ming's words, Wang Mingqin's eyes widened. 1 billion. What kind of concept is that? As a rural person from a poor family, she had to work her ass off to make $10,000. Let's not talk about billions, making 100,000 or so a year would be a big boss for her. She didn't expect the big boss behind Lu Ming to be so powerful. She didn't know how Lu Ming could follow that kind of big boss. It's got nothing to do with her. She sort of let it go. Lu Ming was really able to help her daughter. Just such a big favor. The family simply can't afford to pay it back. Wang Mingqin, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly got up and wanted to kneel down towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming is quick with his hands. The response was quick. A hand held Wang Mingqin in place. "Simone Wang, if you do that, then I won't help your daughter." Wang Mingqin said with embarrassment, "Lu Ming, you're such a big favor, our family can't afford to repay it, so we can only kneel down for you." Lu Ming waved his hand, "You guys take good care of my family's store, and treating me to a meal later is considered returning my favor." Wang Mingqin shook her head, "That's not enough, Lu Ming, if you don't want to burden my heart, let me kneel for you." "That's not enough, then we'll treat you for the rest of your life. When I or my parents come back, you have to treat us to dinner for the rest of your life as a favor. That's enough, isn't it? If you still don't think it's enough, when my parents aren't going out to play, you guys grow vegetables in season and send a little bit over to my parents every now and then. That's always enough, isn't it?" Wang Mingqin's eyes flushed red and understood what Lu Ming meant. Even if Lu Ming didn't say anything about these things, she would still do them in the future. The premise is that Lu Ming's family can afford it. "Thank you, Lu Ming, you're such a good boy." Wang Mingqin didn't think about kneeling anymore either. Lu Ming has given her a step down, continue to kneel down to break people's life. See Wang Mingqin sitting back in her chair. Lu Ming asked, "Tell me about Wenwen." Chapter 53, Contacting the group boss for help. Think of your own daughter's situation. Wang Mingqin's eyes were filled with heartache. Wen was bullied by those 5 guys back then and has been ruled a common conflict. Lu Ming learned more details. Tao Wenwen was 80 in high school that year. When I approached the class teacher about it, he said that a slap in the face was not enough. The school was approached to reflect this, and in the end it was simply dealt with as a life conflict between classmates. The school invited their respective parents to the school to apologize to each other. Afterwards, those girls didn't get punished and were very proud to show off in front of Tao Wenwen. And the 80 behaviors towards Tao Wenwen became more and more daring. Let Tao Wenwen kneel down and rub their shoulders and press their legs. Hit if you don't listen. Tao Wenwen tried to commit suicide by slitting her wrists and was found by her parents and sent to the hospital. In the end, 80 people as usual, nothing happened, but Tao Wenwen did not dare to go to school, can only be forced to change schools. Speaking of which, Wang Mingqin again thought of the sad and suffocating past. Stopped and wiped the tears from his eyes. Lu Ming was in no hurry. After Wang Mingqin calmed down for a while, she continued to listen to her. "It's not like I've been bullied since I changed schools. Then when got into a local specialized college, originally thought it would be over, but I didn't realize that the 2 girls who bullied Wen went to the same college as Wen. Wen didn't come back for the Qingming festival, she was out doing a part-time job, and she ran into those 2 girls. They started bullying Raven again. And he got the 3 of them from high school to bully Raven together. It didn't help that one looked for a school that year, so she ran back, afraid to go to school. Lu Ming threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out, his expression cold. They're adults. Do you know their names? I will send them in. I don't know. Wang Mengqin shook her head somewhat shamefully. She didn't know the names of the 5 men, and she couldn't be bothered to ask her daughter. I'm afraid my daughter will feel bad. You know the name of the high school and the name of the homeroom teacher, right? Aha! Wang Mengqin told Lu Ming the name of the school and the name of that class teacher back then. Lu Ming didn't contact anyone from that school himself. What he is, those people don't know. He directly called Chen Yan, the owner of Yiho Group. Oh, favors and whatnot for him in the future to invest in Yiho. Chen Yan is afraid to die of happiness, casually return favors. What is the matter Mr. Lu is calling about? There's something for Boss Chen to help with. You're not busy now, are you? Not too busy, not too busy. Just tell me what favor Mr. Lu needs from me. Lu Ming gave a general description of Tao Wenwen's situation. The names of the school and the class teacher were given to Chen Yan. Boss Chen, I don't have any of my people over here in my hometown, so I thought I'd find you to do me a favor. If Boss Chen has the time to help, the investment won't be less in the future. When Chen Yan heard about the investment, his eyes instantly glowed. If he didn't help, Lu Ming would definitely go to that Handa guy. He immediately agreed. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of this matter. By then everyone will be at the door apologizing. I wonder if Mr. Lu has the time in the evening and would be kind enough to come for dinner? Since I've asked you for a favor, let me buy you dinner. I'll find a hotel later. Since Mr. Lu is in his hometown, there's no need to trouble Mr. Lu to find a hotel. The meals in the farmhouse are delicious. It should be convenient for me to come to Mr. Lu, right? Convenient? What kind of farmhouse food does Boss Chen like to eat? I'll go get some later. What a dirt chicken and a dirt king is pretty tasty. Chen Yan said something about the deliciousness of the countryside. He does like to eat those things and often goes to the farmhouse. Well, I'll go buy those things so I won't bother Boss Chen. Hang up. Lu Ming arrived at Uncle Quan's house in Lower Cage. Uncle Quan has a pond at home, and he himself specializes in going out into the wild to lower his cage, and from time to time he keeps some wild contraptions at home. When Lu Ming came back, his parents would go and buy a little roast for Lu Ming to eat. Anyone who was at home in the village now. Basically, they all knew that Lu Ming was out making money. When Lu Ming arrived at Uncle Quan's house, Uncle Quan was mending the cage. When he saw Lu Ming come and reached out to hand him a cigarette, he hurriedly got up to take the cigarette and politely said, Ming Ming came over. Is it to buy some earth and water products? Before Lu Ming came back, the 2 Lu families would come and buy some. Well, there's earthworms and eels and all that, I guess. There's about 5 pounds of eels, 2 more turtles, and some others, so I'll show you the yard. The 2 headed for the courtyard. When Uncle Quan passed by the bar table cabinet in the hall, he took out a pack of good cigarettes from the cabinet and unwrapped them, then gave Lu Ming a cigarette. Lu Ming bought both earthworms and 3 pounds of eels. Got another big blackfish. Walking chicken got 2. After the purchase, Lu Ming even pulled a half day with Uncle Quan, who then took the money. Uncle Quan helped put the stuff back in the house. Lu Ming asked if Lu Bo, who made the family feast in the village, was at home. Uncle Quan helped make the call. The other side is home today. Lu Ming then asked Uncle Lu's family to come over and help with the cooking. Lu Bo is well known in many surrounding villages. Basically, whenever there is a red, white or happy event in the family, they all look for Uncle Lu to do the family banquet. To be recognized by several villages, the craftsmanship is naturally not simple. Lu Ming had eaten it before. It's better than a lot of restaurants. Before friends and colleagues get married, the city's hotels host banquets. The taste is not as good as the home cooking Lu Bo. Lu Ming asked Lu Bo to make some specialties. He called and contacted the owner of Hantech Group as well. When the other party heard that they wanted to eat, they didn't hesitate to oblige. Lu Ming is now a shareholder in 2 large groups in Yicheng. The 2 big bosses are still courteous to themselves going. Lu Ming directly called his close hairdresser and friend. Let them come over and have a meal with Chen Yan and the boss of Handa Group at that time. Let a few friends learn the ropes with their company first. Directly afterward, he will be a leader in a bigger enterprise. Lu Ming will get more planning ability by the time of the blind date, and will give it to them bit by bit at that time. Those good friends heard about Lu Ming taking his mom and dad out after the Qingming festival. They hadn't asked Lu Ming for anything. There are some people who are not so familiar with each other and have borrowed money from Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't borrow. Just as Lu Ming was busy treating himself, Chen Yan's side wasn't idle either. Is helping with the investigation of Tao Wenwen. By now it had been figured out what was going on. He had those parents contacted directly. At the same time, he arranged for his men to find the 2 girls who had aided Tao Wenwen. These 2 girls went to band specialization right here in Icheng. The other 3 girls were out of town and used a local security company to help. Icheng Vocational and Technical College. 2 little Teiyukai-looking girls took their books and walked towards the dormitory in pairs. Why, the dormitory is so far away from the college it exhausts me every day. Indeed, if it weren't for that piece of Tao Wenwen running home to hide, she'd still be able to come over and rub our legs. Who says it isn't? She's such a coward. What do you think those 2 are doing running away from the province to study? Isn't it just to bring specialization? Wanna go far away to have fun? I regret, then should sign up for the band specialization in Xiangzhou. Mad, in that seafood randomly eat. It's still Sister Huan who is comfortable, hanging out at school and playing outside every day. Sister Huan's dad is awesome, that can be compared? Chapter 54. Please don't question my boss's strength and my professionalism. He Chi and Zhuing made small talk without a word. No class next. Talking about what to eat at night. At this point, He Chi's cell phone rang. It was a call from her mom. The voice over there was panicked and urgent. Kiki, are you bullying that Tao Wenwen again? He Chi thought Tao Wenwen had gone to complain again. But she didn't take it seriously. Anyway, when the time came to find Sister Huan could help her out. Mom, just messing around. A man's violent voice rang out over there. And nifty joke, now not only did the original school call, but people from Yeehaw called as well. Yeehaw Group, people worth hundreds of millions of dollars, the big boss cared about this matter. Their people are going over to you now. You step on the horse and honestly apologize to the other Tao Wenwen at that time. If you say the wrong thing, I can't save you. Listening to her dad's words, He Chi's entire body was directly confused. She muttered incredulously under her breath, no, how could Tao Wenwen, the dirtbag, be taken in by the big boss? Still nasty in that turd. You honestly stay in school, don't a few nonsense. We go to their house now to accompany you to apologize. Kiki, you mustn't be unable to be capricious anymore. We are no different from the ants that are casually trampled to death in the eyes of others. As He Chi listened to her mom and dad, a chill crept along her spine and up to the sky. The hand holding the phone couldn't help but tremble. Several $100 million of big boss attention to Tao Wenwen. What kind of concept is that? Her mom was right, their family was ants in the eyes of others. It's not just their family. Even Huan's family can't compare. He Chi panicked. Next to her, Zhuing was very close to He Chi, and He Chi didn't avoid answering the phone. She heard all the voices on the phone. The expression became grave. Just as He Chi hung up, she was about to ask what to do. Her cell phone vibrated as well. It's her dad calling. No surprises. It was also a scolding and a warning. The 2 of them looked at each other, and both of their eyes were filled with horror. What to do? No. The 2 of them were so scared that they couldn't stop talking. There's surveillance everywhere now. It's useless for them to try to hide. Why don't we, report it, call the police? Aha! The 2 of them didn't know what to do. The counselors also had strange phone calls that they were afraid to answer. For them, it's probably safest to call the police now. Who knows what will happen to them after they go to Tao Wenwen's house? After the 2 of them returned to the dormitory, they inexplicably felt cold and shivered while wrapped in their blankets. They waited for a while and no one took them to safety. Instead, a couple of dark, clanking Mercedes-Benz cars drove in at the school's entrance. The vehicle came to a stop at Building 3 of the girls' dormitory. Attractive to students. I wonder which princess goes to school here. Or the lucky girl who gets a look in from a rich kid. Only a bald man in a blue suit stepped to the forefront. The bald lawyer had his tablet in his hand. Behind them were bodyguards in suits, straight and sharp-faced. The bald lawyer spoke to the hostel manager about the situation. The resident manager also received a call from the school. Straight away, he brought a few people to the 402 dormitory. The door to the dormitory opened. The few people in the dormitory were nervous when they saw the doorway blocked and blacked out. Thinking to myself that I haven't done anything wrong, right? Instead, the 2 roommates came back and both hid in and didn't know what they were doing. The bald lawyer opened his mouth and asked, which one of you is He Chi and Zhuing? Her other roommates heard this. There was a moment of relief. Turns out it was for those 2 roommates. Oh. Usually just watch the 2 of them hang around all day. Now it looks like there's trouble out there, doesn't it? They reached out and pointed to 2 beds next to each other. The meaning is obvious. The 2 hiding inside the covers are. The 2 bulging quilts shook even more. They looked up tentatively, wondering if it's a vigilante. It didn't turn out as they had hoped. The 2 of them were scared to see a group of men in black suits. You're He Chi and Zhuing, right? Come with us. The two of them shrank their necks, and after looking at each other, they both shook their heads, not daring to admit it. You don't have to lie, I still have your photo information in my hand. The bald lawyer handed the tablet to both men and looked at it. You had 80 Tao and 7 other students, and by the time you reached college, having reached adulthood, you continued to 80 Tao and degrade him. If you don't get the understanding of the Tao students, you will go in. One of the females retorted, it's just a disagreement between students, how can we go in? And we didn't fall out with that many students. What happened before them was handled as a life conflict between classmates. They didn't dare to admit that they had 80 Tao 11, or they were afraid that the consequences would be disastrous. The two men continued to fumble with their cell phones to quietly call the police. Who knows what would have happened if they had been taken by this group? I have information on all those people you 80 have been with, and these are all witnesses. And there is also evidence of surveillance video. Your other 3 accomplices were also found by us. Now if you don't go and apologize to the Tao students and get their understanding, you will all go in. Please don't question my boss's strength or my professionalism. He Chi and Zhuing looked at the tablet as the bald lawyer's finger slid and the picture in the screen changed. Not only are their classmates they used to 80, but there are also surveillance videos from when they were 80. There's also surveillance video of the previous 80 Tao man. And 3 other sisters were found. It must be a very powerful person to make such a big show. It seems. It's true that Tao 11 is being looked at by the big boss of several $100 million. It's not. How did Tao 11 run into such a big boss? Big boss has such unique tastes? How dare you look at that ugly dirt chick Tao 11? They were afraid in their hearts. They're only 18 or 19 years old. They're just kids. They don't want to go in. The only way now seemed to be to go and beg for Tao 11's understanding. The two of them followed the bodyguards out and got into the Mercedes outside the dormitory building. At once, someone came to the 402 dormitory to ask what had happened. The other 3 roommates who were in the dorms heard that the other guy was here to settle things for 80. It's not like it's anything unseemly. So the matter was told to the people. It says that a big boss, in order to take it out on his woman, sent his black-clad minions and professional lawyers to take away 2 pieces of goods that had 80 over his woman. The array of thieves, a few big, thieves a few grand. Many people clapped their hands. Great job, big boss. Grass. That kind of 80 other people's bad bee needs to be taught a hard lesson. It needs to go in. 80 dogs 4,000 plus. Hiss. Do you guys think that big boss has ever 80 someone else before? Fine thoughts. Why, anyway, he's muzzling 80 dogs right now. The dormitory is buzzing with activity. Nowadays, information is so advanced that the story is quickly spreading around the school. Chapter 55, Do you want to support Tao? The school saw the incident after it spread through the school. Various counselors rushed to send out announcements in their class groups. Don't spread rumors on the internet recklessly. If you create rumors recklessly and cause adverse effects. It's rare for students to have anyone spamming the internet. It's all private group or dorm room exchanges. Tao 11's classmates also learned about it. No wonder I see her usually keeping her head down and being careful when talking to people, so it turns out she's been 80 before. What a piece of work those women are. Great job, big boss. Finally someone can sanction such 80 dogs. I've been 80 before, why can't I touch a big boss like that? You're not good looking. That Tao 11 is not as good looking as me. Who knows, she wears glasses, her hair still covers her face, and the clothes she usually wears don't look good. Maybe she has a good base and is very pretty when she dresses up properly. It's not impossible. The students expressed envy towards Tao 11. As for such things as being in the company of a big boss, few people would despise it. They're just band specialists. With so many undergrads out there like dogs, there's no telling what kind of job you'll get later. If only I could live a rich life. They also don't want to go to work as cowboys and horses later. A similar situation is happening in 3 other cities. The 3 are on their way to the airport. The 2 of them, He Chi and Zhuing from Yicheng, got into a car and traveled from the city to the countryside. There was some doubt in both of their minds. Doesn't Tao 11 live with the big boss? Why are you still going to the village? And when they came to the car, their hands and feet were not tied up and they could move freely. No black tape on the mouth either. He Chi and Zhuing were even exchanging pleasantries without any problems. They both felt they had been bluffed by this so-called big boss. Not only did they not do anything to them, they got lawyers. Should just have a little money and act scary, not much power. It's just a matter of intentionally getting some bodyguards at a security company and renting a couple of Mercedes to scare the out of people. The Mercedes came to a stop in front of Tao 11's house. Before the two of them could get out of the car, they saw a handsome young man sitting in the doorway. The young handsome man was handsome and spoke to Tao Wenwen's family with a kind smile. It just doesn't look like a big brother. There was also only one black Mercedes business car at the door. He Chi and Zhuing thought to themselves, even if this handsome guy is the son of a big boss, he doesn't have to ride in some business car, right? The Rolls-Royce doesn't even have one. Juan's dads all drive million-dollar Land Rovers. It's not right. It's very wrong. The two whispered. This handsome man's identity should be forged, moving the reputation of the big boss of Yiho Group to create momentum. In fact, he's not himself. The women came to an understanding. The two of them instantly smiled without a care in the world. This man is nothing more than a businessman who has made a little money. He Chi's arms were wrapped around her chest, and with Sister Juan behind her, she was full of energy. What, you want to help back up surname Tao? Zhuing chimed in. What can you do to us even if we don't apologize? In the security company to hire some bodyguards, find a lawyer to pretend, are not afraid of the two of us to do it, it is really a laughingstock. Lu Ming saw that the two of them had the appearance of spiritual little Taiyuis, and both of them had more than 2 times of emotional experience. There's no point in wasting words with them. Let them both realize reality and be honest. Lu Ming directly stood up, powered up on his feet, and violently rushed towards the two men. Pop, pop. He Chi and Zhuing only saw black shadows flashing in front of them. Accompanied by the sound of a crisp slap, the two men skyward, each being slapped to the ground. The slap mark on his face was instantly red and swollen, and a hot stinging sensation came over him. Watching Lu Ming approach, the two covered their faces in inner fear. I didn't realize that this handsome man with a handsome and kind face was so fierce. Tao Wenwen's family and Lu Ming's parents were also surprised. They hadn't seen the movements of Lu Ming hitting the two girls clearly. It's like making a movie. Lu Ming, at his age, to be able to practice such a stance, he was really young and promising, no wonder he was favored by the big boss. In the meantime, because there were a few Mercedes parked at the entrance, a bald middle-aged man who came in a Land Rover had to get out of the car next door to Tao Wenwen's house. As soon as I came down, I saw someone in front of me making a move. Without even looking at each other, they saw two girls being slapped to the ground. Baldur Wu expressed shock in his heart. He twisted his head to look at his personal bodyguard and gave him a wink. The personal bodyguard behind him understood what his boss meant and came to whisper in his ear, "Boss, he's better than me." The middle-aged bald man Wu couldn't help but be a little more polite on his face. Truly worthy of being able to work under Elder Chen's hand. Truly a dragon among men. Baldur Wu received a call from Chen Lao at that time. After hearing about his daughter's previous incident, he immediately said he would apologize. Also called her daughter, hurry back, if Chen Lao sent someone to find her, after an honest explanation, come back to apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid their family will suffer with them. As long as you can ask for forgiveness, it shouldn't be a big deal after that. He was just a minor character and couldn't come into contact with big shots like Elder Chen. I didn't dare ask anything more at the time. Thought Chen Lao had met Tao Wenwen. Now it seemed that it should be this awesome handsome guy under Chen Lao's hand who knew Tao Wenwen. He had met Elder Chen and Elder Chen's son, but not the handsome man in front of him. This handsome man is better than his personal bodyguard. It's a tough one. He took the gift from the hands of his men and hurriedly walked up with a smile on his face. He Chi and Zhuing saw Juan's bald dad walking towards them. The two men who had been struck dumb looked like they had found a lifeline. There were cries of "Uncle! Uncle!" But Baldur Wu didn't even bother with them. Instead, he walked towards Lu Ming and took the initiative to reach out his hand, his tone filled with politeness. "Sir, it's a pleasure to meet you." The two were dumbfounded. They also thought that they had the backing of Juan's dad. It turns out that Sister Juan, such a powerful dad, is so polite to this handsome man at this point. It's not, is it? Really messing with the hard stuff? Why are you in a commercial car when you're such a powerful man? You're not writing a novel, and you're still pretending to be a pig in a poke? The two men covered their faces, cloaked by the slap, and slumped to the ground, shivering. Looking at the way Chen Guangtou complimented the handsome man, he suddenly realized that everything in the field of vision seemed to be tinted with a layer of gray. Chapter 56. Apologize as much as you need to. Baldur Wu didn't dare to take care of the two girls on the ground. He carried the gift and took the initiative to go forward to try to shake hands with Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't shake hands with him and lit a cigarette to go back to his chair and sit down. Baldur Wu awkwardly withdrew his hand, although his heart was a bit upset. But he didn't dare to get angry and continued to put on a smile. "Brother, what happened before is just some students' small conflicts. When the time comes, I will let my daughter come back to apologize properly." Small conflicts? All of them were 80 caused to suffer from depression and still have minor conflicts? Lu Ming smoked a cigarette and his icy tone cut the other party's words off. He had received a call from Chunyan earlier and had sent someone to handle the matter. Now Bald Wu came over to make amends. Lu Ming didn't put Bald Wu in his eyes. The Bald Wu on the side listened to Lu Ming's words. The mind is upset though. Thinking that Lu Ming is just Chen Lao's henchman, he really can pretend. But he didn't dare say anything more than to press on. Even one of Elder Chen's dogs had a higher status than him. On the way here, he had learned from his men what had happened before. My daughter did bully Tao Wenwen. It wasn't even on the radar before. But now this person in front of him was going to stand up for Tao Wenwen. He can't afford not to take it seriously. He looked toward the 3 members of Tao Wenwen's family sitting next to Lu Ming. That greasy, fat face squeezed out a smile so big his eyes couldn't see. Brother, sister, Miss Tao, when the time comes, I will bring my daughter to the door to apologize. I will also pay for the money, 500,000 yuan, a 200 square feet of a large flat in the city. Give it now. Let's turn the page on this matter. What do you think? Tao Wenwen's parents heard about Lu Ming's situation. The big boss behind it is awesome. The heart still felt shocked when they actually saw Bald Wu give them a polite and low apology. They only thought Lu Ming had made some money outside before. I didn't realize it was so powerful. That's really something. Bald Head Wu looked at Lu Ming's face and opened his mouth to give them a compensation of $500,000 and a large flat in the city. But they watched as their daughter, who was on the sidelines, cowered and shivered after seeing the 2 girls get out of the car. The look on his face was agonizing. They both shook their heads. Your daughter and those girls bullied Raven into depression. If my girl doesn't get better, they need to get what they deserve. Tao Wenwen, who was sitting in the middle of her mom and dad, was so excited that the fists in her hands were clenched tightly. The eyes were indignant and clenched his back teeth. Before, these 2 girls were towering over her, making her kneel and rubbing her shoulders and pressing her legs. And now, the 2 of them were directly knocked to the ground by Brother Lu Ming and were shivering. Earlier, I heard Mom and Dad say that Brother Lu Ming was able to help. She's still not convinced. I've approached the school before to no avail. What changes can be made? Now it seemed that he had underestimated Brother Lu Ming. Back in school, this bald guy didn't have the attitude he has now. Went to school and completely ignored her and her parents. Now this bald man in the face of Lu Ming brother, not only polite, but also promised $500,000 in downtown house. There was an indescribable feeling of relief in her heart. She doesn't want money or a house either. She wanted the 5 men to apologize to her. The humiliation that was once suffered has to be returned. Not only did he apologize to her in person, but he also went to the school of the year and publicly apologized in front of the entire school. Tao Wenwen gritted her teeth, her heart roaring, her body trembling with excitement, her eyes red. When the bald man saw that Tao Wenwen's parents didn't want compensation, he had to look at Tao Wenwen. Miss Tao, what do you think? Tao Wenwen glared fiercely at the bald head with red eyes. She just shook her head without saying anything. Lu Ming, who was on the side, chided, she is suffering from depression after being 80, you still ask a hair. This is a heart disease, wait for your daughter to come, how to apologize. After saying that, he looked towards Hiqi and Zhuing who were sitting on the ground to the side, covering their faces and shivering. Come here, you two. The 2 of them only felt a chill run down their spines to their skies. The body shuddered uncontrollably. Even Sister Huan's dad is so polite to Brother Lu. They don't ask for forgiveness, they actually go in. Hiqi and Zhuing hurriedly kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy. Big brother. We were wrong, we shouldn't have 80-year woman. The words came out. Brush. Tao Wenwen's parents all widened their eyes. No, what do you mean? When did my daughter become Lu Ming's woman? Wang Mengqin hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. What kind of person is Lu Ming? My daughter doesn't deserve him. She was worried that this would make Lu Ming unhappy to hear it, so she offered an explanation. Tao Wenwen, who was on the side, was listening. Brother Lu Ming's appearance was too unexpected and dreamy for her. She quietly looked at Lu Ming, who at that moment was like a light in the darkness that was illuminating her path forward. But when she saw Brother Lu Ming's handsome appearance, she lowered her head in self-abasement. She really doesn't deserve Brother Lu Ming. Don't you guys talk nonsense, I heard what happened to Raven's sister and was just fighting for her. Lu Ming took a drag on his cigarette and continued, what Tao Wenwen's sister is suffering from is a heart disease, what you guys once did to her, now you have to repay back. Only then will she be able to open her heart. You guys try it, and if her symptoms don't get better, I'll send you in. Okay, let's try. Let's try. Hiqi and Zhuing kneeled on the ground and crawled to Tao Wenwen's side. Tao Wenwen clutched her mom's arm. She was still scared to face the 2 girls who used to bully her. The two kowtowed and begged, Tao Wenwen, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We kowtow to you. We'll rub your legs. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them kowtowed before Tao Wenwen. Then one of them knelt on one side and rubbed Tao Wenwen's legs. What a nifty uneducated birth. Lu Ming couldn't help but open his mouth to curse as he watched the actions of the two. Both of them were now doing things to Tao Wenwen that they had once forced Tao Wenwen to do. Kneeling again and again to help rub their legs, simply treating others like toys to be trampled on wantonly. Tao Wenwen's parents were furious when they heard their daughter tell them about being 80 back then. Now that they had seen this scene with their own eyes, and then substituting the behavior of the two into their daughter's situation at that time, it hurt like there were needles sticking in their hearts. The two of them were in tears, patting their daughters on the back and comforting them as they cried. Tao Wenwen also cried. After so many years, the inner aggression and repression was finally released. She was immensely grateful to brother Lu Ming. If it wasn't for brother Lu Ming's appearance, she was afraid that she would be depressed for the rest of her life. Bald Wu standing in the doorway was nervous as he watched the behavior of the two girls. Back then, it was his daughter who took the lead in doing this kind of thing to Tao Wenwen. Naturally, he didn't want his daughter to kneel for someone else. So he hurriedly came to the side of Lu Ming, politely handing cigarettes. Brother Lu, the compensation is not enough, I can add more. Chapter 57, Is a slap in the face good enough? Lu Ming waved his hand and didn't take the cigarette. What's the use of having more money if you can't cure your heart? Bald Head Wu stretched out a finger and whispered, Big brother, it's for you alone. Lu Ming looked coldly at Bald Head Wu, I don't lack your kind of money. He wants money, just get a blind date. Tao Wenwen's family didn't want to settle for money, and if he had stepped in, he would indeed have been able to mediate. But he doesn't take that kind of money to make decisions for other people. The way Bald Head Wu looked at Lu Ming was like a volcano that would erupt at any moment. He scowled, not daring to say anything more. If he continued, I was afraid that Lu Ming would press him to the ground and kneel. Tao Wenwen's family is not happy to receive gifts. Just want his daughter and a few others to get what they deserve. Looking at Ichi's humble appearance with Shuing, he didn't leave and stood nearby silently waiting for his daughter to come over. Talk your daughter down when the time comes. So that my daughter doesn't go off on her own. Not a moment too soon. A Rolls-Royce under the probing eyes of the villagers drove from Lu Ming's family's tobacco and liquor sideline store. Eventually, it stopped next door to Tao Wenwen's house. The villagers heard at the time that Lu Ming would come back to help Tao Wenwen's family, not realizing that Lu Ming's identity is so powerful that the big boss behind him is sitting in a Rolls-Royce. They were envious of the Tao family, just helping to look after the side store, not realizing that they would receive help from Lu Ming. This relationship is not very good to climb. Tao family in the future, if you can climb, then enjoy the blessing. Those villagers who have had previous problems with the Lu family, inner nervous, very afraid of the Lu family to hold a grudge, the heart estimated to find an opportunity to bring gifts to the Lu family to apologize. After the Rolls-Royce came to a stop, a slightly rich, middle-aged looking man with a greasy haircut got out. This person carried an aura from a higher power. The whole man looked red and refreshed. It's actually almost 70 years old. Chen Yan was already seen as a big shot in terms of Icheng. But his originally unruffled face was now wearing a polite smile. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so lively. I think Mr. Chin shouldn't have disturbed Mr. Lu by coming over at this time, right? Bald Head Wu was standing on the side, and he witnessed Chen Yan getting off the car and walking. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was just someone under Chen Yan, but he didn't expect that Chen Yan's attitude would be so polite. His eyes widened at once, the light in them brighter than his bare head. Outrageous, outrageous. It seemed that Lu Ming had bigger characters behind him, no wonder he didn't care at all about the money he offered. Baldur Wu greeted politely, Good noon Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Chen Yan didn't recognize the bald head and just nodded. Lu Ming got up and asked Tao Bo to carry a chair out. Then he politely looked at Chen Yan and said, Boss Chen is too polite, I still have to thank you for your help in these matters. Chen Yan didn't care about anything and sat directly beside Lu Ming. What Mr. Lu said. The two chatted with friendly faces and seemed to be on good terms. And Lu Ming's status seemed to be a bit higher. Chen Yan felt that Lu Ming was willing to help Tao Wenwen, so he should have a good relationship with Tao Wenwen's family. So he took the initiative to sympathize with the Tao Wenwen family. Tao Wenwen's parents knew that Chen Yan was a big boss and felt flattered in their hearts. The bald Wu on the side saw that even Chen Yan was so polite to Lu Ming. He had originally thought of solving his troubles with money. But Chen Yan's arrival made him change his mind. That's still a gross solution. When your daughter comes back, come over and apologize on your knees yourself. The only one to blame for this is his own incompetence as a father. Blame yourself and your wife for not raising your daughter well before. Who is Chen Yan? A famous big boss in Yicheng. The bosses above him all had to be polite and talk business with Chen Yan's son. It turned out that Chen Yan himself was so polite when he talked to Lu Ming. This showed that the big brother behind Lu Ming was even more powerful than Chen Yan. You're a real horse's ass of luck yourself. How come Tao Wenwen met such a ruthless character as Lu Ming? How come her own daughter got into trouble with Tao Wenwen? He took his phone and was just about to send a message to his daughter to apologize properly. Another Rolls-Royce drove by. Bald Head Wu looked over, shocked in his heart. He wouldn't be here to find Lu Ming again, would he? Under Baldur Wu's shocked gaze, he saw another face he unilaterally recognized. The person coming over now was the owner of the Hantech Group. After he saw the boss of the Handa Group walk away, his attitude towards Lu Ming was almost exactly the same as Chen Yan's when he arrived. The same scene played out all over again. Baldhead Wu's mind that he still wanted to use money to solve the problem was completely dead. The figure behind Lu Ming is so powerful, would Lu Ming like this much money from him? He took his cell phone and kept messaging his daughter. Constantly reminding my daughter that she must not be capricious when she comes over. His daughter had never returned the message and he knew that she had been taken away and was now supposed to be on an airplane. Just as Lu Ming was waiting for the other 3 women to come over. The previous school teacher came over. The people who had handled the matter plus the principal were carrying gifts in their hands and apologizing to Tao Wenwen's family. Chen Yan looked at her old friend coming over and Lu Ming didn't seem to be looking for help from his old friend. So he took the initiative to step forward and grab the wrist of that class teacher Tao Wenwen used to have. Directly to the face to greet, at the same time said, "You want to see a slap does not clap loudly?" The classroom teacher, with fear in his heart, took the initiative to slap himself and kept nodding his head, saying, "Slap it and slap it." There are times when a career doesn't mean anything, it depends on the person. Some people he just can't. Tao Wenwen saw the situation back then, and now it has finally been correctly determined. The eyes have long been red. All the emotions such as aggression and grief were now turned into tears and vented. The 2 of them, He-Chi and Zhuing, kept begging for mercy towards Tao Wenwen. Their parents came over and begged for all kinds of forgiveness. Lu Ming didn't hitch a ride, leaving all the choices to Tao Wenwen. After Wu Huan got off the plane, she looked at her phone. My good girl. That Lu Ming behind Tao Wenwen is not simple. The 2 big rich merchants in Yicheng are all polite to him. You must go over there and apologize properly. Or your father, I can't help you. If you don't kneel down and apologize, a few words from them and our family will lose all their money, all of them will go in and stay there. When it comes out, my former nemesis won't leave us alone. It doesn't matter if I hang up, but I don't want to see you and your mom humiliated, or I won't be able to die in peace. Huan looked at her cell phone at what her dad said would happen after offending Lu Ming and the 2 big bosses. She imagined that image and couldn't help but clasp her hands in front of her body. The once heavenly fearless one was afraid at this moment. The body couldn't stop shaking. Chapter 58 Nightmare swapped for a beautiful dream. Wu Huan and 2 other girls came over one after another. They watched as the limousine pulled up nearby. Seeing Lu Ming still had the air of 2 big bosses. It only felt like there was an invisible pressure behind them, making them fall to their knees. 5 people had done to Tao Wenwen. Now it's all returned. They were afraid that if they didn't ask for Tao Wenwen's forgiveness, definitely go inside and stay there. With a bodyguard looking after him right next to him, Lu Ming took the 2 bosses back to his home. Lu Ming's friends and hairdressers came over. When they heard that they were going to meet with 2 big bosses, they were thinking of getting themselves a formal dress. But Lu Ming transferred money to them. At this time on the body of the suit, before that cannot even look at a glance. Earlier they had heard that Lu Ming had made money and was driving home in a Porsche Cayenne. They all chatted briefly in the kind of joke that used to be used, "Go fu fu, do not forget." When Lu Ming said that he would take them flying in the future, they just held on to the expectation in their hearts. But didn't take the initiative to ask Lu Ming for anything. I didn't expect Lu Ming's promise to make a move so quickly. When they arrived at Lu Ming's house, they looked at the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside and saw the real thing up close, and their hearts were filled with yearning for the future. The 2 big bosses and Lu Ming's 6 good friends and hairdressers got to know each other through Lu Ming's introduction. Subsequently, 6 people pulled Lu Ming into a separate conversation. Lu Ming, who kept blowing awesome and praising with his mouth. Lu Ming is really powerful. To be able to recognize a big shot as his righteous father. I didn't expect a boss that big to be polite to us for Lu Ming's sake. Who says it isn't? It feels like a dream, and I even slapped myself on the way here. It hurts. Listening to his best friend's words, Lu Ming smiled and said, "You guys still need to work hard on yourselves in the future. The big bosses learn well. Now it's just a small company, and there are big companies for you to manage in the future." Listening to Lu Ming's words, the six of them nodded solemnly. It's such a great opportunity now, they definitely have to take it. Definitely can't be a loser in the future. In fact, inwardly, he couldn't help but think of the two Rolls-Royce Phantoms in front of Lu Ming's house. They may not be able to have it now, but he himself will certainly be more than that in the future if he learns and works hard. They didn't exchange too many pleasantries after talking to Lu Ming for a while. It's not good to leave the two big bosses out to dry. A few people were playing cards at the house and getting acquainted with each other. Uncle Lu's family, who organized the family dinner, helped Lu Ming cook the food. Some of each dish was served individually at the end of the sauté. Have it sent over to Tao Wenwen's family? Brought a couple of loaves of bread over. Those 5 people who used to 80 Tao Man don't deserve to eat vegetables. Clean bread doesn't deserve it either. Once they let Tao Wenwen eat bread crumbs from the floor. Now they'll have to eat it back. During the meal, Tao Wenwen's originally dull eyes finally appeared in color. The repression and fear inside her was released in a big way. Mental illness and no amount of medicine is better than the bad guys getting what they deserve. She ate the meal Lu Ming had delivered. Looking at the 5 people who had once frightened him so much, and who were now picking up crumbs from the ground as she had done then. The dish felt even more delicious in my mouth. Night. Tao Wenwen's originally taut nerves were relieved and satisfied. Feeling a strong wave of sleep coming over my body. This time she slept deeply. No more waking up to my mother tucking in. The nightmare that had plagued her for an unknown number of days and nights, the gray surroundings with no light in sight, the faces that terrified her, were torn to shreds by the sudden intrusion of a man. The grayish surroundings of the dream were illuminated by sunlight. The sunlight poured over the man's body as if it were gilded with a holy light. Handsome features, broad shoulders. The original Prince Charming, who was a vague fantasy in that teenage girl who had not yet been subjected to 80, had a definite face at this time. Brother Lu Ming? The frightened young girl in her dream called out softly. Only Lu Ming revealed a spring-like smile and extended his hand. The young girl in her dream, with a flutter in her heart, involuntarily took the large hand that was reaching out. She was just held by Lu Ming, strolling through a world full of colors and running around the playground. Finally gave his first kiss and fell asleep happily on that broad chest. Inside the bungalow, Tao Wenwen has slept with a frown on her face for all these years, often waking up in a panic. Not long after falling asleep this night, but with a sweet smile. The next morning, Tao woke up a little embarrassed and went to take a shower. Today those 5 are going to the school they once attended to apologize. She wanted to witness that moment. Brother Lu Ming said he would take them there with him. So, after washing up and eating breakfast, she followed her parents to Lu Ming's house. After seeing Lu Ming again, he thought of yesterday's beautiful dream. She was even more embarrassed, sitting in the car and keeping her head down shyly, and couldn't help stealing glances at Lu Ming from time to time. A high school in Yichang. Students who were in class heard that there were no classes coming up and that an emergency assembly was going to be held afterward. All happily headed for the playground with chairs in hand. Screw the meeting, it's cool to not have to go to class anyway. The General Assembly has just begun. The new principal introduced himself. Then solemnly said, in the future, there will be strict control of 80 behaviors on campus. The students heard that the entire principal had been sacked. Students who don't have that experience think it's a good thing. The students who were 80 were clenching their fists, hoping in their hearts that this would really be taken seriously. Students who have had 80 behaviors can't help but get nervous in their minds. Wait for the principal to finish speaking. The students then saw 5 former schoolmates walk onto the stage with their heads bowed. They speak of their evil deeds of the year and later apologize in front of all the students and teachers. When all is said and done, because as adults they have also had 80 behaviors towards others. The irreversible damage caused to the person's heart is of an extremely bad nature. The 5 were then taken away by the sheriff's deputies in full view of the entire school. The people who handled this before and didn't handle it properly have since come on stage to apologize. At the same time, they were all sacked. Principal Qian, who apologized to Tao Wenwen's family yesterday, has become a former principal today. The emergency assembly came to a close amidst the incredulous looks of the students. Wow! The playground erupted in applause. The vast majority of students want this sort of thing to be dealt with harshly. I kind of really saw it today. Some students fielded reports of people 80 themselves. The current principal and school leaders did not dare to slack off and question those reported students on the spot when they were their respective homeroom teachers. Meanwhile, some songs full of positive BGM were uploaded to Shakeology. Traffic is starting to grow. Chapter 59, Thought Mr. Lu was a middle-aged man with a kind face. This time the matter was originally handled by Qingyan. The boss of the Handa group learned about this last night before he went over to have dinner with Lu Ming. He also wanted to do something to help Lu Ming. So it also intervened. Of course, they gave the name of presiding over this matter to Lu Ming. When the time comes, the person the students and parents thank is Lu Ming. Those students who had been 80 expressed their gratitude to the mysterious Mr. Lu. Lu Ming didn't think about going up to give a speech. After the conclusion of the General Assembly, he had originally thought of sending Tao Wenwen's family back. But the kids and their parents who were once bullied by those 5 guys, they wanted to thank Lu Ming properly and wanted to invite him to dinner. Some of these back in the day were right here locally, some out of town for college. Those who went away to college either took the high-speed train or flew back. Both owners arranged to buy the tickets. The group arrived in the hotel's large private room. The parents and their children at that time bowed to Lu Ming. "Thanks, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu." These people originally thought that Mr. Lu was a middle-aged man with a kind face. I hadn't even expected it to be such a good-looking young man before. The students back then were now about the same age as Tao Wenwen, all 18 or 19 years old. There were girls who were attracted to a man like Lu Ming, who was upright, young, handsome, and promising. Even if he could have a little intersection with Lu Ming, there was a satisfaction in his heart. A girl asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lu, can I add your wiki?" On the sidelines, her old mom hurriedly tugged on her shirt and glared at him. My own children are still not very knowledgeable at their young age. What is the status of a man like Mr. Lu? It was so presumptuous to go and add to the demand for his prestige. Lu Ming revealed a friendly smile. "You can add if you don't have a boyfriend. He doesn't friend for nothing. Plus after that, invite each other to milk tea later and meet them on the way." There were 3 other girls who also didn't have boyfriends, and after hearing Lu Ming's words, they also added Lu Ming's prestige. The group finished eating. Lu Ming invited 4 girls to drink milk tea. Tao Wenwen originally followed her parents to the car to wait for Lu Ming and then left together. When Lu Ming asked if he would drink milk tea, Tao Wenwen's parents are old and not interested in milk tea. Tao Wenwen inexplicably wanted to follow Lu Ming in her heart, so she came to the milk tea store together. The 6 men found a seat. While chatting, Lu Ming mentioned a blind date. A few of the girls were surprised. The thought crossed my mind. Brother Lu Ming is such an outstanding person, he still needs a blind date? Brother Lu Ming should have a girlfriend, right? Some people said what was on their mind, others didn't say much. It's that age. In their hearts, they more or less knew what Lu Ming meant. Someone as handsome and rich as Lu Ming must have more than one woman by his side. But they've all been ADD at one time or another. One by one, they have low self-esteem. I don't think Brother Luck Ming can see himself, can he? But Brother Lu Ming said to teach them some lessons. So he talked to Lu Ming. They don't have much of a concept of dating yet. It's not much to ask. When it comes to car and house dowry, they are all on the low side of normal requirements. For girls, this got $3.28 million in rewards. Lu Ming also asked Tao Wenwen. But Tao Wenwen shook her head nervously and whispered with her head lowered, "I haven't thought of that one yet." Tao Wenwen's heart was beating fast. I don't know if Mr. Lu is looking for another woman. Anyway, after Brother Lu Ming talked to the other 4 girls, there was no aftermath. She became even more self-conscious about her appearance. Didn't dare to talk to Lu Ming about dating at all. Even if it's not really a blind date. But when I thought of the scene in my dream last night, if I had talked to Brother Lu Ming, there would have been no follow-up directly afterward. It felt like being rejected by Brother Lu Ming. She didn't like that feeling and didn't say much. "Finish your milk tea." After the other 4 girls said goodbye, Lu Ming brought Tao Wenwen back to the car. Because those 5 people got the punishment they deserved, it was like Tao Wenwen got rid of her demons inside. Lu Ming dreamed of seeing Tao Wenwen's panel information on the depression at this time has come to mild symptoms. He thought about how the prettier a girl is, the more confident she will be and the more optimistic she will become in her heart. So he took Tao Wenwen's family to the barbershop. The hairdresser looked at Tao Wenwen's face and removed her glasses. Then he said, "Your face shape is actually quite nice, the sides of your cheeks and bangs don't lend themselves to being covered so heavily. You'd look great with shorter hair, look at these hairstyles, which one do you want to change?" Tao Wenwen looked at the tablet the hairstylist handed over. Since she was not used to the lack of bangs, she opted for one of the short hairstyles with air bangs. After the selection, the stylist cut her hair and permed it with air bangs. After the cut, Tao Wenwen's originally thick, long hair was replaced with short, shoulder-length hair with slight inward curls at the ends. A proper melon face came to the fore. "Actually, you'd look better without your glasses, you could get a myopic surgery." "Really?" Tao Wenwen was still in the state of removing her glasses at this point. Can't see myself in the mirror. So he got up from his seat and approached the mirror. She looked closer and realized that the person in the mirror was really different from her old self. It really looks a lot better than my previous self. The heart can't help but be happy. She picked up her glasses from the table and put them on. It's true what the hairdresser said, you look better on your own when you don't wear glasses. The idea of having myopic surgery was buried inside her. She was going to make good money on the side later, and when she did, she'd buy some whitening creams. Plus I'm in school myself and I don't get sunlight. I'm sure I'll look better when I'm white down later and save up for myopic surgery. The moment she saw herself in the mirror, she thought of the time she'd just spent at the milkshake store. Those 4 girls weren't nearly as good looking as they are now. So she wanted to be a little prettier. Maybe at that time, there was a chance that brother Lu Ming might take a liking to himself, right? That dream last night, plus the fact that Lu Ming had helped her so much. Her heart was already occupied by Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming sitting right next to her, she lowered her head a bit shyly and asked, "Brother Lu Ming, how's this hairstyle of mine?" Lu Ming smiled, "Pretty good looking. Didn't the parents of those 5 people pay for the damages? When the time comes, you'll look better with a myopia surgery. Thank you brother Lu Ming for recognizing me, I can just make money on my own part-time." Tao Wenwen was inwardly happy to hear Lu Ming say that she was quite good looking. 5 parents paid their family over $500,000. Not a settlement fee. She thought about the money to get her dad's leg looked at first. If you have extra money, add a floor or 2 to your home and renovate it. Mom and dad will be able to live more comfortably in the future. Myopia surgery, even, she'd heard, cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's better to save up slowly on your own. Chapter 60, Mr. Lu wouldn't be talking about you, Brother Ming? Tao Wenwen's mom and dad also cut their hair on the side. Your father was in Lu Ming's words they heard in their ears. Now when they were in the car, they had asked their daughter if she wanted to get myopic surgery. But my daughter knew enough to say that she'd let her dad check out the leg first. The extra money is used to subsidize getting renovations done at home. My daughter actually grew up knowing what she was doing. They had thought of taking their daughter directly to the hospital when the time came. This was also mentioned at the barber store at this time. After the family exited the barber shop, Wang Mengqin took her daughter by the arm and said, "Wenwen, why don't you go straight to get your myopia surgery done? Your father went to the hospital to see his leg. When the time comes, you can be reimbursed. The family house to engage in renovation does not cost a few dollars." Those 5 apologized to their daughter yesterday. The daughter burst into tears. It wasn't one of those mournful cries of grief. After crying, my daughter was in a much better state than before. She saw the long-lost smile on her daughter's face just now after she cut her hair. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty, so if she becomes prettier after removing her glasses, her mood will naturally become better. As parents, they certainly want their children to be happy in the future. Listening to my mom talk a lot. Because there was some hardship in the family, she finally agreed when she learned that she could claim a lot of money for her dad's doctor's visit. The family came to the mall. Tao Wenwen's parents bought clothes for themselves at an affordable clothing store. Then take your daughter to a branded clothing store to buy clothes. Lu Ming, an outsider, didn't interfere in Tao Wenwen's family's affairs. After waiting for the clothes to be bought, this was the time to go to the hospital and give Tao Wenwen myopia surgery. Myopic surgery was done quickly. The doctor prescribed some eye drops and instructed Tao to avoid bright light for a while. When everything is done, Lu Ming and Tao Wenwen's family returned to the village. Tao Wenwen's parents wanted to thank Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, it wouldn't have resolved this matter so perfectly. They are afraid that they will not be able to get such a large amount of compensation at all. Lu Ming had said before that it would be fine for them to buy dinner. So they bought some dishes and planned to invite Lu Ming to be their guest at home. Lu Ming knew that they were trying to return the favor and didn't want them to have any burden in their hearts. It wasn't rejected. Finish eating. It was already dark when Lu Ming returned home. If someone comes in to buy something, they might talk east. He found it troublesome to just close the door. Took a shower and laid in bed and swiped Shakeology. After a while, Lu Ming received a message from Tao Wenwen. "Brother Lu Ming, are you asleep?" "Not yet, why?" "I hear you're leaving tomorrow, and I haven't formally thanked you." "Don't be so polite. Besides, there'll be time to thank you later. I'm right down the hall from your house and I wanted to say thank you. There's a lock on the inside of the iron gate in the backyard. It's not locked, you can reach out and feel it, pull the bolt and it opens the door." After Lu Ming laid down on his bed, he didn't want to make a special trip down there. Tao Wenwen followed the method Lu Ming said and opened the iron gate in the backyard. then closed the door behind him and hung the lock on it. Coming upstairs, Tao Wenwen knocked on the door somewhat nervously. "Just come in." After hearing voices from inside, Tao Wenwen opened the door. AC. Tao Wenwen saw the scene inside the house and shouted in some panic. Brother Lu Ming was now wearing no top, just a pair of outer shorts. She saw the muscles on Lu Ming's body, and even his abs. A blush floated up her face at the thought of the beautiful dream she had earlier. "I'm used to it at home, I'm going to find a dress." No, this is quite normal. In the countryside, it's normal for men to be naked. Tao Wenwen just felt that the moment she entered the door just now was too sudden, and she was a little worried that Brother Lu Ming wasn't wearing any pants. "The pants you wear are nothing. And Brother Lu Ming has nice muscles on his body." Coming to sit in a chair at the table, Tao Wenwen faced Lu Ming. The muscular lines, full of beauty, teased her nerves. "Speaking are a little nervous, Lu Ming brother, thank you for helping me, this favor is very heavy." Lu Ming waved his hand to interrupt Tao Wenwen's words. "Why, don't be polite, this matter of favors has already been cleared with your parents, so you don't have to think about it so much. Just have fun and go to school later." "Aha!" Tao Wenwen nodded her head in soft agreement. Seeing Lu Mingda's attractive body lines, his heart throbbed a little. She remembered the milkshake store from earlier. Thinking that Brother Lu Ming will be leaving tomorrow. The heart is very much in the right place. So he took the initiative and asked, "Brother Lu Ming, are you looking for a girlfriend on a blind date?" "Well, you have a blind date in mind?" There was a reward coming, so Lu Ming wouldn't take it for nothing. "Yes, I've thought about it, I want to go on a blind date with Brother Lu Ming." Tao Wenwen clenched her fists, and although she was shy, she still looked at Lu Ming. "You don't have to be so nervous, it's just a blind date, just relax. You heard me at the time when I said what I wanted, so tell me what you want." Tao Wenwen thought of what Brother Lu Ming had said at that time. Her innermost thoughts spoke out. Brother Lu Ming, I like you, I don't want anything, I can earn my own living expenses. As long as I can be with you." Lu Ming looked at Tao Wenwen's appearance and spoke, "As I said before, it's another woman." "Well, you said more than one, but I can still follow you." Wendy Tao scored 82 points for her face. 2 points worse than the ex-girlfriend. Plus there's a little bit of tan on my face and neck right now. For Lu Ming, it was only okay. But Tao Wenwen is a nice person. The boy used to know his stuff. Now that the disease has improved and the family still has all that money afterward, it's still as knowledgeable as ever. It's nice to have lighter skin later. Taking the initiative to send the door, it would be impolite for Lu Ming to send it away again. He was just about to let Tao Wenwen come into his arms. Yun Yan's video call called again. Lu Ming showed Yun Yan the surroundings. "Don't worry, no sneaky training." Tao Wenwen thought it was Lu Ming's woman who was conducting that checkup. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't promise himself either. After Lu Ming hung up the phone, she said in a somewhat downcast mood, "Brother Lu Ming, then I'll go back first." "Aren't you going to be my girlfriend? What's the point of going back?" Tao Wenwen looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. "Brother Lu Ming, you promised me?" Lu Ming smiled and patted the bed. "Come over and sit for a while." Tao Wenwen sat over somewhat shyly, and was then held in Lu Ming's arms for a kiss. Another part of last night's beautiful dream. Lu Ming got dressed and Tao Wenwen found a new toothbrush. After she had rinsed her mouth, Lu Ming took Tao Wenwen and called on the two hairy kids who lived not far away to go to the town for a late-night snack. A few people were sitting in a commercial vehicle heading to town. A hairdresser was scrolling through Shakeology and came across a video about his city. It already has hundreds of thousands of likes. "Mr. Lu wouldn't be talking about you, Brother Ming?" The video is about this morning. Chapter 61. The Mr. Lu in the video is you, right? Lu Ming asked. "What?" Fei Chan handed his cell phone to Lu Ming. "Look at what this video says, it should be something that was making a big fuss in the village yesterday, right?" He was in the same village as Lu Ming, and another hairdresser had heard about it in the next village. Lu Ming looked the video over, then nodded. "Well, I didn't realize the video was on fire." With two bosses helping him with this, he didn't even pay much attention to it. It used to happen, and in most cases it was a debunking video. And this time the video is an apology video. Even the comments section is hard to believe. Awesome. Some school authorities actually apologized sincerely. It's so damn hard at other schools, you all learn from others. I'm one of those people who's been ADD, so let's hope this video comes along and I get a satisfactory result. Well, it's only right that the 80 should be punished. Mr. Lu is fluffy. Definitely a tough guy. Definitely fluffy, or I don't think it would be. It has to be awesome. Think about what the video said, it was years ago. Most of the comments section is clapping. Just be a normal person. They naturally want the 80 to have the punishment they deserve. However, there are times when this is not the case. The two hairdressers praised Lu Ming. It's Ming who did the damage. Otherwise. Ahem, when sister go to school properly from now on, and when you do, I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you anymore. A hairdresser almost blurted it out. When he heard that Tao Wenwen had depression, he hurriedly stopped what he wanted to say. Yeah. Brother Ming is awesome, sanctioned 80 dogs ruthlessly. Tao Wenwen, who was sitting next to Lu Ming in the car, smiled and nodded. A smile on his face at Lu Ming's affirmation and his own shyness. Of course there is sweetness in the shyness at this point. Lu Ming's parents, who are traveling in the capital, have been asking Lu Ming how this matter is being handled. They also swipe the video on their phones. So call and compliment your son. Ming, did you see the video? You're on the news, so many likes. Your friends are praising you in the comment section. Well, see. Now can you guys feel free to play nice? Our family Ming is great, don't worry, it's getting late, remember to rest early. Got it, you guys get an early night too. Hang up. Received a WeChat message from Jiang Ningning. Luck, you're great. When are you coming over? Thinking of you. GIF. I'll go to the capital in a couple of days. I'll love you when I get back. Shy.gif. Lu Ming chatted with Jiang Ningning. Just got to the big stall in town not long ago. Received another ex-colleague, Lu Shui. Video? Big brother, I think I've seen you in other videos, Mr. Lu is you, isn't it? Yes, but what video did you see me in, and how come I didn't even see myself? I swiped through more than one video, and one of them said they saw dudes, and it was this school, and the dudes in that video were you. Steps. I swiped this video thinking it should be Big Brother. After looking for it, it's still true, Big Brother is great. Lo and behold, you're still at work? Aha. Come directly to Yicheng, learn management experience from the two big bosses. Big Brother is awesome. I'll come tomorrow. The two chatted for a while. Lu Ming received another prestige message from Xiong Wanhui. Lu Ming, is the Mr. Lu in this video talking about you? Yes. I've actually been bullied before, but it wasn't as bad and I got over it at the time. Although I did not receive a satisfactory outcome at the time, I am now comforted by the result. Thank you, Lu Ming. Love you. JPG. Lu Ming smiled faintly when he saw the message. It's nice to be able to help others in one way or another. He didn't bother to brush up on the video, surely someone who had been ADD inside the comments section would come out and speak up. Lu Ming was just a rich commoner, that couldn't help that much. He can wear himself out by taking all the misfortunes of others to heart. Tapping on his cell phone keyboard, Lu Ming replied to Xiong Wanhui's message. You're my man, what's the point of being polite to me? Don't call me by my first name anymore. Call me something else. And what do you want me to call you? What do you think? We're not too good for the childish kind at our age, are we? Calls out to her husband. Xiong Wanhui was still thinking about name calling. After seeing Lu Ming's message, she couldn't help but have a delicate smile on her face. As soon as I got back to my old airport yesterday, there were some female bodyguards protecting her. There are also specialized lawyers already waiting at the airport. It quickly helped her with the divorce. Because of her job, she spends most of her time away from home. The child is being cared for with the help of the ex-husband's family. Awarded to the other side. She did feel a little guilty in her heart about the child bit. After all, it was her own flesh and blood, and she was still upset. But out of that guilt, she didn't go for it. It's a boy, and the ex-husband's family is very good with kids. That was something she was quite comfortable with. Lu Ming sent the word husband. Sort of an acknowledgement of him that warmed her heart. She pressed her voice and softly called out, hubby. The Maoming side did not click on the voice message when they received the message. It's kind of not good to just let it out straight away when there are other people around. Speech to text. After seeing those two words, Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction. He returned a message. Good wife is so obedient, you can go to the capital first when you are done with your business, I will go there in a few days. I'll wait for you for a few days then, it's still a bit embarrassing to go over there alone. Okay, early news. Good night. Good night. Lu Ming put away his cell phone and chatted with the three of them over a snack. In the king-size bedroom of the capital courtyard BB, two beauties in pajamas with luscious figures hidden in plain sight were chatting. After Yunyan brought Wang Jinyu over to train herself. Originally they both slept in the same room. After Lu Ming went back, Jiang Ningning pulled her in for a chat and let her rest temporarily in the big bedroom at night. Lest it be too crowded in a small room. Yunyan had also heard about Lu Ming. For that matter, she still recognized Lu Ming. Sioux City, an ancient mansion. A sleeping beauty's body shook violently, suddenly awakening from a falling dream. As she tried to fall asleep again, a figure appeared in her mind. She frowned and tossed and turned, unable to sleep sideways. So opened my eyes and swiped Jitterbug to pass the time. At this point, she saw a video about 80. Under his breath, he couldn't help but mutter, "Mr. Lou? Could it be him?" Chapter 62, Ex-Girlfriend Quits Family Group Chat. After Louis Han returned from the capital, he came to Grandpa's place to recuperate from the idle fun and elegance of his residence, free from the hustle and bustle of the city. I don't know if it was because of her birthday, or if she thought of Lu Ming as a template for her future boyfriend. She always thought of Lu Ming somehow. The words of her best friend she took to heart. Of course she wanted her future boyfriend to be devoted to her. Thinking of Lu Ming from time to time made his heart a little irritated. Now that she swiped to Jitterbug and saw Mr. Lu in it, her mind subconsciously thought of Lu Ming again. She clicked like on this video. She grew up with a good education and was outraged at the 80s. Now unable to sleep, she continued to swipe through the Jitterbugs. The latter video, which already has tens of thousands of likes, is the school playground from the earlier video. The title of the video was written about a handsome man, and Louis Han then saw Lu Ming in the video. Someone in the comments section said that the handsome guy seemed to be Mr. Lu. "It's really him," Louis Han muttered under his breath. "It's all good, just a little flowery." Video? This Mr. Lu is not talking about Ying Ying's ex-boyfriend, is he? Can the school pay so much attention and make it so grand? This Lu is so powerful? Why did you take back the 200,000 dowry before that? Maybe it's a test. Don't bother, cousin, why don't you go and ask? Maybe this guy is Lu Ming. If it's really him, find a chance to apologize and get back together. Such a good condition, handsome, not better than those dating people. Yang Si-young had set the family's group to be undisturbed, and after she was edited by her cousin, she clicked in to take a look. After seeing those two videos, her brows furrowed together. Inwardly remorseful and at the same time feeling great hatred for these so-called relatives. If these people hadn't said those things at that time, how could she have broken up with Lu Ming? "It's all your fault, why do I have relatives like you?" Yang Si-young hated it in her heart, and she tapped the upper right corner. Annoying Do Not Disturb has withdrawn from the group chat. She didn't want to bother with the messages anymore and simply exited the group chat. Getting back together? She's already looked for Lu Ming, and what's the result? Lu Ming didn't take her seriously at all. And the woman beside Lu Ming was better looking than her. Thinking of all the things that had happened before, the regretful Yang Si-young could only bury her head in the comforter and wail. Lu Ming didn't care how many people noticed this video. He was having a pleasant midnight snack with his hairy friend and Tao Wenwen. Back in the village, after dropping off the two hairdressers at home, the black business car was parked near Tao Wenwen's house. Their lips parted. Tao Wenwen had a red face and got out of the car with some reluctance. As far as she was concerned, she wouldn't mind whatever Lu Ming wanted to do to her. Only she wasn't ready to explain it to her mom and dad. So when he was at Lu Ming's house before the snack, Lu Ming didn't fool around. She planned to use the excuse of going to school tomorrow to have another good chat with brother Lu Ming. Early the next morning, Lu Ming woke up amidst the chattering birds. Tao Wenwen said she was going to school today, and she was still going to give a ride. Tao Wenwen's parents felt that they had already bothered Lu Ming enough, so they looked for someone with a car in the village themselves. When the time comes, they accompany their daughters to school. Because the high school was taken care of, a teacher from the university called and the school sent out an announcement that it had expelled the two students. And a guarantee was made that if Tao Wenwen continued to come to school, she would absolutely make sure that she would not be subjected to other students' 80. Tao Wenwen's parents were relieved to let their daughter go to school and continue her education. Lu Ming was in a commercial vehicle and was on his way to the headquarters of the group he held shares in. The two bosses asked him yesterday if he wanted to go around the group. He was going to go over there now that he had time. Come to Yiho Group. Lu Ming, who was personally received by Qin Yan. Employees at the headquarters had previously met the big boss and volunteered to wait at the entrance to the headquarters. The mind wondered what kind of big shot would come to the company. I didn't realize it was a handsome young man who had gotten out of a business car. Look at the big boss, still very polite to the young handsome man. Looks like it should be some awesome rich kid. Chen Yan personally led Lu Ming around the company. It also introduces the businesses under the group. The company's employees saluted and greeted the big boss when they saw him as they passed by. Some of them recognized Lu Ming. So talk to your own co-workers. The handsome guy next to the old boss, I think I saw him on Shake It yesterday. What's his jitterbug number? I'm going to follow it. It's not his jitterbug, it's something I saw in someone else's video posting, just the playground of the high school that was on fire yesterday in Arichang. Hiss, if you say so, could he be Mr. Liu? I see someone in the comments section saying that's him. Young, handsome, and capable, with a very kind heart. TSK, my boyfriend can't compare to him a bit. Why, it's all the same, we'll forget such a man. The female employees who saw Lu Ming quietly marveled in private. The male employees expressed envy in their hearts. To them, Lu Ming was not young and talented. Rather, he felt envious because he thought Lu Ming was a rich second generation. Chen Yan talked to Lu Ming about the company's main projects. He thought to himself that Lu Ming had a very rich background. It was natural to hope that Lu Ming would invest more. Projects that are still losing money are also mentioned a little bit, but that's not the company's main project. It's a subsidiary of the group, so that little loss is irrelevant. Lu Ming wanted to come to the loss of those subsidiaries that Chen Yan said. A couple of subsidiaries are not large, topping out at just over $10 million in value. Because it hasn't been a very good couple of years. The group's planning department naturally focuses on the core program. Subsidiary projects are not taken into account at the moment. After Lu Ming saw the situation of the subsidiary, his brain began to race. With the big background of the group in place, Lu Ming quickly thought of a way to turn losses into profits. Chen Yan, on the other hand, hopes to pull an investment, so the losses of these subsidiaries are described as irrelevant. He went into more detail, fearing that Lu Ming would take these losses too seriously and discourage the idea of investing. Who knew that Lu Ming's next words not only made him dispel his concerns? It also shocked him to no end. Boss Chen, these losses are still relatively easy to solve. Look at this project. When the time comes, you find someone first this, and finally this. Chapter 63, Paving the Way for Friends. Chen Yan listened to what Lu Ming said about the program. Though he hadn't done any planning in a while, it was all in the hands of the people who did that. But he's the one who takes the final shot at making decisions. A lot of good proposals for projects he's seen. After hearing what Lu Ming said, he immediately felt that the program Lu Ming said was very good. His eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't help but praise Lu Ming in his heart. At the very beginning, when Lu Ming suddenly bought the shares of a few small shareholders into the stock, they thought that Lu Ming was suddenly taken care of by the big shots because of certain identities. Later, he learned that Lu Ming had shown great skill when he was in the capital. The members felt that Lu Ming might be valued by the big shots because of his hands. I didn't expect Lu Ming to show his superb planning skills again now. Just such a short look at the revenue of the subsidiaries and the group as a whole. It will be able to come up with good programs to help subsidiaries turn around through some of the group's channels. Now it seems that Lu Ming's identity should be more than just that simple. Could it be that the big man had already taken a liking to Lu Ming? It was only before that he had been secretly having people cultivate Lu Ming's abilities. Now Lu Ming was recognized by the other party. Aha! That's how it should be. Chen Yan thought so in his heart. He couldn't help but nod and look to the assistant beside him. You've recorded everything Mr. Liu said about the program, right? The assistant nodded respectfully and appreciated the program Lu Ming had said. Previously, he had been the one to arrange for people to investigate Lu Ming's information. There was some curiosity about Lu Ming's mysterious identity. Now Lu Ming was just one person who came up with a program in such a short period of time that made even the old boss feel good. Not only did he feel that Lu Ming's identity had become even more mysterious. The respect for Lu Ming in his heart was also a little heavier. He nodded and responded seriously to Chen Yan. Director, it's all recorded. Well, you send it to the planning department and let me have a look at it when you organize it. Yes. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he became even more enthusiastic when he looked at Lu Ming again. Not just him, but even his son, who had been following along, and the group's executives. In his heart, he also had more respect for Lu Ming. Chen Yan, his son, and some of the top brass, don't have as big a picture as Chen Yan. Next to them was Lu Ming's former best friend. The condescension in their hearts made them, from the bottom of their hearts, look down on Lu Ming's best friend. Isn't it just that the old boss let these people come over to learn for Lu Ming's sake? Such ordinary people are 27 or 18 years old, and now they are beginning to learn, and their previously cured eyes are there. They look down on it. At the same time, it was thought that Lu Ming was also just a person with a background. But it's different now. Subsidiaries likewise have planning departments. As a result, a satisfactory program was not made. However, Lu Ming thought of a very good plan just by looking at it. It's not just a subsidiary yet. Rather, those several subsidiaries, Lu Ming has stated the program. Could it be that the background behind Lu Ming had been investigated in advance to help come up with a plan, and Lu Ming had memorized it in advance? They didn't want to delve into whether that was the reason or not. Anyway, Lu Ming gave the solution. It's good for the group to be able to turn around a loss-making subsidiary. They couldn't help but be much more polite to Lu Ming in their hearts. This also made them more accepting of Lu Ming's best friend in their hearts. Several of Lu Ming's close friends listened to what Lu Ming said and could only say that they couldn't quite understand it, but they looked at the big boss's attitude of recognizing Lu Ming. The heart expressed great shock. Lu Ming is really something. No wonder he recognized the big man as his godfather. That's all. Lu Ming has strength. This not only motivated them, it made them want to follow the big boss's people well in their hearts. Lu Ming remembered them when he had money and was willing to take off with them. They couldn't hold Lu Ming back. When Ahad group was almost done strolling around, Lu Shui came over from Jianchang. Lu Ming and these friends stayed behind and ate with Chun Yan and some of the higher-ups. After getting acquainted with each other over dinner. In the afternoon, Lu Ming brought his friends to Handa group. The same is playing out on the Hantech side. Lu Ming's strength was recognized by the directors and senior management. They were also a little more polite to Lu Ming's friends. Again, dinner was with Hantech's people. Lu Ming naturally did this for his friends as well. The executives of both groups are high up in the hierarchy. And Lu Ming's friends are just ordinary people. Even though they were polite on the surface, they must have still looked down on them inwardly. Lu Ming could bring benefits to both companies, which would make it easier for them to accept their friend within. After dinner, Lu Ming gave the other friends a Porsche Cayenne each. Looking at his friends who were full of excitement, Lu Ming smiled. This is just the beginning, you guys work hard to be more than that in the future. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely learn well. Brother Ming is awesome, I'll definitely try my best. Never hold back for Ming. With the help of a chauffeur, the friends got into the Cayenne and went back to their respective homes. Lu Shui came with Zheng Ping in tow. The two got together after a trip to Zheng Ping's house together. After the friends leave, Lu Ming took a taxi and headed to Yicheng Vocational College. Just get out of the car. Lu Ming then saw Tao Wenwen waiting at the school entrance. After Tao Wenwen was sent to school by her parents, the principal personally invited Tao Wenwen's parents to sit in the office. The family's fears were put to rest. After having a meal near the school at noon, Tao Wenwen's parents went back. After last night, Headman was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. Mom and Dad had just left, and her mind quickly went to Lu Ming. At that time, he sent a message to Lu Ming and was eager to see him. Hearing that Lu Ming only had time in the evening, Tao Wenwen thought of Lu Ming's preference for white girls. So I found myself a store to put on a little makeup. Lu Ming transferred 52,000 to her to start with. Lu Ming did not transfer so much money. Do not want to let Tao Wenwen have too much psychological pressure. Later slowly. Tao Wenwen had the money transferred by Lu Ming, and after she went to put on her makeup, she looked a little better again. It attracts attention at school. Her previous classmates were particularly surprised to see her. I didn't realize she'd come back to school a different person. Because at that time, there were several Audi cars came to the school, and the group of black-suited bodyguards took away the two girls who bullied Tao Wenwen. It was rumored at the time that Tao Wenwen was being watched by the big boss. Especially since the video about that high school thing caught fire, and Lu heard it was that handsome guy. The male students thought Tao Wenwen was quite good-looking, so it was no wonder she was taken by Mr. Lu. They thought Tao Wenwen was already Mr. Lu's person and didn't bother to ask Tao Wenwen if she had a boyfriend or anything like that. The female classmates were envious of Tao Wenwen. They had originally thought that Tao Wenwen had been adopted by a rich man, the stereotypical kind of rich man. It turned out that I didn't expect it to be a big handsome guy like Lu Ming. After a female classmate who was on good terms with Tao Wenwen asked, she really got confirmation. It's hard not to make them envious. At the entrance of the school, Tao Wenwen was held by Lu Ming's hand as she walked towards the school. The stares around her made her shy, but more than that, her vanity was satisfied. Chapter 64 The Girl in the Wedding Dress at the Airport. Lu Ming held Tao Wenwen's small hand as she wandered around the school. The two of them came to the playground to hang out. Went back to the fried skewer place for a snack. And into the grove. The campus relationship experience Lu Ming took Tao Wenwen to experience. Tao Wenwen had seen couples walk into the grove before. I don't know what's going to happen. After Lu Ming brought her out, she now understood. It still feels tingly in my heart. The blush on her face wasn't very noticeable because of the makeup. After the two of them had strolled around the campus, they took a ride to a hotel in front of the school. Tao Wenwen does look quite a bit better with makeup on. Lu Ming kissed Tao Wenwen's small lips. An hour or so later, the two of them embraced each other after the shower. Tao Wenwen was lying in Lu Ming's arms, and with her makeup removed at this time, she was a little embarrassed to look at Lu Ming. Leaning into Lu Ming's arms, she asked in a small voice, "Brother Lu Ming, would you mind plastic surgery?" When she went to the store today to get help with her makeup, the woman who did it told her something about plastic surgery. Even after becoming Lu Ming's woman, Tao Wenwen's heart still had some inferiority complex. She wanted to look better. Lu Ming shook his head. "I bought you some cosmetics, just take care of your skin when the time comes. You look pretty good when you're whiter, there's no need to get plastic surgery." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Tao Wenwen then let her heart drop slightly. Lu Ming accompanied Tao Wenwen to play in Yicheng for 2 days, and when Tao Wenwen was able to move around easily, he booked a flight to the capital. Tao Wenwen's condition has not completely improved and she still has low self-esteem inside. Lu Ming didn't bring Tao Wenwen to the capital. If Tao Wenwen were to see Jiang Ningning and Yun Yan, she would not only be jealous in her heart, but would also feel even more inferior. Lu Ming had asked her if she wanted to go to a better school. Tao Wenwen said she was stupid and it would be useless to go to a better school, and she might even fail her classes, so she just let it go. Lu Ming planned to buy her a plane ticket to come to him when she was on vacation and accompany her alone then. Come to the airport. On the way to the ticket check, Lu Ming met 2 girls in wedding dresses. A 19-year-old with a face value of 64. A 20-year-old face 66. A little chubby looking. Together they wore their wedding dresses and their faces were beaming with joy. And don't care what others think. Watching 2 people, one with one emotional experience and the other without. Lu Ming muttered in his heart, it shouldn't be Neodymium Tong either, wearing a wedding dress and coming to the airport together. Could it be that they are going to a concert? It had happened before, and Lu Ming had even spit it out with his co-workers at the time. They all think this kind of thing is very. Those dream girls fantasize about marrying their idols and making marriage so casual. But really when they want to get married to look very important, all kinds of requirements for the man, want to make the wedding to their satisfaction. What is this kind of person if not? Lu Ming briefly glanced at it and didn't take it seriously, looking at the signposts in the airport and walking towards the VIP ticketing channel. Before Lu Ming saw these two, the two had already seen Lu Ming in advance. From time to time, they sneaked glances at Lu Ming and then whispered, "Hey, does that handsome guy look like that Mr. Lu on Shakeology? I noticed that too, it feels very similar. Maybe it's him. It's such a relief to be good-looking and kind-hearted enough to send 80 in. I heard that he still seems to be from Yicheng. As long as he's happy, he might be much hotter than Wang Torn Onion in the future. Hey, when you put it that way, why don't we go get a picture of him? If he gets hot later on, it'll be too hard for us to get a picture of him again." Both of them were stargazers, and if Lu Ming really caught fire online afterward, they had pictures with him, so they would be able to show off in front of other people when the time came. After the two whispered exchanges, they instantly made a decision and then ran towards Lu Ming's side, carrying the hem of their wedding dresses. "Mr. Lu?" After running in, one of the girls whispered. Lu Ming stopped and looked back, and he didn't even open his mouth to speak. The 2 girls rejoiced after seeing him stop and look over. "Wow, it's really Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, you are now the equivalent of Yicheng's celebrity, may we take a picture with you?" Looking at the excitement on the 2 men's faces, it wasn't much different from one of those star-crossed dream girls. All he felt in his mind was a little nausea. Since he was disgusted, he must make the other party make reparations. There's no reason not to take a reward that's delivered to your door. He first waved his hand and refused. "You're in wedding dresses, you don't take pictures together." Mr. Lu, don't misunderstand, we're just going to the concert, not getting married." Yes, it's normal to wear a wedding dress to a concert these days." The 2 men rushed to offer explanations. Lu Ming shook his head. "I'm on a blind date, if you guys don't have boyfriends, you can chat for a while, and if you talk, you can take pictures together any way you want later." After the 2 heard Lu Ming's words and looked at each other, they were even more surprised in their hearts. They didn't expect someone as outstanding as Lu Ming to be on a blind date. Even both of them had the opportunity to meet him on a blind date. Maybe Lu Ming just wants to find someone who truly loves each other. Such a wonderful man or a pure love warrior, the 2 were instantly in their heads. Directly following Lu Ming to the airport's rest area. After the 3 sat down, Lu Ming first chatted with one of them. Both are students but frequent the restroom forums. That one request is outrageous for Yicheng locals. But they agree with the requirements stated online. How much does a girl have to pay to get married? Boys don't have to worry about anything afterward except a car, house, and dowry. So those outrageous requests are just normal for them. The 2 of them looked at Lu Ming's unusual temperament, and he had even appeared in a Shake Shack video before. Definitely not ordinary people, and definitely not in bad condition. Start talking about your requirements. Yicheng City downtown full house at least 120 square feet, the car more than 100,000 does not meet Mr. Lu's temperament, at least a 200,000 or so. Yicheng bride price of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan is still too little, now how to say a 150,000 yuan, the girl in the marriage is in the weaker party, and also have to worry about the family, 150,000 yuan of security, how is not too much, right? Yeah, just the point of getting married and having kids, girls just don't give as much as guys do. We've both talked about this before, and the requirements are similar. Mr. Lu, someone like you who can punish the 80s, with such a kind heart, must be different from those nans on the internet, and should agree with our words, right? Lu Ming didn't say anything. Instead, he continued, there are no other requirements after the garage and dowry? The two of them looked at each other. Lu Ming did not refute them, so it must mean that he agrees with them. It's true, good men are something those Pushinoko men can never match. The two exchanged whispers. Dating in order to get married, it's definitely important to know in a little more detail. The women continued to talk about their requirements. Mr. Lu is such an outstanding person, surely he earns more than 20,000 a month, right? Chapter 65 A friendship can be tossed over. Of course it's more than 20,000, it's up and down in millions per minute. When Lu Ming spoke, his tone was flat, appearing somewhat casual. After all, Lu Ming was already immune to monetary figures. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the two girls had stars in their eyes. Mr. Lu's identity is really unusual. But they didn't say what they wanted. Instead, he nodded excitedly. For Yicheng, 20,000 is actually enough. If it were for the average person, they would be asking for $20,000 a month and their paychecks would have to be managed by them. But Lu Ming was different. The big bosses who are up and down in the millions every minute. And talk about monthly income? And talk about managing money? In the future, I'm afraid I'll be able to give them 20,000 a month casually. When Lu Ming continued to ask, neither of them said anything about material requirements. But one of them mentioned singing. Mr. Lu should sing well, right? The next best friend then chimed in. Right, Mr. Lu is so good, his singing skills must not be ordinary, right? It's definitely at the level of a KTV mic king. After the two finished their vocals, there was nothing more to ask for. Lu Ming heard the system's beep in his head as it handed out the rewards. The host receives a reward. The bride price of 300,000 and 20,000 monthly income have been transferred to the host's bank card. 2 houses in downtown Yicheng worth $980,000, 120 square feet in size, with complete documents. 2 cars worth $200,000, hosts can make a brand of their choice. KTV mic level singing too, can be stacked, can be given as a gift. The two were good girlfriends and talked with Lu Ming at the same time. The concepts are pretty much the same. The reward Lu Ming received was double. He had a thought, the garage is discounted, and the singing is used directly. 2.36 million has been transferred to the host's bank card. KTV McMaster level vocals have been stacked and used to gain entry-level singer vocals good strength, but not enough professional skills such as treble transitions and melodies. Money arrives instantly. In the meantime, Lu Ming felt his throat subtly change at this moment. There seems to be an urge to rush into a KTV and sing with a microphone. His previous vocals were mediocre. Used to go to the KTV at class reunions. He was basically one of the group of people who shook the dice and drank. Now the system has straight up improved his vocals. When the time comes, you can go to the KTV and sing sometime. The two men had no other demands. There was no need for Lu Ming to linger on. He looked at one of them with a smile on his face. After all this time communicating, I think you're both pretty good. We can keep talking later, but which one of you do I have to add to Twitter again? I can't have 2 feet in one boat and talk to both of you at the same time, can I? This statement was made. The two of them, who were originally a little nervous inside and were still holding hands, had a moment's pause in their hearts. The polite smile on his face disappeared. Uncharacteristically, they separated the hands they were holding. One of the girls looked to her best friend. However, her best friend didn't even look at her, but looked directly at Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, I'm still in school, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Really, she's had a boyfriend. Lu Ming is such an excellent person in front of him. There's a chance to socialize later. Now the big opportunity is in front of us. One of the girls who was not yet emotionally experienced took it upon herself to sell her original best friend. The girl next to her frowned. She didn't realize her best friend was such a person. She hurriedly explained, Mr. Lu, don't listen to her nonsense. Why did I make that up? I still have the chat logs, and you were saying how that felt. I found them all randomly online at. The two started to really get up. And start exposing each other. You don't have a friend and it's not because you look too ugly in your face. Mr. Lu, don't believe her, she's ugly when she takes off her makeup. Putting the S-fart. You still say all day long that your parents don't give you money, let you chase stars, or insult your parents. People like you have no filial piety at all. No wonder your previous boyfriend didn't want you. You're the one with no filial piety. Two once good girlfriends, because of Lu Ming's words, the original friendship boat set overturned. It's easy to provoke the other person's anger by revealing such things. What started out as an argument between the two quickly turned into a rip-roaring masterstroke. The hands went to each other as they insulted each other. The two soon wrestled, pulling at each other's hair. The airport in Yichang isn't that big and it's still a weekday. The lounge area was sparsely populated. When Lu Ming entered the VIP channel, the airport security personnel then rushed over and separated the two people who were pulling. Both men were cloaked and red-faced, both sides with color on their faces and arms. And with the fragile wedding dress in tatters. Even when pulled away by security, both sides were still glaring viciously at each other. Seeing the wedding dress on her body was broken by the other party and chewing on it, she wanted the other party to pay for it. The wedding dress was rented by the two of them together inside the store. Their brother's concert is tonight. You may not be able to get there in time by train, and the price of taking the high-speed train is not as cheap as airfare. So thought I'd just wear it today after I rented my wedding dress. I'll be back in time to return it. There's no way around it, both are still students. Save money when you can. If you go directly to the Magic City side to rent a wedding dress, the price is much more expensive than the One City side. As a result, I haven't been to the concert yet, and the wedding dress I'm wearing is still broken. The face is broken, too. And it's all the other guy's fault. Even if Lu Ming had left, the two of them didn't know where he had gone. But ultimately, he blamed Lu Ming's departure on the other party. They didn't think Lu Ming had a problem. How could there be a problem with someone as good as Lu Ming? It's all because of a former BFF. What's wrong with this guy? That's disgusting. It was a real mistake to make friends with this kind of person before. After all that, the two didn't even have the heart to go to any more concerts. Just think about getting your former BFF the compensation and punishment she deserves. It wasn't until Lu Ming got on the airplane that he had arrived in the capital. The dispute between the two was also finally considered to have come to an end. Both think about getting the other punished so that they can vent the resentment in their hearts. As it turned out, the two just compensated each other, and neither one took any advantage of the situation.